Today's case will take us to Opelika, a city located in the east-central part of the state of Alabama. It is the capital city of the county of Lee and boasts a population of more than 30,000 people. Opelika is famous for the Robert Trent Jones Grand National Golf Course, which has been the venue for several national and other important golf competitions. Apart from this, the city is also popular for its vibrant art scene, historic downtown area, and other scenic tourist spots. Amore was born in Virginia on the 1st of January 2006 to parents Sherry Wiggins and Lamar Vickerstaff. At the time of her birth, her mother Sherry was only 20. Lamar, on the other hand, was in his mid-30s and was a military man serving with the Navy. She was a blessing. She was smart and she was special, and that's why I named her Amore, which in Spanish means love, Sherry said of her daughter. Soon after Amoria came into the world, Sherry's and Lamar's relationship took a hit. Something that made matters worse was the fact that Lamar's relatives had frowned on his romance with Sherry from the start. And when their affair eventually produced a child, they had more cause to be displeased. They were simply disappointed that Lamar now had a child out of wedlock. With the growing tension, Sherry had no other choice but to take Amore and move out of the apartment she and Lamar shared. This was in 2006. She began to take care of her daughter on her own and got little to no help from Lamar with maintaining their daughter's well-being. Shortly after this, Lamar got married to another woman and moved on with his life. Sherry was hurt and decided to drag Lamar to court in order to at least get child support from him for Amore. But things didn't go as planned. Sherry had some legal troubles of her own, and this proved to be her undoing. At that time, I was making some bad decisions and some bad choices in my life where I did have some run-ins with the law. Due to this, the court system labeled her as unstable and decided that Amore would be better off in the care of Lamar. In addition to this, the court also directed Sherry to begin paying child support to Lamar since he was to begin caring for Amore. And so in 2009, when Amore was about 3 years old, she permanently went to live with her father and his wife, Ruth. It did make sense for her to be somewhere more stable, Sherry said. Even though Amore had been taken away from her custody, she ensured that she played an active role in the little girl's life and would occasionally visit her at Lamar's residence. However, this soon came to an end. Lamar was transferred to Hawaii by the Navy, and he had to move there with his family. Due to this, Amore was now even farther away from her mother. Sherry was saddened by this unexpected occurrence, and over the years she went to court to try and regain custody of Amore, but it was all to no avail. At some point, she was told she could no longer appeal the case, and this meant that Amore would continue to remain in the care of her father till she turned 18. I felt like they made me feel so bad about myself. I kept trying and the doors kept being closed. I felt like the best I could do was live out my financial obligation, which I never stopped. I felt like one day I could tell her, I never gave up on you, and all I could do was take care of you financially, and that is what I did. If I couldn't do anything, I could care for my daughter by supporting my child financially, Sherry said. Despite how everything turned out, Sherry kept hoping that one day she would see her child again. But sadly, this would never happen. At around 10:47 a.m. on January 28, 2012, the Opelika Police Department received a call from a resident of a mobile home community located at 1775 Hurst Street in Opelika, Alabama. The call was about a discovery that was strange and disturbing. The skull of a human being had been found outdoors. Police officers quickly jumped into their vehicles and made their way to the scene. When they got there, they were met by the person who had placed the emergency call. The individual was a woman named Yvonne Johnson, and she wasted no time in explaining to the officers that her son had been the one who found the skull in their backyard. According to Yvonne, the skull had not been there a day before, and its sudden appearance had been startling. After she told them this, she led officers to the back of the MOA home to see for themselves, and true enough, lying on the ground in plain sight was a skull. It was quite small, and they could tell by just looking at it that it was a child's. In addition to this, officers also noticed that it had a few strands of hair on it. Its presence there was odd, and officers could not help but wonder where the rest of the body was. The area was quickly secured and detectives were notified. When they got to the scene, they immediately did a sweep of the mobile home community. The aim of this was to see if they could find any more skeletal remains, but nothing turned up. With the day getting dark, detectives were forced to give up their search for the day. It wasn't until 2 days after the shocking discovery that detectives were able to locate some human remains. These were found in the woods, several feet away from where the skull had been found. Detectives also found a pink long-sleeved shirt with ruffles and heart-shaped buttons alongside the remains. All of these were collected and then sent to the lab for forensic analysis. Finding out the identity of the child shot to the top of the list of priorities for the detectives. Forensic analysis and autopsies were performed on the remains at an FBI laboratory located in Quantico. There it was discovered that it belonged to a black female, and she was speculated to have died between 2010 and 2011. Her age was estimated to be between 4 and 7 years old, and in addition to this, the medical examination also revealed something chilling. The deceased girl had previously suffered several broken bones that were already healing before she died. Her bones also indicated that she had been malnourished while alive. That was not all. A fracture was also noticed in her left eye socket, and this made detectives believe that she had been blind in the left eye. They speculated that this facial deformity would have been obvious to anyone while she was alive. In the end, her death was ruled a homicide, and detectives immediately began an investigation. They had no idea who she was, but they were determined to uncover her identity. Since they could not tell what name she had been given, they decided to call her Opelika Baby Jane Doe. Since that day, Baby Jane has been part of our OPD family, said Opelika Police Chief Shane Healy. One of the first things detectives tried to do was develop a DNA profile for the deceased girl. But the conditions of the remains made this impossible. When this failed, detectives began to review thousands of school and birth records, but their efforts yielded no result. There was no record of any missing child around the age of the deceased girl, and no one came forward for a long time to provide any useful information about her. Things would remain silent until 2016. That year, a forensic artist from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was able to come up with sketches of what Baby Jane might have looked like before her death. The sketches showed her dressed in a pink shirt with heart-shaped buttons. This was similar to the clothing that was found near her remains. These sketches were then released to the public with the hopes that someone would recognize her. Several weeks went by after this and nothing came up. But when they least expected, they got a very crucial piece of information from someone. This was in September 2016. The individual who came forward to provide the information had been a former Bible school teacher at a church known as the Greater Peace Baptist Church. The church was located in Opelika and was less than a 15-minute drive from where the skeletal remains had been found. According to the former Bible school teacher, she had seen a young girl back in 2011 who looked like Baby Jane. The teacher told detectives that the girl had looked slightly unkempt and had been unable to communicate fluently with other children. And because of this, she had mostly kept to herself. When asked if she remembered the girl's name, she told them that she didn't. With this information, detectives went to the church and took a look at the photographs that had been taken back in 2011. After going through several photos, they came upon the picture of the little girl that had been described by the teacher. Detectives could immediately see that her description fitted perfectly with that of Baby Jane. She had an obvious deformity in her left eye, just like they had speculated from examining Baby Jane's remains. The photos that were obtained from the church were a bit blurry, and so they had to use special software to enhance them. These photos were then released to the public. The following year, detectives employed the help of the University of South Florida to perform a procedure known as isotope testing on Baby Jane's remains. This method involves analyzing the number and type of isotopes present in a sample, which can provide information about the age, origin, and composition of materials. After the test was done, it was discovered that the deceased girl had a higher amount of lead in her system, and this indicated that she may have been raised in Alabama or somewhere in the southeast. Everybody has a certain amount of lead, and it depends on where you are raised, what type of drinking water you've had, said Opelika Police Captain Jonathan Clifton. Several months went by after this, and detectives had nothing to go on. However, they never relented, and were determined not to leave any stone unturned. To them, the case was like a black cloud that loomed over the community, and solving it was sure to bring a sense of fulfillment. In January 2022, the Opelika Police Department partnered with Othram Laboratories to carry out advanced DNA testing on the remains. They had not been successful in carrying out a DNA test on the bones in the past, but they believed that advances in the world of forensic science would make it possible. They were very difficult skeletal remains to actually create a profile from, especially the kind of profile that you need to do genealogy, said Kristen Middleman, Chief Development Officer at Othram Labs. The lab used a unique technique known as forensic-grade genome sequencing and was able to finally extract DNA from the remains. After doing this, the DNA was then used to build a profile for the girl, and it was then uploaded to the database. With this in place, detectives sought the help of a renowned and experienced genealogist by the name of Dr. Barbara Raventer. Over several weeks, Dr. Barbara and her team, Firebird Forensic Group, worked round the clock to try and identify close relatives of the deceased girl using the DNA profile that had been created. Their hard work eventually paid off because in October 2022, they were able to determine who the girl's father was. It was a moment of joy for detectives because they had finally made a discovery that had evaded them for more than 10 years. It was a large piece of the puzzle that had finally been resolved. As for the girl's father, he was none other than Lamar, the naval officer who fathered a child with Sherry back in 2006. Detectives would not know until later that baby Jane was actually Amore, Lamar, and Sherry's child. When detectives did a background check on Lamar, they discovered that he was still alive and was in the process of retiring from the Navy. They also found out that he was stationed in Jacksonville, and they decided to visit him there to inform him about the death of his daughter. In December 2022, detectives traveled to Naval Station Mayport in Jacksonville. They hoped that Lamar would provide them with details about his daughter. However, this ended up not being the case. After they met Lamar, he was strangely unwilling to talk about the little girl, and avoided every question thrown at him. This immediately raised suspicion in the minds of detectives, but there was nothing they could do at that point. The meeting with Lamar did not go as expected, but this did little to discourage detectives. Instead, they intensified their investigation and also discovered that Lamar had a wife, Ruth. They eventually met with her, but just like her husband, she provided no helpful information. However, she told detectives that she had no idea who Lamar's daughter was, or who the mother could have been. Detectives knew from that moment that they had to find out who the little girl's biological mother was. Dr. Barbara and her team got to work once again, and soon they were able to determine that the woman they were looking for was Sherry. It was also discovered that she was living in Maryland. Detectives traveled down there, and during the course of the meeting they had with Sherry, they got to find out a lot. She told them that she gave birth to a girl back in 2006, and she had named her Amore. However, she expressed shock upon hearing that Amore had been dead for more than a decade. She explained to detectives that she had lost custody of the child to the father Lamar, and when Lamar moved to Hawaii, she no longer had any contact with her daughter. When she had reached out to Lamar, his response had been cold, and he had warned her not to call again. During the course of all this, I would still reach out. I would reach out via email over the years, and they would block my email accounts, Sherry said. I called Lamar's number that I knew to be his, and he told me that if I called again, he would block me from his phone, she added. She continued to call, and Lamar stayed true to his words by blocking her, and at some point, he even threatened her with the police. Despite the fact that she had not laid eyes on her daughter for years, she told detectives that she continued to pay child support and had till the end of 2022. To back up her claim, she showed them documents that contained detailed information about the child support. The shock written on the faces of the detectives was quite visible after Sherry finished telling her side of the story. They could hardly believe their ears. After getting back to their base, they began to reach out to the school boards as well as clinics located in the states Lamar and Ruth had resided in after they gained custody of Amore. By doing this, they were able to discover that Amore was never enrolled in any school. There was also no record to show that the couple reported the little girl missing. This was all the confirmation they needed to know that Lamar and Ruth had something to do with her death. On January 17, 2023, the couple was arrested in Jacksonville and held at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Lamar was charged with felony murder and Ruth with failure to report a missing child. 2 days after this, press conference was organized and Opelika Police Chief Shane provided in-depth details regarding the case. He also expressed his gratitude to all those who had contributed in one way or the other to ensure that the case got solved. The level of dedication to this case I have never seen in my entire career, to see a group of men and women come together searching for a name. Many of us said that we did not want to leave our time at this police department until we had her name. And now we do. Amore Wiggins, Shane had said. Sherry, on the other hand, remains grateful to the detectives for their dedication to the case, and she wants to see justice served. She was just a baby. They deprived her of everything. She was a child, Sherry said. At the moment, the case remains open and detectives continue to gather additional information in regards to Amore's relationship with Lamar and Ruth. Lamar's and Ruth's fate also remains to be determined. Amore certainly suffered terrible abuse and neglect before her death, but thankfully the long hand of the law has caught up with those involved in such an evil act. In the summer of 2003, the body of 36-year-old Sabrina Payne was found in a field near Tremont, Illinois. Sabrina was a black female who was known to support a drug habit with prostitution. Sabrina had last been seen at her home 2 days before her body was found. The original autopsy failed to determine a cause of death, leaving some of the detectives to believe she had overdosed. One detective, however, felt uneasy about that assumption. His suspicions were confirmed as more bodies were found in Peoria and Tacuil counties over the next year. On February 5, 2004, the body of 36-year-old Barbara Williams was found in a ditch near Edwards, Illinois. She was found partially clothed and lying face down in the snow. She had been seen alive between 9 and 10 p.m. the night before. An autopsy showed that she had multiple contusions and abrasions on her body. Toxicology showed that she had fatal levels of cocaine in her blood. At this point, police were not ready to call this a murder or entertain the idea of a serial killer preying on black drug-addicted prostitutes. In a Told Her of 2004, 32-year-old Shakonda Thomas was reported missing. She had last been seen by her family in August. Shakonda was known to disappear at times, but when she didn't come back after several weeks, her family reported her missing. Shirley and Trapp was also reported missing in the late summer of 2004. She was seen 3 days before she was reported missing. Tamara Walls was reported missing in September of 2004 after not being seen for 3 weeks. All 3 missing women were also black females known to support a crack cocaine habit with prostitution. 36-year-old mother of 8, Laura Lawler, disappeared from her home after leaving with a man and woman. Her longtime partner searched for her, but only was able to determine she had been with a man named Larry. Her boyfriend and father to her 7 daughters and 1 son describes Laura as the love of his life and a beautiful soul. The two had experimented with crack cocaine, and Laura seemed to struggle with addiction before her disappearance. On September 25, 2004, Linda Neal was found on Keene Road in Tazewell County. She was found noodle on the side of the road. Linda, like the other women, was known to be part of the drug scene in Peoria. At this point, police had determined there was likely a serial killer stalking black females in the Peoria area. A task force was formed, which one detective states would have occurred much quicker if the victims had been white females. While police desperately searched for the killer, they kept a close eye on women in the community at risk. Despite their efforts, on October 15, 2004, Brenda Irving's body was found in a ditch near Farmington. Brenda was found nude, and an autopsy determined that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She also had fatal levels of cocaine in her system at the time of her death. Her children had feared for their mother's safety, as she had known many of the women who had been killed or disappeared from central Illinois. Brenda struggled with drug addiction. Despite detectives' best efforts, the case proved difficult to solve. They followed thousands of leads, but finally got the lead they were waiting for in December of 2004. 35-year-old Thick Bomer was arrested for theft. From jail, she told authorities that she thought she could help them find the serial killer preying on her fellow sex workers. She believed that a man who had picked her up in July 2004 was responsible. Bomer explained that in July, a man named Larry Bright lured her to his mother's home where they shared alcohol and drugs. Once she was intoxicated, she said Bright attacked her, attempted to rape her, and pulled a knife on her. Somehow, Bomer was able to escape. Police were at first skeptical, as Bomer asked for a plea deal in exchange for her testimony. Why hadn't she reported this back in July? Why wait until she was under arrest? Vicky Bomer claimed she was scared of being arrested for outstanding warrants, which is why she did not come forward in July 2004. A search of her criminal history confirmed the warrants, so detectives decided to take a look at the man named Larry Bright. Larry Dean Bright was born in Peoria, Illinois, on July 8, 1966. He served a 2-year stint in prison at age 19 for burglary and carjacking. According to Larry's family, the time Larry spent in prison changed him for the worse. Larry became more angry and violent and began using drugs. Larry had an injury, which started an addiction to prescription opioids and later crack cocaine. He also developed an addiction to pornography, preferring videos with black lemon. Larry lived with his mother in a tiny guest house behind her home. Larry enjoyed gardening, creating a beautiful garden bed of flowers for his mother. When the police arrived at Larry's home following the tip, they noticed the beautiful flowers in the garden. Larry was placed under arrest for the unlawful restraint of Vicky. They questioned Larry about the murders, but he denied having any information about the murdered and missing women. Throughout the interview, Larry smoked several cigarettes. Detectives planned to take one of the cigarette butts and test it for DNA, but Larry ate them before leaving the interrogation room. Larry declined to give DNA voluntarily. Police searched Larry Bright's home on January 20, 2005. The investigators dug up the garden, finding several small bone fragments and ashes that were later determined to be human. When the police questioned Larry again, they told him they were digging up his mother's flowers. At this point, Larry broke down and confessed to multiple murders. He even led investigators to the remains of some of his victims. Larry explained that around July 27, 2003, he picked up Sabrina Payne on the south side of Peoria. He drove her to his home, which he shared with his mother. He claimed the two drank and used cocaine before having consensual sex. Larry said he did not intend to tell Sabrina, but he became enraged, thinking Sabrina was trying to rip him off. He strangled her to death and dumped her body near the cornfield where she was found. Larry confessed to picking up Barbara Williams in February 2004. Again, he used drugs and alcohol with his victim. He stated that he once again lost control of his anger and killed Barbara. He claimed he caught Barbara stealing from him. He dumped her body along the road where she was found the next day. The prosecution believed that after the first 2 murders, Larry developed a bloodlust. At the time of his arrest, he said, "I knew them I would till the others I would pick up. I went out hunting." Larry also confessed to killing Laura Lauer. He burned her body in his backyard burn pit, burying the remains in his mother's yard. He said he wanted to destroy the bodies to avoid getting caught. He confessed to killing Tamara Walls and burning her remains. Her jawbone was found in the backyard. He admitted to strangling, beating, and burning Shirley in trap. Chaconda Thomas had the same fate after being picked up by Larry Bright. He burned the woman and buried the ashes in the yard. Because of his attempts to crony his victims, he was nicknamed the Bone Crusher. Larry said that he attempted to burn Linda Neal and Brenda Irving as well, but the attempts were unsuccessful due to the weather. He dunked both women along the side of the road. Larry was facing the death penalty following his January 2005 arrest. In an attempt to spare his mother the embarrassment of a trial and avoid the death penalty, Larry Bright pleaded guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of drug-induced homicide on May 30, 2006. Bright's murders were not considered racially motivated, but detectives believe he was just attracted to black women. He is one of the very few serial killers who chooses victims outside of his race. Larry was sentenced to 7 life sentences without the possibility of parole to be served concurrently. He was also given an additional 30 years for the drug-induced homicide. As part of the plea deal, Larry will be required to serve 100% of his sentence with no parole consideration. Larry is currently housed at the Shawnee Correctional Center in Vienna, Illinois. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but that brings little peace to the families of his victims. The loved ones of Larry's victims want people to know that the women he killed were more than just drug addicts or prostitutes. They were people. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. The serial killer dentist of St. Louis, Glennon Engelman. Dr. Glennon Engelman was born on February 6, 1927, in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Engelman grew up on the south side of the city and felt a deep connection to his neighborhood. After serving in the military, Dr. Engelman used his GI Bill to go to Washington University and become a dentist. He opened his dental office on the south side of St. Louis, serving the community he had always loved. Dr. Engelman, who went by Glenn, was married to a woman named Edna Ruth, but they divorced in 1956. By 1958, both Glenn and Ruth had remarried. Glenn was operating his dental office and appeared to be successfully serving the St. Louis community. On December 17, 1958, citizens in Forest Park noticed a bloody man stumbling. The man, James Stanley Bullock, soon passed from his injuries. These injuries were caused by a gunshot. No one could figure out why someone would shoot 28-year-old James Bullock. James Bullock was born on April 17, 1931 in DeSoto. He was raised in Shiloh, Illinois by his grandparents and later his aunt after his parents passed away. According to an article from 1938, the then 7-year-old was living with his grandparents in 1938 and enjoyed attending school and fishing. James later served in the military before returning to St. Louis to work and go to college. Back in St. Louis, James met Edna Ruth, the ex-wife of Dr. Glenn Engelman. The two married, and 6 short months later, James was dead. An employee at a local sanitarium initially claimed James was there 4 days before his murder, asking to be admitted because he feared for his life. His wife and aunt said this was not true, as the three had dinner together on that night. According to his widow and aunt, James was not afraid for his life, and they knew no one who would want him dead. However, Edna Ruth benefited greatly from her husband's death. Ruth had life insurance policies totaling $64,088. While under questioning, Edna Ruth made several weird statements, including telling the police she was married before, but her husband did not know. Who was she married to? Her husband's dentist, Dr. Glenn Engelman. Edna Ruth had lied to James and his family and lied on the marriage application about being married before. Police questioned a local career criminal who was out on parole for an assault at the time of the shooting. They weren't able to tie him to the murder of James, but they did note he lived near Dr. Engelman's office. Dr. Engelman and Edna Ruth both refused to take a polygraph test and denied any involvement in the murder of James Bullock. Dr. Engelman's new wife, Ida, refused to be questioned by the police. A patient provided an alibi for Dr. Engelman. However, another witness said that they tried to find someone at the office around the time when the office was empty. Edna Ruth invested part of the funds she received after becoming a widow and a doctor. Been bored being a dentist, so he often ventured into other areas of business. This included buying a trike strip along with a partner, Eric Fry. Dr. Engelman had grown to be close friends with Eric and his wife Sandy. On September 26, 1963, Eric and Dr. Engelman were at the trike strip using dynamite to explode and then fell abandoned cisterns on the property. Eric was lying on his stomach near one of the cisterns when the dynamite exploded quicker than anticipated. Eric was killed instantly and found lying in the bottom of the cistern. Coroner H.D. Steinbeck ruled the death accidental. Mr. Frey's wife had an insurance policy on her husband, which she invested part of into Dr. Engelman's practice. Dr. Engelman divorced Ida and married his third wife, Ruth, in 1967. The couple shared a son, but Ruth heeded a close relationship her husband had with a young woman who worked in his office named Carmen Miranda. Dr. Engelman offered to train Carmen to be a dental assistant in his office. Edna felt uncomfortable with the flirting between the doctor and his young assistant. Dr. Engelman, however, claimed he was trying to help people in his community. He hired Carmen's brother, Nick, as well at one point. Ruth was relieved when Carmen met a married man named Peter Home. Just a few months later, however, Carmen and Eric were walking in a rural area in Pacific, Missouri. The couple were exploring an area known to have caves and scenic paths. A shot suddenly fired, hitting Peter in the head. Peter died instantly, and hysterically Carmen flied down to help. Nearby, police found an hex on a tree made with tape. The area was familiar to locals as a hunting area, and police believed that the shot was accidental. Police believe someone was target shooting at the accident accidentally struck Mr. Home. Carmen had a significant amount of life insurance on her husband, totaling $60,000. This is equivalent to around $300,000 in 2024. Dr. Engelman and Ruth divorced soon after, at which time Dr. Engelman married young Carmen, whom he had known since she was a small child. His son lived with Edna, his ex-wife. Despite being married to Carmen, Dr. Engelman and Ruth still met regularly for sex. Dr. Engelman constantly had extramarital affairs, which included previous affairs with Carmen, Ruth, and even Sandy Fry, the wife of his business associate Eric Fry, who was killed by dynamite. Another of Dr. Engelman's affairs was with a patient named Barbara Boyle. On November 3, 1977, someone pretending to be from the farm girl walked up to the farmhouse owned by Arthur and Vernita Goosewell in Edwardsville, Illinois. Soon after entering the home, the elderly couple were attacked and both were shot in the head. The wealthy couple left $340,000 to their son, Ronald Goosewell. Guess who Ronald Goosewell was married to? Barbara Boyle. On April 4, 1979, less than 2 years after the murder of his parents, Ronald Goosewell was found dead inside his car outside a hotel in East St. Louis, Illinois. The man had been beaten and shot to death. He had been missing for 4 days when his body was found. Following her husband's murder, Barbara collected his inheritance in addition to several life insurance policies. The equivalent sum of money today would be nearly $1.7 million. Guess who she cut to? Dr. Glennon Engelman. Following the murder of Marmold Goosewell, authorities were starting to notice the trend of connected deaths to Dr. Engelman. His patients and community, however, only saw a generous man committed to helping his community and its citizens. Dr. Engelman was not the greatest dentist, however. He often did a sloppy job of making casts for dentures and dental appliances, requiring the work to have to be redone by the dental lab several times. His business was struggling, however, and he soon found himself in debt with the dental lab owned by Sophie Barrera. Sophie Barrera owned a South St. Louis dental laboratory and had grown tired of waiting for Dr. Engelman to pay up by 1980. She filed a lawsuit against the doctor that was said to go to court just a few days after Sophie was murdered. On January 14, 1980, Sophie entered her vehicle in South St. Louis. Shortly after, the vehicle exploded. Police found remnants of a bomb under her charred vehicle. Sophie had told her son before she was in fear of being killed. She believed Dr. Glenn Engelman was dangerous. Dr. Engelman was questioned for 3 hours and then released. Police were certain he was responsible for Sophie's death, but they had to prove it. The public also wondered if the bombing was related to another bombing in the area that was carried out between two mob families fighting for control over St. Louis labor unions. The evidence indicated, however, that this was not a mob hit. The number one suspect was the man who owed Sophie $15,000. Dr. Engelman had to be stopped, but the police weren't sure how to do it. Detectives soon began having conversations with Dr. Engelman's ex-wife and mother of his son, Ruth. Ruth told police nothing at first, but eventually started to talk. She explained that Dr. Engelman often bragged about killing people. He told her that he had a superpower he was able to kill without remorse. He had admitted to killing Eric Fry, Peter Home, and the Cuswell family. It was his side hustle, killing for profit. Ruth agreed to help the police, but none of her testimony could be used in court because Dr. Engelman confessed to her while the two were still married. He was protected by spousal privilege. Ruth decided to wear a wire, however, and met up with Dr. Engelman to exchange their son and sometimes just to socialize. They were still having a sexual relationship despite Dr. Engelman's marriage to Carmen. She tried to get Dr. Engelman to confess to her again by asking direct questions. He didn't seem to take the bait at first, and Ruth feared he would kill her next. Ruth suggested police plant a bug in her bedroom and she would invite the dentist over for sex. Dr. Engelman was suspicious, however, and did not say anything that could lead to his arrest. Ruth then met him at a diner wearing a wire, and this time he commented on being homicidally intimate with the widow of one of his victims. He admitted to the murders in great detail, providing just what police needed for an arrest. He explained that he found murder more sexually satisfying than sex. His ex-wife was given a new life in the witness protection program. Carmen, who was no longer married to the dentist, and her brother Nick were brought in for questioning to corroborate the allegations against Dr. Engelman. As possible co-conspirators, they asked for and were granted immunity to testify against the dentist. Carmen told quite the story. She said she was working for the dentist when he suggested she find someone with good benefits to marry. He told her about Eric Fry, whom he said he directed Sandy Fry to marry with all intentions of murdering the insurance proceeds. Soon after she was married, Carmen said Dr. Engelman told her where to go and made sure her husband was shot and killed. He staged it to look like a target shooting accident. Clennon Engelman was finally arrested and charged with murder in 1980. Carmen testified at Dr. Engelman's first trial, for which he was convicted of murdering Peter Hom and given 50 years in prison. The dentist then pled guilty to the murder of Sophie Barrera to avoid the death penalty. Serving a list sentence for that murder in Missouri, Dr. Engelman was back in court by 1985 in Illinois. In 1984, Robert Handy, a conduct and acquaintance of Dr. Engelman, admitted to authorities that he had taken part in the murder conspiracy of the Goosewell family. He implicated Dr. Engelman, who had bludgeoned Harmel Goosewell and Shaheem, as well as Ronald's widow, Barbara Boyle. Dr. Engelman was given 3 life sentences for the Goosewell murders. He also was convicted of federal mail fraud and given a 30-year federal sentence. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, including conspiring with his first wife to kill her husband, James Bullock, in 1958. Edna Ruth was never charged in the case due to lack of evidence. Barbara Boyle went on trial for the murder of her in-laws, Arthur and Vernita Goosewell, and husband Ronald in 1985. The jury acquitted her of the murders of Arthur and Vernita by convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Ronald Goosewell. Barbara Boyle was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 1985. She was granted parole in 2009. Dr. Engelman enjoyed his notoriety in Missouri, often comparing himself to legendary outlaw Jesse James. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, but the actual number is unknown. Unlike other serial killers, Dr. Engelman was inspired, at least in part, by greed. He also seemed to revel in his ability to not feel remorse. Dr. Engelman died of diabetes-related health issues in 1999 at age 72. He was incarcerated in Jefferson City at the time. 79-year-old Viola Hagencourt lived alone in an apartment in Anaheim, California, 1980. On February 18, 1980, a neighbor of Viola became concerned about her whereabouts. Viola was often seen walking around the apartment complex, but she hadn't been seen for 2 days. The neighbor stepped inside Viola's unit and found her lifeless body. She had been assaulted and strangled. Over the years, detectives attempted to solve the case, pursuing new leads or bits of evidence, but failed to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. In September of 2020, the case was reopened. This time, investigators turned to genetic genealogy, which has been used to solve hundreds of cases across the U.S. Investigators used DNA found on Viola and compared it with genetic profiles on genealogy databases. This led investigators to 64-year-old Andre William LePere. He was arrested on April 28, 2021, at his home in Alamogordo, New Mexico, in connection to the case. He is being held without bail at an Otero County jail. It is not believed that Andre and Viola knew each other. Viola's family had this to say in a statement: "Our grandmother, Viola, was a beautiful, happy soul and did not deserve being violated in her final years of life. We are so grateful for the Anaheim Police Department never giving up after 41 years. That is our message: never, never give up." LePere was in his 20s at the time of the crime and lived close to Viola in Anaheim, California. Sometime in the 1990s, he moved east. He split his time between Arizona and New Mexico. LaPera worked as a plumber and a truck driver. He married twice and had 2 children. Investigators had not established a motive for the crime. In February of 2022, LaPera was convicted for the crime. He will be sentenced on May 13th. 21-year-old Pertina Epps lived in Inglewood, California in 2005. On April 26th, Pertina's body was found lying in a carport in Gardena, California. Someone was backing out of one of the 4 stalls in the carport and then discovered her. A medical examiner determined that she had been strangled. Investigators found fingerprints that did not belong to Pertina on her purse. There was also DNA from a man at the crime scene. They theorized that it belonged to the person that ended her life. Technology was not advanced enough for them to identify the culprit. Investigators could not find other useful leads, so the case went cold. In 2021, investigators took another look at Pertina's case. They resubmitted forensic evidence from the crime scene using new technology. This led them to 56-year-old Charles Wright. He was arrested on January 27, 2022. Wright denied involvement in the crime. He said his fingerprints were on Pertina's purse because he sold it to, according to him, at the time he was selling purses, tennis shoes, and clothing from the trunk of his car. Wright had a harder time explaining away why his DNA was found at the crime scene. Wright has been working as a teacher since 1999. He said he resigned from Inglewood Unified School District to fight the case against him. This is what he had to say. "I didn't do this. The thing is, everybody that knows me knows that I used to sell bags and clothes out of my car. That's the only possible way could happen." He said he believes people who purchased bags from him during that time period could confirm his story. County Administrator Erica F. Torres, head of Englewood Unified, told staff and parents in a letter dated Saturday that the district learned of the accusation the day before and that Wright would no longer be teaching at any of its schools. Wright is scheduled for arraignment on June 28, 2022. Authorities said that anyone with information regarding the case can anonymously contact Crime Stoppers at this number. It is not known yet why Wright did what he did, but investigators did say that they don't believe Wright and Pertina knew each other. On November 6, 1994, human remains were found in the Wright Township near Coopersville in Udoa County, Michigan. The remains were found by hunters. An autopsy revealed that the remains belonged to a woman. Could not be determined how she lost her life, but foul play was suspected. Investigators asked anyone with information to come forward. They also took a look at missing persons to see if there was any link. They were not able to find her actual identity, so they referred to her as Matilda. Later, she would be known as Udoa County Jane Doe 1994. In 2007, the Udoa County Sheriff's Office exhumed the remains and were able to collect DNA. A DNA profile of the victim was then created. She could not be identified, however, because her DNA was not in the combined DNA index system used by the FBI. Recently, the Udoa County Sheriff's Office partnered with the DNA Doe Project to identify the Jane Doe. The DNA Doe Project uses forensic genealogy to identify victims of crime, matching victim DNA to living relatives' DNA in various DNA databases. Recently, using that process, they identified the woman as Shelley Ray Keppert. She also went by the name Shelley Ray Christian. She was 29 years old when she went missing in 1993. She lived in Hennepin County, Minnesota, near Minneapolis, but was last known to be in Grand Rapids in February 1994. Udoa County Sheriff's Office Captain Jake Sparks said that Shelley Ray's mother and her children are still alive. Sparks hopes that now the victim's name and photo has been released, investigators can backtrack to see who she was with, why she came to Michigan, and hopefully who she was associating with. Until you know whose death you're investigating, it's very, very difficult to do an investigation, Sparks said. Maybe we have someone who steps forward and says, "Yes, I knew her," an old roommate or coworker who can provide some answers, and we can try to drill down into it and figure out who was in her life at that time. None of that can really start until we have her name. Anyone with any information about the investigation or knew Shelley Ray is asked to contact the Udoa County Sheriff's Office or Silent Observer at 1-877-888. Silent 745,368 or Mozotips com Shelley Ray was known to wear unique glasses, as can be seen in one of the photographs. She may or may not have worn them near the time that her life was taken. 35-year-old Helen Cardwell lived in Chicago in 1992. She had recently moved from New Jersey and was due to start work at Lutheran General Hospital. On November 8, 1992, Helen's sister and brother-in-law came to visit her, but when they entered her room at the Leaning Tower YMCA in Cook County, they discovered her lifeless body. She had been strangled. Investigators collected DNA from the crime scene that belonged to the person that took her life. Detectives worked the case until 1993, but the case went cold due to lack of investigative leads. In late 2020, investigators reopened the case. They submitted numerous pieces of evidence to the Northeastern Illinois Regional Crime Laboratory in Vernon Hills. The DNA of those samples matched the DNA of Richard J. Sisto. Sisto lived close to Helen at the time her life was taken. He was on parole for a 1977 assault case in Dallas, Texas. Investigators had trouble finding Sisto after the DNA match in late 2020. Then, in August of 2021, a police database search revealed that Sisto was in jail in Texas on a 2006 parole violation warrant. Cook County detectives then traveled to Texas. There they interviewed Sisto and took a DNA sample. After some more DNA tests, it was confirmed that he was indeed the one that took Helen's life. Sisto was later brought back to Illinois to face the charges against him. It was announced to the public. At the public announcement, Helen's sister, Noka Irvin, spoke. "I'm so grateful they decided to reopen this case, and I just appreciate everyone's effort in solving it." 72-year-old Sisto was taken to the Cook County Jail on November 24, 2021. Frustratingly, he passed away in late January 2022. The cause has not been revealed yet. Case of Jessica Camilleri. Jessica Camilleri, the second daughter of Rita and Vince, an Australian Maltese couple, was born with a mild mental disability. Her IQ was between 55 and 60, placing her in the bottom 1% of the population. People with mild intellectual disability like Jessica learn to communicate and express themselves, but at a slower pace than others. They may take longer to develop skills like speaking, reading, writing, and math, but they can still adapt to daily life. Due to her condition, Jessica was slow in reaching developmental milestones like walking, talking, and coordinating movements. She started school much later than her peers, which made her a target for teasing, discomfort, and bullying from her classmates for being different. As a result, Jessica developed stress, anxiety, and anger, particularly towards females. She also struggled with intermittent explosive disorder, characterized by sudden repeated outbursts of impulsive, aggressive, and violent behavior, as well as angry verbal eruptions that were disproportionate to the situation. At school, Jessica exhibited aggressive behavior towards both students and teachers, including a notable incident where she punched a male student and refused to release her grip, leading to her indefinite suspension, and subsequent confinement at home under the care of her mother, Rita, who received a disability pension to support her. Jessica's behavioral issues were symptomatic of her intellectual disability and struggled with irrational outbursts of anger. Furthermore, she was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, a chronic brain condition that affects millions of children worldwide, making it challenging for her to regulate her behavior. In addition to these conditions, Jessica also suffered from severe bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and autism spectrum disorders, which impacted her judgment, self-awareness, and empathy towards others. She had obsessive tendencies such as fixating on her three favorite numbers, 2, 3, and 5, each of which she associated with a specific color, yellow, green, and purple. Respectively, Jessica would often repeat these numbers to generate random phone numbers, which she would then use to call and talk to men. In one instance, starting in 2018, she began harassing the staff of a meat company in Daylesford, England, even going so far as to threaten the owner's family, claiming she would decapitate them with a chainsaw. Jessica had a persistent fascination with horror movies, particularly the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She would spend hours rewatching disturbing videos, and this obsession often led to furious outbursts when her mother, Rita, tried to restrict her access to these films. Jessica and her mother lived together in a house in St. Clair, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Jessica's father, Vince, had divorced Rita during her teenage years due to the strain their daughter's behavioral problems had put on their marriage. Jessica struggled with low self-esteem and a childish, naive outlook, but she also displayed strong narcissistic tendencies. Deep down, she felt she was one of a kind and entitled to special treatment due to her mental disability. This occasionally led her to be exploitative and egocentric. Despite this, Rita remained devoted to caring for her daughter, acknowledging her issues, but feeling a strong sense of responsibility to look after and protect her. Rita even went so far as to reach out and apologize to one of the recipients of Jessica's harassing phone calls, confessing that she was at a loss for how to manage her daughter's behavior. Jessica was very close to her mother, who dedicated her life to taking care of her and meeting all her needs. Instead of sending her to a psychiatric institution for full-time care, her mother chose to keep her at home. In fact, Rita's life revolved around Jessica. The tragic event of July 20th, 2019 was not a standalone incident. In the 6 years leading up to it, Jessica had been convicted twice for assaults that caused actual bodily harm. She had also physically attacked her aunt and her sister's mother-in-law by pulling their hair. But she avoided jail time and was always placed in the care of her mother Rita, the one person who could tolerate her behavior. Jessica had also exhibited aggressive behavior towards women she encountered in the streets and shopping centers, lashing out at those she perceived as looking at her wrongly or making her feel ashamed. On one occasion, she was even barred from a doctor's office after becoming violent towards another patient in the waiting room due to paranoia. In early 2018, Jessica's aggressive behavior continued when she attacked a nurse during a hospital visit with her mother Rita. As a result, she was admitted to a mental health unit for 9 days to treat a severe episode of mood disorder. She was prescribed lithium for her supposed bipolar disorder, along with antipsychotic medications. However, by the end of 2018, about 6 months before the tragic event, Jessica had stopped taking her medication and instead began using natural remedies to manage her conditions. Rita was at her wit's end and paid $2,500 to a medium on Queen Street in St. Mary's, a western suburb of Sydney, in a desperate bid to exorcise the demon she believed was possessing her daughter Jessica. Despite her family and friends warning her about the dangers of living with Jessica, Rita remained adamant that her daughter wouldn't hurt anyone. According to Christy, Jessica's older sister, their mother Rita had a heart of gold, always putting others before herself, including Jessica, who continually refused to seek professional help. Rita's sister often voiced her concerns that Jessica might harm her, recognizing Rita's unconditional love for her daughter. However, Rita's motherly love made her oblivious to these warnings, even on the day before the tragic attack when she had to take Jessica to a police station due to her threatening calls to strangers. Jessica felt humiliated by her mom in a parking lot after visiting her sister due to a stranger's brief presence. Later, when her mom refused to order food from Red Rooster, Jessica called the restaurant 3 times. She then demanded her mom call a doctor, but Jessica's erratic behavior scared him off. At wit's end, Rita called an ambulance to take Jessica to a mental health facility. On the night of July 20th, 2019, Jessica's most severe episode of rage was about to unfold. In a brutal attack, Jessica dragged her 57-year-old mother Rita by the hair to the kitchen of their own home. There, she savagely attacked Rita with 7 meat cleavers, 4 of which broke under the force of her blows. In total, Jessica stabbed Rita over 100 times in the head and neck, driven by a morbid curiosity fueled by her daily obsession with horror films. The autopsy revealed the full extent of Rita's injuries, which included massive trauma to her head and neck, and death by multiple stab wounds that resulted in decapitation at the second vertebrae in her upper neck. Furthermore, Rita's body showed over 90 defensive wounds, indicating that she was conscious for a significant part of the attack, enduring extreme physical pain and emotional terror at the hands of her own daughter, whom she had lovingly cared for. Jessica's 4-year-old nephew, the son of her older sister Christy, was present during the attack. The boy had been in Rita's care for a few days due to Jessica's apparent improvement. However, he was forced to witness Jessica repeatedly stabbing his grandmother and ultimately decapitating her. When the boy tried to intervene, Jessica attacked him, causing a minor head injury. The traumatic scene was so disturbing that the young boy began vomiting in response. Jessica called the emergency number from her mother Rita's cell phone, confessing to her murder and claiming self-defense, stating that Rita had attacked her first. However, this was not true, and Jessica had actually committed the brutal act. In reality, after killing her mother, Jessica panicked and repeatedly stabbed Rita's lifeless body, ultimately decapitating her and inflicting over 100 wounds. She then dumped Rita's head in a nearby neighbor's front yard. When the police arrived at their St. Clair, Sydney home, Jessica was outside, her clothes stained with her mother's blood, holding a water bottle. She showed no remorse for her actions and was more concerned about her own fate. Jessica asked the police officers and detectives if it was possible to bring someone back to life after decapitation, believing in the possibility of medical miracles that could reattach her mother's head. The police officer responded that this idea was unrealistic, but Jessica insisted, thinking that doctors could perform miraculous surgeries and reattach her mother's head. She also inquired about the potential consequences of her actions, specifically asking if she would face the death penalty. Upon learning that Australia does not have capital punishment, Jessica felt relieved. Furthermore, Jessica confessed to the police that the idea of decapitating her mother came from the horror movies she obsessively watched. A police officer's body camera recorded a chilling conversation at the crime scene on July 20, 2019, at 11:43 p.m. The first responders described the scene as one of the most horrific they had ever seen. The next day, July 21, 2019, Jessica appeared in court but didn't apply for bail. A friend explained that this was not surprising, as Jessica probably didn't understand the bail process. After a trial that highlighted her long history of mental illness, Jessica was found guilty of manslaughter in December 2020. She had pleaded not guilty to murder due to her disability. In early 2021, Jessica was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months in prison. She will be eligible for parole after serving 16 years and 2 months, which would be September 19, 2035. The prosecutor argued that Rita's brutal murder was the culmination of a lifetime of escalating violence by Jessica, which started with hair pulling and eventually led to a deadly explosive attack. The prosecutor also stated that Jessica posed a moderate to high risk of reoffending and remained a danger to the community. Christy, Jessica's older sister, said that Jessica had killed and butchered their mother, and for that she could never forgive her. However, Rita's sister held a different view, hoping that Jessica would get the help she needed and that Rita could finally rest in peace, knowing that Jessica was being cared for by a system that had failed her when she was alive. The judge presiding over the case offered counseling services to the jury members, recognizing that the disturbing evidence they had heard could haunt them long after the trial. The judge also admitted that selecting a jury for Jessica's trial was difficult, as many people were reluctant to participate in a trial involving such a disturbing crime. The judge described Rita's murder as one of the most brutal and cruel cases of homicide a court could encounter, emphasizing that the crime's severity was exacerbated by its occurrence in the victim's own home. Jessica's lawyer revealed that his client had expressed regret in a letter to her family after the crime. In the letter, Jessica accepted responsibility for her mother's death, acknowledging that Rita had not provoked her and taking blame for her actions. However, one of the psychiatrists who evaluated Jessica noted that she struggled to communicate through social gestures and displayed a relatively flat affect. The psychiatrist found no evidence of schizophrenia or hallucinations in Jessica. The conclusion was that Jessica's risk factors could only be managed in the long term with a comprehensive mental health support plan. Since entering prison, Jessica has persistently caused trouble. Only 2 months after her arrival on September 9, 2019, she got into a fight with another inmate over food trading and threw a teacup at them. Although she was charged with assault in local court the next day, she did not receive any additional punishment. On October 14, 2019, Jessica attacked another inmate, which resulted in her being placed in solitary confinement in her cell for 5 days. On November 3, 2019, she disobeyed an order, and on July 31, 2020, she damaged property, incurring a fine of $200 Australian dollars. Jessica was involved in another assault on November 21, 2020, which led to her being placed in solitary confinement for 7 days. In January 2021, she was convicted of common assault again, but did not receive any further punishment. Jessica has explained her behavior, saying that other prisoners make her life difficult, regardless of what she does or where she goes. She has also stated that prison life is tough and very different from the outside world. On May 15, 2023, Justice Peter Hamill of the Sydney Supreme Court rejected claims that Callari's original sentence was too harsh, and that the judge who sentenced her had misjudged the severity of her crime. However, Justice Hamill did rule that Callari should be resentenced, a decision supported by Justices Christine Adamson and Richard Kavanaugh. The basis for this decision was Callari's bizarre behavior, including walking into the street with her mother's head and asking emergency responders if they could reattach it, which demonstrated how out of touch with reality her actions were. After considering the opinions of multiple psychiatrists and a psychologist, Justice Hamill found that Callari's intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder meant she only had a basic understanding of what was morally wrong. As a result, he ordered that she be resentenced to 16 years in prison, with a minimum of 12 years before being eligible for parole. Case of Laci Peterson. Laci Rocha was born on May 4, 1975 to Sharon and Dennis, but her parents divorced when she and her older brother Brent were still young. After the divorce, Laci's mother married Ron, a dairy farmer, who became a father figure to her and played a significant role in her upbringing. Laci was a cheerful and outgoing person with an infectious smile and bubbly nature. She loved talking to people and was always eager to engage in conversations, which made her a natural attention seeker. She thrived in social situations and was known for her ability to light up a room with her presence. Growing up on a dairy farm, Laci developed a strong connection with nature. She spent much of her childhood exploring the outdoors and enjoying the beauty that surrounded her. One of her favorite activities was gardening with her mother, which became a source of joy and fulfillment for both of them. Laci's love for gardening would later influence her interests and career choices as an adult. Laci was a cheerleader at Thomas Downey High School, which was a great fit for her outgoing and bubbly personality. She made a strong impression on her school and became the ideal cheerleader. After graduating, Laci attended California Polytechnic University, where she studied ornamental horticulture due to her interest in plants and wildlife. Laci frequently visited a friend who worked at a restaurant in Morro Bay. It was there that she met Scott Peterson, a coworker of her friend. Laci was immediately attracted to Scott and was smitten. She took the initiative and gave Scott her phone number. Scott quickly reached out and they surprisingly hit it off during their first conversation. Scott then asked Laci on their first date, a deep-sea fishing trip. However, things didn't go as planned for Laci, who ended up getting seasick. After a rocky start, Laci and Scott's relationship blossomed, and they eventually decided to live together. Before meeting Laci, Scott had aspirations to become a professional golfer, but as their relationship progressed, his focus shifted, and he chose to pursue a career in business instead. Laci graduated from Cal Poly in 1997, and Scott followed suit the next year. This milestone marked the beginning of a new era in their lives, full of promise and potential. On August 9, 1997, the couple tied the knot in Isla Valley, San Luis Obispo County. The beautiful resort setting provided a stunning backdrop for their special day. Surrounded by friends and family, they celebrated their love and solidified their commitment to each other. After getting married, Laci and Scott embarked on a new business venture, opening a sports bar called The Shack in San Luis Obispo, California. The Shack, owned by Laci and Scott, started off slowly but eventually attracted a steady stream of customers, with weekends being particularly busy. After several successful years, the couple decided to sell the bar in 2000, seeking new opportunities despite its stable income. Following the sale, they moved to Laci's hometown of Modesto, California, and purchased a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in an upscale neighborhood in October 2000. Lassie took on a part-time job as a substitute teacher, while Scott worked for a European fertilizer company. Lassie devoted herself to supporting Scott, taking care of the home, cooking and cleaning. She made sure their home was always warm and inviting. In 2002, the couple received exciting news. Lacey was pregnant, and they were expecting a baby. Lacey and Scott were expecting a baby boy, with a due date set for February 10, 2003. They had already chosen the name Connor for their unborn child. On December 24, 2002, Scott stated that he left their house at 9:30 a.m. to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina. Scott said he left Lacey at home on Christmas Eve morning, with a busy day ahead of her. She was planning to watch a Martha Stewart show, clean the floor, bake Christmas cookies, and walk their dog, Mackenzie, at the park. However, one of their neighbors found Mackenzie wandering outside their home around 10:30 a.m. and returned the dog to their backyard. When Scott came home from fishing that afternoon, he said the house was empty, with Mackenzie in the yard, but no sign of Lacey. Her car was still parked in the driveway. Scott claimed he showered and washed his dirty fishing clothes as soon as he got home. After his shower, Scott realized Lassie was missing and became concerned. He called her mother and stepfather, Sharon and Ron, but they hadn't heard from her all day and were worried about her safety. As the day went on and Lassie remained missing, Scott and Sharon decided to report her disappearance to the police around 6 p.m. They stressed to the police how urgent it was to find Lassie, who was 7 months pregnant with their baby, Connor. The police then questioned Scott out about his whereabouts and activities on the day Lassie vanished. Scott told police he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles from his home in Modesto, where he lived with his pregnant wife Lassie. However, from the start, police suspected foul play in Lassie's disappearance. Initially, police didn't treat Lassie's case as suspicious after Scott and his mother-in-law filed a missing person report. Lassie's family defended Scott, and the couple seemed perfect, making it hard to imagine Scott harming his wife. As the investigation continued, police grew suspicious of Scott. About a month after Lassie vanished, they made a stunning discovery. Scott had 2 secret affairs and a long-term relationship with Amber Fry, who contacted police on December 30, 2002, after learning Scott was a suspect in Lacey's disappearance. Amber said she met Scott on November 20, 2002, and thought he was single. 2 weeks before Lacey's disappearance, Scott told Amber that he was a widower and that the upcoming Christmas would be his first without his wife. This revelation raised suspicions among the police, who wondered if Scott had already planned to kill his pregnant wife. To gather evidence, the police asked Amber to make a recorded phone call to Scott, hoping to capture a potential confession. The police informed Lassie's family about Scott's infidelities, and it was when they showed Lassie's mother a photo of Scott and Amber together that she became convinced of his guilt. The search for Lassie was highly comprehensive due to the involvement of the police, her loved ones, and numerous volunteers. In the first 2 days alone, more than 900 people participated in the search efforts. During a press conference, a police officer working on Lassie's case raised concerns that she may not have left her house voluntarily on December 24, 2002. Lassie's disappearance sparked widespread media attention, with the tragic and intriguing tale of a beautiful young woman vanishing from her home on Christmas Eve, captivating the public's imagination. As the public sought answers and speculated about her disappearance, the spotlight on Lassie's case intensified. When Lassie Peterson vanished on December 24, 2002, a $25,000 reward was initially offered for information leading to her safe return. As the investigation yielded no leads, the reward was increased to $500,000 to boost awareness and gather more information. To keep Lassie's case in the public eye, posters were prominently displayed in Modesto, California, and a friend's husband created a website to spread the word. Months later, on April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog in Richmond's Point Isabel Regional Shoreline Park stumbled upon a gruesome discovery in a marshy area. They found the decomposing body of a male infant. The next day, another person discovered the body of a pregnant woman on the east side of the bay shore, about a mile away from where the baby was found. On April 18, 2003, DNA tests confirmed that the bodies were indeed those of Lassie and her unborn son, Connor. Lassie and Connor were laid to rest at Burwood Cemetery. The autopsy revealed disturbing evidence. The baby had 1.5 loops of nylon tape around his neck and a significant cut on his body. Lassie's autopsy showed even more brutal injuries. 2 cracked ribs, her upper torso hollowed out with internal organs removed, and she was missing her head and limbs. The medical examiner concluded that the baby died in the womb and was expelled from Lassie's body after her death. Investigators from the FBI and Modesto Police Department searched the home of Scott and Lassie, looking for evidence of their involvement in her disappearance. The search turned up several crucial clues, including a hair found in Scott's pliers on his fishing boat. After analyzing the hair, the FBI matched it to Lassie's DNA. In addition to the home search, the FBI also thoroughly examined Scott's truck and warehouse, seeking any evidence linking him to Lassie's disappearance. The FBI searched Scott's boat and found a homemade anchor that he claimed was made from a 90-pound bag of concrete, which he had used to repair his driveway. However, the prosecution believed that Scott had created multiple anchors and used 4 of them to weigh down Lassie's body in San Francisco Bay. The bodies found in the bay were later identified as Lassie and Connor, leading to Scott's arrest near a golf course. Notably, Scott's appearance had changed significantly. His dark brown hair was now blonde. When arrested, Scott's vehicle was found to be packed with various items, including a large sum of cash, survival gear, and camping equipment. The police also discovered 4 cell phones and 2 driver's licenses, one belonging to Scott and the other linked to his brother. This evidence suggested to the police that Scott was attempting to flee the state. Scott's father offered an alternative explanation for the driver's license found in Scott's possession. According to his father, Scott had borrowed his brother's license to get a discount at a golf course. As for why Scott's car was packed, his father claimed it was because Scott was living out of his car to avoid the media, who were camping outside his house at the time. Scott's trial began in June 2004, a year after his arrest. During the opening arguments, the prosecution presented its case to the jury, arguing that Scott had killed Lassie because of his affair with Amber Fry. The prosecution highlighted Scott's suspicious behavior in the days leading up to and following Lassie's disappearance, pointing out inconsistencies in his statements to the police. Scott initially told the police he was fishing on the day Lassie went missing, but later told others he was golfing. The prosecution also noted that Scott asked the police if they had used cadaver dogs to search a park where Lassie was supposed to walk their dog, implying that Scott was aware of the potential crime scene and trying to cover his tracks. Scott's defense team presented a strong argument in court, highlighting that Scott's history of infidelity did not necessarily prove he was guilty of murdering his wife. They reasoned that Scott would not give up his life for someone he had only dated 4 times. The defense suggested that Lassie's hair might have been found in Scott's boat because she had visited the marina with him before. During the trial, 2 of Lassie's relatives testified that Scott showed no emotional response when his pregnant wife went missing. New evidence emerged when a realtor testified that Scott tried to sell their home in January, a month after Lassie's disappearance. Additionally, a salesman revealed that Scott traded in Lassie's car after she vanished. The prosecution viewed these events as incriminating evidence against Scott. Amber Fry, Scott's mistress, took the stand and shared details of their affair. The jury listened to secret recordings of Amber's phone calls with Scott, including one where he lied about being in Paris when he was actually attending a vigil for his missing wife. During the trial, a hydrologist and tide expert testified that it was possible for Lassie's body to have been dumped in the area where Scott claimed to be fishing on the day Lassie went missing. However, the defense team argued that there was a lack of credible evidence directly linking Scott to the crime. Their theory was that someone had kidnapped Lassie on Christmas Eve 2002, holding her captive until she gave birth to Connor and then disposing of both bodies in the San Francisco Bay. The defense attorney emphasized that there was no concrete evidence to connect Scott directly to the crime and that other suspects could have been responsible. A significant issue arose during the trial when a juror was removed and replaced with an alternate due to misconduct. The dismissed juror had conducted unauthorized research on the case, violating legal procedures. Additionally, the foreman of the jury asked to be removed, and it was determined that his removal was necessary to ensure a fair and just trial. On November 12, 2004, a California jury found Scott guilty of 2 murder counts: first-degree murder for killing his wife Lassie, and second-degree murder for killing their unborn son Connor. The charge of first-degree murder for Lassie's killing carried special circumstances because of the involvement of the fetus, making Scott eligible for the death penalty. After his conviction, the trial entered the penalty phase to determine his punishment. In this phase, the jury considered various factors, including Scott's prior criminal history, circumstances that aggravated the crime, and circumstances that mitigated it. The jury unanimously agreed that Scott should receive the death penalty. After reviewing the evidence, the judge upheld the jury's verdict. He concluded that Lassie's murder was cruel, uncaring, heartless, and callous, which led to Scott being sentenced to death. As is automatic in such cases, the sentence was appealed, and the California Supreme Court heard the case in June 2020. During the appeal, Scott's lawyers presented several arguments. They claimed that some potential jurors were unfairly dismissed, that 2 jurors were improperly allowed onto Scott's boat, and that the trial should have been moved to a different county due to biased questionnaire results, which showed that almost half of the potential jurors thought Scott was guilty before the trial even started. The state counted that there was no evidence to support the claim that any juror was unfairly dismissed, and that none of the 12 jurors who ultimately decided Scott's fate were biased. In August 2020, the United States Supreme Court upheld Scott's conviction, but overturned his death sentence. In 2004, a judge resentenced Scott to life in prison without parole, which led to his transfer from San Quentin State Prison to Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, California. Around the same time, on April 1, 2004, President George W. Bush signed the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, UVVA, into law. Lassie's mother and stepfather attended the signing ceremony. Lassie and Connor's law was designed to provide legal protection for unborn children in cases where their mothers were victims of violence. The legislation recognizes the unborn child as a separate legal entity from their mother, making it a crime to harm or kill the unborn child during an attack on a pregnant woman. The law acknowledges that an unborn child is a victim of violence and deserves the same rights and protections as any other human being. Banaz Mahmood was born in Iraq in 1985. She grew up in a traditional family with strong religious beliefs. When she was 10, her family moved to the UK, but their cultural values remained unchanged. At 17, Banaz was forced into a marriage with a man 10 years her senior, who spoke no English and was illiterate. The marriage was marked by physical and emotional abuse, which Banaz endured for 2 years before finally finding the courage to leave. Despite her family's disapproval, Banaz started a new life and met a man named Rahmath Soleimani, with whom she fell deeply in love. However, their relationship was kept secret due to the cultural taboos surrounding romance outside of marriage. Tragically, Banaz's family was not willing to let her move on from her past. On January 26, 2006, Rahmath reported Banaz missing to the police, but they didn't take the report seriously, convinced that she was just staying with friends. However, Rahmath persisted, and eventually the police were forced to investigate. Banaz's family had a sinister motive for their behavior, which would ultimately lead to devastating consequences. However, Banaz had found love and happiness with her boyfriend, Rahmath. They had dreams of getting married, having children, and building a happy family life. These fantasies were Banaz's joy and kept her going despite her family's hatred and aggression towards her. Her family had never accepted her husband, and in early October 2005, Banaz noticed that she was being followed by people sent by her father. On October 10, 2005, Banaz went to the police and told them about her life with her husband, the injuries she had suffered, and the surveillance she was under. She shared her fears for her safety and even her life, but the police did not take her statements seriously. For about 2 months, Banaz and Rahmath met secretly, but in early December 2005, they were spotted by people from her clan. This led to a council of male relatives gathering at her family home, where it was decided that Banaz should be killed to restore the family's honor. Banaz overheard this conversation and reported it to the police, but they again did not take her words seriously. 2 weeks later, Benaz's father tricked her into going to a relative's house, where she was attacked. She managed to escape and went to the police, who took her to the hospital. After being discharged, Benaz went to live with Rahmeth. However, by mid-January 2006, Benaz's family began urging her to return home, to mend their relationship and discuss her marriage to Rahmeth. Despite her fears, Benaz agreed to go back to her father's house, believing that her mother would protect her. Before Benaz Mahmoud returned to her family's home, she visited the police station to report her concerns and name individuals who might harm her. However, she disappeared on January 22, 2006, and her friend Rahmeth was unable to contact her, then filed a missing persons report with the police. The police eventually became involved in the case, and Chief Inspector Caroline Good was appointed to lead the investigation. She organized a large-scale search of properties associated with the Mahmoud family, suspecting that Benaz might be being held captive. The police questioned Benaz's father, uncle, and ex-husband, as well as 3 of her cousins, Omar Hussein, Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Hamid, who were also suspects. Despite the efforts of the police, Benaz's family was uncooperative and refused to help with the investigation. The police found no pictures of Benaz at her family's home, and her family members gave contradictory and false statements about her whereabouts. The police arrested 30 people, including Benaz's family members and cousins, but they all tried to slow down the investigation by giving false information. The police obtained permission to install listening devices in the cells of the arrested men, including Benaz's father, uncle, and Muhammad Hamid. The wiretap recordings revealed that the 3 men had no remorse for their actions and were actually proud of what they had done to Benaz. The recordings revealed that on the morning of January 23rd, the Mahmoud family deliberately left their home, allowing Ali Hussein and Hamid to enter and attack Benaz. The attack lasted for 2 hours, during which Benaz was subjected to beatings and violence. Finally, Hamid strangled her to death with a cord. The wiretap recordings also revealed that Benaz's cousin, Muhammad Hamid, had been involved in the attack and had threatened Rahmeth, which became a turning point in the investigation. The police were horrified as they listened to recordings that detailed the brutal murder of Benaz and the perpetrators' proud descriptions of their actions. The investigation revealed that Benaz's body had been stuffed into a suitcase and taken out of London to a derelict house with a garden in Birmingham. Caroline Good, a detective, matched the information she received with the movement data of the arrested phones and determined the search area. Despite the vastness of the area, the work could take a long time, but the criminals themselves helped the investigation by being talkative and reveling in their actions. During the conversation, one of them mentioned putting a freezer back in its place, which gave Caroline a key lead to follow. A police helicopter was dispatched to search the area, and while circling, it spotted a house with a pile of trash in the backyard, including a white oblong object that looked like a freezer. When the police inspected the area, they started digging in shifts. As they dug, they eventually reached a depth of about shoulder height. At this point, they were about to give up. But then Caroline Good recalled the words of Muhammad Hamama, who had bragged about burying Benaz so deeply that she would only be discovered if someone tipped them off. Caroline convinced the team to extend the search for 1 more day, and late in the evening of April 28, 2006, the suitcase was found. Benaz's remains were in extremely poor condition, and only dental records and DNA samples could be used to identify her. Her body was folded into a fetal position and hidden in a suitcase, buried under a freezer in the garden of a house in Birmingham. On May 1, 2006, the suspects were charged, but they showed no remorse and were convinced they had done the right thing. After the discovery of Benaz's remains, police received a flood of people providing alibis for the suspects, claiming they were in public on the day of the alleged murder. In total, 50 people were involved in Benaz's death, and Caroline Good felt anger, disgust, and contempt for the men who participated in the murder. The case eventually went to trial in March 2007, and the prosecutor described the crime as a cold-blooded and heartless execution ordered by Benaz's father and uncle. In June 2007, a jury found all 3 guilty and sentenced them to life imprisonment with minimum terms ranging from 17 to 23 years. The judge condemned the crime as barbaric and heartless, saying that the father had put his status in society above the life of his own flesh and blood. Muhammad Ali was arrested in Iraq in April 2006 for a crime against a young woman named Banaz Mahmood. The London police worked to extradite him to the UK. In June 2009, Ali was extradited and eventually sentenced to life imprisonment, with a minimum term of 21 years. The last of the 5 perpetrators, Omar Hussein, was hiding in the Iraqi countryside. In December 2009, he got into an argument with his brother and was shot in the leg. He was taken to the hospital where the police arrested him. Initially, Hussein denied being in London in 2005 and therefore couldn't be involved in Banaz's death. However, UK social security records proved that he was receiving refugee benefits at the time, contradicting his claim. In March 2010, Hussein was extradited and later sentenced to life imprisonment. Donna Ammon, who was in the house at the time of Banaz's murder, was sentenced to 8 years in prison for helping to dispose of the victim's body and obstructing justice. A recorded interview at the police station revealed her family's guilt. Banaz had tried to leave her abusive husband several times, but returned to try again at the insistence of her family. The police's indifference to her plight led to her death, which sparked significant changes in how honor killings are handled. An inquiry into police misconduct was launched, and 9 police officers were prosecuted for their inadequate response. 7 received reprimands and 2 were dismissed. Caroline Good, a determined detective, not only found Banaz's body, but also secured the conviction of her father and uncle and brought back the escaped criminals from Iraq. Unfortunately, this wouldn't bring Banaz back to life or change the fact that her own relatives, who should have protected her, were responsible for her death. Banaz was buried in the Merton and Sutton Joint Cemetery in Morden. A memorial service was held on June 26, 2007 at the MN Auditorium, followed by a granite memorial headstone at her grave. Her family did not attend either service. The memorial was paid for by law enforcement officials working on the Banaz case and the women's rights organization. Ramat Soleimani, Banaz's boyfriend, remained in the UK under the Witness Protection Program, never recovered from her death. In May 2016, 10 years after the crime, he hanged himself, marking his 3rd attempt to end his life. The extent of the problem with police handling of honor crimes is unknown due to the lack of recording requirements. However, estimates suggest that in 2000, there were 5,000 honor killings worldwide, and in 2010, over 2,800 cases of honor-based violence were reported in Iran and Kurdistan. These crimes typically involve women who are perceived to have brought shame to their families or communities. Most cases occur in South Asia or the Middle East, predominantly in Muslim communities. However, cases like that of 19-year-old Banaz Mahmood, a Kurdish woman living in Britain, highlight the tensions faced by immigrant communities as they struggle to adapt to changing lifestyles. Some groups estimate that thousands of honor crimes go unreported in minority communities in Britain, where women are often taken abroad and forced into marriage or harmed when their modern outlook on life conflicts with their traditional male communities. Banaz Mahmood, who was murdered in 2006, is a tragic example of this. Her older sister Beal urges other women in similar situations not to be afraid to seek help before it's too late. Even today, Beal lives in fear for her life, hiding her identity behind a long black veil that covers her entire body and face, except for her eyes. The story of Banaz Mahmood is a stark reminder that women who try to escape or live a secret life are constantly in fear of being found and punished. The Metropolitan Police team that investigated Banaz's murder and brought those responsible to justice was awarded for their work in detective investigation. A crucial piece of evidence was a videotape that captured Banaz's nervous testimony, in which she described the violence and oppression she faced at the hands of her abusive husband and the intimidation she suffered from men on the street. She warned of her impending death due to the shame she had brought upon her family. Unfortunately, her warnings were ignored, and she was ultimately killed. Jessica Bagjin was born May 3, 1979, and lived with her parents in the small town of Sitka, Alaska. Sitka was a place known for having little to no crime. As a teenager, she enjoyed listening to Willie Nelson, loved to cook. She enjoyed going fishing with her family and was always excited to participate in the Thanksgiving pie making marathons. She planned to attend college in Arizona and pursue a career in photography. On her 17th birthday, May 3, 1996, she spent the evening celebrating with her sister and her friends at her sister's home off Sawmill Creek Road. Early the next morning, she decided to walk home, which was only about a mile away. Her parents woke the next morning to find that she never made it home, and her father then reported her missing to the Sitka Police Department. The local search and rescue team focused their efforts in the wooded area west of the Indian River between the campus of Sheldon Jackson College and Sawmill Creek Road. They soon found a shirt later identified as the one Jessica was wearing when she was last seen alive. Then Jessica's body was found beneath the trunk of a large fallen tree in the Sitka National Historic Park, about 70 feet off the bike path, which paralleled Sawmill Creek Road. The rest of her clothing and belongings were also found in the immediate area. 9 days later, a local man named Richard Bingham confessed to her sexual assault and murder. He had been living in the harbor on a boat and employed as a janitor at Sheldon Jackson College and was a heavy drinker. Sadly, Bingham was a simple-minded man that was easily manipulated. One example of this was one time Bingham had been told he had stolen a salmon from a fish processor where he worked. So he showed up with a replacement fish. The manager told him that he hadn't stolen a fish and to go home. When news of Jessica's death overwhelmed the town, a drinking buddy of Bingham suggested to him that he may have had something to do with the killing because he often blacked out while drinking. Soon, he was at the police station telling the officers he was having disturbing dreams and flashbacks about the murder and asked if they could help him. Officers interrogated Bingham for several hours using the Reed technique, which is an aggressive method that has been criticized for its tendency to produce false confessions. His confession was allegedly coerced and nothing he volunteered himself was accurate, but he was still arrested. It was determined months later that none of the physical evidence collected from the crime scene connected him to the actual crime. A psychologist testified that Bingham was vulnerable to suggestion and had intellectual deficiencies. He went to trial for Jessica's sexual assault and murder in early 1997 and was found not guilty on all charges. He then moved to Washington to avoid the residents of Sitka as they still believed he was the killer. The hunt then continued for Jessica's real killer, the man with the matching DNA. More than 100 potential suspects were cleared through DNA comparison and the trail went cold. In September of 2018, the Alaska Cold Case Unit discussed utilizing a new forensic DNA procedure called genetic genealogy. After reviewing the DNA evidence in the case, it was determined that there was sufficient DNA from evidence collected from the original investigation to generate a profile of the suspect. The suspect's DNA was submitted to Parabon Nanolabs a few weeks later, and in 2019, a profile was developed and uploaded into public genealogy databases. By the end of the year, after months of genealogical research, a new suspect emerged by the name of Steve Branch. Investigators established that Branch lived in Sitka at the time of the murder. Also, it was learned that the same year as Jessica's murder, Branch had been investigated by the Sitka police for sexually assaulting another teenage girl. 2 months before Jessica was murdered, a worker at C-Mart, a local grocery, found a teenage coworker crying in the break room. When the coworker asked what was wrong, the 18-year-old girl said Steve Branch had raped her. He was indicted and arrested for the incident in June of 1996. Branch took the stand and cried, talking about the mistake he had made, but maintaining the encounter was consensual. After only a few hours, the jury decided to acquit him. Branch stayed in Sitka for 15 more years and then moved to Austin, Arkansas in 2010. In January 2020, the Alaska Cold Case Unit reached out to the Arkansas State Police for their assistance. For weeks, they attempted to obtain a discarded DNA sample from Branch, but were unsuccessful. A few months later, Sitka PD was able to obtain a discarded DNA sample from a relative of Branch. Kinship DNA analysis that was completed in May of 2020 determined Steve Branch was most likely the source of the suspect DNA found on Jessica's clothing and body. In early August, investigators from the Alaska Bureau of Investigation traveled to Arkansas. The investigators went to Branch's home to question him and obtain a DNA sample in order to positively confirm he was the source of the suspect DNA. But he denied any involvement in the case and refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. Investigators left the residence to apply for a search warrant to secure a DNA sample directly from him. However, approximately a half hour after the investigators left his home, he shot himself. After securing a search warrant, investigators collected Branch's DNA during his autopsy. On August 10, 2020, it was confirmed that Branch's DNA matched the suspect DNA found on Jessica and at the scene. With the help of several private citizens who voluntarily uploaded their DNA profiles into public genealogy databases and then authorized their profiles to be accessible to law enforcement, the genealogists were able to piece together a complex family tree that eventually exposed Branch as Jessica's killer. After 25 years, Jessica's case is finally closed, and while it might not be the justice she deserved, at least her family now has some closure. Darlene DePaula Krashik was born August 22, 1966 in Maryland to Paul and Betty. At the age of 20, she was an Army specialist on active duty stationed at Fort Carson, Colorado, and assigned to the 73rd Maintenance Company as a mechanic doing vehicle wheel repairs. On March 27, 1987, two officers from the Colorado Springs Police Department found her body while on routine patrol about 5:20 a.m. behind the Korean Club restaurant in Colorado Springs, Colorado. An autopsy would determine the cause of death to be from strangulation. The night before, she had gone to a club called Shuffles with other soldiers where she spent the evening drinking and dancing. Her friends decided to leave her there, and she was last seen leaving the club between midnight and 1 a.m. with an unidentified man. Both Shuffles and the Korean Club restaurant have since closed down and were about a mile apart. Detectives determined from the condition of her body, as well as fresh tire impressions in the nearby snow, that she had been killed elsewhere and then her body dumped behind the restaurant. Police found DNA evidence on her body but couldn't find a match, and the case went cold. Since DNA testing was not available in 1986, the case was reopened in 2004 and 2011, and an unknown male DNA profile was found on several pieces of evidence. In 2017, the DNA was used to create two composite photos showing what the suspect could have possibly looked like at 25 years old and between 50 and 55 years old. Based on the genealogy information, the Criminal Investigation Command would hit on a name in the database, Michael White. White is a retired soldier who was stationed at Fort Carson at the time of her murder. Photos of White also match the composite sketch, and on June 12, 2019, he was arrested for the murder of Darlene at his home in the 1500 block of East 131st Place in Thornton, Colorado. During his trial in June of 2021, he testified that he joined the Army in 1979, right after high school, and was stationed in Fort Carson in 1986. White said while stationed in Colorado Springs, it was common for Fort Carson soldiers to visit the Korean Club restaurant and Shuffles to drink beer and dance with women. He said in 1987, he lived off base with his then-wife, Hilda. He denies murdering Darlene and claims to not know how his DNA got on her or the wire hanger used to strangle her. He did admit to drinking and partying a lot during that time at the bar Darlene was last seen at and the place where her body was found. He also admitted to dancing and going home with a lot of women, but said he did not remember Darlene or recognize her in the photos. On June 25, 2021, Michael White was sentenced to life in prison without parole for the torture, murder, and sexual assault of Darlene, and her parents were finally able to see their daughter receive justice after 34 long years. Manhattan, New York. With the densest population, Manhattan is geographically the smallest of the 5 boroughs of New York City. Situated on one of the world's largest natural harbors, it is mostly made up of Manhattan Island. Other than its cultural offerings and iconic scenic beauty, the city is known for its towering skyscrapers, including the Empire State Building, neon-lit Times Square, and the theaters of Broadway. Even with such a reputation, the Inwood area of Manhattan became a subject of grim headlines after the discovery of human remains in the summer of 1991. On the early summer morning of July 23, 1991, the New York City Police Department of Washington Heights 34th Precinct received a chilling call regarding a gruesome discovery. 2 construction workers were repairing a southbound lane along the Henry Hudson Parkway. about 40 miles off of Dickman Street in Manhattan, New York, when they noticed a foul odor from the wooded embankment area off the road. The smell only grew stronger and eventually led the construction workers to a blue and white igloo cooler. After finding the source of the overpowering smell, the workers began to open the lid of the cooler. When they discovered a few cans of Coke, underneath those cans there was a black plastic bag that contained what seemed like human remains. When the NYPD detectives approached the scene, at first glance, they were not sure if the remains really belonged to a human. This was assumed given the fact that the place was used as an illegal dump site where people often dumped their waste along with deceased animals. However, an inspection of the garbage proved otherwise, as the skeletal remains were quickly determined to be human. Inside the garbage bag, the young female child was lying in a fetal position, with her hands clasped together, bound with rope and a cord from Venetian blinds. The decomposing body was completely naked and bloated. In addition to the Coke cans, the garbage bag was also surrounded by water, which the investigators suspected to originally be ice. They estimated she had been dead 6 to 8 days before the cooler was found. They believed she was dead for a week, and the hot sunlight not only melted the ice, but popped several of the cans, causing soda to leak out and destroy forensic evidence such as fingerprints and DNA. The body was then taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Although identifying the body was impossible due to the level of decomposition, the autopsy result brought out several significant details regarding the cause of death and the physical characteristics of the victim. The coroner determined that the child was either white or Hispanic, and aged between 3 to 5 years. She had long, wavy dark hair, which was pulled back in a ponytail. The child was also believed to be extremely malnourished, weighing only 28 pounds, which was quite low compared to children of her age. The report also indicated that the young girl had been sexually abused and died on or about July 18, 1991, as a result of asphyxiation. Without a doubt, the findings suggested that the little girl was regularly tortured before her short life came to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, no other clue was found that could lead to the identification of the poor child. Clearly, the NYPD detectives were landed with the daunting task of not only identifying the victim, but also tracking down her killer. In the neighborhood of Inwood, Manhattan, which was considered to be a place of rampant crimes, this crime stood out as a symbol of sheer brutality. In an attempt to crack this case, the NYPD detectives tried out every tactic they could possibly think of. From distributing flyers to urging the people to come forward if they had any knowledge about this Jane Doe, police tried everything but came up empty-handed. The murder received plenty of attention from both the police department and the media back then, and investigators had every reason to believe that someone would soon come forward with information. And people did come forward. In the initial phase of the investigation, countless tips came in. One of the tips included a call from a woman that came in just 6 days after the remains were discovered. The caller, who did not identify herself, said on a Sunday in July 1991, she was going to a wedding, and from the toll booth of the Hudson, they saw a Hispanic man in fleece and a Hispanic woman in heels walking north on the parkway with a picnic cooler in their hand. The lead seemed legit but did not go anywhere, and in the end the woman denied cooperating with the police by helping them create a sketch. There were other tips, including a young female drug addict who claimed the girl was her niece and a grieving grandmother who insisted the child was her granddaughter, both of which yielded no results. Sadly, every other lead NYPD detectives followed hit a dead end eventually. Detectives scanned through the National Missing Children databases, but nothing panned out, leaving the deceased child without a name. As the mystery deepened in the case, so did the affection of the detectives for the little Jane Doe. Since no one knew the girl's name and the cops had no way of identifying her, she was given the name Baby Hope, because by then, hope was all they had left in their attempts to solve the Jane Doe case, and they truly hoped that it wouldn't take long for justice to prevail. After a few days of investigation, an anthropologist developed an enhanced sketch based on the bone structure of Baby Hope and distributed it to the media. This was the first sketch that showed what she might have looked like, but even this effort remained fruitless. For nearly 2 years, Jane Doe's corpse remained in the NYPD morgue when detectives decided it was finally time to let her go. In those 2 years, no family members came forward to claim her, and the NYPD took the responsibility upon themselves to provide her with a proper burial with their own money. On July 23, 1993, on the second anniversary of Baby Hope's remains being found, uniformed cops from NYPD carried the tiny coffin of Jane Doe, which was led by 8 children to the Campbell Funeral Home on Wadsworth Avenue, Manhattan. The lead detective, Jerry Giorgio, actively participated in the funeral while his wife bought a white dress for Baby Hope to offer their affection for a stranger they only knew by death. Not only the detectives, but the community also played their part. More than 500 people from the neighborhood attended the funeral while praying for justice for the little girl. She was buried at St. Raymond's Cemetery in the Bronx with the name of Baby Hope etched on her black headstone. Over the years, both the detectives from the NYPD and the people from the community periodically visited her grave and left her things in her honor. Without any solid leads to go on, the investigation into Baby Hope's case went nowhere. Although the NYPD never gave up on this case, the urgency of the case faded away underneath all the new crimes. Throughout the years, there were minor developments in the case, but it mostly remained cold. With every anniversary of Baby Hope's murder, local media in New York ran the story in hopes of refreshing the memories of a potential witness or spreading awareness of this horrific crime. The efforts always fell short, and the case remained cold. By 2000, there were many new technologies and forensic profile developments that were introduced into the criminal system, which were not available back in the 90s. Seeing that the technologies were proving to be helpful in other cold cases, the NYPD attempted to utilize these techniques in an attempt to build a forensic DNA profile on Baby Hope and run it through all missing children's databases. But that effort remained unsuccessful. As technology continued to progress, Baby Hope's body was exhumed for DNA tests 2 times in the span of 4 years. The first one in 2006 and the second one in 2011. None of them proved to be significant, as detectives were still not able to unveil the mystery of Baby Hope's identity. With encouragement from the public, the NYPD reopened the case in 2013, in July of the same year, on the occasion of the 22nd anniversary of the discovery of Baby Hope. The NYPD tried another round of publicity on the case. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood where her body was found, hung flyers, and distributed the sketches of the girl and a photograph of the cooler. They even announced a $12,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Their efforts finally got a breakthrough in the case for the first time in 2 decades. After seeing the flyers, a woman called the New York City Crime Stoppers, the tip line for New York City, to share some valuable information. She shared with police a conversation she had overheard in a laundromat 2 years ago, in which a woman claimed that Baby Hope might have been her sister. The tipster also provided several pieces of information to the police regarding the woman's family. This tip led the investigators to a 27-year married Brooklyn mother of 3, Lorencita Lorena Ramirez. As investigators knocked on Lorena's door and she opened it, they're met with a shocking mirror image of Baby Hope if she were alive then. Lorena had a striking resemblance to the police sketch of Baby Hope, almost providing reassurance to the detectives that they might have come to the right place. So, without wasting any time, detectives began questioning Lorena about her missing sister. Lorena said that she had not remembered anything about one of her sisters being missing, even her name. That was until Lorena was 11. And her younger sister, Maribel, rejoined her family after staying with her father's family for years. It was Maribel who told Lorena that she remembered being suddenly awoken by something one night. She then went on to witness her sister's body being stuffed into a refrigerator and placed into a cooler later on. She also remembered looking to the other room and seeing plastic bags placed on the ground along with the conversation between 2 adults, which included the sentence, "She doesn't fit." However, neither Maribel nor Lorena ever came out with this information. Lorena did not even link Baby Hope's case to these memories until a few months after the anniversary of the discovery of remains, when she was watching it on a TV channel. The story was eerily convenient as far as Baby Hope's murder was concerned. However, investigators needed a parent for a DNA match, which led them to Lorena's mother. With assistance from Lorena, detectives did not waste much time tracking down her mother, Margarita Castillo, not far from her daughter Lorena. Margarita, at the time, resided in Washington Heights in Queens, New York. However, as eager as investigators were to talk to her, Margarita did not reciprocate the same feelings. She was not interested to talk to the investigators and turned them down before the investigators legally obtained an envelope that had Margarita's DNA on it. The test results of this DNA came back with the answer detectives had been searching for over 2 decades. Margarita Castillo was the biological mother of baby Hope. With tears in her eyes, Margarita agreed to talk only when she saw the DNA result and the composite sketch of baby Hope. Margarita let the investigators know that baby Hope was indeed her long-lost daughter, Angelica Castillo. After decades of lying nameless in a Manhattan cemetery, baby Hope finally got her name back. However, this revelation created more questions than answers. One of the most significant of them was why Margarita would never report her daughter missing in the first place. Claiming that she only acted that way because she had no knowledge of Angelica being missing, Margarita began to tell the investigators the story of how she became estranged from her own daughter. Angelica was born on April 24, 1987, to her mother, Margarita Castillo, and her father, Genaro Ramirez. Despite having several children, the couple's marital life was rocky, as Margarita was scared of Genaro, who had a reputation for being abusive. Just after a few years of Angelica's birth, Margarita and Genaro separated as a result of their regular fights. According to Margarita, it was after one of those fights in 1991 that she took her 3 daughters with her and left the home. The next day, Genaro called her, saying that he wanted to meet his daughters. Though still angry due to his behavior, Margarita accepted, considering Genaro was still the father of the girls. As per Genaro's instructions, Margarita brought the girls to the house of his adult niece, where he was already present. After spending the night there, Margarita decided to leave the next day, when Genaro had a strange request for her. He wanted her to leave their 2 younger daughters, Angelica and Maribel, with him and take the older Lorena with her. Margarita, who was well aware of his violent nature, knew that it was not just a request but a threat. Despite not agreeing to the arrangement, Margarita left her younger daughters with him. Margarita also said that she often visited the girls after being forced to leave them with their father and brought them little gifts. During one visit, she saw that her estranged husband wasn't around. She asked the niece, Velvina Juarez Ramirez, if she could take her kids back, which Velvina rejected, saying that her uncle would be upset if she let the kids go. Margarita claimed that she kept visiting the place until one day the family moved, without informing her or leaving any address. Margarita had no idea where her estranged husband or daughters were. In 1995, 4 years after baby Hope's remains were found, Margarita got a call from a woman saying that Belvina had passed away. Margarita headed to the location and inquired about her daughters after giving her condolences to the deceased. Unfortunately, nobody in the family told her about the whereabouts of her 2 daughters, and she came home empty-handed. It was only later that another call from the same woman requesting her to pick up her daughter, referring only to Maribel, that she realized that there was something terribly wrong. She was then informed that Maribel was the only daughter who had been there all along, while nobody had any clue where Angelica was. Although Margarita suspected Genaro of being responsible for Angelica's disappearance, she never went to the police to report her daughter missing. Asserting an explanation for her actions, Margarita said that since her family had illegally immigrated from Mexico and she did not speak English and only spoke Spanish, she was scared to go to the police. Though Margarita accepted her fate, never taking a stand for her own daughter, detectives were dedicated to providing their precious baby Hope with justice. They now considered General Ramirez as the prime suspect in his daughter's disappearance and murder, and a massive search began for him. Unfortunately, to this day, no information about his whereabouts have come to light, as he continues to be a missing person. Yet some people, including Margarita, believe he fled the US and returned to his home country, Mexico. When tracking down Angelica's father failed, everyone thought the mystery of baby Hope's brutal murder would never be solved until police pointed their fingers at another man. The man was none other than Angelica's own cousin on her father's side and Velvina's brother, then 30-year-old Conrado Juarez Ramirez. Juarez was a regular visitor of the home where Angelica and Maribel were living under the care of Belvina and 5 other relatives in an apartment in Astoria, Queens. Juarez had a long criminal history comprising different kinds of crime, including sexual assault. Surprisingly, his family still let him hang around the children. Based on past records, NYPD detectives wanted to zero in on this guy and went looking for him. They waited in front of the Manhattan restaurant where he worked as a dishwasher and later brought him in for questioning. Although he was asked questions regarding Angelica's disappearance, detectives still suspected Angelica's father to be the one responsible until Juarez dropped a bombshell. After initially denying it a few hours into the questioning, 52-year-old Juarez began confessing to the murder. He revealed that in July 1991, he was visiting his sister, Belvina, in her Queens apartment, when one night he came back to find 4-year-old Angelica in the hallway in the middle of the night. Angelica was seemingly looking to go to the bathroom, when Juarez took her by the hand into his room and she went with him. At some point, Juarez claimed that alcohol made him lose control and he tried to sexually molest her, and she started screaming. To keep her quiet, Juarez bound the little girl to the table, which was often done to her to stop her from getting food or water. He claimed that he did not intend to harm her and only suffocated her to stop her from crying. He then took a pillow and suffocated her until she went motionless. After he was done, he summoned his sister Belvina, who was in another room. Shocked by the incident, she began yelling at him, before quickly deciding they had to get rid of the body instead of notifying the police. Juarez claimed that it was Belvina who gave him a cooler that was in the garage, and had a conversation about how they would fit the girl inside it, the very conversation Maribel had heard that night and later revealed to her sister. After binding Angelica's hands and feet, Juarez stuffed the lifeless body inside the cooler, almost in half, and placed Coke cans over it, so that it wouldn't look suspicious. The pair then hailed a cab from Astoria to Washington Heights and disposed of the cooler in the wooded area. It was later discovered. Eerily, Juarez's confession perfectly aligned with the tip where a woman saw a Hispanic man and a Hispanic woman carrying a cooler a few days before the discovery, suggesting it was legit all along. Hoping that the remains would never be discovered, the pair parted their separate ways, never to talk about this again. In 1995, Belvina died, taking the disturbing secret to her grave, while Juarez went on with his life as if nothing happened. In this interview with police, Juarez also revealed that Angelica was mistreated and tortured at the hands of Belvina and her family on a regular basis for the last 2 years of her life. From starving to being harshly punished, the little girl went through an unspeakable amount of suffering in her already short life. It was finally time for her to get justice as investigators took Juarez into their custody and charged him with first-degree murder. Police would later learn that at one time when Margarita demanded that Juarez let her see her girls, Juarez responded by saying that when he returned from Mexico, there was only one girl and that the other girl was dead. Detectives who had held baby Hope close to their hearts all those years were disgusted by the fact that even after that, Margarita never went to the police or looked for her daughter. When the mother was asked in an interview what she would say to her dead daughter, she replied, "I would ask her to forgive me, that I wish I could have stopped him before he could hurt her." Unfortunately, after initially confessing to Angelica's murder, Conrado Juarez Ramirez recanted his words. This time, he claimed that his sister, Belvina, called him on his cell phone one night in July 1991, describing that Angelica had fallen down the stairs and she needed his help to dispose of her body. He then admitted that he helped her bind the child's body. Then he and Belvina drove to the Henry Hudson Parkway, where they dumped her body. After the recantation, prosecutors were having a hard time building a case against him. They were worried due to no forensic evidence linking Juarez to the murder. After Belvina's death, there was no potential witness either. While the investigators persisted that he described many things that only a killer would know, the defense focused more on the forensic evidence. Eventually, the case would come to conclusion, after 22 years of a long battle, but not in a way anybody would have wanted. While in jail in 2018, 52-year-old Conrado Juarez Ramirez passed away after falling ill, pending his trial in Manhattan Supreme Court the following year. The case was officially closed after the only suspect was killed. As for Angelica's father, Genaro Ramirez, Investigators concluded that although he might have other potential victims of his own, he was most likely unaware of his daughter's fate once he left home and never came back. There is no doubt that this poor 4-year-old girl had been through a lot before tragically being murdered and left to rot. Yet it's amazing to see strangers pouring out their love for her while her own family failed and betrayed her. We can only hope that the little one could rest in peace with her name on her gravestone after 2 decades. The case of Jessica Paget. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980, in Pennsylvania, where she spent her entire life. As a child, she was energetic and cheerful. However, her parents, Thomas and Danelle, divorced when she was young. Her mother later remarried, and Jessica formed a close bond with her stepfather, whom she considered her second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, Jessica attended college to study preschool education. It was during this time that she met her future husband, Michael Paget. They began dating, moved in together, and had 2 children over the course of their 8-year relationship. Although they didn't get married until August 2014, Michael was a caring father and husband. However, like any family, they experienced ups and downs in their relationship. Jessica was happy with Michael, but just 4 months after their wedding, she vanished. Before her disappearance, Jessica worked at a kindergarten in Northampton for 2 years. She loved her job as she was passionate about working with children and had a natural ability to connect with them. The children adored her and she enjoyed spending time with them. On November 21st, Jessica dropped off her older children at school and then headed to work with her younger son, who attended the same kindergarten. It was a typical day, with no indication of the trouble that was to come. Jessica asked her administrator if she could take a short break from work to send a fax to her mother's house in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator agreed, and Jessica left her son at kindergarten before driving to her mother's house. She was expected to return to work within 30 minutes, but an hour passed and she didn't come back. Her colleagues tried calling her, but she didn't answer. When Jessica failed to return, the kindergarten administrator contacted her husband, Michael, to ask if he knew where she was. Michael said he was at work and hadn't heard from her. He tried calling her, but all his calls went straight to voicemail, which was unusual for Jessica as she always answered calls from her family. Michael then called his mother-in-law, Danelle, who was in Florida, to see if Jessica had contacted her. However, Danelle hadn't heard from her daughter all day and was immediately worried. She suggested that Michael call her husband, Greg, who was Jessica's stepfather, to see if he had any information. However, Greg reported that he hadn't seen or spoken to Jessica that day. As the minutes ticked by, Jessica's relatives grew increasingly worried. After numerous failed attempts to contact her, Danelle took a flight to Pennsylvania to search for her daughter. Meanwhile, for hours after Jessica disappeared from work, her husband Michael reported her missing to the police. He expressed his concern that Jessica would never leave their children voluntarily, leading him to fear the worst. The police promptly launched an investigation distributing Jessica's description to all nearby stations. She was described as 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing 130 pounds, with a footprint tattoo on her shoulder, brown hair, and hazel eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words "Duck Duck Goose" on the front and "Staff" on the back. A thorough search of local hospitals and morgues yielded no results. Detectives worked to determine Jessica's whereabouts, interviewing her co-workers in the process. However, everyone they spoke to reported that Jessica had no enemies and was well-liked by her colleagues, children, and their parents. According to her co-workers, Jessica seemed fine when she left work at lunchtime and they noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife Jessica missing, the police were able to locate her phone signal, which indicated that it was approximately 1 mile from the kindergarten where she worked. Although the data was not entirely accurate due to inherent location determination errors, it provided a general area for the police to focus their search. However, by the time they began searching, it was already nighttime. The police found Jessica's car, a white Subaru Outback, in a nearby parking lot. The vehicle was unlocked and empty, with her purse, documents, and bank card still inside. The keys were in the ignition, and her phone was on the passenger seat next to her purse. There were no signs of a crime in the car, leaving the police with several unanswered questions. Where was Jessica, and what had caused her to abandon her car and valuables so close to her workplace? To answer these questions, the police sought CCTV footage. A camera on the back wall of a store across the street had captured the area where Jessica's car was found. After reviewing the footage with the store manager, the police saw Jessica driving into the parking lot at around 1 p.m. She got out of the car and stood by the driver's door for a short time before leaving and not returning. The investigators were baffled by Jessica's disappearance, as she had left behind her documents, phone, and keys. It was unclear whether she had intentionally gone into hiding. Surveillance footage showed Jessica walking between two buildings towards another parking lot, where she vanished from view due to the lack of cameras. To get a better look at the footage, the investigators made a copy of the video to review on a larger screen at the police station. The Northampton Police Department, being a small force, enlisted the help of the Pennsylvania State Police to coordinate a search effort. Flyers with Jessica's photo were distributed throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, as well as shared on social media and through local news outlets. State police detectives began reconstructing the events leading up to Jessica's disappearance. They started by re-interviewing the kindergarten staff, who revealed that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house. The detectives then visited the house, which was approximately 4 miles from the kindergarten, in search of answers. The detectives met with Danelle and her husband Greg at the scene and learned that Jessica had keys to their home and could visit at any time. On the day of her disappearance, both Danelle and Greg had been out, Danelle in Florida and Greg elsewhere, which left uncertainty about Jessica's activities at the house. They also checked Greg's fax machine for records of usage but found that the device was faulty, which didn't provide any clear information. Jessica might have used another fax machine, but it still didn't explain why she had left her belongings in her car. The detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband Michael, as husbands are often suspects in such cases, to confirm Michael's story that he was the first to leave the house on the day Jessica disappeared. Detectives investigated his claim. It was a possibility they couldn't rule out, as statistically, a significant number of disappearances involve a partner. As they continued the investigation, the police arranged a search party, and local media alerted the public about Jessica's disappearance. Anyone with information was asked to come forward. By this point, 48 hours had passed, but no new leads emerged on Jessica's journey to her mother's house. To bait in their investigation, detectives scoured the route to her mother's house for surveillance cameras. One key location, an Exxon gas station adjacent to the main road leading to the mother's residence, had multiple cameras installed. Given the fact that this gas station was strategically situated on Jessica's stated route, the police logically inferred that if Jessica drove in the direction she said, she would be captured on camera. A review of the recording showed that her car was, indeed, captured driving by at approximately 12:56 p.m. From there, the journey to her mother's house took just a few minutes, suggesting Jessica would need to make the short trip back in order to utilize a functional fax machine, which wasn't operational at her mother's home. While fast-forwarding the tape to find a shot of the vehicle's potential return, detectives made a perplexing observation. The footage shows Jessica's white car speeding through a gas station just 14 minutes later. Notably, the car took a peculiar route, turning towards the gas station and continuing onto the other side without stopping, before heading towards the city center, where the car was later abandoned in a parking lot. Given her rapid pace, the likely reason for this unusual detour was a red traffic light at the intersection, which Jessica may have attempted to avoid by cutting through the gas station. From there, she drove onto a different road where the light was green and eventually left her car in the parking lot, where a police officer discovered it later. However, a surprising detail emerged upon closer inspection of the footage. Jessica, who was 5 feet, 4 inches tall and 130 pounds, appeared to be much shorter and lighter than the person seen exiting her car. Measuring against the known height of the car, experts estimated that this person stood between 5 feet 11 inches and 6 feet 3 inches tall. Moreover, during their examination of the abandoned car, the police noticed that the driver's seat was pushed forward, which would make it uncomfortable for someone taller than 5 feet 11 inches to operate the vehicle comfortably. The police initially found it suspicious that the driver's seat was positioned for someone of Jessica's height. However, after reviewing the footage, they discovered that the person who got out of the car had adjusted the seat to its most forward position, attempting to make it seem like Jessica was driving. But this raised another question. Who was the tall person seen in the footage? Michael, he stood at around 6 feet tall. The police brought him in for questioning, and he denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance, claiming he was at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives verified his alibi by interviewing his colleagues and tracking the geolocation of his phone on the day of Jessica's disappearance. The evidence confirmed that Michael was indeed at work at the time, which meant the person in the footage was not him. For days had passed since Jessica's disappearance, and her children were struggling to cope with the stress and uncertainty. Despite the ongoing search efforts, no leads had been found. Investigators re-examined the footage of someone exiting Jessica's car, but the person's identity remained a mystery. However, upon closer inspection, the officers noticed a detail they had previously missed. A minute after the unknown person disappeared from view, a white SUV, likely a Ford, left the scene. This new information led the police to Greg, Jessica's stepfather, who matched the suspect's height description and owned a similar vehicle. The police requested that Greg come to the station for questioning, leaving him shocked and dismayed to be considered a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. Greg claimed that he had left his car at a service center for repairs and that a neighbor had given him a ride there to pick it up. He then stated that he had stopped at an Exxon gas station to grab a bite to eat. However, the police obtained CCTV footage from the gas station which showed Greg driving past the station just 2 minutes after leaving the service center. Turned out that Greg had lied about stopping at the gas station. Further investigation revealed that Greg's entire story was fabricated. His neighbor denied driving him to the service center, contradicting Greg's claim. This led detectives to suspect that Greg might have been involved in Jessica's disappearance. By piecing together the evidence, investigators concluded that Greg was likely at home when Jessica arrived. It's possible that something happened and Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. The police searched Greg's house, where they found evidence that contradicted his alibi. The fax machine, which Greg claimed was not working, was found to be functional, and its usage history showed that Jessica had indeed sent a fax from the house on the day of her disappearance. Furthermore, a trash can in the basement contained napkins with bloodstains, and Greg's shoes, which were found in a dumpster on the street, had dried blood on them. Daniel reported to the police that Greg had requested an early trash pickup the day before, which seemed unusual at the time, especially since the trash can wasn't full. In hindsight, this could be how Greg disposed of evidence related to cleaning products and rags used in the house. During a second interrogation, the police confronted Greg, stating that they knew his previous statements were false and that they had found evidence in his home. They also informed him that they were aware Jessica had been at his house on the day she disappeared. Greg then began to talk. Greg claimed that when he returned home on the afternoon of November 21st, he found Jessica's car in the driveway and bloodstains on the carpet. He alleged that Jessica was already dead when he arrived and that he panicked, fearing no one would believe him. He supposedly drove Jessica's car to a city center parking lot and then returned home. Greg also stated that Jessica had outstanding debts, which he claimed led to her death. However, detectives later discovered that this was another lie, and they found evidence that Greg had purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. The investigators were fed up with Greg's inconsistent stories, so they directly asked him where he had hidden his stepdaughter Jessica's body, explaining that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Realizing he was caught, Greg changed his story again. This time, he claimed he was at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked to send a fax. According to Greg, he was standing behind her as she used the computer, and he became aroused and developed a desire for his stepdaughter. Without saying a word, he allegedly pulled out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. Then, he moved Jessica's body to the bedroom. Greg then drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center, where he had previously left his Ford for repairs. To mislead investigators, He adjusted the seat to make it appear as though Jessica was driving. What Greg said next shocked the investigators. After returning home, he set up a video camera near the bed and recorded a video of himself with Jessica's body. The police later found this disturbing video on Greg's computer. Greg confessed to wrapping his stepdaughter Jessica's body in a blanket and hiding it in a ravine near his home. He claimed he was not a bad person but had lost control. After the crime, Greg's life fell apart. He lost his business, home, dogs, and wife. However, he never mentioned the loss of Jessica. Jessica's mother, Danelle, was shocked to discover that her daughter was dead and that her husband was responsible. The authorities announced Jessica's death, stating that she was a victim of homicide. The district attorney, John Morganelli, expressed skepticism about Greg's version of events, but believed there was a sexual motive behind the crime. The prosecutor's office examined the evidence to determine if Greg had planned the attack. Jessica's family released a statement thanking law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. They described Jessica as a beautiful and vibrant young woman who was loved by her family and friends and stated that her loss made the world a darker place. Gregory Gregg, 53, was charged with the murder of Jessica Pettit. Initially, investigators suspected that Greg had tried to persuade Jessica into a romantic encounter, but when she refused, he killed her to avoid exposure. However, this theory was difficult to prove due to the lack of defensive wounds on Jessica's body. She died from a single wound to the back of her head, which corroborated Greg's testimony. Under Pennsylvania law, Greg could have faced the death penalty, but since Jessica was already dead when he committed the second part of the crime, the prosecution could not pursue the death penalty. An examination of Greg and Jessica's computers and phones revealed no evidence of a relationship beyond that of stepfather and stepdaughter. The trial began in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli noted that Greg's lawyer, John McMahon Jr., failed to submit the results of a mental health evaluation for Greg. McMahon claimed that Greg evaluated for a possible insanity defense, but the evaluation found that Greg did not have a diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use it in the trial. During the trial, the jury was forced to watch a disturbing 6-minute video that Greg had recorded, which showed him committing heinous crimes using adult toys he had purchased the day before. The jury was reluctant to view the video, but the judge ruled that they were obligated to watch it before reaching a verdict. Greg's lawyer argued that the crime was not premeditated and that his client should be charged with a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. In response, Northampton County District Attorney John Morganelli presented the video as evidence to prove that the crime was, in fact, premeditated. Morganelli explained that this was necessary to convince the jurors of Greg's guilt, despite the disturbing nature of the footage. The jury delivered a unanimous verdict in just 6 minutes, finding Gregory Gregg guilty of taking Jessica's life and desecrating her body. As a result, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. When asked by the judge if he had any final words, Greg simply replied, "No, sir. I'm just very sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge advised the jurors to seek counseling from a psychologist to cope with the traumatic case. Jessica's husband, Michael, spoke to reporters, expressing the difficulty of moving on without his beloved wife and raising their 3 children alone. He described Jessica as the most wonderful person he had ever met. In a separate matter, Danelle, Greg's wife, has initiated divorce proceedings. However, the process is proving to be complex and Greg is hindering her efforts. Today's case will take us to Fort Wayne, a city located in northeastern Indiana. With a population of more than 250,000 people, it is the second most populous city in Indiana. Fort Wayne's economy in the 21st century is based on distribution, transportation, and logistics. The city also boasts one of the country's best zoos, a popular hands-on science center, great wedding venues, and a famous theater, amongst other things. Noel was born on June 28, 1991, and was 25 years old as of 2017. Brian, on the other hand, was born on July 7, 1987, in Fort Wayne where he grew up with his sister, Amber Nicole Lash. Those who knew Brian when he was little described him as someone who was always getting into trouble. It's not clear when Brian and Noel met and got married. However, They both lived together in an apartment located at 4811 Weiser Park Avenue in Fort Wayne. Brian and his wife Noelle had a young son who they named King Richard. In addition to this, Brian also had two daughters named Olivia Joyce Lash and Alexis Marie Lash, but whom he had them with remains unclear. To put food on the table, both Noelle and Brian were involved in the selling of marijuana. The drug deals were usually done in locations far away from their home. However, these deals were sometimes conducted within their home. It was a risky business, as the drug trades often brought them in contact with all sorts of dangerous people. Brian and Noelle were well aware of the dangers, but the profit they were making from the business kept them going. However, things got really messy when they least expected it. On June 9, 2017, Noelle and Brian decided to organize a party at their home. It wasn't something big, but was more of a get-together. What the couple had in mind was to invite a few family members and friends over for a barbecue and then watch the Cleveland Cavaliers and Golden State Warriors basketball game that was happening that evening. They also planned to use the opportunity to sell marijuana to those who wanted to purchase it. It was a good plan for them, as it would give them a chance to kill two birds with one stone. They began to make preparations, an expectation of their visitors. Once the evening came around, those that they had invited began to gradually arrive, and pleasantries were exchanged. Amongst those who showed up were Noelle's sister and her boyfriend. A friend of the couple, known as Dustin Neal, was also one of those who attended the party. Noelle and Dustin had known each other since they were kids. At around 9 p.m., the game which they had all gathered to watch began, and they all sat down with plates of barbecue and bottles of drink in hands to enjoy it. The atmosphere became increasingly noisy due to the noise made by the men whenever their favorite team scored. In the end, the game ended with the Cavaliers winning. It was already late by this time, and the guests began to take their leave one after the other. And Dustin also announced his departure and bade the couple goodbye. The people who remained were Noelle's sister and her boyfriend. With nothing left to do, someone suggested playing a card game, and the rest agreed to it. They all sat down to the game and in no time were engrossed in it. Several hours went by, and it wasn't until 3 a.m. that they all decided that they had had enough. Noelle's sister and her boyfriend then took their leave. Due to how exhausted Brian and Noelle were, they went straight to bed, telling each other that they would clean up the next morning. They had also made plans to meet up with Noelle's sister and mother for the New Haven Canals Day, an annual festival with plenty of family fun and entertainment. A few minutes before 10 a.m. on June 10, 2017, Noelle's sister and her mother, Kimberly Gomez, arrived at Brian and Noelle's home to check up on them. They had earlier called the couple's mobile phones to remind them of the plan they had made concerning the festival, but neither of them had picked up. Their thought was the two were likely tired from the previous night's party and had overslept. Noelle's sister and Kimberly knocked on the front door of the house, but got no response. It was dead silent, except for the noise made by nearby birds, as well as the sound of vehicles in the distance. After knocking and calling out the couple's name to no avail, they decided to try the door and discovered that it was unlocked. They stepped into the unusually silent home and immediately knew that something was wrong. There was a faint smell in the air, but they could not immediately tell what it was. Noelle and Brian had not yet cleaned up, and this was obvious from how disorganized the living room was. There were bottles lying everywhere, as well as plates that had been used to serve barbecue to the guests the previous night. Amid the chaos, Noelle's sister noticed something odd. The about 50-inch Vizio TV that they had all watched the basketball game on the previous evening was missing. She also noticed that a video cassette recorder was nowhere in sight. A lot of things went through her mind in that instance, but none of it made any sense. She and her mother, Kimberly, made their way to the couple's bedroom, and that was when they saw the blood. The faint smell they had perceived upon entering the house was blood, and as they moved closer to the bedroom, it became stronger. At that point, their anxiety had doubled because they knew that something really bad had happened. When they opened the bedroom door, the blood was even more than they anticipated. On the bed were both Brian and Noelle. They were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they were both dead. They both had what looked like stab wounds all over their body, but it seemed as if Noelle had it the worst. There were empty, bloody holes in the place where her eyes should have been. Upon seeing the gory scene that looked like something out of a horror movie, Noelle and her mother simultaneously gasped in shock and screamed. They couldn't believe what was before their eyes. It was all too much to take. 911 was immediately dialed, and in a matter of minutes, police officers from the Fort Wayne Police Department arrived on the scene. They immediately secured the area and began to do a thorough sweep of the house, in the hallway between the bedroom and kitchen. They noticed a black-colored object sitting on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a mobile phone that belongs to Noelle. The phone was kept as evidence. Officers took a look at different parts of the house and collected all that they believed would help them in their investigation. After this was done, Noelle and Brian's bodies were transported away for autopsy. 2 days after the murder took place, the autopsies of the dead couple were conducted by Dr. Scott Wonger, and the results showed both had died as a result of fatal stab wounds. The result also made detectives believe that before Noelle died, she had tried to shield herself from her attacker. This was due to the defensive wounds to her hands, arm, legs, and feet. The result of the autopsy allowed the couple's death to be ruled as a homicide, and Detective D. Engelman was one of those placed in charge of investigating the case. The first thing he did was interview the friends and families of the deceased couple. One of those that he interviewed first was Noelle's sister. When asked about what she knew, she told the detective about the party that had been organized the night before the murder and stated the number of people that had been present. In addition to this, she revealed to the detective that her sister, Noelle, was selling marijuana and that the majority of people who had attended the party were there because they wanted to purchase the drug. She also mentioned the missing TV and VCR she had noticed. On the 14th of June, 2017, detectives decided to take a closer look at the items that had been taken from the couple's home. They knew these items could potentially provide the answers that were needed to solve the case. Noelle's black mobile phone, which was found in the hallway, was examined for fingerprints. The process was carried out by latent print examiner Pam Shannon. Noelle's fingerprints were found all over the phone. However, another fingerprint that did not belong to her was also found on it. Even though it was a partial fingerprint, detectives were not discouraged, but began working round the clock to find a match. At first, they speculated that the fingerprint might belong to Brian, but after checking through their database, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. The fingerprint belongs to 30-year-old Dustin, the couple's friend. Detectives realized that Dustin was among the people they had not interviewed and decided to do just that. The interview was conducted on June 17, 2017, which was a day before both Noelle and Brian's bodies were laid to rest. What detectives saw Dustin sat down for an interview with them was a man who was still mourning the loss of his friends. When questioned, Dustin revealed that he had known Noelle and her sister for about 20 years and went on to talk about the good times they had spent together. He told detectives that he was often at Noelle and Brian's house due to how close he was with them. When asked about the drug trade the couple was involved in, he responded that he was aware of it. Dustin also said that Noelle had about 2 to 3 pounds of marijuana, which was worth a lot of money. But according to him, no drug deal occurred on the night of the party. He also told Detective Engelman that after leaving the party, he had gone straight to his mother's house, also located within the city. He had not stayed there for long, and had later gone on to a friend's trailer in New Haven, and that was where he spent the night. After all this, Detective Engelman had one final question for him. He looked Dustin in the eyes and asked if he went back to Noelle and Brian's apartment after leaving that night. Dustin responded that he hadn't, and with this, he was allowed to go home. Detectives decided to interview the friend whose trailer Dustin claimed he had spent the night at. On the 20th of June, 2017, which was 10 days after the murder, Dustin's friend was interviewed by detectives, and he was able to confirm that all that Dustin had said was the truth. He told them that he had been at work when Dustin arrived at his home, but he was able to get in because he had a spare key. With this, detectives had no further leads in the case, and the heat of the investigation died down. Dustin remained on the police's radar. They strongly believed that he knew more than he was telling them. However, due to a lack of solid evidence, they could only watch and wait. It would take more than a year for the investigation to pick up once again. detectives were able to locate an individual who had been in contact with Dustin at the time of the murders. The individual, whose identity was not revealed, told detectives that Dustin had called him on the morning of June 10, 2017, saying that he had a large amount of marijuana he wanted to sell. According to the unidentified individual, Dustin sounded uneasy over the phone. The marijuana he was trying to sell was high grade and was about 1 to 2 pounds. He told detectives that he had been surprised by the offer and wondered how Dustin had gotten the drug in his possession. This was because at the time, Dustin was broke and there was no way he could have bought so much. After this revelation, Dustin shot to the top of the detective's suspect list. To confirm that what the unidentified individual had told them was the truth, they took a look at cell phone records, and it showed that phone calls had been exchanged between Dustin and the unidentified individual on the morning of the murder. Almost 3 months after this, detectives interviewed Dustin once more. This time around, the interview was not conducted by Detective Engelman, but by Detective Brian Martin, also of the Fort Wayne Police Department. Dustin maintained all he had said the last time he was interviewed, but this time around, he added that he drank beer and smoked marijuana upon getting to his friend's trailer house in New Haven, and that was where he had been when he heard about the murder. They did not ask him about the marijuana he had allegedly tried to sell, but allowed him to leave. Following this, detectives spoke with Dustin's friend who resided in New Haven, and he confirmed to them that Dustin was selling marijuana from his trailer on the day of the homicide. After this, detectives sat down to carefully review all the available information, and it suddenly dawned on them that nothing they had was solid enough to link Dustin to the murders or build a case against him. They needed something more that would prove beyond reasonable doubt that he had been Noel and Brian's killer. And without this, there was little that could be done. The pace of the investigation slackened, and things went quiet. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by since the murder of Noel and Brian. Then, just when detectives least expected it, another individual came forward and gave them a testimony that helped them finally solve the case. The individual was a man by the name of Tyler. He had not been happy with the way the investigation had dragged on for years, and so he decided to speak to the authorities and tell them everything he knew about the murder. "I just felt like I had to do the right thing," Tyler said. On July 28, 2022, Tyler was interviewed by detectives after telling them that he knew something about Noel and Brian's murders. He revealed that he was friends with a man named Dean, and during one of their conversations, Dean had once informed him that his half-brother had carried out the killing. As it turns out, the half-brother who Dean had been talking about was none other than Dustin. According to what Dean told Tyler, Dustin had gone to the couple's house in the early hours of June 10, 2017 to steal some marijuana. He had believed that no one would be at home, armed with only a knife. He had climbed through a window into the house and had proceeded to the bedroom to look for what he had gone there to steal. However, the noise he made woke Brian, and upon seeing that his cover was blown, he stabbed him. In the commotion, Noel also woke up and Dustin stabbed her as well. She had, however, put up a fight, and he had responded by stabbing her multiple times. He had bragged to Dean that he stabbed her so hard in the face that the knife got stuck, and he had to put a foot on her body and pull to retrieve the knife. After killing the couple, he had stole the marijuana and gone to his friend's place in New Haven, where he burnt his bloody clothes in a fire pit. By the time Tyler finished his narration, detectives could hardly believe their ears. They knew that with the testimony, the case was closer to being solved than ever, but they had to confirm Tyler's word, and for this, they interviewed Dean, Dustin's half-brother. Throughout the interview, his words were consistent with what Tyler had earlier told them. On the 31st of October 2022, Dustin's cell phone was analyzed by an FBI detective. It was a final and important step that had to be taken to ensure that they were not chasing shadows. Well, as it turned out, the results of the analysis showed that Dustin had been near Noel and Brian's residence between 6:20 a.m. 6:04 a.m. on June 10, 2017, which was the day of the murder. This was in contrast to what he told detectives about not going back there after leaving the party. In December 2022, officers arrested Dustin in Wells County and charged him with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of robbery resulting in bodily injury. Detectives are pleased that they had finally brought the case to a close by making the arrest. They were also grateful for the witnesses who came forward and provided crucial information that was helpful to the case. If it was your family, your loved one who was taken from you in a violent way, you would want someone with that information to come forward. You would hope they would do it right away. But if they come forward at all and can provide that information and sit down with us, it usually brings good stuff to the case. We can use and move forward with evidence, Detective Martin told the media following Dustin's arrest. At the moment, Dustin remains in jail, awaiting punishment for his crime. It is a relief that Noel and Brian's murder has been finally solved, and through this, their families have been able to get the much-needed closure that they deserve. Case of Bianca Roberson. Bianca Roberson, born on October 17, 1998, Bianca grew up to be a remarkable individual. She excelled at Bayard Rustin High School, earning straight A's and graduating with honors. Her impressive academic record earned her a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Florida, where she planned to major in criminal justice and pursue her dream of becoming an FBI forensic agent. Bianca was a multi-talented young woman who had been involved in various activities throughout her life. She was a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She also had a passion for music, taking lessons in flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. Additionally, she was an artist. Bianca lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, and was excited to experience the independence and challenges of dorm life. However, her plans were tragically cut short. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart to prepare for her upcoming move to Florida. Bianca Roberson was tragically killed in a car accident on a road she knew well. The incident occurred just 10 minutes after she left a Walmart parking lot. Witnesses quickly called 911, and first responders rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, paramedics were unable to save Bianca, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. Initial observations suggested that Bianca's severe head injuries were caused by her car veering off the road. However, as police interviewed eyewitnesses, a crucial detail emerged. A witness reported that Bianca's car had collided with a red pickup truck, which had fled the scene without stopping. As she drove home to meet her granddaughter, Bianca's grandmother was worried about the traffic and wondered if it might be related to Bianca. However, she had no idea that the cause of the traffic jam was actually a car crash involving Bianca. When she arrived home, she was met with devastating news. 2 police officers were waiting to inform her that Bianca had been killed in the accident. For Michelle, Bianca's mother, the news was almost too much to bear. Losing a child is every parent's worst nightmare. Michelle, a nurse from Delaware County, was still grieving the loss of her 22-year-old son, ML James Rowley, who had passed away from a heart condition in 2013. She had hoped that time would ease her pain, but instead, it had only intensified with the loss of her daughter. Michelle Robertson is struggling to cope with the loss of her second child. "I'm just existing," she said, feeling lost and without purpose. Her children were her reason for getting up in the morning, and now she feels like a mom without kids. After her divorce from Rodney Robertson in 2006, they managed to put aside their differences and work together as amicable co-parents thanks to their daughter, Bianca. Michelle acknowledged that their divorce was not easy, but Bianca's presence helped to calm the tension. "Bianca didn't like it when I spoke harshly to her mother, and she would correct me," he said. Bianca's love for her family, especially her father, brought them closer together. Rodney admitted that Bianca was his favorite, and her devotion to family was inspiring. Bianca's father proudly said that his daughter was one step closer to achieving her dream of becoming an FBI forensic specialist. Bianca was excited to be on her own, but her future career was her main focus. Her hard work had paid off as she had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 3 schools that had accepted her out of the 4 she had applied to. Bianca's father said she had also been accepted to Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Investigators were seeking CCTV footage to confirm the initial belief that Bianca's car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. If this were the case, it would imply that Bianca's death was no accident, but rather a deliberate act that required the police to identify a perpetrator. However, the truth revealed during the investigation proved even more stunning. While awaiting the CCTV footage, a significant development in the case occurred. It was initially assumed that Bianca's death resulted from her car crashing and hitting her head. Yet, during the autopsy, forensic experts made a startling discovery. There was a bullet in Bianca's head. This revelation drastically altered the course of the investigation. What initially seemed like an accident and later a collision with a red pickup truck was revealed to be a death caused by a gunshot wound to the head. The autopsy report's findings prompted detectives to meet with Bianca's family, bringing devastating news that her death was no accident. This revelation sent shockwaves, especially for her mother, Michelle, who couldn't fathom why anyone would harm her daughter. Bianca had a close-knit relationship with those around her, and her family couldn't identify anyone who might have wished her harm. Desperate for answers, the Robertson family relied on investigators to identify the person responsible for Bianca's tragic death. Upon reviewing the security footage from the Walmart her family visited on the day of her death, detectives found no suspicious activity. The detectives closely examined the family's actions from the moment they left their cars to the time they departed the parking lot. They dismissed the possibility that someone from Walmart could have followed Bianca and shot her, as she had not argued with anyone during their visit. The family had simply shopped, loaded their purchases into Bianca's car, and left. The investigation suggested that the motive for Bianca's death might be linked to an incident that occurred while she was driving home on the highway. Bianca's mother recalled, "We packed all the bags into Bianca's car," referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu they had purchased for her 16th birthday from CarMax. Michelle recalled that her mother had chosen the car Bianca was driving when she first got her permit. According to Michelle, Bianca's mother said that Bianca had gotten everything she wanted, but Michelle didn't think of her as spoiled. Instead, she believed Bianca was simply loved and also willing to work for the things she desired. In fact, Bianca started her first job at McDonald's when she was 15 and soon switched to a dietary aid position at the Whitehorse Village Retirement Community in Delaware County. Remembered that she had received a large number of letters and cards from the residents at Whitehorse Village who adored Bianca. After the police obtained traffic footage from CCTV cameras, Michelle pointed out that there were no cameras at the exact location where Bianca veered off the road. However, there was a camera about a mile away. To help illustrate the location, Michelle suggested looking at Google Maps. According to the map, Bianca lost control of her car where two lanes merged into one. When investigators reviewed the recording, they found evidence that supported the account of Bianca's encounter with the driver of the red pickup truck. The footage showed the cars traveling side by side, approaching a point where their lanes merged into one. It's possible that the conflict began when one driver failed to yield to the other. Given the tragic outcome, investigators inferred that the driver of the red pickup truck might have been the one who fired the shot. However, the poor quality of the footage made it impossible to read the pickup truck's license plates or see the driver's face. Nevertheless, from that point on, the driver of the pickup truck became the primary suspect in Bianca Roberson's death. Detectives were tasked with identifying the man, but they only had a blurry image to work with. After inquiring with Bianca's family members, it became clear that none of them knew anyone who owned a red pickup truck. The police then re-interviewed the witnesses who were present at the scene and those who had called 911. But unfortunately, none of them had caught a glimpse of the vehicle's license plate. The Bianca Roberson family has received an outpouring of support from friends, strangers, and people of all ages since Bianca's passing. A vigil was held just 2 days after her death, and many have reached out to share their stories and condolences. Bianca's family describes her as a selfless and compassionate person who always put the needs of others before her own. According to her mother, Michelle, Bianca would often take in children who were in need, even if it meant sneaking them into their home without permission. When confronted about her actions, Bianca would simply say that she wanted to help others in the same way she would want someone to help her if she were in a similar situation. This kind of empathy and kindness was evident in many aspects of Bianca's life, including the time she witnessed a car accident and immediately asked her mother if they could stop to help. A kind-hearted woman's first instinct was to invite those eating alone to join her family for dinner. In the aftermath of Bianca's car accident, investigators analyzed footage from distant cameras to determine the direction of the red pickup truck involved in the incident. To gather more details about the truck, including its brand, model, and license plate, they required higher quality footage. The police sought the public's assistance through the media, asking anyone with information about the truck to come forward. Following the accident, the pickup truck turned towards Poi Pike. To find evidence, detectives visited nearby houses and shops, searching for cameras that might have captured the truck. After an extensive search, they found a camera with good quality footage taken around 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report Bianca's car accident. Upon analyzing this footage, detectives saw the red pickup truck driving by shortly after the incident. The investigation continued, but the license plate of the suspect's car remained unknown, and it was unclear if the car in the footage was the same one or just a similar vehicle. However, 2 days after the incident, a new lead emerged when a woman contacted the police, claiming to have seen the car they were searching for. She also reported seeing the driver's face. She described the car as a red pickup truck that overtook her, stopped at the Poi Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was crucial in narrowing down the search area and also revealed that the pickup truck in the footage was not the actual suspect's vehicle, but rather a similar-looking truck. Her description helped a forensic artist create a sketch of the suspect, who was identified as a white male, 25 to 35 years old, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police released the suspects hoping someone would recognize the person and come forward. They showed the sketch to Bianca's family, but no one recognized the individual. As the investigation continued, detectives began to consider the possibility that Bianca's death was a hate crime. To gather more evidence, the police canvassed the area where the red pickup truck was last seen, visiting homes and businesses near the intersection where it turned left. They were searching for a high-quality surveillance recording that could provide answers to their questions. Their efforts paid off when a homeowner, who lived less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from their driveway surveillance camera. By estimating the time it would take to drive from the crime scene to the homeowner's location, the police quickly found the relevant footage. Although the new footage was of better quality than the previous one, its angle made it impossible for the police to identify the car or its driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from a closer camera, and they got lucky. Although the license plate was not visible, they were able to identify some unique features of the car. These features included a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. With these details, the police had a much better chance of finding the car. The police sought the public's help in finding the truck and its driver by offering a $5,000 reward for any information that could aid in the investigation. They were confident that someone would recognize the distinctive vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Roberson's death, a lawyer contacted the police station on behalf of a client who wanted to turn himself in, stating that his client was connected to the incident that resulted in Bianca's death. The incident occurred on a recent Wednesday at approximately 5:30 p.m. Bianca Roberson, an 18-year-old who had just graduated from Westchester Ruston High School, was driving on Route 100, a 2-lane highway, on her way to Jacksonville University. Her life was full of promise, with a loving family and a bright future ahead. As she approached the merge with Route 202, the road narrowed from 2 lanes to 1. A common merge on a southeastern Pennsylvania highway turned deadly last Wednesday when a dispute over positioning escalated into violence. Bianca Roberson was merging from 2 lanes to 1 when a man in a red pickup truck, also merging, became agitated and shot her in the head. The suspect, 28-year-old David Desper of Pennsylvania, surrendered to police with his lawyer. Although he refused to testify, he consented to a search of his home and revealed the location of his pickup truck. David was subsequently arrested and charged with Bianca Roberson's murder. The police tracked down the suspect's vehicle, a pickup truck, at a location David had previously mentioned. Unique features on the truck, such as stickers on the windows and damage to the body, made it unmistakably clear that it was the same truck involved in the crime. The investigators searched Davide's residence and found the firearm that was used to shoot and kill Bianca Roberson. Despite this major breakthrough in the case, the authorities remained baffled as to the killer's motivation. Over 800 loved ones and members of the community attended a heart-wrenching farewell ceremony at the St. Paul's Baptist Church in the suburban Westchester borough, which lies approximately 25 miles during the funeral service. Many people paid tribute to she, including her brothers, officials from her high school, the chief admissions officer from the university she was set to attend, and friends. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. drew a comparison between the shooter and two other infamous cases: George Zimmerman, who shot and killed Trayvon Martin, a black teenager, in Florida in 2012 and was acquitted of murder in 2013, and Michael Dunn, who shot and killed Jordan Davis, another black teenager, in Florida in 2012 after a dispute over music. Dunn was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 90 years. The pastor expressed the sentiment of the black community, stating that regardless of whether Bianca's murder was a result of road rage or racism, the fact remains that a brilliant young black woman's life was lost. During the trial in September 2018, David Desper was asked to explain his motive for committing the crime. Instead of providing an answer, he requested forgiveness from Bianca's family. For Bianca's parents, the thought of facing their daughter's alleged killer was daunting. To show their support and unity, Rodney had arranged for family members and friends to wear t-shirts with Bianca's face on the front as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. The family of Bianca Roberson wore bracelets with a poignant message, "Bianca Roberson, a rose in God's garden." They also held a banner that read, "Justice for Bianca Nicole Roberson," a reminder of the tragic event that took her life on June 28, 2017. Rodney, Bianca's father, expressed his uncertainty about how he would react when he saw the man responsible for his daughter's murder. "I don't know what I'll do when I see him," he said. "The man who held the gun that took my daughter's life, he just took her dreams away. He had no right to do that." Michelle, Bianca's mother, struggled to come to terms with the loss of her child. "I want to hold her, comfort her, and bring her back," she said through tears. The prosecutor argued that the traffic conflict occurred because Bianca failed to yield when their lanes merged into one. In response, David Desper rolled down the passenger side window and fired a shot. Realizing the severity of his actions, David Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania, and attempted to escape to Delaware. However, after his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck were publicized in the news, David Desper decided to hire a lawyer and surrender. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence to suggest that the crime was motivated by bias. As a result, David Desper was not charged with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan stated that there was no indication that the crime was racially motivated or a hate crime. However, many people disagreed with this assessment. Before the sentencing, the defense portrayed David Desper as harmless and immature for his age, describing him as a big kid who enjoyed playing with cars in his free time. They argued that David Desper had essentially handed the case to the government by turning himself in. The defense claimed that David Desper was driving home when another car startled him, causing him to fire the gun. They maintained that David Desper was not a menacing individual. Prosecutor Chris Miller countered that a 28-year-old man driving with a loaded firearm is not a big kid. He emphasized that David Desper's actions were those of a responsible adult. Ironically, David Desper's own mother had shared a Facebook post about the police searching for the person who murdered Bianca Roberson, unaware that the suspect was her own son. Wendy Despert expressed her love for Bianca's family and apologized for her son's actions. "I'm so sorry for what my son did," she said, as her son wept. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he addressed his daughter's killer. "I have simple questions for the defendant," he said. "Why did you shoot my daughter? Was it because of her youth, her race, her gender, or just because you wanted to go first on the road? Was it simply because you were having a bad day?" Rodney continued, "All my dreams for Bianca were coming true until the day the defendant took her life. Now all I have left of Bianca are my memories." David Desper pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Judge Marie Wecraft became emotional as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Marie Wecraft imposed the maximum sentence of 20 to 40 years for that grade of homicide. David Desper attempted to appeal the sentence, but his appeal was denied. Today's case will take us to Appleton, which is a city located north of Lake Winnebago in Wisconsin. With a population of more than 75,000 people, it is the sixth largest city in Wisconsin. Appleton is also the county seat of Outagamie County, and it is home to America's first hydroelectric central station designed by the Edison Company. The city is famous for hosting regional events such as Oktoberfest and the Mile of Music. Was born in 1928 in the small village of Port Williams, Ohio. Life in Port Williams was simple, and Betty grew up surrounded by people who genuinely cared about her. After graduating from high school, she took up odd jobs to make ends meet. She worked at various places, including a canning industry, laundry, and even a nursing home. At some point, she met Charles, a military man who was serving with the Air Force and was stationed at a base that was close to Port Williams. The two soon started a romantic relationship, and after dating for a while, Charles asked Betty to marry him. She could hardly hide her joy at the proposal and did not hesitate to say yes. After the wedding, the two moved to Appleton, Wisconsin, where they settled down and began their life together. In their new environment, the couple took up different jobs. Betty worked in the laundry department of the Country Air, a restaurant that was only 15 minutes walk from her home. That small update. Charles, on the other hand, worked as a security guard in Oshkosh, a city about 30 minutes drive from Appleton. Charles and Betty continued to live a very peaceful life, and in no time, their union was blessed with 5 children. Betty was a wonderful mother to her children, and she ensured that the bonds that existed between members of her family remained strong. She was a beautiful lady, good cook, great artist. She was a mom, Betty's daughter, Sheila Worms said of her. She was a beautiful soul and the sweetest person you could ever imagine. She had a heart of gold, Betty's granddaughter, Sue Schrenk said. Among other things, Betty also loved family gatherings and holiday get-togethers. And during these occasions, members of her family looked forward to the delicious rolls, pies, bread, and other treats she often made. Christmas time was her favorite, Sheila said. There was never a bad time with my mom. Betty was also a familiar face around the neighborhood, and most people who knew her couldn't help but love her warm personality. She was well known around the neighborhood. Even when she went shopping, everyone knew her. She walked everywhere, said Mary von Huckland, Betty's niece. The age of 60, Betty was a fulfilled mother and grandmother. At this stage of her life, she spent more time taking walks around the neighborhood, as well as sitting outside to enjoy the peace of her surroundings. For Betty, life was getting better with each passing day, and it seemed as if it would remain that way for a long time. But things took an ugly turn when she least expected it. November 1988 brought with it heavy snowfall. The residents of Appleton began to prepare for a long winter. It was the coldest time of the year, and most people preferred to remain indoors with their families. But since Betty still had to work at the Country Air restaurant, she had no choice but to venture out into the cold to get to her workplace. She could drive, but she had a fear of driving in the snow, perhaps due to how slippery the roads could get. Due to this, Charlie would often drive her to work, and when he was not around to do that, she would walk. November 6, 1988 fell on a Sunday, and it was a day Betty decided to work. She woke up refreshed and had no idea of the terrible thing that was to come later in the day. It was snowing heavily that morning, but this did not discourage her. She planned on leaving home before 6 a.m. She'd informed Charlie of her plans, and he had told her that he would not be driving her to work since he was not leaving for work until much later in the day. The only other option that was left was to trek to work, but she wasn't bothered by this since it was only 10 blocks away. After she freshened up, she wore a thick coat, grabbed a black purse, and made for the front door. When she opened it, she immediately felt the full blast of the cold wind and wet snow on her face, but her coat did a good job of keeping her warm. She then stepped outside, slammed the door shut, and headed in the direction of her workplace. That was the last time anyone would see her alive. Betty did not show up at work, nor did she return home. The day quickly went by, and at around 2 p.m., when Betty usually returned from work, Charles, her husband, began to get slightly worried. He knew she should have been back and wondered what was delaying her. After a while, he assumed that she was probably running errands. In the evening, when she had not returned, he speculated that she was at their son's place, babysitting their grandchild. But there was no way to know this for sure, since their son did not have a home phone that he could call. He did, however, reach out to other family members over the phone to ask if Betty had stopped over at their places. But much to his disappointment, he was told that she had not been seen. Charles could hardly sleep all through the night, and he kept listening for the familiar sound of his wife's footsteps approaching the house. But it never came. The next morning, he knew deep down that something terrible had happened to Betty, but he wasn't certain what it was. He knew he had to inform the police about the situation, and that was what he did. He made his way to the police station and reported that his wife was missing. This was around 10:40 a.m. At around 11 a.m., Appleton police officers entered Betty's neighborhood to search for her. They decided that the smartest thing to do was to retrace her footsteps and check the path she usually walks to her workplace. An officer started from her home and began to walk along the path she normally took. It was a cold and rather dull morning, and the ground was slippery in some parts, but the officer knew he had a duty to perform. After walking for a few minutes, he came to a railroad overpass, which was just outside the city limits on West Spencer Street. Just under the overpass was an 8-foot wall, and something told the officer to look there. He went down under the overpass, and much to his surprise, he found a woman lying there. She was wearing only a coat from the waist downward. She was naked. A purse strap was also wrapped around her neck with a single look. The officer knew that she was the woman he had set out to find. She was not breathing, and he could tell that she was dead. It was obvious that she had been that way for quite some time. One thing the officer noticed was that the body was well hidden, and passengers in passing trains would not have easily spotted it. He immediately radioed the station about the discovery, and in a matter of minutes, police vehicles and an ambulance arrived on the scene. Betty's body was placed in a body bag and taken to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for autopsy. When Betty's family were informed that she was dead, they were beyond devastated. It was a horrible and unexpected blow. I was in shock. Sue recalls of the day she got to know about her grandmother's death. Many friends and well-wishers went to offer their condolences to Betty's family after hearing of her death. She never hurt anyone. She minded her business. Carol Bailey, Betty's sister, said, "The autopsy that was carried out on Betty's body revealed that in addition to being sexually assaulted, she had been forcefully hit on the head and face with an object. And that was not all, as whoever the assaulter was had also strangled her." The forensic pathologist who performs the autopsy was able to take swabs from Betty's body. These swabs contains DNA that was left behind by her killer. However, there was a problem. It was a period where the technology to carry out DNA testing was not yet available. As a result of this, the swabs had to be safely stored away with the hopes that the future would hold better possibilities regarding DNA testing. Betty's death was ruled a homicide, and detectives immediately began their investigation to find out who had killed her. Many members of her family were interviewed over the space of several weeks, but none of these interviews helped detectives get closer to solving the case. They kept going in circles, and soon the case went cold. Meanwhile, Betty's death caused fear within her family. They had no idea who Betty's killer was. However, they suspected that it was probably a family member or someone they knew. This uncertainty did nothing but give way to distrust. It was not until September 2001, almost 13 years after Betty's murder, that DNA analysis would be performed on the swabs that were taken from her body. Detectives were able to create a DNA profile of the killer from the obtained DNA, and the profile was entered into the nationwide CODIS database. With this major milestone that was achieved, detectives knew that they were closer than ever to solving the case. The next thing they did was to begin obtaining the DNA of those connected to Betty and compare them to the DNA profile of the subject. No match was made by doing this, and this allowed members of her family to be ruled out as the killer. After this, the profile was also compared to the DNA of known offenders that were available in the database, but still no match was found. It was a frustrating period for detectives, And the glimmer of hope that they first had when the DNA profile of the suspect was developed gradually faded. Years went by after this, and the identity of Betty's killer remained a mystery. We didn't know if this person was deceased or this person had other crimes. Sue said by 2015, when the police was interviewed by the media, they had given up hope that Betty's killer would ever be found. I don't think it will ever be solved, Charlie, Betty's son, had said at the time. Despite the fact that they had accepted that the killer might go unpunished for the crime, they continued to feel anger and anguish caused by Betty's murder. There is still anger there, Charlie said. Why would anyone take her life? The killer has no morals and no conscience, he added. Around the same time, detectives working on the case were also interviewed, and they made it known that although the case was open, it was not actively being worked upon. Anytime we get some information, we try to follow it up. Lieutenant Terry Hammond of the Outagamie County Sheriff's Department said the time gets greater and greater between tips. After this, things once again went quiet. In 2019, detectives decided to use a whole new approach to find the subject. The tool that was employed was called familial DNA search. Familial DNA search allows the DNA profile of an unidentified person to be searched against the database. The process identifies a list of potential candidates who are closely related to the unknown DNA. Now, after detectives carried out the familial DNA search, they were able to zero in on two men. One of them was called Gene Myers, while the other was only identified by his initials, which were CM. As it turns out, the two men were blood brothers, and detectives took it upon themselves to track down the both of them. The first person they made contact with was CM. They wasted no time in explaining to him the reason why he was being investigated, and after hearing it, CM decided to fully cooperate. He was asked to provide a saliva sample, and this was sent to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for analysis. When the results came out, it showed that CM was not the man they were looking for. Since CM was no longer a suspect, the attention was now focused on his brother, Gene. Detectives then sat down with CM and asked him questions about Gene. According to what CM told them, he had not seen Gene for a long time, and because of this, he believed that his brother was dead. However, detectives discovered something important while questioning CM, and it was that back in the 1980s, Gene had been living about a mile from where Betty's body was found. With this information, detectives knew they were on to something. Detectives also tracked down a niece of Gene, and when they spoke to her, they were able to make a key finding. Gene's niece told them that back in 1988, around the time of Betty's death, Gene had called her mother, who was Gene's sister, to bid her farewell, because he was moving out of Wisconsin. After the phone call ended, she noticed that her mother was agitated, and for this reason, she asked what had happened. But her mother responded by saying that she had a secret, and it was going to the grave with her. All her effort to try and get her mother to reveal the secret did not succeed. After this revelation, detectives thanked Gene's niece for her time and decided that it was time to look for Gene himself. Since there was no record to show that he was dead, they strongly believed that he was alive and they were determined to find him. After several weeks, they eventually found him, living a peaceful and quiet life in the state of Washington. He owned a pickup truck, and his residence was about an hour south of Tacoma. Everything about him seemed pretty normal. For some reason, detectives did not approach him but instead chose to monitor him from a distance. The FBI took up the task of conducting surveillance on him. On November 21, 2022, FBI agents managed to get his DNA. An agent had walked over to his vehicle where it was packed and had taken swabs from the door handle of his truck. These swabs were then sent to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for testing. All that was left was to wait for the result. After a few weeks, the results came out and it was what the detectives had expected. The DNA profile that was developed perfectly matched that of the swab that was taken from Betty's body back in November 1988. With this, detectives knew that the case was finally solved. On December 7th, Gene was arrested by the Outagamie County Sheriff's Office, FBI, and Pierce County Sheriff's Office in Washington. At time of his arrest, he was 66 years of age. He was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree sexual assault with a weapon. After the arrest, Betty's family were contacted and given the news. They could hardly believe their ears. We've had to sit and wonder about this every day of our life for 34 years, Betty's daughter Sheila said. We thought the killer was going to be somebody we knew. They were also relieved that the case had been finally brought to a close and appreciated the detectives for their efforts. Thank God for DNA testing, Sue said. Otherwise, we would have never got him and he would have gotten away with it. Everyone's just happy he's been caught, she added. At the moment, Jean is locked up at the Pierce County Jail in Washington and will be transferred at a later date to Wisconsin where the crime occurred. Sheila hopes that justice takes its course and that Jean gets a punishment that befits the crime he committed. He took everything from us, she said. My mom did not deserve this, and this never should have happened, especially not in such a cruel way like that. She was an innocent person. I want to be at the court every time Myers is there. Now they can put him where he belongs. If Jean is found guilty of the charges against him, he could face life imprisonment. There is nothing that can be done to bring back Betty. However, there is assurance that her killer will not go unpunished for what he did. The case of Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney. This story began in 2016 in the Argentine city of Mendoza. On January 10th, two young women, 21-year-old Marina Menegazzo and 22-year-old Maria Jose Coney, embarked on a highly anticipated trip. Unfortunately, their journey ultimately led to one of the most publicized investigations in Latin America over the past decade. At the time, Maria Jose was a 22-year-old economics student at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina was a 21-year-old speech therapy student at the Aconcagua University. Both women volunteered for an organization that assisted homeless individuals. According to friends and acquaintances, they were two bright and cheerful young women who were extremely close to their families. Marina Menegazzo and Maria Jose Coney embarked on a trip with two friends, but the group eventually parted ways. The girls continued their journey, which began on January 10th. Their route can be tracked through Maria Jose Coney's Instagram posts. On January 13th, they were in Cusco, Peru, an ancient city that was once the capital of the Inca Empire. The next day, January 14th, another photo was posted, also taken in Cusco. A subsequent image was published on January 15th, showing they on a railway bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is a famous ancient Inca city, often referred to as the city above the clouds, and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo had about 10 days of vacation left and were in no rush to return home. They decided to revisit Montañita, the town in Ecuador where their trip had begun. On February 22nd, Maria Jose Coney posted a photo of herself with Marina Menegazzo on Instagram, which would be her last post. On the same day, they contacted their families in Argentina to let them know they would be returning soon. They planned to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, where they would spend the night at a friend's house. From Lima, they would fly to Santiago, Chile on February 25th, and then take a bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. They informed their relatives that they would be unreachable by phone for a few days due to poor signal reception. However, when their relatives tried to contact them, they were unable to get in touch. As the days passed, there was no activity on Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo's social media accounts, causing their relatives to become increasingly worried. Marina Menegazzo's sister took to social media to raise awareness about their disappearance. She posted a photo of the girls with a message stating that they had gone missing on Monday, the 22nd, in Montañita, Ecuador, and asked people to share the information. The families were eager to know if they had left the country and boarded a flight, but their attempts to contact the airline were met with no response. The family of Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo tried to get information from they were supposed to stay with before leaving, but they claimed they never showed up. The family then reported they missing to the emergency services in Ecuador and also contacted the Argentine consulate for assistance. The Argentine consulate got involved on February 27th and sent a fingerprints to Ecuador. This was done because a few days earlier on February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was found in Montañita and taken to Guayaquil. The authorities compared the fingerprints from Argentina with those of the unidentified body and confirmed that the body was that of Maria Jose Coney. On Saturday, February 27th, police investigated the area where Maria Jose Coney's body was discovered and found the body of Marina Manazzo, just 43 yards away. Like Marina Manazzo's body, Maria Jose Coney's was also wrapped in a plastic bag and duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, the killer attempted to conceal Marina Manazzo's body by placing an object on top of it, which initially prevented its discovery. During the autopsy, the medical expert determined that Maria Jose Coney's death was caused by severe blunt force trauma to the head. Her injuries also included a broken leg, a broken toe, and what authorities described as genital injuries. Additionally, markings on her wrists suggested that she had been restrained. Marina Manazzo died from 6 stab wounds to the neck and had similar wrist markings, indicating that she had also been tied up. The deaths occurred on February 23rd. Toxicology tests revealed that their blood contained a high amount of a psychiatric medication. Based on the circumstances of their deaths, police believe that they had not taken the medication voluntarily and may not have even known they had ingested it. It is likely that someone had mixed the medication into their food or drinks without their knowledge. A breakthrough in the case came just 24 hours after the discovery of the second body. The President and Interior Minister of Ecuador announced that the police had made an arrest, sparking mixed emotions among the victims' families. Alberto Segundo Mina Pan, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were taken into custody and quickly confessed to the crime, revealing the events that had transpired. Physical evidence found at the home of one of the suspects, Mina Pan, included bloodstains. The police also recovered Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings near the house. The rapid arrest and immediate confession of the men were met with skepticism by those following the case, leaving many with unanswered questions. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, claimed that they checked out of their hotel room on February 22nd at 2 p.m. According to the men's story, they had their money stolen at the hotel, prompting them to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel owner disputed this claim, stating that there was no evidence of theft. Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney's families found this explanation hard to believe, particularly since they had credit cards that they could have used if they encountered financial difficulties. The lack of activity on the credit cards suggested that either someone stole both their cash and cards, or that the men's story was not true. Moreover, they could have accessed the funds in their account without needing the physical card. But they didn't use the money to book travel or accommodations online. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Marina Monaco and Maria Jose Coney's entered a bar and requested 2 glasses of water because they were thirsty and had no money. The bar owner corroborated this account, stating that she provided them with water due to their financial situation. However, it remains unclear whether their money was actually stolen. The minister continued by referencing the testimony of the suspects, who had already confessed to their guilt. One of the suspects, Pan, stated that around 8 p.m. on that day, Rodriguez informed him about 2 Argentinian girls in a bar. Pan and Rodriguez approached they and started a conversation, during which Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney explained that they were hitchhiking to Lima because they lacked the funds for a bus ticket. This version of events raises several questions. They had purchased plane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile, which is over 1,000 miles away. It seems illogical that they would try to save money by hitchhiking and risk missing their flight, which was scheduled for February 25th. This conversation with PON allegedly took place on the evening of February 22nd, making their decision even more puzzling. However, local police found witnesses who corroborated this unusual story. Since Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney had no money for a hotel or hostel and needed a place to stay for the night, Pond offered to let them stay at his house. They accepted his offer. A taxi driver was found who confirmed that he drove Marina Manazzo, Maria Jose Coney, and Pond to Pond's home. This picture is of the house where Pond resided. After that, Pan returned to the bar with Rodriguez, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities, and continued drinking. Meanwhile, Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney were left alone in the house. The intoxicated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney were no longer there. The police investigation revealed that Marina Manazzo VA Maria Jose Coney had visited a nearby store to purchase soda before returning to the house. A store cashier confirmed this, indicating that Marina Manazzo VA Maria Jose Coney still had some money on them. According to Pon's account, when they returned to the house, he stayed in one room with Maria Jose Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Monago. Pon admitted that he attempted to persuade Maria Jose Coney into a romantic encounter, but she resisted and tried to leave. In a fit of rage, Pon grabbed a stick and struck Maria Jose Coney on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream coming from the other room. Upon entering the room, he found that Rodriguez had also taken Marina Monago's life. Rodriguez immediately fled the scene, leaving Pon to contemplate how to dispose of the bodies. Pon attempted to erase all evidence from the house by wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from an acquaintance and transported the bodies to a wasteland near the ocean shore, approximately 440 yards from his home. It is essential to note that this account is the official version provided by the Ecuadorian authorities. However, this narrative leaves several questions unanswered, including the origin of the marks on her wrists and the presence of a potent drug in the blood of both girls, as revealed by toxicological analysis. Her family questioned the Ecuadorian authorities' account due to numerous inconsistencies in the case. They suspected a possible connection to human trafficking and believed the authorities might be protecting someone. The family's doubts were fueled by several factors. They had run out of money but did not use their credit cards, suggesting that they may have been coerced or deceived. Additionally, it was reported that they were under the influence of drugs, which raised suspicions about their supposed activities. Notably, the only people who claimed to have seen Marina Monago and Maria Jose Coney on the day of their disappearance were a select few who corroborated the authorities' version, including the owner of the bar, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold soda to one of they. Furthermore, the town's relatively small population of 5,000 residents made it surprising that no one else came forward as a witness. The families of the victims were confused by several aspects of the case. They couldn't understand why the bodies were found 2 days apart despite being only 43 yards away from each other. It also seemed strange that Marina Manazzo via Maria Jose Coney had sought help from Pan and Rodriguez, rather than approaching one of the many Argentine tourists in the area. The brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor when he was taken to the crime scene by the Ecuadorian police. However, when he asked about them, the syringes mysteriously disappeared. Furthermore, the syringes were not visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who examined the area denied their existence. The family suspected that Pan and Rodriguez were involved in something more sinister, such as human trafficking, and that they were being used as a cover. The authorities responded by scheduling a second autopsy and a new toxicological examination. Additionally, it was discovered that both defendants had repeatedly changed their story about the events surrounding Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney deaths. According to one version, Pan denied involvement in the crime and instead claimed that the perpetrator was a Venezuelan illegal substance dealer known as El Chamo, who lived in the area. However, when questioned by the police, El Chamo denied any involvement and offered to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample to prove his innocence. The crime scene yielded several DNA samples, including those from Pond and the deceased girls, as well as some unidentified samples. Further testing revealed that the unidentified samples did not match Rodriguez, who was suspected of being Pond's accomplice, nor El Chamo, who was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. A second autopsy, conducted by Argentine experts, revealed that the girls were in a state of vulnerability and unable to defend themselves before their deaths. The autopsy also confirmed that they were subjected to forced intimacy before being killed. The autopsy revealed additional details, including that Maria Jose Coney had bruises and scratches only on one side of her body, suggesting she may have been ejected from a moving vehicle. Furthermore, a new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls had been given a potent psychiatric medication that can impair a person's willpower. A disturbing reaction swept across Latin America following the incident. Unfortunately, the public's response often blamed the victims, and in this case, they were held responsible for their own deaths. Not only were they criticized by ordinary internet users, but also by well-known public figures. During the same time, Berlin hosted a tourism fair where Rira gave an interview to a German news agency. Her comments were alarming, as she stated that the deaths were inevitable given the way they traveled. She also revealed that she had never visited Montanita, a popular tourist destination, because it didn't match her social status. These comments were essentially victim blaming at the state level, which is a sad and concerning fact. Following an interview with Rivadera, the Ecuadorian government issued an apology to the families of Marina Monaco and Maria Jose Coney, and one woman was fired. Among those heavily criticized was Argentine psychiatrist Hugo Narton, who described they as favorable victims and implied that they provoked others to commit crimes. However, after intense backlash, Dr. Narton claimed he had been misunderstood and emphasized that he never intended to excuse or absolve criminals of their responsibilities. A Paraguayan student, Guadalupe Aosta, wrote a Facebook post in response to online comments that blamed Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney for their tragic fate. The post went viral, receiving over 700,000 reposts in the first week. It began with the haunting words, "Yesterday, I was killed." The post went on to describe the violent events. "I refused to be touched, and they smashed my skull open with a stick, leaving me broken. They put me in a black plastic bag, sealed with duct tape, and threw me on the beach, where I was later found a few hours later. The aftermath of my death was more devastating than the act itself. When my body was found, no one bothered to investigate who had taken my life. Instead, I was bombarded with irrelevant and insensitive questions. What was I wearing? Why was I alone? Why did I, a woman, dare to travel by myself? I was in a high-risk area, so what did I expect? The authorities even had the audacity to suggest to my parents that I must have done something wrong, that I must have broken some rule. In death, I realized that I was not considered equal to a man. My demise was somehow my fault, and that's the narrative that would be perpetuated. But if the headlines had read, 2 young men found dead, public would have been outraged, demanding justice and severe punishment for the perpetrators. The response would have been vastly different if I were a man. I'm speaking out for myself and for all the women who have been silenced, marginalized, and oppressed. I'm speaking out for every woman who has had her dreams crushed and her life destroyed. I urge you to raise your voice to fight for justice and equality. I'll be with you in spirit, and I promise that one day there will be so many of us standing together that our voices cannot be silenced." The trial started on August 8, 2016, but was marred by several setbacks. The prosecutor changed 3 times, causing significant delays in the process. Despite these challenges, the prosecution presented a substantial amount of evidence, including witness statements and over 200 physical items collected from the crime scene. The police had found some of the victims' personal belongings, biological fluids, and phones at the house where the crime took place and in the surrounding area. During the trial, Pan maintained his innocence, claiming that his earlier confession was made under police pressure. This statement only reinforced the suspicions of the victims' families that the Ecuadorian authorities were withholding information. Meanwhile, Rodriguez altered his testimony, suggesting that Colombian dealers of illicit substances were involved in their deaths. In the trial's first week, the prosecutor revealed that he suspected additional individuals were involved in the case. This suspicion was based on the discovery of 3 more male DNA samples at the crime scene in addition to the DNA of Rodriguez and Pan. Ultimately, the court found both Pan and Rodriguez guilty, sentencing them to 40 years in prison, the maximum penalty allowed under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities arrested José Luis Pérez Castro, a 34-year-old man, after finding his DNA at the crime scene. Castro's defense team claimed that he had lived in the house a few weeks prior to the incident and that his DNA was present due to a dental infection. They alleged that he had spat blood onto the wall as a result of this infection. However, the defense's explanation for the presence of Castro's DNA on the victims' bodies was that he must have touched an object or piece of furniture that the police had also handled, thereby transferring his DNA. This argument began to fall apart when a dentist testified in court. It was revealed that Castro had contacted the dentist 2 weeks after the bodies of Marina Manazzo and Maria Jose Coney were discovered, asking for a note to confirm his alleged dental infection. The dentist refused to provide the note, as he found no evidence of any health issues during his examination of Castro. A man was ejected from a dentist's office after seeking a medical certificate. The dentist refused to issue one, explaining that there needed to be an underlying medical condition causing pain, which he didn't observe. This denial dismantled his defense. Meanwhile, while awaiting trial, Castro broke prison rules by posting on social media about his situation. In a statement, he expressed confidence that God would ultimately prove his innocence. Despite his persistent claims of innocence, Castro was ultimately found guilty and received a 40-year prison sentence, just like 2 others, Alberto Pan and Eduardo Rodriguez. This case begins in the famous city of Denver. Denver, the state capital of Colorado, is a historic American metropolis. Denver is famous for its collection of world-class museums, first-rate breweries, and historical landmarks. The Denver Art Museum, a cutting-edge facility renowned for its collection of indigenous artworks and the home of renowned Titanic survivor Molly Brown, are some of the historical landmarks that can be found around the city. Philip Peters was born in 1869, and he married Helen Peters, born in 1872, in the 1890s. In 1941, the couple were living in a small brick home located at 3335 West Moncrief Place in Denver, Colorado, and this had been their residence for the last 4 decades. Philip had served as an auditor at the Denver station for the Denver and Rio Grande Railway from 1891 until his retirement in 1930. They had 1 child, Philip Peter Jr., who was an adult, married, and residing in Grand Junction, Colorado. Helen and Philip were both avid music enthusiasts. Philip played the mandolin and was a member of a local Denver organization for guitarists and mandolinists who organized small concerts and practiced together. One could say that the couple led a pleasant, quiet, and modest life. Helen Peters fractured her hip in September 1941, and she had to stay in the hospital while recovering, leaving 71-year-old Philip at home alone. He visited his wife in the hospital every day, and his neighbors kept an eye on him, assisting him around the house and inviting him over for breakfast and dinner. Peter was invited for a meal at the residence of Mr. and Mrs. his neighbors from across the street. On Friday, October 17th, Peter was late on this occasion, which was unusual for him. Mrs. Ross then crossed the street to see what was delaying Peter and to make sure that everything was all right with him. When she went to the front door and saw there were no lights on inside the house, she grew worried. She knocked at the front door but got no response. She thought about breaking in, but she didn't want to do it alone. Suddenly, she saw her neighbor, Doris Burke. She immediately asked for her assistance in getting access to the house and suggested entering through the backyard. The two then climbed over the fence at the back to unlock the door. As Mrs. Ross entered the home and turned on the kitchen light, she discovered a horrifying scene. She saw gory streaks on the ground and shrieked at the sight of blood splattered up the walls. She peeked through the doorway into the front room of the house, but Philip was nowhere to be seen. When she entered the bedroom, Philip Peters was lying face down in front of her. Doris, who had also entered with her, was shocked at the horrifying scene. Both ladies were in a state of shock, but they soon called the other neighbors for help. Then, they finally contacted the Denver Police Department to report the murderer. Captain James E. Childers, along with 3 patrol cars, arrived on the scene within a few minutes. They first took a look around the property to see if there were any clues that could help them find the murderer. Philip Peters had been struck 37 times with a blunt weapon, leaving blood splattered on the walls of the kitchen, living room, and bedroom where his body lay. Many of his wounds were lacerations to his forearms, indicating that he defended himself against an attacker as best he could. There was a shattered walking stick on the floor near the body, indicating that he had attempted to fight back. During the search, as authorities attempted to piece together a picture of the crime, they got rather perplexed due to a lack of information, particularly on the house's entry points. The neighbors were only able to enter the house through the back door. as all other windows and doors were shut and showed no signs of forced entry. A small 8 by 15-inch fault panel was found in a closet in the back wall of an upstairs storage room, but it couldn't be opened, even though they tried many times. They did find this suspicious initially, but they thought it was too small for anyone to go through, so they ended up dismissing it eventually. In the kitchen, detectives discovered parts of a handgun on the floor and what seems to be an out-of-place cast iron stove shaker. Assuming that the iron poker was the primary murder weapon, it was submitted to a laboratory for fingerprint analysis and any other possible forensic evidence it may have concealed. The cops initially suspected the motive to be robbery, but when they found $208 in unpaid profits and $24 in cash in the bedroom, they began to doubt this theory. Over the next few days, they found about $400 all around the house, making robbery even less plausible. Instead, they thought it might have been a revenge killing. But neighbors told the police that the Peters had no enemies and were well-liked and respected in the community after living there for so long. Captain James E. Childers and his team were in charge of the investigation, and they were under pressure to find answers quickly. By October 20th, the police had already arrested one suspect and were questioning others, but none of them seemed to be a viable culprit. The first suspect was arrested by Weld County Sheriff Gus Anderson. The man had a record of robbery and breaking and entering. At the time, he had suddenly been seen wearing a high-quality dark blue coat that stood out from the rest of his clothing. But when detectives checked if Peter's jacket collection had something similar to it, they realized it didn't. The man in custody was 64 years old, short, and considered too feeble to have violently attacked Peters. Finally, he was released. The other two suspects were similar, too. One of them was a man who went door to door in North Denver begging for money. That man was never seen again after the day of the murder. So, the police thought he was just a beggar who had left. The stove shaker was returned from the lab and it had no fingerprints on it. But small spots of blood confirmed to the authorities that it was the murder weapon. In many ways, this investigation took one step forward and two steps back. Police had disproved the robbery theory, but on the other hand, they now had no suspects. The authorities said in a press release that the killer took time to wash his hands and clean the murder weapon, so he had definitely had enough time to rob the house. If he really wanted to rob Peters, they wouldn't have found so much cash and other possessions still in the house. The motive behind the killing still confused them. The investigation had halted by spring. Despite an extensive investigation, the police had no leads. After Mrs. Peters returned from the hospital, things began to escalate. On the 1st of February 1942, Helen Peters returns to West Moncrief Place. She was alone in her 40-year-old home. Her future was uncertain at 68 years old and recovering from a fractured hip, so she hired 2 nurses to help her around the house. She was helped by Mrs. Edith Clark and Mrs. Hattie Johnson. Helen fell again a few weeks later and was hospitalized yet again with a broken hip. She returned home at the end of April, and the 2 nurses helped her around the house. Edith was the first one who reported suspicious things happening inside the house. She heard noises in the walls, and what she swore were faint footsteps in vacant rooms. Newspapers were missing from the front porch that she had seen earlier, and Mrs. Peters' food trays were moved or rearranged when she maintained she hadn't touched them. Edith wasn't alone in noticing oddities. Mrs. Peters was hard of hearing, but Hattie Johnson, who had nighttime fright, could hear disturbances. Both nurses heard strange sounds on the regular. Mrs. Peters began to suspect that something was off in her home after learning of the nurses' accusations. One day, Edith Clark contacted the police after seeing a person in the stairwell. She also heard tapping sounds coming from over there. She had heard it previously as well, but had believed it was a woodpecker. But this time, she went into the kitchen and then to the upstairs stairwell door as it slowly opened. She saw a foot and a thin white hand appear at the door. She screamed in fear as the man ran up the stairs. Despite searching the property, the officers found nothing. 2 police officers stayed in the house for 48 hours and found no evidence of an intruder. Edith Clark resigned after this incident. Within 2 weeks, Hattie Johnson also departed the house, telling the press she wouldn't stay at a haunted house. In May 1941, Mrs. Peters' son, Philip Jr., visited her and tried to convince her to move to Grand Junction after her nurse's sudden resignations. She moved in with her son and his wife in June 1941. She stopped house utilities and left the home for the police to investigate. 3-3-3-5 West Moncrief Place, that had been Peter and Helen Phillips's home for so many years, was now empty. But the strange occurrences continued after she left. Neighbors noticed the windows' blinds moving. They were lowered and opened at times during the day. Since the house was under investigation in an active murder case, people took notice of strange activities, and police received multiple complaints of a shadow walking around at night. Police eagerly responded to calls but found just vacant rooms. 2 officers stood guard outside the house for 5 days, but it was uneventful. The stakeout ended on the 5th day, and they returned to the station with no new information. With Mrs. Peters gone, the patrol checked the property every day, sometimes following up on reports of movement in the windows and sometimes merely as a matter of habit. The press quickly picked up on the house's peculiar happenings and began referring to the killing as a ghost slaying. The Peters house was now the ghost house of Denver. It stayed in the news for a very long time. The townspeople thought this was just the press making up a headline to sell a story, but the police were investigating a very real mystery. No one had seen or heard the killer. How was Peter slain in a closed house with no forced entry? The investigation was also quickly losing steam as they had no leads and no suspects. On July 30th, 1942, detectives Roy Bloxam and William Jackson were patrolling West Moncrief. They parked in front of the deserted house, as had become customary by this point, and went inside to conduct their routine room searches. This time, however, they both picked up a faint sound coming from upstairs. The 2 men hurriedly climbed the stairs, ran into the bedroom, and entered the tiny back storage space. A pair of legs were climbing up into a small opening in the back of a closet, giving them just enough of a start to frighten them for a brief second. A pale, malnourished man was hauled out by them after they grabbed the dangling feet. He disliked the sunlight, was the color of a mushroom, and behaved like a spider that scurries for darkness when caught hiding under a stone. He was beetle-browed, wide-eyed, and pale as a ghost. String and rope were all that kept his rotting garments from falling apart. They did not try to fire after seeing the condition he was in. The man identified himself as Matthew Cornish and said he had moved to Denver in 1941 from Tonawanda City in New York, where he had worked as an advertiser. Detective Bloxam and Jackson then took him to the station. He stuck to the story for a few hours, right up until he was fed a cheeseburger with coffee. Then, after giving in, he revealed his real identity to be Theodore Edward Coneys and told the police of 2 incidents from his life that led to his acquaintance with and subsequent murder of Philip Peters. On November 2, 1882, Theodore Edward Coneys was born in Petersburg, Maynard County, Illinois. His father, Thomas Coneys, a Canadian immigrant, owned and operated a local hardware store. Isabella, Theodore's mother, was a homemaker. They lived happily as a family until Coneys' father died in 1888. It was a huge shock for his mother, who moved to Beloit, Wisconsin with her young child. When Theodore was diagnosed with tuberculosis several years later, his life got even more difficult. He had been an ill youngster for a long time. Scared of losing her only family, his mother, Isabella, spoiled her son. He enjoyed sports and aspired to play baseball, but his mother pushed him towards the softer, less physically demanding career of music. While the neighborhood lad swung bats on the school field, he sat at home, wrapped in his overbearing mother's protective blanket, learning to play the mandolin. The physicians had given him the gloomy prognosis that he would not live to reach his 18th birthday, so he dropped out of high school. Isabella Coneys relocated to Denver, where she worked as a housekeeper, and Theodore resumed his music with a large quantity of money left over from her husband's death. Unfortunately, not long after they arrived, she was duped by a con artist who convinced her to invest her husband's fortune and securities before stealing every last penny. The family was shattered as a result, and Theodore got a part-time job to help put food on the table, but it was a dismal living. Isabella Coneys died in 1911, leaving Theodore both broken and alone. Theodore met Philip and Helen Peters through music. Philip and Theodore were both members of the same mandolin club. The couple noticed his difficulties coping after his mother's death and befriended him, frequently inviting him for dinner and offering him company. One of his friends introduced Theodore to the Denver Gas and Electric Company, where he began as a pipefitter helper and swiftly advanced to the position of pipefitter himself. He and his friend were doing well in this job, but they formulated a plan to become advertising men and quit the pipefitting game to start their own firm. Theodore Coney was the company's public face, while his partner was the operations brains. Unfortunately, neither side fared well in their responsibilities, and they quickly went bankrupt. Coney's took off, leaving Denver and traveling across many states, working at various jobs such as insurance and advertising sales. Nonetheless, after battling it out, he eventually began to gradually drift away from society. In 1917, he sought to develop cheap gasoline leases in Texas, but failed again, leading him to become a full-time wanderer and drifter. When he eventually made his way back to Denver in September 1941, he was far from triumphant. He was nothing more than a homeless beggar, and his first stop would be at his old friend's place, the Peters. He hadn't seen them in nearly 30 years, but he knew he could always ask for dinner. After all, they'd been so welcoming to him over the years. In September 1941, Theodore Coney's, who was nearly 59 years old at the time, arrived at 3335 West Moncrief Place just in time to watch Philip Peters leave with a neighbor. He was on his way to the hospital to see his wife. Instead of waiting for him, Theodore decided to swing around to the backyard and attempt the back entrance. As luck would have it, it was unlocked, so he strolled inside and helped himself to some food. He spent some time nosing around the Peters house until, in an upstairs storage room, he discovered a little 8 by 15-inch ply wall panel in the top of a closet that functioned as a trapdoor into a tiny coffin-shaped attic that was 37 inches tall at the apex, 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Coney's resorted to the narrow crawl space in the rafters instead of leaving. Appeared to be a suitable place to spend the winter, he later told authorities. And this is exactly what he did for several weeks. When Philip was out seeing his wife in the hospital, he would leave the small space in the attic and move around the house. Mrs. Peters' condition was unknown to Coney, but the scenario worked in his favor. Every night he would listen through a hole until he heard Philip snoring, then crawl out and go to the icebox, taking just enough food to not be noticed. He said he'd take it back to his nest, where he discovered fragments of an antique crystal set and a pair of headphones in one of the closets. He repaired it so it worked, and he listened to all of the music from the newscast. He used to go down to the restroom and shave with the older gentleman's razor. Slowly, when Coney's was feeling a bit bored, he thought of doing something funny to entertain himself. He began to follow Philip Peters throughout the home, monitoring his movements and hiding behind doors as he passed for pure enjoyment. On the afternoon of Friday, October 17, 1941, things took a drastic turn when he assumed Peters had gone out to visit his wife in the hospital. Coney slipped out of his cramped living quarters around 4 p.m. and headed to the kitchen to get some food. As it turned out, Peters was simply sleeping, and the noise from the kitchen woke him up, so he went to investigate. When the two men met, they were stunned to see each other. Coney stated that he was afraid of losing his sanctuary. Peters didn't recognize him due to the fact that he had changed dramatically in the last 30 years. Coney's noticed an ancient handgun hanging on the wall and grabbed it, hitting Peter on the head. Peter fell, but he got up and went to the dining room phone. Coney's followed Peter and punched him again when he stated he would call the cops. Peter was looking for the vials in which he has stashed some money. Coney's noticed him unlocking a drawer in the basement bedroom. He says he went in there with the stove shaker and he didn't know how many times he hit him. He just kept punching him, till he stopped moving. After that, he cleansed the iron porker and took some food with him. Then he scurried back to his hiding place rather than running away. 2 hours later, he heard activity downstairs when Mrs. Ross, the neighbor from across the street, discovered Philip Peters' death. Later, on his homemade radio, he listened to the news about the crime. Since Mrs. Peters had trouble hearing, he stayed in the house after she got back, which made life better for him overall. His biggest problem, however, was when she was away after injuring herself again. He was nearly frozen to death because there was no heat in the house, but he still remained in his nest. He liked to go down and peek out of the windows watching the postman pass by. He stated that no one had written to him in the last 25 years. He despised people on the street and would retreat to the attic whenever he saw them. When the townspeople witnessed blinds moving, papers being removed from the porch, or movements in the windows, Theodore Coneys unwittingly became the ghost of the Denver ghost slaying. Most people would have left the house with constant patrols checking the home, but Coneys felt different. He'd been in the attic for about 10 months and did not want to leave. The following day, weird stories of the ghost slayer, who had lived as a spider in the walls, were all over the front pages of the neighborhood newspapers. The press was informed of everything by Captain Childers. Coneys told the police that he was sitting on the little false trapdoor when they first found it inside the home on October 17, 1941, and that he had held it shut with his body weight as they knocked on it before they dismissed it, thinking it was too small for a person to fit through comfortably. Both in his formal statement to the police and in a news interview he gave on August 2, 1942, he continued to offer a very detailed account of his existence in the attic of the Peters. In that attic, it was freezing cold in the dead of winter and excruciatingly hot in the summer, but that was all part of the price he was willing to pay. He had only once left the home throughout the 10 months he had spent living in this cramped attic area, and that was in the middle of the night after Mrs. Peters had departed and the utilities were turned off. He used a toy shovel to gather some snow to fill a bucket with water. He stated that everything would have been okay and Philip Peters would still be alive today if he hadn't been caught robbing the icebox. He was 6 feet tall, but barely weighed 75 pounds when he was taken into custody. Police searched the residence where Coneys had been residing after hearing his confession, and one of them reported being knocked out by the foul odor. According to Detective Fred Sarnoff, a guy would need to be a spider to survive up there for very long. In relation to first-degree murder, Theodore Coneys entered a not guilty plea. Foster Klein, the court-appointed attorney who represented him, said that while Coneys would not contest killing Peters, he sought to avoid the death penalty. This had been demanded by the prosecution from the beginning. But Klein was optimistic because the crime had not been planned and because of Coneys' mental state at the time of assault. The actual trial took place over the course of 6 days at the end of October, 1942. This was because Coneys was admitted to the hospital with pneumonia on September 21, 1942, and the original trial had to be postponed. Coneys got a psychiatric evaluation while he was being held in jail pending trial, and the results showed that he was fit to stand trial. Klein, however, pleaded with the judge to order an impartial investigation to gather proof that might spare him the death penalty. Coneys had to undergo a second examination after the request was granted, and the results were provided to the judge. Coneys was then referred to see Dr. Leo Tapley. Coneys was found once more to be in good enough condition to be tried in court. The county maintained its composure in the courtrooms throughout the trial, which was largely free of drama and theatrics. The jury was given 90 minutes to deliberate before returning its judgment on Halloween in 1942. Coneys was given a life sentence at the Colorado State Penitentiary with hard labor, and he escaped the death penalty. After the decision was announced, Coney looked at Foster Klein and said, "I now feel secure. I'll live in a better house than I have in a long time." The Associated Press selected the now officially known Ghost Man murder as Colorado's top news story for 1942 on January 1, 1943. After finding his nest in the attic, Coneys earns the nickname the Spider-Man of Denver. Additionally, it took some time for him to lose his reputation as the ghost slayer in the media. In the end, Coneys passed away on May 16, 1967, in a prison hospital. He was 84 years old when he passed away, and he was cremated and buried in Mountain Vale Memorial Park in Cannon City, Colorado, in an unmarked grave. Case of Michelle Ling. Snapper Point is an Australian conservation area situated near Fraser Park Beach, close to Catherine Hill Bay, New South Wales. The area surrounding Cape Snapper Point draws adventurous tourists who climb it in search of remarkable photographs, as it comprises entirely of steep, irregular volcanic rocks. On April 24, 2016, At 10:30 a.m., a group of hikers walking at the foot of the promontory noticed a large object floating on the surface of the water. They reported the discovery to law enforcement, and the police arrived at the scene and removed an unidentified package. After examining the findings on shore, they discovered the body of an unknown woman with multiple injuries, suggesting that the victim had been subjected to a brutal assault. She was not identified, but news reports described her as an Asian female between 20 and 30 years old, of average height. 5 years earlier, a major airport in the northern Sichuan province of the People's Republic of China saw off 20-year-old Lung during a torrential downpour. The girl tearfully said goodbye to her beloved mother after the death of her father in 2008. Her mother became the closest person to her. Lung flew from her native China to the distant country of Australia, where she had dreamed of studying since her childhood. 11 hours later, the plane landed in Sydney. It was the first time Lung had made such a long journey alone, but she was determined to achieve her dream, so she easily overcame any difficulties. She was met at the airport by her own aunt and her son, who was only 2 years younger than Lung. The oldest and most populous state in Australia is New South Wales, where 1 in 3 Australians live. It was here that Lung's early years were spent after moving here. Since coming to Australia, Lung has lived happily with her 48-year-old aunt, her young husband Derek Barrett, and her cousin in their camping house. The girl had a private room where she spent almost all of her free time. Lung loved to read and draw, so she would spend hours in her room pursuing her favorite hobbies. For the convenience of living in another country, Lung changed her name to Michelle. Michelle Lung enrolled at the University of Technology in Sydney, where she successfully studied economics and hospitality management. Michelle was very intelligent and motivated. She was not afraid of anything new and easily made new acquaintances. Like many girls of her age, she often posted photos on social networks, where she drank cocktails with friends, as well as pictures of her extreme adventures to dangerous natural places. Michelle was an adventurous person who could easily travel to Hobart for a vacation and regularly took day trips around New South Wales. In recent weeks, she posted videos from West Head Lookout near Sydney Harbour, photos from Resolute Beach north of the city, from Coringui Chase National Park, and from Jervis Bay on the south coast. On June 13, 2013, she visited Snapper Point, where she fearlessly photographed herself on the edge of a cliff and posted this striking photo to her Instagram account. Excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Desiring to organize her personal life, Michelle communicated regularly with men on dating sites and went on trial dates. The woman led an active and busy life, attending classes during the day and then rushing to work on her weekends. She made sure to meet friends and visit unusual places. On April 21, 2016, Michelle met up with a friend at the mall. They had lunch together, did some shopping, and then Michelle boarded a train at the train station. She got off at Central Station around 4:30 in the afternoon and was never seen again. 2 days later, Derek went to the train station to meet his wife, who had returned from a business trip. Aunt Michelle asked Derek about his niece, and he said he had not seen her in 2 days. Derek Barrett had been unemployed for a long time, so he often stayed up late at the computer and woke up only in the afternoon, so it was obvious that he might not have seen Michelle. But the situation was such that nobody had seen Michelle since April 22nd, and her phone was switched off. Having called all of Michelle's acquaintances and friends, the aunt became even more worried. She inspected the girl's room, but it was in perfect order as usual. After going through the girl's laptop, the family concluded that Michelle had not returned from her date, and perhaps something had happened to her. Her absence was quite unusual, as she was in regular contact with friends and family members living in China and Australia. The next day, Michelle's aunt and her husband Derek went to the police station and filed a missing persons report. They also reported Michelle Lung's disappearance to the Chinese embassy on April 24, 2016. The body of an unidentified woman, wrapped in a plastic bag, was discovered by a group of tourists at Snapper Point. While Michelle's relatives in China and Australia were searching for her, local news channels reported the finding of the woman's body. The compiled sketch of the victim made it clear that it was Michelle. It took the police 3 days to identify her after they made a sketch of her. From that point on, Michelle Lung was officially listed as a missing person, and an investigation was launched. After interviewing Michelle's close relatives who were living with her, the initial theory was that she had been attacked by an unknown person with whom she had planned to meet that day. CCTV footage tracked the girl's movements on the day she went missing. But the surveillance cameras and footage from a short train journey showed that Michelle was alone. According to her friends, she had no plans to meet anyone that day and was in a rush to get home. Reviewing social networks and correspondence of the girl did not confirm the presence of a young man with whom she could have met. The version about a secret stranger who could have committed the crime was not confirmed. The results of the forensic examination confirmed that Michelle's body had sustained multiple injuries and she had most likely tried to fight off her attacker, resulting in multiple stab wounds. Police Chief Inspector Gary Jubilin said the interpretation of the situation is that Michelle was brutally assaulted before her death, but she was spotted on her way home and did not go out anywhere else, so the perpetrator must have attacked her in that area. The inspector also noted that most likely the perpetrator had deliberately chosen a very secluded area of such a beautiful place, as the body was found in an area frequented by tourists and fishermen, but the place was somewhat isolated. Forensic analysis indicated that Michelle Ling's body had been in the water for no more than 48 hours, and likely much less, suggesting the body had been dumped quite recently. The chief inspector of police stated that although the location where the body was found was distant from the national park entrance, there was a parking lot near the tourist attraction, implying the body may have been transported there by car. Homicide detectives studied CCTV and traffic camera footage to determine Michelle Ling's last known movements. They continued to contact her family members, friends, and co-workers to gather additional information. In addition to the search efforts, interviews were conducted with relatives and acquaintances in the hope of reconstructing a detailed picture of the event and establishing a full understanding of the relationships within the family where Michelle lived. Police Inspector Gary Jubilin stated with certainty that based on the gathered information, Michelle was a very responsible person who always kept in touch with her family and informed them of her whereabouts. Therefore, there were serious concerns when she suddenly disappeared. However, for 2 days, her family either did not notice she was missing or chose to ignore it. Police called Derek Barrett in for questioning as the last person to see Michelle alive. Investigators were skeptical of his accounts of nightlife and long daytime naps, so he was re-interviewed. The investigators began asking questions about his relationship with Michelle and asked him to remember the last time he had seen her. Unable to withstand the pressure of the interrogation, Derek refused to answer the question and demanded a lawyer. Such strange and uncertain behavior led to a number of doubts, and Derek was arrested as a suspect. However, the arrest had grounds, as on the eve of the interrogation, investigators checked his cell phone signal and found that he was in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. Additionally, when police obtained surveillance footage from a parking lot, it captured a car matching the description of Derek Barrett's vehicle in the early morning hours of April 24th. Leaving no doubt that he was there. Derek denied and claimed to the last that it was just a coincidence and the car was not his. But the footage was clear enough to prove his presence in the parking lot. Police have charged a 27-year-old man in the death of 25-year-old Michelle Ling. Her naked body with multiple stab wounds was found in a blowhole on the Central Coast, New South Wales. The news of the arrest and charge against Derek has left Michelle's entire family in shock. Police spoke to Michelle's mother, who was devastated by the news of her daughter's death. She rushed to Sydney to see the site of her only daughter's dream and death, but the woman was still unable to comprehend her daughter's passing. Derek Barrett, aged 27, who was married to Michelle Ling's aunt, was charged with the 25-year-old student's murder. This occurred after the police released CCTV footage that captured her last shopping trip in the central business district of Sydney on April 21st. As well as her journey back home. The footage shows her shopping at a mall on Pitt Street before boarding a train at St. James Station to travel to Erskine Park, located in the southwest of Sydney. The police believe that Michelle returned to her family home in Erskine Park in the afternoon, where she lived with her uncle, aunt, and cousin, and was presumably murdered there. The autopsy revealed that Michelle tried to fight off her attacker and was stabbed several times in defense, stabbing her more than 30 times in total. CCTV footage is believed to have captured a vehicle entering Lake Monmoro National Park at around 7 a.m. on April 24th, and police claim Michelle Lung's body was inside the vehicle. Despite Derek Barrett being detained and charged, the investigation continued and gradually other details of Michelle Lung's final moments surfaced. Based on these, further charges were laid, including 5 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of installing a hidden camera, and murder. The investigation revealed that the suspect had an abnormal sexual interest in his wife's young niece. When Derek Barrett's cell phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data, the files found on the phone left no doubt that he was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. It turned out that Derek had installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, hidden behind toiletry items, and regularly reviewed the recordings. The phone also contained images taken just before Michelle's death. Following these images, it became clear that Michelle had returned home on April 21st around 5 p.m., and around midnight she sent her last text message from her phone, after which she could not be contacted. Late at night, Derek Barrett began to execute his malicious plan. He entered Michelle's room again while she was asleep to carry out his customary pattern of assault and gratification. But the girl woke up and Derek attacked her. He bound her and covered her mouth with duct tape to keep her silent. The deviant kept her tied to the bed for 2 days and intermittently abused her, as evident from the photographs on his phone. Investigators found Michelle bound naked, and with a look of horror on her face, lying on the bed. However, in these photos, Michelle did not yet have the injuries that led to her death. Derek's last picture of her was taken around 8 a.m. on April 23rd, and at that time Michelle was still alive. During the day of April 23rd, Derek steps and Derek came home twice and did not hear any sounds from Michelle. Derek was taking a shower at the time. Surveillance cameras showed that Derek left the apartment 4 times to take out the trash. Presumably by this time, Michelle was already dead. Derek had showered and washed off any traces of blood, and then thoroughly cleaned the house, hiding evidence of the crime and Michelle's disappearance. On April 24th at 7 a.m., Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station where he bought drinks and filled his car with gasoline. That's where he was caught on CCTV cameras. Upon arriving at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some pictures around 9 a.m. Afterwards, Derek visited his parents, who noticed nothing unusual in his behavior, and then returned home to await his wife's return with absolute equanimity. He repeatedly claimed that he had not seen Michelle and that the girl had not returned home, and cynically accompanied his wife to the police station to file a missing persons report. On June 29, 2016, the first court hearing was held. Barrett's lawyer, Bill Whitby, told the local court that Barrett was pleading not guilty and that he was as shocked and upset by Michelle's death as the rest of the family. Michelle Lang's friends and family were present in the packed courtroom, but Derek Barrett did not need to attend in person. He appeared later via video link. The fact is that the day before, the defendant reported that he did not remember much in the hours before he killed Michelle Lung because he had taken illegal drugs. He also told the court that he had only vague memories of the 2-hour trip to Snapper Point, where he threw Michelle Lung's body off the cliff. Before attending the court hearing, Derek Barrett was examined by a psychologist. However, forensic psychologist Dr. Richard first disputed the defendant's claims of memory loss. He testified and found Derek Barrett mentally fit to be punished to the full extent of his sentence. Dr. First testified that the drugs the suspect was taking did not cause memory loss and that all of his actions, from the murder to the disposal of the body, were clear and purposeful. Respected forensic psychiatrist Dr. Richard First also stated that Derek Barrett's intelligence, concentration, and memory were within the normal range. He did not believe Barrett's claims of memory loss and said the number of stab wounds indicated sadistic tendencies rather than memory lapses or acting on emotions. The psychologist also rejected Derek Barrett's claim that he did not feel sexually attracted to the victim. Dr. Richard First also told the court that the accused feigned amnesia to reduce his responsibility for the crime, after he claimed he could not remember the period when he apprehended and killed Michelle Lung. Speaking at the trial, Derek Barrett attempted to justify his crime by claiming he was addicted to illegal drugs. However, this assertion was refuted by Dr. Richard First, who pointed out that Derek's claim was self-contradictory as it was evident that the suspect had gained weight during that time period. Judge Wilson stated that in his 30-year career as a criminal defense attorney, he had never encountered an obese, substance-dependent individual. Regrettably, there was nothing genuine about Derek Barrett's behavior in the courtroom. In Sydney, Derek Barrett's demeanor in court gave the impression of a psychopath. His crime was not the result of a drunken night, poor life choices, or childhood abuse. In August, at a retrial hearing, Derek Barrett pleaded guilty to murdering and kidnapping Michelle Lung, as well as twice sneaking into her room while she slept and making videos. He also admitted taking 19 explicit photos of Michelle Lung shortly before her death. Barrett said he could not remember the 48-hour period during which he killed the girl, including cleaning up the crime scene and dumping her body because he was under the influence of illegal substances. He said his only memories were of an argument, blood in the bathroom, and the terrified face of his niece screaming at him. However, Judge Wilson said she did not believe Derek Barrett was telling the truth about his memory loss, nor did she believe he was truly sorry for what he had done. The Lang family consoled each other while Derek Barrett wiped away tears, telling them, "I deserve to live. This should never have happened." Passing sentence, Judge Helen Wilson condemned Derek Barrett's actions as depraved and sadistic, committed by a person in a position of trust. The judge detailed Barrett's disturbing fantasies and actions in court, making it clear that he had failed to fool anyone. Although the events were deeply etched in his mind, Barrett claimed they were merely vague memories. During the court sessions, Barrett showed no emotion and repeatedly spoke the victim's name. Chief Inspector Gary Jublin of the NSW Police Homicide Unit stated that the crime was horrific and senseless, and while justice was served, there was no joy in such a case. Judge Wilson sentenced 28-year-old Barrett to 34 years and 6 months in prison, with a maximum term of 46 years. He will be eligible for parole in 2050. Barrett displayed no emotional reaction when sentenced. Michelle's mother, Mrs. Zhang, expressed gratitude to the Australian and Chinese communities for their support during her time of immense grief. She also thanked the NSW police, including Detective Inspector Jubilin, for their investigation into her daughter's death. A fund has been established to cover the costs of Miss Lung's funeral and to provide support for her mother when she returns to China. However, Michelle Lung's tragic story did not end there. For years after the crime, an unexpected event occurred. A woman visiting her elderly, dementia-affected mother found an unknown USB device in the mother's hands. Upon examination, the device contained disturbing videos and photos of Michelle Lung's abuse shortly before her murder. The police were able to match the photos to those that Derek Barrett had deleted from his phone, in an attempt to conceal his crimes. In 2020, Barrett was charged with additional sex offenses based on this new evidence. Prosecutor Hugh Baker told the court that the elderly woman had no connection to Barrett, and there was no explanation for how the USB drive ended up in her possession. The horrifying and depraved secret, discovered by chance, led to Barrett receiving additional years of punishment to his already lengthy sentence. Friends and acquaintances commemorated Michelle Lung on Chinese and Australian social media. This tragic story underscores the need to address the underlying factors that can contribute to such crimes, such as idleness, lack of purpose, and indifference. Cherishing life and being mindful of each day is crucial, as we can never predict which day will be our last. Case of Rosana Galeano. Rosana Galeano was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in the late 1970s. She was the youngest child, with 2 older brothers, Oscar and Gustavo, and a sister, Monica. Her parents were Raldo and Graciela. While details of her childhood and teenage years are scarce, it's known that she finished high school in the late 1990s. During this time, her father, Raldo, worked as a mechanic. In early 2001, Jose Arce visited Raldo's workshop, where he met Rosana. Born on November 22, 1948, Jose had spent over 30 years living abroad, including time in Greece and the United States, where he was imprisoned for 4 years for drug trafficking. He returned to Argentina in 1996, owning 8 properties in a posh area of Buenos Aires. Jose and Rosana started dating quickly after meeting at her father's shop, where he brought his vintage car for repairs. Despite their significant age difference, appeared financially stable thanks to his mother Elsa, who still lived in the United States. When 52-year-old Jose proposed to 22-year-old Rosana, her mother Graciela expressed concerns about their age difference. Jose argued that age was not an obstacle to love, and Graciela turned to Rosana for reassurance. Rosana confirmed her desire to marry him in a whisper. The couple got married on November 17, 2001, just 7 months after meeting. Jose attributed his cheerful, modern, and smart personality to winning Rosana over. They soon had a son named Gono, but problems began to emerge soon after. Jose was a controlling and jealous partner who frequently belittled Rosana and her family. The emotional abuse escalated into physical violence, leaving Rosana feeling trapped and terrified. Jose's intimidating presence, reinforced by his possession of 2 guns, allowed him to maintain control, a situation that Rosana's family was painfully aware of. He would often flaunt his guns when they had visitors or when he visited others. On one occasion, Rosana's brother Oscar witnessed Jose physically assaulting her while they were painting their house, telling her to shut up before hitting her. Another time, Rosana's father noticed bruises on her back, and she revealed that Jose had dragged her across the pavement. Despite these challenges, Rosana and Jose had their second child, and Rosana tried to make the relationship work, hoping to provide a stable home for their children. However, her efforts were consistently thwarted by Jose's temper and disrespectful behavior. Moreover, Jose's mother Elsa exerted control over their household from a distance, making decisions about their lives during her brief visits to Argentina. By 2006, Rosana had reached her breaking point after enduring years of unbearable abuse, and she finally found the courage to report Jose for domestic violence. Her family, however, remained largely oblivious to the full extent of her suffering. Months later, Rosana filed a second complaint which included a request for a medical examination to document her injuries. It was then that she confided in her sister Monica, and the two made a pact to stay in close contact, reaching out to each other whenever something happened. Monica became Rosana's safe haven and primary source of support, providing a refuge from the unbearable realities of life with Jose. Rosana would often visit Monica's apartment with her children, though Jose would dictate when they had to return, frequently backing up his demands with death threats. Rosana made the difficult decision to move in with Monica and the children, leaving Jose to stay in his own home. After a period of time, Rosana took further action by filing another complaint and seeking a divorce, which resulted in a restraining order being issued against Jose. From then on, the only times they met were during child visitation sessions at a neutral location in El Romanzo Exile, De La Cruz, as arranged by the court. Rosana confided in her neighbor, Daniel Gonzalez, a married father of one who worked as a gardener. Rumors began to circulate about a possible romantic relationship between Rosana and Daniel, although this was never confirmed. Meanwhile, Jose's threats persisted, and Rosana shared a chilling voicemail with her brother Oscar, in which Jose casually spoke about killing her in mid-2007 while socializing with friends at a bar. Rosana met Oscar Lugo, a 32-year-old man from Marino who worked in a sewing workshop. They quickly became close, exchanging phone numbers and starting a romantic relationship. Oscar was an old-fashioned gentleman who treated Rosana with kindness, attention, and listened to her, which was a welcome change after all the turmoil she had faced. By December 2007, Oscar had become a part of Rosana's holiday celebrations, even dressing up as Santa Claus to delight her 2 sons. However, their happiness was threatened by Jose, who was keeping a close eye on Rosana's every move and was aware of her new relationship. The looming divorce had panicked him. Jose tried to persuade Rosana to end things with Oscar by offering her a truck. She refused. When Rosana had a severe nervous breakdown, it was Oscar who accompanied her to the hospital, not Jose. Running out of options, Jose, with the help of his mother Elsa, concocted a plan to hire a hitman, whose identity remains unknown. On January 16, 2008, Rosanna and her sister Monica went to El Reno to pick up her sons, aged 4 and 3. However, Jose delayed the handover, making excuses. At 9:15 p.m., Jose called Rosanna, claiming that Geronimo had a fever and that he would take him to the hospital and return him the next day. But Rosanna insisted on taking care of Geronimo herself and asked for the children to be returned. The call was brief, and Rosanna then went back inside. Around 10 p.m., Rosanna sent Oscar Lugo a casual text about their plans for the next day. Later, at 10:50 p.m., Rosanna and Monica sat down for dinner when Jose called again, unleashing a deadly trap. Rosanna stepped out into the garden to improve the reception, but a shadowy figure emerged from behind the trees and shot her 4 times with a .45 caliber gun. Monica, hearing the shots, screamed as Rosanna staggered and fell. Panicked, Monica tried calling 911, but the call wouldn't go through. She then asked her boyfriend to alert the police. Meanwhile, Oscar Lugo, oblivious to the events, attempted to contact Rosanna at 11 p.m., but got no response. He then tried to reach Monica, but she didn't answer. The police investigation revealed that the shooter had entered from an adjacent vacant lot. A witness reported seeing someone fleeing through a gap in the fence, but couldn't provide a clear description due to the darkness. Jose was left stunned after being questioned and subsequently requested a lawyer to take over the proceedings before departing the following day. Meanwhile, a red sweater was discovered during further searches, which Rosanna's relatives identified as belonging to Jose, solidifying his position as the prime suspect in their minds. The case garnered widespread media attention, sending shockwaves throughout the country and sparking a scandal as Jose and his mother publicly proclaimed his innocence, while also making disparaging remarks about Rosanna and suggesting that her multiple lovers should be investigated instead. After the incident, Daniel the gardener became reclusive, shunning all human contact. On the night of Rosanna's funeral, Raldo observed Jose lurking in the distance, watching from his truck without offering condolences or joining the mourners. Jose's defense strategy later focused on discrediting Monica, Rosanna's sister, and the sole witness by raising questions about her behavior, such as why her clothes bore no bloodstains and why she had prioritized calling for help over assisting her sister. However, this theory lacked credibility, and the investigators counted that the murder weapon was too heavy for a woman to wield. The detectives also highlighted a crucial point. Anyone familiar with the house would know that Rosanna had to venture outside to get a cell signal, suggesting a high degree of premeditation in the crime. During the investigation, Rosanna's sons were cared for by their father and grandmother Elsa, while their grandmother Graciela was granted limited access. In contrast, Monica and Oscar were denied access, with Jose citing safety concerns for his sons, despite the legal restrictions. The children longed to see their Aunt Monica, prompting Jose to occasionally allow supervised visits. Monica seized these opportunities to take the children to see a psychologist. Eventually, Graciela successfully obtained visitation rights, although she was denied guardianship. In a contemporaneous interview, Jose claimed that Rosanna had 4 lovers, all of whom had criminal records. According to Jose, Rosanna engaged in intimate relationships with these men to uncover their secrets, which she then leveraged to blackmail them for personal gain. Meanwhile, following threats, Oscar was placed under police protection as a protected witness in his sister's case, requiring him to wear a tracking bracelet. As 2007 drew to a close, investigators still lacked concrete evidence to bring charges against any of the suspects. However, a significant breakthrough came a year after the murder, when Jose was arrested in January 2008, charged with aggravated homicide due to their romantic relationship, premeditation, and the alleged involvement of multiple perpetrators. For years after the attack, Oscar exercised his visitation rights to take his nephews to play soccer, sharing a heartwarming hug with the 6- and 7-year-old boys. In April 2013, the trial commenced. Jose maintained his innocence during the May proceedings, but the trial was delayed when he suffered a stroke, ultimately pushing the final verdict to November 2013. The judges concluded that the murder was meticulously planned, bearing the hallmarks of organized crime. Jose and Elsa were found to have chosen the time and place for the attack, aware that a phone call would lure Rosanna outside, rendering her vulnerable. The court determined that financial motives drove the murder, as Jose sought to avoid splitting the marital assets. Jose and Elsa received life imprisonment sentences. The higher court upheld the conviction, citing Jose's threats, the domestic violence endured by Rosanna, and the dominant influence of his mother. The actual perpetrators of the shooting were never identified. In 2015, Jose and Elsa were placed under house arrest, with Jose's health and Elsa's age cited as reasons, allowing the children to reunite with them. The media continued to follow the children's story for years, during which Monica and Graciela had no contact with them. The boys were shuffled between homes familiar to their father, but unknown to Rosanna's family. In January 2017, the court granted the children a weekend visit with their maternal grandparents for the first time. The Galliano family prepared their home with fresh paint, a thorough cleaning and decorations, and Graciela cooked their favorite dish. That weekend, the Galliano home was filled with joy as the boys played soccer, video games, and even asked to sleep in their grandmother's bed, whom they hadn't seen in over 2 years. On November 24, 2018, Jose passed away after another stroke. The event was another devastating blow for the children who attended their father's funeral. During the funeral, they expressed their concerns about their future to their Aunt Monica, who reassured them with calmness and love, promising to support whatever they decided. They chose to live with Monica, who then had to confront Elsa to communicate the boys' decision. Through these and many other instances, it was clear that Monica always prioritized her nephew's wishes, whether they wanted to talk or preferred silence. Monica's primary goal was to provide stability and comfort for the boys. In March 2019, Zono decided against switching schools, opting to stay close to his friends and see out his final 2 years. He returned to live with his grandmother, Elsa. Meanwhile, Monica pursued custody of Nawin. Things appeared to be settling, but tragedy struck in late November 2019, when 87-year-old Elsa was hospitalized and shortly after, passed away on November 30th. The following month, Monica was awarded custody of Nawin. By the end of the year, Jono had moved in with a family friend of his grandmother's. Both brothers still required psychological support to cope with their traumatic experiences, with Jono grappling with depression. Their psychologist acknowledged the staggering sequence of events they had endured. In March 2020, Jono's housemate passed away, prompting him to take refuge with his Aunt Monica until October of that year. When he turned 18, Jono rented a small apartment and began living independently, supported by the income generated from his inherited properties. Meanwhile, Monica initiated legal proceedings to secure their inheritance, fearing they might be stripped of their assets. Now when, on the other hand, demonstrated emotional stability thanks to the support he received and was encouraged to continue attending therapy as needed. This cold case takes us to Trinity, a city located in Randolph County in the state of North Carolina in the United States. Trinity is quite a small town with a population of just above 7,000 people as of 2020. The community is most famous for being named after Trinity College, which later became Duke University. Sealy Corporation, the world's largest manufacturer of bedding products, has their headquarters in Trinity. Tammy Sellers Holland was born in this enchanting town in the year 1964. Though little information is available about her early life, we do know that she had 2 sons during her marriage with her husband. However, we don't know what happened to him or why they separated. In the years that followed, Holland continued to live with her 2 sons in Trinity, North Carolina. According to the records available, Holland lived a routine, hardworking life. Since she was the only breadwinner in her family, she had to work multiple shifts and changed a number of jobs over the years looking for stability. When she turned 36, she finally found a job at Elizabeth's Pizza, where she ended up working for many years to follow. She would work the night shifts so she could be home with her children during the day and provide them with a loving environment as best she could. After some initial challenges, things finally began to go smoothly for the family. Her sons grew up, became self-sufficient, and moved out and settled on their own. By the time she was 50 years old in 2014, she had become a grandmother to 2 more boys. Everything seemed to be going perfectly until one fateful day. An incident occurred that would change all of their lives forever. On the 28th of October 2014, a surprising 911 call gained the attention of Randolph County Police. The person who made the 911 call was a neighbor of Holland's. According to the details released by the police, Holland's neighbor had been trying to get in touch with her but hadn't been able to get through and had assumed that she was just busy at work. On the 28th of October 2014, he decided to go check on her in person. It was around 2:10 a.m. when he reached Holland's house. Surprisingly, he noticed that her lights were still on. He also noticed that Holland's car was still in the driveway when at this time she normally would have been at work at Elizabeth's Pizza in Thomasville. This made him curious as to whether everything was all right, so he went to check on her, thinking that she was home. However, when he knocked on the door, there was no response. Confused, he then went to her window to see if she was inside the house. As he peered through, he saw her legs and then noticed her body lying motionless on the floor. This sent him into a panic and he rushed to call 911. The Randolph County policemen hurriedly made their way to the address given to them by the caller. When they arrived, they opened the door to Holland's home. There she was, lying dead in her living room. She was drenched in a pool of blood. The police and investigators then quickly sealed off the house and brought in their forensic investigators to examine the crime scene and the body. Holland's body was then taken for an autopsy. According to the autopsy report released by the North Carolina Medical Examiner's Office, it was revealed that she was stabbed and then left to bleed to death. There were multiple stab wounds on her neck and body. This was ruled as the cause of death and the case was ruled a homicide. An assault test was also conducted, but no trace of semen was found on her. At the time of her death, she was staying alone in Laughlin Hill Mobile Home Park. After learning the cause of her death, the Randolph County Police started their investigation. At first, they conducted interviews with adjacent homes around Holland's, and they learned that Holland had a noisy argument in her home the night before she died. There was even a record of her calling 911 about the matter. However, when she was offered medical assistance and an investigation into the altercation, she declined. During the initial investigation, Randolph County Police had a number of people on their list of suspects, but were unable to unearth any specific evidence that pointed to any one of them being the culprit. Though the police gathered evidence at the crime scene, including DNA that did not belong to Holland, they could not find any matches within the system to point them towards who was behind this sinister act. The Randolph County Police did their best to find the culprit. They even offered a handsome reward of $5,000 for information about Holland's murder, but none of the tips they received were viable. Eventually, without any suspects or fresh leads to follow, the case went cold. However, all the important questions remained unanswered. Who could have murdered Tammy Holland? Was it the same person with whom she had an argument on the day before her death? Or was it someone else entirely? Although years had passed without answers, the county's investigators were still eager to solve Tammy Holland's murder case. In 2020, they reopened the case and began a fresh investigation, making use of every piece of information at their fingertips, including the genetic evidence collected from the crime scene. They first began the investigation by submitting the DNA evidence to the CODIS system. 3 years later, the system produced a match. However, to their surprise, they didn't find one suspect but 2. The culprits were identified as Roy Lee White and Florence Keene. On January 26, 2023, a warrant was brought out against Roy Lee White and Florence Keene. Roy was wanted for felony accessory after the fact of first-degree murder, according to the warrant. Who were Roy Lee White and Florence Keene, and what was their connection to Holland? Though we do not have much information on Florence, we do know that Roy was born in 1967, the same year Tammy Holland was born. He married Florence Keene while he was in his mid-20s. The couple lived together in a mobile home and were actually Holland's neighbors. According to sources, it was found that Roy and his wife Florence were well associated with Holland. As neighbors, they would often meet and talk. With a warrant issued against the pair, the police had now made Roy and Florence wanted criminals. Both Roy and Florence had successfully managed to evade the police for almost a decade, But thanks to DNA evidence, Tammy's culprits had now been identified. With the perpetrators on the loose, Randolph County Police went all in to find the whereabouts of the couple. They looked for Roy Lee White in the neighborhood where he had once lived, but they couldn't find him. He was clearly on the run. Luckily, on February 7, 2023 at 11:10 p.m., the Randolph County Sheriff's Office Criminal Apprehension Team located and apprehended Roy at the O'Connell Lodge on Brentwood Street, High Point, North Carolina. He was then transported to the Randolph County Detention Center and taken in front of the magistrate, who issued a $60,000 secured bond and set a first appearance for February 8, 2023 in Randolph County District Court. With Roy finally arrested, the investigators wanted an open confession about the murder. He complied with his arrest and cooperated with the police. During the interrogation, Roy was asked about the murder and about the whereabouts of his wife Florence. In an open confession, he revealed that on the night of October 28, 2014, it was Florence who stabbed Holland while she bled to death in her home. Roy had quickly assumed control of the situation by concealing the knife that was used to kill Holland after the crime was committed. When the investigators came to their door after the murder, the couple managed to play their part, which was simply enough to not get themselves arrested. They were successful in that, and the police never had any idea that it was them who had committed the crime. The couple then managed to stay out of trouble for almost a decade until DNA evidence led straight to them. However, in 2018, Florence died due to natural causes, which led to Roy getting evicted from his home. He then became a vagabond and started living in hotels for short stints before moving on to the next one. It was in one of these hotels that the Randolph police found Roy and where they finally arrested him. However, the question remained, how had the couple evaded the police this whole time? Why weren't they suspects in the murder of Holland? Well, at the time of the initial investigation, before the case went cold, they had been questioned by detectives. However, they had managed to evade detection by pretending to not know anything about the murder. But in 2020, when multiple detectives started looking into the cold case of Tammy Holland again, they found DNA evidence that led them straight to Roy and his wife Florence. Though no further details were released about the murder, after Roy's confession, the sheriff's office did release some details of the murder, which included the DNA evidence, the crime scene details, and other pieces of information. With her killer caught, her loved ones came out to remember Holland when the news was announced. Her friends and family members stated that throughout her life she was a devoted employee and friend and an extremely kind-hearted person. Aldo DePorto, the owner of Elizabeth's Pizza where Holland was employed till her last day, said, "She was always happy, smiling when she came in." He also noted that Tammy Holland was the kind of person to always be there for her coworkers and she got along with everyone. She was one of the good people in the world and a very good person to work with. With Holland gone, the staff had continued to feel her loss for all those years. "We still remember her," he said. "We remember the way she was and we're never going to forget her, you know? She's going to be a lifetime deal." DePorto also added that he doesn't want to judge Roy or Florence. Instead, his thoughts are with Holland's family. "We keep Tammy in prayer," he further added. "We love the way she was when she was working here. We keep her in our hearts and I pray for her family." The case of Anna Alexeyeva Repkina, a charming and outgoing woman from Chelyabinsk, Russia, hailed from a good family. With a strong work ethic, passion for travel, rock music, and cats, she owned several. Anna was a vibrant individual. She loved capturing life's precious moments through photography and valued romantic relationships deeply. Her ultimate goal was to find true love, settle down, have children, and build a happy family. Anna's remarkable sense of humor made her a delight to be around, something her friends and acquaintances often highlighted. However, her life took a dramatic turn in 2016, when a high school sweetheart of 7 years ended their relationship, leaving her devastated. Despite this heartbreak, Anna refused to give up on her dreams. She took the initiative to try online dating, determined to find her ideal partner. On a Russian dating site, she came across a promising match who seemed to possess all the qualities she was looking for. Met a charming young man named William Hargrove, a 26-year-old from Oregon who worked as a bouncer and mechanic. What drew her to him was his fascination with Russian culture, but more importantly, his adoration for her. William consistently showed kindness to Anna, often complimenting her and making an effort to be present for her whenever she needed him. Despite the physical distance between them, those who knew him described William as a charismatic and passionate person with a great sense of humor who inspired those around him to chase their dreams. As they developed their online relationship over several months, their bond grew stronger. They seemed perfectly suited for each other, sharing similar tastes in music and a love for live performances, as well as a similar sense of humor. Friends who knew them noted that Anna and William complemented each other beautifully. William's caring nature was evident in his thoughtful gestures, such as sending Anna flowers despite being separated by oceans. Anna and William's online chemistry was undeniable, but they wanted to confirm their connection in person. So in December 2016, they decided to take their relationship to the next level. Anna booked a flight to Oregon to spend the Christmas holidays with William. However, she initially made a mistake and booked a ticket to Portland, Maine instead of Portland, Oregon. Before realizing the error, she had already flown to Maine, but she was determined to make it work. After fixing her flight issues, Anna finally arrived in Oregon. William picked her up from the airport and they spent the next 10 days together. He took her on sightseeing trips, and they enjoyed activities like visiting the seaside, playing in the snow, and cuddling by the fire. William also introduced her to his friends, and they celebrated New Year's Eve together, sharing a romantic kiss at midnight. It was the perfect Christmas experience for Anna. After a whirlwind 10-day visit, William popped the question to Anna using his grandmother's emerald ring, and she happily accepted. However, what Anna didn't know was that William was leading a double life. During their time together, he had also been secretly seeing his 33-year-old landlady, Michelle Chavez, behind her back. William rented a room in Michelle's house, and it seemed he also held a special place in her heart. Michelle was married with 2 children, but this didn't deter her romantic involvement with William. Their affair had been ongoing for over a year when Anna, William's girlfriend, visited Michelle's home. Unbeknownst to Anna, she was meeting her rival, as Michelle was her boyfriend's landlady. Michelle showed understanding when William brought Anna to her home, perhaps thinking William would never leave her or believing Anna was insignificant, much like her own husband. Whatever the reason, Michelle didn't expose their secret. It wasn't until Michelle discovered the engagement ring that her husband's stance on the situation became clear to everyone involved. Meanwhile, returned to Russia, unaware of the drama she had left behind. After posting a photo of her engagement ring on Facebook, the social media algorithm brought the post to Michelle's attention. Michelle's anger wasn't solely due to William's engagement to another woman. Michelle planned to leave her husband to be with William and, as a symbol of her commitment, took off her wedding ring and gave it to him. However, she soon discovered that the ring was identical to the engagement ring William had given to Anna. It turned out that William had given Anna Michelle's own wedding ring, which had been recycled. Michelle confronted William about this, and he tried to calm her down, insisting that Anna meant nothing to him and promising to break off their engagement on March 1, 2017. Meanwhile, had packed her bags, including her wedding dress, and had quit her job, ready to start a new life with William in another part of the world. Michelle was unhappy about this development. Anna's mother, Yelena, also had reservations about her daughter's hasty decision. She was unsure about William, whom Anna barely knew, and thought she was rushing into things. Anna, however, was convinced that she was in love and saw no reason to wait. Yelena finally released Michelle from her grasp. Michelle, realizing Anna's visit was not a social call, grew angry. She demanded that William find another place to live, refusing to let the engaged couple stay under her roof. William complied, renting an apartment for himself and Anna. However, he continued to secretly see Michelle, sneaking out to visit her and reassuring her of his commitment to her, downplaying Anna's importance. Michelle became increasingly worried about William's growing relationship with Anna, so she took action. She contacted Anna on Facebook, revealing everything about her and William's ongoing affair. Anna reported the conversation to William, but he dismissed it as Michelle's jealousy. Anna believed him, and the couple decided to ignore Michelle's warnings and focus on their future together. They set a wedding date for March 23rd and planned a beachside ceremony. Anna wore the wedding dress she had brought from Russia, and they headed to the beach. However, the officiant failed to show up. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, they returned home. They planned to try to get married again in April. On that same day, surveillance footage captured the couple buying food at a McDonald's drive-thru. Anna sat in the passenger seat, still wearing her wedding dress. William had told her that the officiant was sick. That was a lie. Despite claiming he didn't love Anna, William had kept her convinced that he wasn't invested in their relationship. However, had grown tired of William's manipulation. On April 15th, Michelle gave William an ultimatum: choose between her and Anna. Michelle made it clear that if Anna wasn't gone by April 20th, she would take drastic action, build a snowman, a sinister phrase meaning to kill someone, and hide their body in a snowy area where it would never be found. After issuing her threat, Michelle lost contact with William and assumed he had chosen Anna over her. She left him voicemails to express her feelings. On Sunday, April 16th, William phoned Michelle to share the news that he was single again, having just ended his tumultuous relationship with Anna, who was now headed back to Russia. Coincidentally, William had hit a deer with his car and was waiting at the Ailey Martile store for repairs. He asked Michelle to meet him there. As it was Easter Sunday, Michelle was attending a family gathering, but she excused herself to join William. When she arrived, they reconnected by having an intimate moment in William's car, reaffirming their strong connection. On April 17th, Anna's body was discovered in the forest. Initially, investigators didn't know her identity, as there was no identification found with her body, and she had only been in the state for about a month. The crime scene lacked a murder weapon, but was littered with trash. However, amidst the debris, a clear plastic bag caught their attention. Inside, they found a KFC receipt, an empty Pepsi cup, and a KFC chicken paper bag. The KFC receipt turned out to be the crucial clue in solving the case. It contained a date, time, and debit card number, which led investigators to Kevin Thomas. When questioned, Kevin revealed that he was best friends with William and had been getting to know Anna. He also shared a tradition with William, where they would eat lunch at KFC every Friday. The receipt, it turned out, was from a purchase made about a week before Kevin's questioning. The investigation into Anna's death led to the discovery of William's deceitful behavior. In his interview, Kevin revealed that William had borrowed his shotgun, claiming he wanted to go to the woods to clear his head. However, William never returned the weapon. The police began to suspect William and Michelle after hearing Kevin's following Anna's death. William's behavior became increasingly unusual and suspicious. He withdrew money from Anna's bank account to pay off his debts, and was caught on camera buying cigars and Star Wars Legos at various stores. William also confided in Kevin that he was spending money recklessly to cope with his emotions. Furthermore, he began researching time travel and even reached out to strangers on WhatsApp, offering to exchange his soul for the opportunity to go back in time. William wanted to travel back in time to April 16th to prevent a situation caused by his best friend's mistake. However, on that day, William was seen crying in a store employee's arms, claiming his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He had moved back in with Michelle, but was picked up by the police and questioned. The police asked William about his whereabouts on April 16th, and he said he was on a drive with Michelle. When asked about Anna, he denied having a romantic relationship with her, saying they had only gone on 2 dates, and he had ended things. According to William, their last interaction was in mid-March, when Anna mistakenly posted their engagement on Facebook, causing trouble with Michelle. When questioned about the trash found near his late fiancée or the woman he dated, William admitted to littering, but claimed it was just KFC trash and a can from the general store, not related to Anna's death. About 40 miles separated the Alp General Store from the logging road. However, the investigators did not believe William's alibi. Lieutenant Chris Duffett, one of the investigators, quickly increased the pressure by revealing that William's trash had been discovered near a murder victim at a different location. Initially, William reacted with surprise and heartbreak, feigning disbelief that he was being questioned about a murder. 2 days after Anna Rapina's body was found, her fiancé William Hargrove was arrested for her murder on April 19th. During the investigation, Michelle was also questioned about her whereabouts on April 16th, the day Anna was killed. At first, Michelle stuck to a rehearsed alibi, claiming she and William had spent the day together, with William picking her up from her mother's house and going on a drive. However, Michelle later changed her story, admitting she had lied initially. She then claimed that she and William had planned to meet up, but he never called or showed up. When the police revealed that William was in custody for murder, Michelle's response was surprisingly calm, saying only, "Okay." The investigator pressed Michelle on her lack of emotion, which eventually broke down, and she tearfully attributed her initial calm to being in shock. William Hargrove was indicted on charges of murder, identity theft, and 2 counts of theft in June 2018. His trial began in October 2019, with the prosecution seeking the maximum penalties for each charge, while the defense argued for a more lenient sentence. William's defenders claimed he was innocent and that Melissa, the spurned lover, was the true culprit. However, the prosecution presented a strong case against William, backed by evidence and motive. The evidence showed that William was torn between 2 lovers, with Anna pressuring him to make a choice. There were records of William and Anna driving together in an alone car. On the day of Anna's murder, William's cell phone was tracked to the logging road at 4:30 p.m. The shotgun used to kill Anna was found in William's car, with his fingerprints being the only ones on the weapon. Despite denying any involvement in Anna's death, William was caught using her money to go shopping and pay off his car insurance. He was even filmed withdrawing cash from an ATM using her card. The prosecution argued that William had driven Anna to the forest, gotten her out of the car, and then executed her with his shotgun. The prosecution claimed that William was faced with a choice between Anna and Michelle, leading to his actions. In contrast, the defense argued that their client was innocent. According to the prosecution, the evidence pointed to Melissa as the perpetrator. A threat from Melissa to build a snowman with Anna, her cell phone found near the logging road, and Anna's cell phone discovered in Melissa's house suggested that Melissa had planned the crime. Who was not charged with any crimes, testified as a witness for the prosecution. She revealed that she worked as a late-night cab driver and was married to an Oregon State University instructor, but their marriage was loveless and open. She met William at a bar where he worked and, with her husband's permission, began a romantic relationship with him. As they grew closer, William rented a room in her house. When Anna entered the picture, Melissa was not threatened, having a similar open relationship with William. Melissa explained that by her second visit, she couldn't tolerate the situation anymore, especially when she saw her own wedding ring on Anna's finger. Although she had given William an ultimatum, she had no role in William's actions that hurt Anna. Melissa clarified that she never intended for Anna to get hurt or killed. She denied the defense's allegations, stating that the threat about building a snowman was just a joke, a lighthearted family comment, even if it was a bit extreme. She acknowledged that her cell phone was found in the forest, but William was the one who drove her there. She didn't know why or what he planned. Furthermore, William had given her Anna's cell phone the day before he was questioned. As his partner, she naturally held onto it for him. Melissa's testimony lasted 14 hours, and she was not the only one. Around 70 other people testified, including Anna's mother, William's best friend and roommate, some of Melissa's family members, and others. Throughout the case, Melissa faced intense scrutiny, particularly in her hometown in Oregon, where she was criticized and ostracized by the locals. Michelle had reached a low point and attempted suicide, but fortunately it was unsuccessful. The prosecutor praised Michelle's efforts to take responsibility, calling her actions tough and super tough. After a month of court appearances, the judge asked the jury to deliver their verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours and returned with a decision. Despite the defense's efforts, they couldn't find Michelle guilty of Anna's death. There was no physical evidence linking Michelle to the crime scene or the weapon used. In fact, she had a solid alibi. She was celebrating Easter at her mother's house, and multiple witnesses could vouch for her presence. On the other hand, William maintained his not guilty plea, but the overwhelming evidence against him led to his conviction on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 25 years. Anna's attorney announced plans to appeal the verdict. Notably, the jurors developed a strong connection with each other during the trial. After the trial, they visited the logging trail, where Anna's life was tragically cut short, to pay their respects to her memory. Anna will be remembered as a courageous young woman who left her home in Russia to build a new life in the United States. Anna was a loving person who openly shared her love with others. She was cherished by many during her lifetime, and her memory will continue to be loved and honored. The prosecutor, Amy Matsuko, stated, "Today's case will take us to the city of Los Angeles, which is a bustling metropolis located in Southern California. It is famous for its stunning beaches, iconic Hollywood sign, and star-studded sidewalks. Los Angeles is also a hub for the arts and entertainment industry, with world-renowned museums, theaters, and music venues. From delicious food to thriving fashion and technology industries, there's something for everyone in this diverse and dynamic city." William Newton was born on July 26, 1965 in the city of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. His father was Richard Harriman. His parents were not married in 6 months after Newton's birth. His half-sister, Oliver Michelle, came into the world. The two siblings were simply inseparable while growing up. As a child, Newton discovered his passion for art and frequently filled his free time with creative writing. His poems were a reflection of his soul, and his imagination ran wild. He was also an avid reader and yearned for the day when he could share his own stories with the world. Newton was a very intelligent young man. Richard once told the media about his son. Newton spent a good portion of his childhood in the city where he was born. It was there he attended both primary and middle school. Upon completing middle school, he moved with his mother, whose name remains unclear, to the city of Ladysmith, which is also within the state of Wisconsin. The change in environment was all too sudden for Newton, but over time he slowly began to get used to it. However, Newton was only able to complete his freshman year of high school in the new city before his mother began talking about leaving for a new place yet again. This time around, they moved to the city of Oklahoma. This was in the year 1980. Newton soon got tired of the seemingly endless circle of moving from one place to another and desired more stability. And so one day he packed his bags and traveled down to be with his father, Richard. He was only 16 at the time and had made up his mind to begin living with his father. He was certain that he would welcome him with open arms. However, this turned out not to be the case. Upon getting to Richard's home in Eau Claire, he was given a shocking reception. Instead of the warm welcome he had anticipated, he was told to leave, and Richard refused to let him inside, slamming the door shut in his face. The cold treatment was a stark contrast to what Newton had expected, leaving him broken and defeated. But in that moment, something inside him shifted. He embraced his independence and made the bold decision to set off on his own. The next 3 years would see Newton traveling around the United States. One of the cities he lived in was Oklahoma, and there he met a man named Terry Elliott with whom he started a romantic relationship. Newton also discovered that he had a passion for beauty and makeup, and so he decided to turn it into a career by taking steps to become a professional beautician. He learned all about skincare, makeup techniques, and the latest beauty trends, and within a matter of months, he had earned his beautician license. In 1984, he moved to Los Angeles and began a new life there. Despite the challenges that came with starting a new life in a new city, he didn't have to wait long for employment opportunities to come knocking. Armed with his wealth of expertise and experience, he quickly caught the attention of an entertainment company producing music videos. Soon enough, they hired him as a beautician and a choreographer. In addition to this, Newton took up a job at a gay bathhouse known as the Hollywood Spa. One fateful night at the spa, he met a man by the name of David Ray, who took an instant liking to him. David had been in the area to judge a beauty contest for a local gay magazine. Their meeting was the start of an unexpected and new journey for Newton. David was an adult movie producer who specialized in gay adult videos. David saw potential in Newton and took him under his wing, introducing him to the industry and helping him land roles in several of his movies. Newton's and David's relationship went beyond just business. It eventually blossomed into a romantic one. By 1987, the two formed a partnership and decided to create their own adult movie company, which they named London Ray Productions. Newton began working at the company using his expertise as a movie producer, makeup artist, and set designer to the table. He produced movies using the alias Bill E. London and also went on to act in several films under the name Billy London and Billy Porter. They would often film movies in their apartment, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to make it appear as if they were shooting in different locations. With money beginning to roll in, Newton and David began living life in the fast lane. When they weren't on a movie set, they spent their nights partying at clubs and indulging in drugs. This lifestyle became a routine for them, and it was one they would stick to for many years. In 1990, the lovers' relationship took a hit and they began to live separately. Around that time, Newton also felt like he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. And so he decided to temporarily move to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time. He was tired of LA, Newton's sister Michelle recalls. He just needed a mental health break. Apart from the fact that Las Vegas was going to offer him something new and exciting, it would also afford him the chance to meet up with his mother, who at the time was planning on settling in the area. Everything was set, and Newton began counting down the days to when he would leave for Las Vegas. However, fate had a different plan. On the evening of October 28, 1990, Newton visited a popular club in Los Angeles known as Rage Nightclub. He made his way towards his favorite spot within the club and sat down to observe those who were making merry around him. Before long, Newton was feeling the rhythm and he joined in the fun. He sipped on a few drinks and let loose, losing himself in the excitement of the night. Hours flew by, and soon enough he realized it was time to go home. He got up to leave, and anyone who saw him at that moment would be able to instantly tell that he was intoxicated. He managed to make his way to the exit and left the building. That would be the last time anyone would see him alive. The next day, as the week began on a Monday morning, most Los Angeles residents carried on with their daily routines, unaware of a murder that would terrify many. That same morning, in an alley directly behind Santa Monica Boulevard, a homeless person searched through dumpsters seeking for food or discarded items. When he opened one particular dumpster, he got the shock of his life. Sitting right in the middle of the trash and staring right back at him was a human head. The rest of the body was nowhere to be found, but the homeless man could spot a pair of feet that had been carelessly thrown beside the head. It was all too much for him to take in, and the man closed the dumpster in horror. He quickly raised an alarm, alerting others about the vile discovery, and in no time, police officers arrived on the scene in their vehicles. The person with the dismembered head in the dumpster was soon identified, and it was none other than Newton. Retired Detective Wendy Burnt was one of the first officers to arrive at the scene on the day of the murder, and was shaken to her core by how brutal it was. It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen, and it didn't matter to me that Bill was gay or that he worked in the adult content field, Wendy said. The autopsy that was performed on Newton revealed that he had an addictive drug known as methamphetamine in his system before he was killed. There was also evidence to show that he had been strangled before being beheaded. Detectives immediately began an investigation to determine what exactly had happened to Newton, and how he ended up in such a state. Heading the team of investigators assigned to the case was Wendy, and she ensured that she gave it her all. It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve. So I put everything into this case, Wendy said. In the months that followed after the murder, tips poured in from different sources and detectives looked into all of them, but none proved to be of any use. Nobody seemed to know who had killed Newton or where the rest of his body was. Detectives had nothing solid to work with for a long time, and eventually the case went cold. In 2005, 15 years after the murder, the Los Angeles Police Department issued a statement that they were making efforts towards reinvestigating the case. But this time too, nothing really came out of the investigation and everything went silent. After this, the case made the news again towards the end of the following year in 2006. This time around, a reporter by the name of Mickey Ski claimed that Newton's father had reportedly reached out to him, saying that the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try and solve it. In response to this accusation, the LAPD reached out to the public and released a statement to say that they had not given up on the case and were trying their best to solve it. Sadly, Richard never got to see justice for his son's murder. He passed away in his home on May 30th, 2011 at the age of 65. Around 2020, two authors and best friends Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn developed a fascination with Newton's murder. Christopher had gotten to know about the case after an adult entertainment journalist wrote about it, and since then it had remained fixed in his mind. Christopher and Eric also happened to co-host a podcast known as The Dinner Party Show, which they began in 2012. It happened that during one of the podcast episodes, Christopher decided to mention his interest in Newton's murder and how fascinated he was that there had never been an arrest and no publicly announced leads in the case. He then concluded by asking the listeners for helpful information regarding the case. 2 months after this, Christopher and Eric did another episode of their podcast, and in this one, they shared some of the things they had been able to dig up since the last time they talked about Newton's murder. According to Christopher, an unidentified man had reached out to him, saying that he had some important information about the murder case. According to what the man told Christopher, he had seen Newton at Rage nightclub the evening before he turned up dead in a dumpster. However, he claimed Newton had not left the club alone, but had been in the company of a man that looked like the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. When Christopher did a background check on Dahmer, he discovered that he was a serial killer who murdered 17 boys and men in the Milwaukee area from the late 70s to the early 90s. But in 1991, a year after Newton's gruesome murder, Dahmer was finally arrested by the authorities and was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. There was no doubt that Dahmer's profile fitted that of someone who could have potentially murdered Newton. However, there was no way to confirm this because Dahmer was already dead. He was attacked and beaten to death by a fellow inmate back in November 1994. After detailing in the podcast all he had uncovered about Newton's murder and its possible connection with Dahmer, Christopher continued to remain hopeful that someone who knew something would come forward with additional information. Around the same time in 2012, Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department began to develop an interest in this case. After going through all the materials his predecessors had on the murder, he was shocked by the amount of work they had put towards having it solved. They investigated the hell out of this case, Detective Lamberti told the media. Taking into consideration all the previous investigative work in the case, Lamberti also began to look more intently at every angle. One of the first things he did was do a Google search about Newton's name. In the search result, he came across the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in which they talked about Newton's murder and speculated about Dahmer being his killer. Clicking on it and listening to all the two men had to say did nothing but pique Detective Lamberti's interest in the case. At some point after this, he reached out to both Christopher and Eric to schedule a meeting with them. During this meeting, the three men swapped information and talked extensively about all they knew about the case. From that moment, an alliance was formed and they had one mutual goal, which was to solve the case for good. While all of this was going on, Rachel Mason, a documentary filmmaker, has also gotten obsessed with the case and was busy carrying out her own underground investigation. She had learned about Newton's murder by accident. This was back in 2017 when she was working on a documentary about an adult bookstore and gay adult content store called The Circus of Books. While looking for solid content for the documentary, she paid a visit to a local writer and an activist by the name of Mike Szymanski. Mike had an old collection of West Hollywood photos and he had agreed to allow her to look through them. As he and Rachel were going through one of his notebooks during the search, a brittle newspaper article from 1990 suddenly fell out and caught Rachel's eye. The article was about Newton's murder and how the authorities had no leads as to who had carried out the act. Rachel immediately asked Mike about what it was all about, and Mike gladly filled her in on all the details he knew surrounding the mysterious murder. She was intrigued by the story she heard. However, she did not think much of it after that. She went to work on the Circus of Books film, and after completing it, she immediately started searching for a new project to work on. It was during this period that she recollected the story she had heard from Mike about Newton's murder. She couldn't shake it off and slowly grew fascinated by it. This made her take a closer look, and she also began investigating the case. Rachel was determined to gather every piece of information she could find. For this, she resolved to ask the public for any tips or insights they might have. And that was when she received a message from Clark Williams, a gay stay-at-home dad living in Sherman Oaks. Williams grew up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, just like Newton. Due to this, he believed he could help Rachel fill in the blanks of Newton's life story, since he had a unique perspective on what it was like growing up in Eau Claire. Rachel was thrilled at the new development. She wondered if she had finally gotten someone who could shed some light on the mystery of Newton's upbringing. To find out, she eagerly arranged a meeting with Williams to hear what he had to say. During the meeting, she found out that Williams had first gotten to know about Newton's murder while scrolling through a Facebook group. He had stumbled on a particular post about the 1990 murder, and it had immediately caught his attention. And as he read the details, he was struck by how similar Newton's background was to his. From that moment, he could not stop thinking about the case and decided to take matters into his own hands. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams said. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story, because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time, he added. After connecting with Rachel and sharing all that he knew with her, he began to nurture an even deeper interest in the murder. Eventually, Detective Lamberti also got to find out about Rachel and Williams' interest in the case, and he soon brought them into the fold. Every one of Williams' free moments became an opportunity for him to try and get closer to solving the case. It wasn't long after this that he learned of a local amateur detective named Rick Paske, who had dedicated a good portion of his time and energy to cracking the mystery of Newton's murder after it had occurred. Rick had also worked closely with retired Detective Wendy in the initial investigation. Much to his disappointment, Williams found out that Rick was long dead, so there was no way to reach out to him. However, through his tireless and thorough research, he was able to find out some other important details about Rick. And this was that in addition to owning and running a skate shop in West Hollywood, Rick also led a double life as a gay adult video producer under the alias Richard Lawrence. Williams realized he needed to find the link between Rick and Newton, as they had both been working in the same industry at the same time. Williams began to meticulously go through the credits of Rick's films in search of names of actors, producers, and editors. His aim was to track down anyone who may still be alive to share their stories. The movies he placed priority on were those that had been produced around the time of Newton's murder. One film in particular caught his attention. It was titled The Devil and Danny Webster, and it had introduced a promising young actor named Billy Houston. Williams immediately took a special interest in Billy and began to uncover as much as he could about him. When he probed deeper, he discovered that Billy's real name was Darrell Lynn Madden, and he was in prison serving a life sentence for the murder of 2 men. According to what Williams found out, when he had been caught, Darrell had confessed to the police about his crimes, saying that he and another man named Bradley Qualls had committed the first offense. On the day of the incident, both Darrell and Bradley had gone out with a sinister plan to initiate Bradley into a white supremacist group known as Chaos Squad Skinheads. And to do this, they had to kidnap a gay man. They waited in the area patiently for an unlucky individual to pass by. A man named Stephen Domer was the one who unfortunately fell into their well-laid trap. Both Darrell and Bradley lured their victims to a deserted area, bound him in his own vehicle, and took him on a ride. Despite the pleas of the poor man, it all ended with him being strangled to death with a coat hanger. After seeing that they had killed him, the 2 men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek. In a twist, Darrell later shot his accomplice, Bradley, for some unknown reason and then fled the scene. But he could not hide for long and was later captured by the police. This had all happened in the city of Oklahoma. Williams did not stop after finding out all this. He went further and soon found out that Darrell had done an interview for a book titled American Honor Killings. Williams knew that the book could contain more potentially important information and so decided to try to get his hands on it. He ordered the book online, and after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, it finally arrived. He immediately began reading, and as he flipped through the pages, he was struck with disbelief at what he read. Darrell not only talked about taking the life of Stephen in the book, but he also talked about another killing in Los Angeles. However, he failed to provide details about that particular incident. The shocking revelation left William stunned and excited. He knew he was onto something. Newton had been murdered in Los Angeles and Darrell had confessed to killing someone in that same city. William strongly believed that Newton was the individual Darrell had referred to. But to be certain, he decided to reach out to Detective Lamberti and inform him about everything he had found out. Lamberti wasted no time and immediately set to work. He did a background check on Darrell. To his surprise, he discovered that the gay adult video production company which Darrell had worked for was situated on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was the area where Newton's body had been found. The detective knew it was all too much of a coincidence and decided that he was going to visit Darrell to question him. And so on January 4th, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Mamies traveled to Oklahoma where Darrell was serving the sentence for his crimes. Much to their surprise, they found out that Darrell was now a proud transgender woman and an Orthodox Jew who had changed her name to Darrellin. The air buzzed with anticipation as Lamberti and Mamies took their seats across from Darrellin, who sat with a confident grace, ready to answer any questions the two detectives had. During the course of their conversation, they asked Darrellin about Newton's murder and were shocked when Darrellin was immediately aware of who they were talking about. Darrellin explained that on the day of Newton's murder, he and two of his friends had seen Newton walking along the street. Newton had appeared intoxicated, and for this reason, they saw him as an easy target for a robbery. He was soon abducted, but things went south from there. Darrellin confessed that it had ended with Newton being strangled to death. Detective Lamberti and his colleague were shell-shocked as Darrellin came to the end of the explanation. They could hardly believe their ears. Next, they then asked how and why Newton's body had been mutilated. But Darrellin claimed to have nothing to do with it. Darrellin told them that Newton's body was left with his two friends after they killed him. When asked for the identity of the two accomplices, Darrellin refused to mention any names. In the days that followed this, Detective Lamberti presented a strong case against Darrellin to the LA County District Attorney, George Gaskin's office. However, much to their disappointment, Gaskin's office announced that they would not be filing charges against him as the evidence was not strong enough. But despite this, Lamberti and the others who had worked round the clock on the case were beyond happy that it had finally been solved. Michelle was also grateful for the detectives' dedication to the case, and the closure they had given her by finally solving it. Newton's murder was a cruel event that shook the city of Los Angeles for over 3 decades. The thought of his killer finally being identified and being behind bars brings a sense of justice being rendered. However, the whereabouts of the rest of his body is still a mystery that may haunt the city forever. The case of Jenna Oakley. Jenna Oakley was born on March 2, 2001, in Indiana. She lived with her mother and 2-year-old brother in a troubled home. Due to her mother's neglect and inability to provide a stable life, Jenna often found herself left alone from a young age. The situation worsened over time, leading to intervention from Child Protective Services in April 2016. As a result, Jenna and her brother were removed from their mother's care and relocated to live with Philip Oakley, who their father and his wife, Rhonda, who was 52 years old at the time. Rhonda welcomed the children into her home and accepted them as her own. Philip later revealed that Rhonda had been eager to be a good mother to her stepchildren from the start. She welcomed them into her home with open arms and worked to create a safe and comfortable environment for them. Jenna was a difficult child to manage. Despite her academic success, which earned her praise from her teachers, she struggled to follow the rules in her new home. Her behavior became an even greater concern when her parents discovered her relationship with a 20-year-old man named Kenneth, whom she had met at the age of 10 while living with her mother in Indiana. Kenneth was a mysterious figure who seemed to be both a supportive influence and a hindrance in Jenna's life. To better understand the events that unfolded, it's essential to delve into Rhonda's story and explore the complexities of her personality, as well as the significant impact she had on Jenna's life. Rhonda Oakley was born on March 5, 1964, in Casey County, Kentucky, to parents Howard Lee Raines and Mabel Walls Raines. She graduated from Casey County High School in 1982 and went on to work for 30 years in a prominent company that specialized in marketing, packaging, and printing services. Rhonda was a kind, loving, and cheerful person who was highly respected by her friends, who admired her warmth and kindness towards others. Rhonda met Philip Oakley on a golf course, and they fell deeply in love. They decided to get married and start a new life together. However, their relationship was not without its challenges. At the time, Rhonda was divorced and had 4 children from her previous marriage. Philip and Rhonda's family were initially against their relationship due to their significant age difference. They asked Philip to end the relationship, which led to frequent arguments within the family. For that reason, Philip believed the relationship of Kenneth and Jenna was unacceptable because Kenneth was 5 years older than his daughter, Jenna. Philip even threatened to involve the police if Kenneth continued to date Jenna. To maintain control of the situation, Philip and Rhonda took measures such as confiscating Jenna's phone and computer and enforcing strict rules. The situation at home became so unbearable for she that she finally confided in her father and stepmother, promising to end her relationship with Kenneth. However, she failed to keep this promise and continued to secretly meet with him. As a result, her relationship with her parents deteriorated, and she began to harbor a deep-seated hatred towards her parents. On September 1st, 2016, at around 4 p.m., David, her younger brother, returned home from school and entered the house. As he walked into the kitchen, he was startled by the sound of 3 of their dogs barking frantically in the basement. Curious, David rushed downstairs to investigate and found his mother, Rhonda, lying motionless on the floor. Panicked, David immediately ran outside to seek help and eventually went to a neighbor's house to call the police. When the emergency services arrived, they were unable to revive Rhonda, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. The police found deep cuts on her neck, indicating a brutal attack. Initially, the police suspected a robbery, but upon further investigation, they discovered that nothing in the house had been stolen or disturbed. The investigation into Rhonda's death began, and her family and friends were left wondering who could have committed such a heinous crime. As the investigation progressed, several key pieces of evidence came to light. Rhonda's car was discovered to be missing, and a trash can in the kitchen was found to contain vomit. Furthermore, one of the large meat cleavers from the kitchen was found to be missing, leading investigators to suspect that it may have been the weapon used to attack Rhonda. When Philip returned home, he was questioned by detectives and informed them that his daughter, Jenna, had not attended school that day. In fact, Jenna had been unreachable since the incident, and her teachers had called Philip early in the morning to report her absence. This led the police to believe that Jenna may have been kidnapped by the same individuals who killed Rhonda and that she may be in danger. During the questioning, detectives asked Philip if he knew of anyone who might have wanted to harm Rhonda or the family. Philip revealed that his daughter's boyfriend, Kenneth, had a troubled relationship with Jenna and that it had deteriorated significantly. Philip admitted that he had threatened to contact the police if Kenneth did not stop seeing Jenna. Philip suspected that his daughter had been dishonest with him and that she and Kenneth had never intended to break up or follow the rules. It was possible that Kenneth had planned to get rid of the source of his problems and take Jenna with him. After learning this, the police focused their efforts on finding Kenneth. They discovered that on August 31st, the day before the incident, Kenneth had flown from Indiana to Lexington, Kentucky at 3 a.m. From there, he took a taxi to Oakley's house. Another crucial piece of evidence came from a store manager in Denver who claimed to have seen Jenna with a young man on September 1st. The manager handed over surveillance footage to the police, which showed Jenna and Kenneth entering the store and then leaving together to get into a car that looked like Rhonda's stolen vehicle. Notably, Jenna appeared calm and normal in the footage, not showing any signs of distress or being coerced. Her behavior led investigators to dismiss the possibility that she was being held against her will and raised suspicions that she might be involved in a crime against her stepmother. A search of Jenna's room later revealed a diary that confirmed these suspicions. The diary exposed a deep-seated hatred that her family seemed to be unaware of. Jenna wrote about her ongoing feelings for Kenneth, with whom she had maintained contact despite promising to stay away. Interspersed with these entries were expressions of resentment towards her family members, which grew increasingly disturbing over time. Jenna wrote in her diary that she intended to kill her father, stepmother, and brother to prevent them from ever separating her from Kenneth again. allowing her to be with him without interference. She outlined a specific plan and timeline to carry out these actions. When her father, Philip, read her words, he was overcome with shock and fainted. He struggled to comprehend that his daughter would not only conceive of such a heinous act, but also possessed the determination to make it a reality. Jenna had a plan to kill her family members. First, she intended to kill her father between 4 o'clock and 5 a.m. by luring him to the basement and stabbing him in the neck. Her next target was Rhonda, whom she planned to kill in her bedroom between 6 o'clock and 8 a.m. using the same knife. After that, she planned to kill her brother David in his room. The police discovered Jenna's diary at the start of their investigation, which became the primary evidence against her. Meanwhile, Philip gave the police Kenneth's phone number, allowing them to track and apprehend Kenneth and his girlfriend. On September 4th, 3 days after the crime, investigators located the fugitives in Tucumcari, New Mexico. The police informed local authorities about the case, who quickly located Rhonda's stolen car near a hotel where Kenneth and Jenna were staying. They were arrested and transported separately to a New Mexico detention center, awaiting extradition. However, a search of the car did not yield the weapon used in the attack on Rhonda. Kenneth chose not to face trial. He attempted to take his own life in his cell by hanging himself and wrote a letter. Officers found him and rushed him to the hospital, where he was in critical condition. In his letter, Kenneth claimed responsibility for the crime and stated that he and Jenna acted according to his plan, attempting to take the blame to absolve her. The authorities kept Kenneth's attempt on his own life and his confession from Jenna for a time, deciding it was best she didn't know while being transported to Kentucky. They wanted her to give her own testimony without being influenced by Kenneth's upon arriving in Kentucky. Jenna also confessed to the crime, providing the police with a detailed account of her actions. According to Jenna, on the day before the crime, Kenneth visited her at her house. They met early in the morning, which is why Jenna didn't attend school that day. They spent the entire day together. Rhonda arrived home around 3 p.m. and encountered Kenneth in the basement. This encounter sparked an argument between Rhonda and Jenna, which eventually turned violent. The violence escalated to the point where Jenna attempted to strangle Rhonda by grabbing her neck. Kenneth then intervened, taking over from Jenna. He grasped Rhonda's throat with such force that she soon lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Once Rhonda was unconscious, Jenna took a kitchen knife and inflicted fatal wounds on her neck, leading to her death. Witnessing the scene caused Kenneth to become ill, and he vomited into a trash can. When questioned by the police about the knife used in the crime, Jenna stated that she and Kenneth had disposed of it during their escape. They had wrapped the knife in a bag and thrown it away at a fast food restaurant. Provided this testimony while Kenneth was still in serious condition at the hospital. He was charged with first-degree murder but was unable to stand trial due to his self-inflicted injuries. After 6 weeks on life support, he passed away. In October 2019, Jenna was formally charged with her stepmother's death. The charges alleged she either caused the death or collaborated with someone else. She also faced a theft charge. Jenna was held without bail at a juvenile detention center. Her father, Philip, stated he didn't care that she was his daughter and felt she didn't deserve his protection after the incident. He hoped Jenna would receive the punishment she deserved. Jenna wasn't informed of Kenneth's death until a court hearing, where she fainted upon learning the news. After regaining consciousness, she screamed, cried, and struggled to calm down. In January 2019, Jenna pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and expressed regret for her actions in court the following month. She expressed remorse for the pain, anger, and disappointment she caused. Upon learning of the plea deal, Philip expressed disappointment, stating that the system failed to prevent the crime against his wife. He claimed there were warning signs that Jenna was in trouble, but no one took action. Philip added that people often advise going to the police immediately, which he and his wife did, yet they still found themselves in a terrible situation. At the sentencing hearing in March, Susan Hooper, a mitigation specialist for the defense, explained that the defendant suffered from abuse, violence, neglect, and lack of basic human rights throughout her life. The lawyer questioned what could have driven a 15-year-old with no history of violence to commit such a crime. The lawyer noted that Jenna had no prior record, was respected by teachers and peers, and it was unclear what led her to take such a desperate step. It was also noted that none of Jenna's family attended the hearing. Philip declined to participate, and Jenna's mother never appeared in court to learn her daughter's fate. This was unusual, as parents typically show interest in the case's progress, even in difficult cases where the accused has committed serious crimes. The lawyer, Susan, gathered extensive evidence and records showing that Jenna was abandoned by her mother, Christ, who neglected her well-being. Susan conducted an in-depth examination of Jenna's early life by reviewing child care and medical records in Indiana and Kent. She also interviewed various individuals who knew Jenna, including neighbors, family friends, caregivers, teachers, school counselors, and her older half-sister. The sister's testimony was particularly relevant, as she had lived with Jenna for several years. According to the sister, they never had a stable or safe home environment. After Chris divorced from Philip, she started working at a local Indiana prison where she became romantically involved with an inmate. She eventually posted bail for him and he moved into their home. This marked the beginning of a nightmare for Jenna, who was only 3 years old at the time. The man consistently robbed them and brought other women into the house, all while Jenna and her brother were present. A neighbor contacted child services after discovering that Jenna's family home was infested with rats and that the young children were being left alone all day. When a social worker visited the home, she encountered a hostile mother who refused to let her inside. Upon eventually gaining entry, the social worker was met with a horrific scene. The house was filled with rotting food, piles of trash, rat droppings, and human waste. The kitchen was overrun with unwashed dishes covered in mold and infested with rodents and insects, including a large number of cockroaches and fleas. The children were living in deplorable conditions with no regard for their safety. They had unrestricted access to medications and other hazardous substances, further endangering their well-being. Despite efforts to improve their situation, relocating Jenna and her younger brother to live with their father in Kentucky did not alleviate their problems. Susan stated that Philip and Rhonda neglected them, forcing Jenna to sleep in an unclean basement. However, the lawyer countered that Jenna had simply moved from one unstable home to another. Prosecutor Richie Borms presented evidence during the hearing, demonstrating that Philip made every effort to provide for the children's needs and create a good home. Despite the defense attorney's claims, Borms argued that if abuse or neglect had occurred, child care services would have been notified by Jenna's neighbors, friends, or teachers. Furthermore, the prosecutor inquired if the defense attorney was aware of Jenna's relationship with Kenneth and the fact that her parents disapproved of they. The defense attorney stated that Kenneth was the only person who genuinely cared for the accused, Jenna. According to the defense, Jenna's past experiences had left her with unmet emotional needs. She was searching for someone to provide her with the love and care she had always lacked, and having lost that person, she was now devastated. Defense attorney Anthony Leetainer presented scientific documents to justify Jenna's behavior. The articles explained how the child abuse Jenna suffered at a young age had negatively impacted her psychological development. Anthony told the court that his conversations with Jenna led him to believe that she lacked parental love and that her strained relationship with her mother contributed to her inappropriate relationship with Kenneth. Jenna supported the statement by reading a letter in which she expressed her deep regret and apologized to her family for her actions. She acknowledged the pain she had caused Rhonda's family and friends and claimed that she had since become a completely different person, distinct from the Jenna who committed the crime. When Philip stepped up to the podium, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. He and his daughter were visibly anxious about the impending conversation. Philip approached Jenna, looked her straight in the eye, and asked what had driven her to commit such a serious offense. He reminded her that as her father, he had always treated her with respect, and that Rhonda had never spoken ill of her or caused her harm. Philip explained that when they took Jenna in, it was to give her a better life and that Rhonda had cared for her like her own daughter. However, Philip acknowledged that Jenna had been a challenging teenager and that he and Rhonda had discussed sending her to a specialized institution to help her get back on track. Philip also shared his concerns about Jenna's relationship with Kenneth, describing him as a predator who had taken advantage of his underage daughter. Philip revealed that when he discovered Jenna and Kenneth were still in contact despite being forbidden from doing so, he reported Kenneth to the police and warned him to stay away from Jenna, threatening legal action if necessary. Philip turned to his daughter, visibly shaken. He condemned her crime as unforgivable, citing Rhonda's exceptional character as a wonderful woman and mother, unmatched by anyone. He emphasized how Jenna's actions had devastated not only Rhonda but also others. Philip then questioned why Jenna planned to harm him and her brother, arguing that she was not a victim, but rather someone influenced by circumstance. Despite this, he concluded by reaffirming his love for her, saying that regardless of her actions, she would always be his daughter. Jenna, overwhelmed, burst into tears, shouting at her father that she never felt part of the family and had never experienced his love. Following this outburst, the judge called for a recess to deliberate the verdict. On March 27, 2019, the verdict was announced. Jenna Oakley was sentenced to 15 years in prison, with 10 years for first-degree murder and 5 years for car theft. She would be eligible for parole in 2034. This case served as a reminder that justice, though sometimes delayed, ultimately prevails, and those who commit heinous crimes will face their due punishment. Today's case will take us to Lexington, North Carolina. The city boasts of a rich and diverse cultural heritage, and one of its main attractions is its world-renowned barbecue, earning it the title Barbecue Capital of the World. Apart from its delicious cuisine, Lexington has a charming downtown filled with unique shops and restaurants, showcasing the city's friendly and welcoming spirit. The city's historic uptown Lexington district is a popular area, and it features beautifully restored buildings that date back to the early 19th century. Mary Mathis Davis was born on February 12, 1958 in Lexington. Although her early years remain shrouded in mystery, what is known is that she had a sister named Lisa Hinkle whom she shared her childhood with. From playing games to exploring the outdoors, growing up together, the two sisters were a dynamic duo that nothing could come between. Lisa describes her sister as a beautiful, kind-hearted person who never failed to light up a room with her infectious smile. She also had a way of making everyone feel at ease. At some point, Mary met a man by the name of Richard Davis. As they got to know each other, a spark ignited between them, and before they knew it, they were swept up in a whirlwind romance. Their love grew stronger by the day, and Richard knew that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Mary. And so one day, with a heart full of hope, he asked her to be his wife. Mary was overwhelmed with joy, and without hesitation she said yes. After the proposal, the two lovebirds began to eagerly plan their life together as a couple. They spent hours on end talking about their future, discussing their dreams and hopes for the life they were about to embark on. The wedding day soon arrived, and the couple exchanged their vows in a romantic and intimate ceremony. After the wedding celebrations, and Richard found themselves starting a new chapter of their lives and looked forward in anticipation to the journey ahead. The years flew by, and before long, Mary and Richard were parents to two beautiful children. Their first child was a boy, while the second was a girl named Tracy who was born in 1986. The joy of parenthood was evident in the couple's home, as the sounds of laughter and the pitter-patter of little feet filled the air. Mary's heart overflowed with love, and she relished every moment spent with her children. To provide for her growing family, she took a job at Lanier's Ace Hardware, a store in Lexington. It wasn't the most glamorous work, but Mary didn't mind. She was grateful for the opportunity to earn a steady income. Though the money Mary earned wasn't much, it was enough to help cover the bills and put food on the table. Despite the challenges that came with juggling the responsibilities of motherhood and working a job, Mary remained steadfast in her determination to make the best life possible for her family. As the days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, life continued at a good pace. Mary's family was thriving, and she felt a sense of contentment in her heart. But just when any of them least expected it, tragedy was waiting just around the corner, ready to strike. On the morning of May 30th, 1987, Mary left her home for work as usual. That Saturday felt like every other day, but little did she know that it would be her last on earth. As Mary arrived at work, she greeted her colleagues with a smile and began to go about her day. She jumped into her tasks with enthusiasm. However, as the hours ticked by, she began to feel increasingly restless and hungry. By noon, her stomach was growling and she found herself counting down the minutes to her lunch break. Eventually, the moment arrived and she was relieved that she had the chance to finally escape the confines of her workplace. Her heart also raced with anticipation as she imagined settling down to a delicious meal. She reached into her bag to make sure that she had enough money to buy herself lunch, and after confirming this, she made her way out of her store and headed for a nearby restaurant. This would be the last time anyone would see Mary alive. She never returned to work. Once the time for her lunch break was done, her absence became more noticeable with each passing second. Her colleagues couldn't help but wonder what was keeping her. As the minutes turned into what felt like hours, their confusion turned to worry. What could be taking her so long? Was she okay? A million questions raced through their mind as they tried to make sense of Mary's prolonged absence. With no sign of her return, they knew that they had to find her and fast. Without hesitation, one of them volunteered to search for her at the restaurant she had gone to for lunch. With heart racing, the coworker rushed to the restaurant, but Mary was nowhere to be found. The restaurant staff there were of no help either, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The coworker returned to the hardware store and reported that there was no sign of her. With this, fear began to grip the workers at the hardware store, and they knew they had to take more serious action. Without wasting another moment, they picked up the phone and dialed the emergency line. They told the operator everything they knew, and within minutes the police were on their way. They also called Mary's parents and her husband to let the family know what was happening. It was a difficult call to make, but they knew that it was the right thing to do. Police immediately began searching for Mary that very day, but at first the search yielded nothing. There was simply no trace of her. As the news of Mary's disappearance spread, the community became gripped with fear and uncertainty. Mary's family, on the other hand, were left to grapple with the agony of not knowing where she was or what had happened to her. However, they prayed and hoped that their beloved Mary would be found safe and sound. Richard could hardly sleep a wink that night. He tossed and turned in bed as his thoughts kept him awake. He knew deep down that something was terribly wrong. Mary's disappearance did not make sense to him, and he knew that it was not just a simple case of getting lost in the city. His thoughts drifted to their children and how he would face them the next day. They had been asking about their mother, innocently unaware of the danger she might be in. Richard couldn't bear the thought of telling them that she might never be coming home again, but he knew that he had to be strong for them. As the sun rose the following day, the search for Mary continued, but all the efforts seemed to be in vain. The police and Mary's family were on edge, desperate to find any leads on her sudden disappearance. As the day went on, the police suddenly received an emergency call that a dead body had been discovered behind the building of a local supermarket known as Winn-Dixie. A small team of police officers immediately raced to the scene. As they arrived, they saw a small crowd gathering around the area where the body had been discovered, and the officers quickly moved in to secure the area. They could see that the body had been there for some time. It was already beginning to give off a faint smell of decomposition. Upon closer inspection, they were able to identify the body as that of the woman they had been searching for. Shock and disbelief were evident on the officers, but they knew that they had work to do. The cause of death was not immediately apparent, so the police began to search the surrounding area for any clues. They also questioned the employees at the supermarket, but none of them seemed to know anything. Following this, the body was then taken away for an autopsy. That same day, a uniformed police officer arrived at the home of Mary's parents. He asked for Mary's father, who immediately stepped outside to speak to him. The air was thick with tension as the officer delivered the heartbreaking news. He explained what little they knew about what had happened to Mary and offered his condolences. The news was devastating, and Mary's father was left shattered and grief-stricken. The rest of the family was also shocked and saddened. A few days after Mary's body was found, the results of the autopsy were out, and they revealed that she had been strangled to death. In addition, it was also discovered that she had also been sexually assaulted. With this, her death was ruled a homicide. And so, as Mary's family struggled to come to terms with her loss and were left to pick up the pieces, the authorities began an investigation into her death. There were a lot of unanswered questions, and they were determined to get to the root of it all. Detectives had with them pieces of evidence in the form of DNA that had been collected from the crime scene. However, due to the lack of technology at the time, there was little that could be done with this. Despite this, detectives worked tirelessly day and night, running down every lead and tip that came their way. They even asked for help from the public, hoping that someone would come forward with information that would crack the case wide open, but to no avail. The killer seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving the detectives feeling defeated. The days dragged on, turning into weeks and months, but the killer remained elusive. With each passing day, the detectives felt their grip on the case slipping away. Mary's family, however, never gave up hope and believed that one day justice would be served. They tried their best to move on with their lives, but the wounds of grief remained fresh in their hearts. In 2011, almost 25 years after Mary's murder, her sister Lisa made a bold move by speaking out about the tragedy that had befallen her family. She opened up to the media about the heartbreak they had endured, sharing how difficult life had been without her beloved sister by her side. As Lisa reminisced on their happy memories together, she also shared that the family had never given up hope that one day they would get the closure they so desperately sought. Yet despite the heartache and loss, she revealed that the family had no interest in seeking revenge, and that forgiveness was something she was willing to extend to whoever had taken Mary's life. In 2022, a new team of detectives that were assigned to the murder case decided to review the evidence available. They were well aware of the advances in DNA technology and knew that they had a better chance of solving the case now as compared to when it happened back in 1987. Following this, the detectives then submitted some physical evidence to the North Carolina State Crime Lab, going by the positive result that was obtained from the analysis of the evidence. The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation was contacted to take a look at the case. Things began to move at a fast pace from there. The State Bureau of Investigation reached out to OTHRM, a private laboratory in Texas that specializes in forensic genealogy. DNA evidence from the case was then sent to OTHRM, and their scientists were able to develop a genealogical profile for an unknown male suspect. After months of hard work, the unknown male suspect was finally identified. It was a man by the name of Russell Grant Wood. The discovery was a relief for detectives, and they knew without a doubt that the case was finally close to being solved. However, there was a problem. After doing a check on Russell's background, they found out that he had died back in 2013 at the age of 58, so there was no way to bring him to justice. According to what Lexington Police Chief Robbie Rummage later revealed during a press conference, Russell had been previously identified as a suspect in the case, but due to lack of sufficient evidence at the time, detectives had no choice but to direct their focus away from him. That was not all. It was also discovered that both Russell and Mary had known each other, but it is not clear what kind of relationship had existed between them. If Russell had been alive, the state would have proceeded with indictments and charged him with first-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, and first-degree rape. On February 3, 2023, Mary's surviving family were notified of the breakthrough in the case, and they expressed their gratitude to the detectives for their dedication to the case. We prayed that one day we would find the person who violently murdered our beloved Mary. We now have some answers. Although that won't bring Mary back, it does give us a sense of closure, Lori Martin, Mary's niece, had said. Mary's family later held a celebration in honor of her memory at the Forest Hill Memorial Park on February 12, 2023. She would have turned 65 on that day if she had still been alive. Mary was a light in this world, and we were blessed to have her as long as we did. She was a loving mother, sister, wife, aunt, and friend. We know she is resting easily in the arms of our Lord and Savior, Lori said. Although the mystery surrounding Mary's death has been unraveled and her killer has been identified, there are still a lot of questions that we will never know the answers to. 40 years ago, an American teenager was found bludgeoned to death in a cemetery in New Jersey. Her face was so badly injured that it was impossible to identify her at the time. the American public began to refer to her as Princess Doe, the Jane Doe who had died too young. For 4 decades, her real name has been a mystery until now. Hi and welcome to Mysterious 7. I'm Michael, and today's episode, I'm going to take you guys through the story of how Princess Doe was killed, how her identity was revealed, and how her killer was finally caught. Let's get right into it. Princess Doe was a previously unidentified American teenager from West Babylon, New York. She was found murdered in Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey on the 15th of July, 1982. Her face had been bludgeoned beyond recognition. Her case gained national attention, and the public took a special interest in unraveling her story and finding answers. She became the first unidentified dead body to be entered into the National Crime Information Center. On the morning of Thursday, July 15, 1982, at around 8 a.m., gravedigger George Keyes discovered the body of a young girl in the rear section of the Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey. The body was found lying on its back, just over a steep bank that leads to a creek below. The victim's face had been beaten beyond recognition with a yet-to-be-determined object. Due to the significant decomposition of her body, even her eye color could not be confirmed. The young girl was dressed in a red short-sleeve shirt. A peasant-style skirt was found lying on top of the victim's legs. No footwear or undergarments were found. No conclusive evidence was found, but this was difficult to determine because of how much the body was decayed. A golden cross necklace was found tangled in the victim's hair. 2 earrings were found in her left ear. Red nail polish was found on the right hand only, and she had no surgical scars, distinct birthmarks, or tattoos. Scars or marks on the head or face area could not be known due to the condition of the body. Forensic anthropologists determined that the victim was not pregnant and had never given birth, and was most likely between the ages of 18 and 14 years old at the time of her death. Toxicology did not reveal any traces of drugs, but was not entirely conclusive, because of the time elapsed between the death and the discovery of the body. It is believed that the body was discovered after 2 to 3 days, or possibly even weeks, of exposure to the elements. This was especially difficult to determine because of the hot and humid weather in the area at that time. The forensic examination indicated that the girl had attempted to fight back or defend herself from her attacker, as injuries indicating trauma to her hands and arms were visible. The girl's body was buried in the Cedar Ridge Cemetery, not far from where she was discovered in January 1983. Donated funds were used to pay for the victim's coffin and headstone. The headstone was engraved with the text, "Princess Doe, missing from home, dead among strangers, remembered by all." For many years, Princess Doe was thought to be Diane Janice Guy, a missing teenager from San Jose, California, who vanished on July 30, 1979. His theory was propagated by several law enforcement officials in the state of New Jersey, who went as far as to hold a press conference identifying Diane Dye as Princess Doe. However, Lieutenant Eric Krantz, the Princess Doe case's original lead investigator, maintained that Diane Dye was not a viable candidate for Princess Doe's identity. Krantz's feelings were shared by Diane's family and investigators in California, who were particularly angered by the conduct of the New Jersey law enforcement. In 2003, Princess Doe's DNA was compared with a DNA sample from Diane's mother, Patricia, and it was conclusively determined that Princess Doe was not Diane Dye. After seeing images of the girl's clothing in the newspaper, a witness named Amory Latimer reported to officials that she remembered seeing a girl wearing the same clothing as Princess Doe purchasing cigarettes on July 13, 1982, just 2 days before her body was found. Latimer stated that she was shopping with her daughter at a supermarket across from the cemetery and observed and was able to describe the victim's clothing. The shirt and skirt themselves were traced to a manufacturer in the Midwestern United States, although the brand labels were missing. 3 people reported after viewing the photos that they had bought similar clothes at a Long Island store, which is now closed. On September 22, 1999, the body of Princess Doe was exhumed from the Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown so that DNA samples could be taken. The body was reburied in the same location. After a 2012 photo composite of the victim was released, it generated new tips as it resembled several missing girls from across the country. One theory was submitted that Princess Doe may have been a runaway and could have been an individual using false names while employed at a hotel in Ocean City, Maryland. In 2012, a sample of her hair and a tooth were examined through isotope analysis and indicated that the victim was most likely born in the United States, at least 7 to 10 months in the Midwestern or Northeastern United States. The tooth sample indicated she could be from Arizona. It is also believed that the girl had spent a long time in Long Island, New York. Lieutenant Krams, now retired, twined the name Princess Doe early in the investigations and also managed to get the case covered extensively in the media. The case was used as the impetus for recording unidentified crime victims in the MCIC database at the national level. Princess Doe became the first such case entered by the FBI director. After extensive print media coverage in 1982, Lieutenant Krams, who was the original lead investigator from the Blairstown Police Department, was contacted by HBO regarding the Princess Doe case and asked if the channel could chronicle the case in an upcoming documentary entitled Missing. Krantz agreed, and the segment was filmed over several weeks. Krantz was shown following leads as they came in. The documentary featured actual footage of the recovery of Princess Doe's body, along with footage shot by HBO of Princess Doe's 1983 funeral. The case was also featured on America's Most Wanted in 2012, in hopes of generating new information about the case. The same year, the most recent reconstruction was broadcast on CNN. On July 15, 2012, a memorial service was held for the 30th anniversary of Princess Doe being discovered at the top of the ravine where her remains were found. Over 100 citizens attended, as well as several reporters and cameras. The victim's clothing, as well as her photo reconstructions, were on display for public viewing. On October 12, 2014, Princess Doe was honored at a missing persons rally in the area. In the years between the first discovery in the body and the final identification, several theories cropped up. The first one was that Princess Doe was actually Diane Dye, a young girl missing from California, which has now been definitively disproved. Secondly, the killer of Princess Doe was already imprisoned for another homicide. A man called John Reese was briefly suspected, as he was convicted of killing another woman in nearby Belvedere, New Jersey. But there was no real evidence of a connection with Princess Doe. The third theory was that Princess Doe was either a runaway that was known to work in the Ocean City, Maryland area, or a prostitute who worked at the local truck stop. The information for these two possibilities was highly inconclusive. Nobody from the local area came forward to identify Princess Doe, on or off the record. It seems unlikely that not one single person would come forward if she was known in the area. The fourth and disturbing theory was that Princess Doe was killed by a Blairstown police officer, and that is why the case was never solved. But this claim is completely unsubstantiated. There are retired local law enforcement officers who still follow and contribute to the case, even after 40 years. The fifth theory was that Princess Doe was a victim of a serial killer known to operate in the area, such as John Kleiss, Henry Lee Lucas, or Jill Rifkin. Though local law enforcement was aware of these claims, none were found to be credible. A sixth theory was that Princess Doe was an out-of-state teenager who worked at an area camp. Again, this was never proven. And now we come to the seventh theory, that Princess Doe was killed by a man named Arthur Kinlaw. For many years, this was the most current theory. Many of the facts fit the case, and this theory was explored on the America's Most Wanted website. Several New York Newsday articles reference this theory that was published in 1999 and 2000. Mr. Kinlaw was already imprisoned for other crimes, but since Princess Doe's body wasn't identified, his involvement in her murder could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Princess Doe's body was re-exhumed in November 2020 using a grant, and she underwent DNA extraction for genetic genealogy. In May 2021, investigators were notified by the NCMEC, or National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who were collaborating with Astria Forensics about obtaining DNA markers from degraded samples of Princess Doe's body using a grant. On June 18, 2021, investigators received the news that Astria Forensic agreed to extract DNA and construct a DNA profile. On February 10, 2022, Astria Forensics relayed to investigators that the creation of a DNA data file was successful. The results were sent to the NCMEC's consulting genealogist from Innovative Forensics Investigations. The managing officer was Jennifer Moore, who agreed to perform unlimited genealogy testing free of charge. On February 22, 2022, Innovative Forensics announced to investigators that they had found a candidate for Princess Doe. Investigators went to West Battle on New York, where they met Robert Alignac Jr., Princess Doe's brother. They also collected a DNA sample from Princess Doe's sister, which mitotyping technology used to build a mitochondrial DNA profile. The Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory assisted by creating an STR-DNA profile through the victim's sister's DNA sample. Mitotyping technology sent their results to the Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory, then sent both the mitochondrial DNA and STR-DNA profiles through the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. On April 29, 2022, the center identified Princess Doe as Dawn Alignac. Her identity was formally announced on July 15, 2022, the 40th anniversary of her discovery. Robert Alignac Jr. said that Alignac left their home at her mother's request, and she was never seen or heard from again. Way back in 1999, evidence came to light that Arthur and Donna Kinlaw may have been involved in Princess Doe's murder. Donna was arrested in California for attempting to commit welfare fraud by using the name Eliana, which was traced to a Long Island native. When the police questioned her, she gave them details about the murder of Linda, and her testimony put the Kinlaws behind bars. Donna gave details about 2 murders Arthur had committed of 2 other female victims who remain unidentified today. After Arthur was faced with a death sentence, Donna told authorities that Kinlaw had killed another woman, a sex worker, earlier in 1982. She told police that she was with Arthur in the cemetery and witnessed him commit the murder. Another report states that Donna Kinlaw said that in July 1982, her husband brought home a teenage girl, left home, and returned without her. He later apparently disposed of his clothing and cleaned his vehicle. Afterward, he threatened his wife, claiming if she did not attend her job, he would take her life as he did to the girl he brought home. However, a lack of cooperation meant that Arthur Kinlaw was not charged. Lieutenant Stephen Spears, who worked on the case as a member of the Warren County Prosecutor's Office, from which he is now retired, stated that Kinlaw claimed responsibility for her death, but I have no physical evidence to confirm that. And without the identity of Princess Doe, I have no way of connecting the dots, so to speak, putting her in a place where he could have been or would have been at the same time. Spears also reported that he doubted the confession because the Kinlaws could not provide a name for Princess Doe, even though they claimed to have been with her for some time. Even though he questioned the credibility of their statements, Spears does not believe the victim was native to Long Island, New York. However, Donna Kinlaw was interviewed by a forensic artist who created a sketch of the girl she claimed to have met, which does resemble the most recent composite. Arthur Kinlaw remained incarcerated for 2 counts of second-degree murder. Following the 2022 investigation of Princess Doe as Dawn Alignac, Arthur Kinlaw was reconsidered as a suspect and later charged with Alignac's murder. Dawn Alignac was born on August 5, 1964. She had been a junior at Connequot High School in Bohemia, New York, where she had lived with her mother and sister, authorities said, but she soon moved out of the family home. According to her brother, she was thrown out of her home by her mom. She ended up getting killed in a cemetery, leaving no clue as to her real identity. But for more than 20 years, the name of her suspected killer was no secret. In 1999, the wife of Arthur Kinlaw, a convicted pimp who today is serving time for the murder of many other Long Island women, tied her husband not only to those deaths, but to the brutal slaying of the girl in the Blairstown Cemetery. In an interview with Newsday at the time, Donna Kinlaw recounted how her husband in the summer of 1982 brought a girl of about 18 years old back to their Central Islip home. She told the newspaper as well as police that her husband left with the woman but later returned home alone, appearing shaken. About 2 weeks later, according to Newsday, she read that police in Belvedere, New Jersey had found the body of a dead girl who fit the description of the girl who was in their house that night. He kept saying, "What does it say? What does it say? Does it say who the person was who got killed?" She said her husband asked. From the story she read aloud to her husband, Donna Kinlaw told Newsday that she remembered that the New Jersey police named the dead girl Princess Jane Doe. Not long afterward, investigators exhumed her body to recover the murder victim's femur bone in hopes of using her DNA to identify her. And in fact, investigators acknowledged that Arthur Kinlaw confessed to the New Jersey murder in written statements dating back to 2005. But it was not until April of this year that Don Olnett was positively identified. Arthur Kinlaw, now 68, is currently imprisoned in Sullivan County, New York on 2 other first-degree murder convictions from 2000. Among them was a teenager he knew only as Linda in April 1984 in the Bronx, Newsday reported. "I strangled her with my hands," said Kinlaw. "She was hit about the head by me with a bat." Arthur Kinlaw has now been charged with 1 count of homicide as the result of the subsequent investigation, witness statements, and his confession of Alagnac murder. It is believed that after Don Alagnac refused his demands to go into prostitution, he drove her to New Jersey. They both ended up in Blairstown, where Kinlaw murdered her in the Cedar Ridge Cemetery. Neither Alagnac nor Kinlaw had a connection with the town. Kinlaw remains imprisoned at the Sullivan Correctional Facility in Fallsburg, New York. Investigators are now looking to piece together Don Alagnac's movements in the time leading up to her death. The DNA Doe Project, also DNA Doe Project Incorporated, or DDP, is an American non-profit volunteer organization formed to identify unidentified deceased persons, or commonly known as John or Jane Doe, by using forensic genealogy. Their volunteers identified victims of automobile accidents, homicides, and unusual circumstances, such as persons who committed suicide under an alias. The group was founded in 2017 by Colleen Fitzpatrick and Margaret Press. Unraveling the mystery of Princess Doe has been a sensational success for genealogical DNA testing of exactly this kind. Sometimes the smallest things make the biggest impact. And for the case of Princess Doe, that was exactly what happened. A molar root weighing just 200 kilograms would hold the answers that had eluded investigators for close to 40 years. With the help of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Princess Doe's molar and eyelash were submitted to Astria Forensics in 2021 for possible DNA extraction. What is so special about Astria is that they can extract DNA from samples that are degraded or otherwise would provide no value, said Carol Schweitzer, a forensic supervisor at NCMEC. "We knew that if anyone could get the information that was needed, Astria could. And they did." Kelly Kincaid, CEO of Astria Forensics, told NCMEC that they were lucky to find that the DNA was exceptionally well preserved and allowed for millions of pieces of information to be gathered to complete the DNA profile. This single DNA extract contained hundreds of millions of unique human DNA fragments, said Kelly. "With these sequencing data, we were able to reconstruct her whole genome single nucleotide polymorphisms or SMP profile. This resulted in Astria being able to deliver genotype files to NCMEC and the Warren County Prosecutor's Office that could go on and be used to complete Princess Doe's genealogy. This technology that would not have been possible 40 years ago was just the break the investigators had been hoping for to identify Princess Doe's identity." Once Astria finished the sequencing, Innovative Forensic Investigations, or IFI, started to work on investigative genetic genealogy techniques to build a family tree that would ultimately lead to the true identity of Princess Doe, or who we now know as Don Alagnac. "This work was only possible because of the collaborative effort of each agency," said Jennifer Moore, CEO of IFI. "Our team brings forward a diverse set of skills that allows us to help find answers to cases." Echoing Moore's sentiment in today's press conference, Prosecutor Pfeiffer reiterated that science and technology made the impossible possible in this case. Don's case was deeply personal for the investigators involved, and their push for answers and justice never wavered. Don's family expressed deep gratitude to everyone who worked to find answers in Don's case. "This is a very big deal for my family," said Don's cousin. "I'd like to thank Blairstown for treating my cousin like she was one of their own. Touches our family deeply. My cousin is always in my heart," he said while tapping the photo of Don pinned to his chest. "Blairstown gave a dare war and gave up. We were greatly appreciative of that. Since Princess Doe was the first unidentified persons case to be entered into NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, by the director of the FBI, William Webster, on June 30, 1983. This was a historic moment for missing and unidentified persons that has continued to play a crucial role in investigations since. The entry in NCIC has remained current and alive until today, when she will be removed. The tenacity of law enforcement has never stopped, and they continue to pour resources and new technology into solving this case. And it's thanks to the collaboration between police authorities and genealogical DNA testing experts that Princess Doe was publicly identified on the 40th anniversary of the discovery of her body as Dawn Ulinick. Today's case takes us to the beautiful coastline of Oxnard, California. It is a place filled with beautiful sunsets and a plethora of opportunities for young adults. It has many notable landmarks, like the Central Carnegie Art Museum, which displays contemporary California art. Although many people find this place to be truly breathtaking, it was also the site of one of the most heinous crimes committed during the 1980s, which cut short the lives of two vibrant young women. This is Rachel Zendejas, who was born on November 20th, 1960. She had an older brother named Roy Rodriguez. Though we don't have much information about their background in early life, we do know that Roy was already settled by the time Rachel began to support herself financially. Rachel got married and became a mom of two young girls while she was still in her teens. Her first daughter, Eva, was born in 1978, and her next daughter, Monica, was born in 1980. However, things weren't going well with her husband, so at the age of 20 in 1980, she decided to leave him. However, Rachel wasn't well off financially, which also meant that with the divorce, she would have to start working and supporting herself and her two daughters. By 1981, a year after the birth of her youngest daughter, she was finally free from her toxic marriage. However, instead of simply working odd jobs and struggling to get by, she aspired to have a degree. And since she hadn't been able to complete her studies because of her marriage and children, Rachel thought that she would finally take this opportunity to continue her studies. She enrolled at Oxnard College in California. While she got back on her feet, she moved in with her brother in Camarillo, and he helps her get her family together and get back on her feet. Being a full-time student, working shifts at a part-time job, and being a full-time mom, things were difficult for Rachel. She was finding it difficult to split her time and attention between all these things, so she decided to hire multiple babysitters for her two kids while she was out at work or college. During the day, she would go to college, then work her shifts, and then she would return home in the evening. Her babysitters would only make their way home when she arrived. If it was too late, Rachel would often drop them off at their homes herself. This was Rachel's routine until the fateful event that would change the lives of those around her. On January 18, 1981, two newspaper delivery boys stumbled onto Rachel's naked body in a carport in Camarillo, near her brother's apartment complex where she was living. She had never returned home the night before after dropping the babysitters back home. When the newspaper boys saw the body, they quickly called 911 and reported the matter. When the police arrived at the crime scene, an immediate investigation was launched. Rachel's body seemed to have bruise marks over her neck and shoulders. Her body was also found completely bare. When the investigators conducted an autopsy, they found that Rachel had been strangled to death. She had also been forcefully assaulted prior to her murder. The gravity of the crime was heavy, which made the police want to find the killer as soon as possible. They theorized that Rachel had been ambushed outside her brother's Camarillo home. She was then assaulted on the patio of a nearby vacant apartment and then strangled and died of asphyxiation. The police conducted detailed interviews with neighbors and others who lived in the vicinity, hoping to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything the night before. According to her neighbors and her brother, Rachel had gone to drop off the babysitters like she did most days after returning from work. However, on that day, something bad happened when she got out of her vehicle after returning home. The crime scene was crucial in helping the police gather evidence. There were sperm traces and fingerprints all over her naked body. However, at the time, DNA evidence couldn't be used to identify suspects in the system. It could only be used to match against a suspect who had already been identified. The police looked into a number of other leads and even tried retracing her steps that night, but they found nothing. Eventually, the case went cold. The second woman involved in this story is Lisa Gondek, who was also born in 1960 on the 9th of November. She lived in Connecticut throughout her childhood and teenage years. However, when she turned 21, she decided to move out and find a job to support herself. Though there is not much information about Lisa's background available, we do know that she never married and did not have any children. In 1981, Lisa moved to California from her hometown in Connecticut. When Lisa got to Oxnard, she moved in with her childhood best friend and was living with her. Being a humble and easygoing person, Lisa never found it hard to make friends. Due to her friendly nature, it was easy for her to get a job. Within a few days of her moving to another state, Lisa managed to find work at a teen clothing store in the Esplanade Shopping Center in Oxnard. She then went on to work there for almost a year. However, little did she know that her life would soon come to a tragic end. On December 12, 1981, a 911 call sparked the attention of the police in Oxnard. The call reported a fire at an Oxnard apartment. When the firefighters arrived, they did their best to control the damage. However, they were shocked to find a dead, naked woman in the bathtub. Upon seeing this, the firefighters immediately notified the police for assistance. When the police arrived, they identified the victim as none other than Lisa Gondek. She was 21 when she died. An autopsy conducted after securing crucial DNA evidence from the crime scene confirmed that Lisa had been forcefully assaulted before she was killed. There were strangulation marks around her neck similar to the ones found on Rachel's body. Whoever committed the crime had killed her, and then set the apartment on fire to cover their tracks. But who could have made that 911 call? Well, a further investigation revealed that Lisa's neighbors had heard screams. However, they didn't call 911 until they smelled smoke coming from her apartment. Right before she was murdered, Lisa had just informed her mother that she would be home for Christmas. Sadly, she would now never be able to make it. With 2 murders having been committed within a year in Oxnard, the police were under pressure to catch the culprits behind either of these murders. However, it was difficult to crack the case. The investigators in the murder of Lisa found that there were no probable suspects on the list of people they had interrogated, and with no further leads to follow, they eventually had to give up on the case, and just like Rachel's case before it, it too went cold. In 2004, 23 years after the murders of Lisa and Rachel, advancements in DNA technology had now made solving cold cases easier, since all that was needed to be done was to enter the DNA evidence into the national systems and wait for the results to show. The Oxnard police and investigators who were handling these 2 cases wanted to take this opportunity to solve the cases, since they had crucial evidence that had been collected from both of the crime scenes. When they re-examined the files from both cases, they began to notice the similarities between the 2 murders. The first were the marks found on their bodies. Both Rachel and Lisa had strikingly similar marks, and both of them were forcefully assaulted and strangled. The second similarity was that both victims had visited a pub named Huntington's in the hours before their deaths. Though the pub is now closed, it was a hot spot that was just across from the Esplanade Mall where Lisa had worked. On uploading the DNA evidence found in both crime scenes, there were no matches in the system at the time, but the DNA matched the sample from the other case. This is when the police realized that the similarities between Rachel's and Lisa's death were because both of them had been killed by the same person. This meant that the crimes committed against Lisa and Rachel were committed by the same suspect who was still on the loose. However, there was a downside to this. No one matched the suspect profile the police were searching for. There was no information on the suspect in the national systems, which eventually made the case turn cold once again. Almost 4 decades later, the murders of Lisa and Rachel still remain unsolved. Though the police found out that the suspect they were looking for was 1 person and not 2, they couldn't proceed any further in solving this case. Rachel's brother Roy Rodriguez regularly called the police and asked for updates on his sister's murder case. And why shouldn't he? Rachel was taken too soon, leaving behind her 2 young daughters who were orphaned at the tender ages of 2 and 1. In order to try and find a match, the detectives and police officers working on this double homicide cold case decided to team up and work with genetic genealogists in 2019. The hunt for the suspect led to the cold cases being opened again as active investigations. This time, the investigators reviewed user-submitted DNA profiles that were made publicly available. This, they thought, was a great start, as it would provide them with enough information to learn more about their genealogy and perhaps even trace the suspect through their family tree. As the team worked together, they managed to finally narrow down their search to one person. This person also matched the evidence at the crime scene in 1981. His name was identified as Tony Garcia, and he was now a 68-year-old man. Tony Garcia was born in 1955. His birthplace was in the state of New Mexico. When he grew older, he joined the Navy. After completing his services with the Navy, Tony then found work as a karate instructor in Oxnard, California. When the Ventura County Police then tracked his age and his whereabouts in 1981, they found that Tony was 26 years old at the time and would often visit Huntington's. It was there that he noticed Rachel and stalked her. He then showed up unannounced on January 18, 1981, and ended her life. Lisa Gondek also used to frequent the same pub after Rachel was murdered, and this led to her death almost 11 months later. After these revelations, further background checks done on Tony revealed that he worked as a carpenter after the killings in 1981. What was even more astonishing was that Tony was actually in the same town the whole time. Once he had settled in Oxnard, he continued to live there even after committing these heinous crimes. All the time that the investigation into Rachel's and Lisa's murders was ongoing, he managed to remain hidden in plain sight. However, why hadn't the Ventura police found him suspicious? Well, no one knew it was him until 2019, when DNA evidence gathered from the crime scene revealed his identity. Despite learning that it was Tony behind the murders in 2019, he managed to evade arrest for another 4 years. No one could find him. It was only quite recently, in February 2023, that Ventura County law enforcement arrested and charged Garcia for 2 counts of murder with special allegations. These charges included multiple killings, kidnapping, and forcible sexual assault. However, the district attorney's office could not decide whether to seek the death penalty or life in prison without parole. The 68-year-old was booked and bail was set at $2 million bond. In February 2023, Eric Nazarenko, the Ventura County District Attorney, gave a statement on the case. After more than 4 decades, justice is finally coming to the families of Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek. Thankfully, Ventura County Police never gave up on solving the murder of these 2 young souls, Lisa and Rachel. All we know for now is that Tony is held at Ventura County Main Jail while police search more information from the public, including any possible links to other crimes. The case of Jassy Correa. Jassy Correa was born in Praia, Cabo Verde, but her family moved to the United States when she was just 3 years old. She grew up in Dorchester, Massachusetts, and Boston became her hometown. As she grew older, Jassy became a loving mother to her daughter, Gabriella. However, Jassy's personal life was marred by difficulties. Jassy's husband, Miguel Castro, physically attacked her. Despite wanting to leave him, Miguel refused to let her go and severely beat her. Jassy eventually reported the incident to the police, and Miguel was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Del Frisco, a Boston restaurant. In her free time, she enjoyed dancing and photography. She cherished moments spent with her family, friends, and daughter, Gabriella. One of her favorite activities was taking her little daughter to the park. On the evening of February 23, 2019, Jassy celebrated her birthday with friends at Venue, a nightclub in Boston's Deter district. Before heading out, she left her 2-year-old daughter with her family and got ready for a night out wearing a new orange jumpsuit. They had spent the evening dancing and drinking champagne at a nightclub. When the club closed, Jassy and her 2 friends stepped outside, but they eventually went their separate ways, leaving Jassy alone. She never made it home that night, and her phone was turned off with all calls going straight to voicemail. For 2 days, Sunday and Monday, there was no news from Jassy. No one had seen her since she left the nightclub on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26th, Jassy's father, when Correa and one of Jassy's friends went to the police station to report her disappearance. The police immediately launched an investigation. The detective's first priority was to determine where Jassy went after leaving the nightclub. Jassy's family and friends distributed flyers around the city, hoping someone might have information about her whereabouts. The detectives also interviewed Jassy's friends who were with her that night, but they didn't know where she had gone after leaving the club. According to her friends, Jassy had planned to head home after saying goodbye. To gather more information, the police interviewed witnesses and reviewed CCTV footage from cameras inside and outside the nightclub. One recording showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Tremont Street, near the nightclub, talking to several people at 2:14 a.m. This was after she had left the club. The footage revealed that Jassy, who appeared to be intoxicated, mistakenly got into an Uber she hadn't ordered. The driver, unhappy about the mix-up, argued with her and eventually pushed her out of the vehicle. After being forced out of the car, Jassy continued to argue with the driver. That's when an unknown man approached her and took her hand, pulling her aside to talk. Despite possibly wanting to leave, Jassy was unable to free herself from his grasp. The CCTV footage showed the man still holding Jassy's hands, pulling her closer. Eventually, Jassy left the area with him. In hindsight, it's clear that she had fallen prey to a predator who took advantage of her vulnerable state. The next camera footage showed Jassy jumping onto his back, and he carried her to his car. They drove away together. 14 minutes later, the police had many questions to answer. Who was this man and where had he taken Jassy? Fortunately, they quickly identified the man and located his address. Louis Coleman, a 32-year-old man from a good family background, was with Jassy at the time of the incident. He had earned a master's degree in physics and had no prior record with the law. Notably, there was no information in the police database about Louis owning a car. However, his mother, a resident of California, was the owner of a 2016 red Buick, which matched the type of vehicle involved in the incident with Jassy. Louis lived in Providence, Rhode Island, about 50 miles from the venue nightclub where he was last seen with Jassy. When police arrived at his home, they found that Louis was no longer there. However, CCTV footage from inside and outside the building revealed disturbing evidence. It's worth noting that the drive from the venue club to Louis's apartment typically takes about an hour. Since Louis returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday, approximately 2 hours after he was seen leaving with Jassy, it's likely that he stopped somewhere along the way. The next day, Louis sent an email to his colleagues stating that he would be taking a few more days off. Based on the content of the email, it appears that Louis was trying to buy time to cover his tracks. Over the next 2 days, Louis attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. Further CCTV footage analysis sheds light on what happened to Jassy after she left with Louis. Although the police never released the initial footage due to ethical concerns, it showed Louis entering his apartment building with Jassy. FBI Special Agent Thomas Sukas described the footage as follows. Louis was seen walking from a red sedan towards the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. Agent Zukas believes that this footage shows Louis carrying Jassy's body into his apartment building. According to Zukas, security footage from the building's lobby reveals that at approximately 4:27 a.m., Louis entered the building carrying an unconscious or already deceased Jassy in his arms. He proceeded to the elevator, took it to the 6th floor. Notably, on February 26th, the same day Jassy's father reported her disappearance to the police, Louis made a suspicious purchase at Walmart. His receipt shows he bought multiple items that raise red flags, including protective suits, duct tape, electrical tape, candles, gloves, safety goggles, a mask, and Clorox bleach. The next day, while friends and family distributed flyers with Jassy's picture, Louis made another concerning purchase at Walmart, caught on camera at 9:22 p.m. This time, he bought a large suitcase and a canister. On February 27, 2019, at around 9:58 p.m., Louis returned to the apartment building, and video footage appears to show him carrying the newly purchased large suitcase. Further footage captures Louis taking the suitcase from his apartment to his vehicle in the parking lot, as evidenced by a recording at 2:15 a.m. on February 28. A video shows a man, later identified as Louis, struggling to lift a suitcase into the trunk of his car. This footage is part of a larger investigation into the disappearance of Jassy Correa, who was last seen on February 24th and was believed to be at Lewis' apartment. Between 2:44 a.m. and 4:02 a.m., Lewis was seen leaving the building multiple times carrying various items, including cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a laptop case, and a small duffel bag. On February 28, 2019, police obtained a search warrant for Lewis's apartment. During their search, they found several suspicious items, including 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa in the apartment, which was missing one of its 4 large cushions. Outside the apartment complex, in a dumpster, police found a collection of items that raised further suspicions. These included white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's jeans with bleach stains, and the belt. Additional items found in the dumpster included a white nylon hooded coverall, an unfilled box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging, rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags, used plastic gloves, an empty package from a car air freshener, 3 used packages of purifying charcoal, and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped a car driven by Lewis near Wilmington, Delaware. Officers ordered Lewis to exit the vehicle and asked if he was alone. Lewis reportedly responded by saying, "She's in the trunk." When police investigated, they found the body of Jassy wrapped in a sofa cushion cover inside a black trash bag, which was placed in a large suitcase that matched the one Lewis had taken into his apartment the previous day. Experts who inspected the car found 2 cracks on the passenger side windshield, leading police to suspect that the man had attacked Jassy inside the vehicle. As a result, Lewis was arrested and taken to a Delaware State Police barracks. During questioning, Lewis had a large bandage on the right side of his face, which he claimed was from sheep when asked about it. A forensic examination revealed that Jassy died from a combination of strangulation and blunt force trauma. Additionally, seminal fluid was found on her body, and DNA analysis matched Lewis's DNA. Prosecutors noted that Lewis's DNA was also found under Jassy's fingertips. Although the exact location of Jassy's death could not be determined, it is believed to have occurred either in the car or at Lewis's apartment. On Saturday, March 9, 2019, family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to pay their respects to Jassy Correa. Many wore white or displayed buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts with Jassy's face and the phrase, "Justice for Jassy." Maka DeAndrade, Jassy's cousin and best friend, delivered the first eulogy, expressing the community's sadness and acceptance of Jassy's passing. DeAndrade said, "We may not understand why Jassy's life was cut short, but I have faith that her death was not in vain. I trust that God has a plan, and I have faith in that." Boston Mayor Marty Walsh addressed the crowd, vowing to work towards creating a safer world for women. He emphasized that young women should be able to go out and celebrate without fear and return home safely to their loved ones. He acknowledged the immense pain Jassy Correa's family has endured and expressed his condolences. When Correa expressed gratitude to the city and law enforcement agencies for their tireless efforts in investigating Jassy's disappearance and death, he also paid a heartfelt tribute to his daughter, saying, "Rest in paradise, my dear Jassy. Rest in peace, my dear child." Lewis Coleman, the suspect, has been charged with kidnapping resulting in death, a crime that could carry the death penalty or a life sentence. However, prosecutors have announced that they will not seek capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassy's body into his apartment and his online search history following her disappearance. FBI agents reported on Lewis's online activity in the days following the alleged kidnapping. He searched for topics such as whether a person can fit inside a suitcase and how to remove a tooth that is not loose. However, Lewis's defense team has disputed the relevance of this evidence to the kidnapping charge. They argue that the prosecution's focus has been on Lewis's actions after the alleged victim's death, rather than on the kidnapping itself. Attorney David stated, "This case is not about how Lewis behaved after her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate. The government's evidence has mainly centered on these issues, but I believe they are not crucial to determining whether a kidnapping occurred. Court documents filed by the prosecution and defense provide a detailed account of the events surrounding Jassi Korea's disappearance and death. Although they sides present different versions of what happened, the documents reveal disturbing details about the circumstances leading up to Jassi's death. Prosecutors established that the defendant, Lewis, was at the same nightclub as Jassi and her friends on the night of her disappearance. However, Lewis was interacting with a different woman he had just met, not Jassi. They exchanged phone numbers and texted each other while at the club and after it closed. The prosecution and defense have presented conflicting narratives about the events that unfolded. Prosecutors argue that Jassi was not the aggressor and that Lewis deceived her into getting into his car by offering her a ride to her friend's apartment, ultimately taking her life. In contrast, the defense claims that Jassi became aggressive after being pushed out of an Uber by the driver and that she initiated a fight with Lewis. The defense argues that the crime was a spontaneous altercation rather than a premeditated act of stalking, kidnapping, and murder. Prosecutors pointed out that the defendant's main argument was that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds, had attacked the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds. However, this claim was not convincing, especially considering that the victim's autopsy revealed the presence of multiple prohibited substances in her body, in addition to alcohol. The defense team attempted to minimize their client's involvement in the crime. Despite this, in June 2022, was found guilty of 1 count of kidnapping resulting in death. The defense team then filed a motion arguing that the evidence was insufficient to support the conviction, but this motion did not change the outcome of the trial. In October 2022, Lewis Coleman, 36, was sentenced to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and killing Jassi Kaur. The court also ordered him to pay $60,000 in compensation to the victim's family. Today's story takes us to Wright City, Missouri, a charming Midwestern destination with a population of only 4,300 people. Its location along the busy Interstate 70 has made it a hub for transportation and logistics businesses, attracting entrepreneurs and visitors from across the state. However, Wright City is much more than just a transportation hub. This historic downtown area features unique shops and delightful eateries, making it an inviting spot to unwind after a busy day of exploring. The city's highly regarded school district is committed to education, offering top-notch schools for children. Wright City's mix of small-town charm and modern convenience makes it a destination with something for everyone. But like all good things, it too had its dark secrets hidden away from the world. June 26, 2004 was a serene day in Wright City, Missouri. However, the city was stunned when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a gruesome discovery in a rest area along the bustling Interstate 70. While trimming the brush, the maintenance worker noticed something suspicious. Out of curiosity, he went to investigate it further and ended up uncovering a decapitated torso. The sight sent shockwaves down his spine. He immediately called the police and informed them about what he had found. It was a discovery that shocked the town of Wright City. The human remains had no head or limbs and was simply a torso. Since the remains were found in a secluded area, investigators theorized that the body was dumped in this area, but the victim was most likely killed elsewhere. But what they found provided more questions than answers. The torso was dressed in a simple black bra, and there were scars from a previous appendectomy and C-section visible on her body, but not much else. All the investigators found at the crime scene were some DNA samples on the victim's body and a knife. After an initial examination of the crime scene, her torso was taken for an autopsy, but because the body was without hands, legs, and a head, it eliminated almost all possible ways in which she could be identified, making it impossible to know who the victim was and how she ended up in that place. As there was not much evidence found at the crime scene, police were relying on the autopsy report for more information. But unfortunately, even the autopsy report could not pinpoint an exact cause of death. It was suggested that the neck had been ruthlessly severed, but it was impossible to clearly say how she met her demise. Initially, it was believed that she was a victim of organ trafficking, but they found that no organs had been removed from the body, which indicated that the murder was not to steal her organs. The case left investigators scratching their heads as they tried to piece together the puzzle of her final moments. The discovery set off a major investigation, with many detectives working tirelessly to find any leads that would help solve it. This was the start of a lengthy investigation, which would puzzle police for many years to follow. As a first step, investigators interviewed people who lived in the nearby area and urged them to jog their memory in search of something unusual they might have witnessed in the area around the time of the discovery of the remains. Some witnesses said that they saw a white utility van in the area the day before the torso was discovered. But while that information looked promising, it did not generate any new leads. Even after a thorough investigation, the police could not come up with any suspects. Without much evidence or suspects, the case eventually went cold. The investigation was reignited in 2014, when Lieutenant Matt Schmutz of the Warren County, Missouri Sheriff's Department took over the case and started to investigate missing persons in the area that matched the characteristics of the victim. The following year, he began to talk with investigators in Madison County, Illinois, on a missing persons case that shared similar traits. Then in April 2006, a person who could have been from the woman's family, whose name was Brian Barker, went to the Warren County Sheriff's Department when he realized that the torso could be his sister's. He provided DNA for an identity test, but the testing was inconclusive. Brian refused to give up on finding his sister's killer, even when all hope seemed lost. Even though his initial attempt to provide DNA evidence failed, he didn't give up. After years of failed attempts to identify the remains found in rural Missouri, a new lead was finally uncovered. This lead was Ashley Kinnear, who was likely the oldest daughter of the woman and who was contacted due to information Brian gave to the police. An expert suggested getting DNA samples from the woman's relatives, including her oldest daughter Ashley Kinnear and 2 other siblings. Thankfully, they agreed to provide the DNA for testing, which ultimately led to a breakthrough in the case. And in the Missouri lab found a match. Finally, the identity of the torso was revealed. It was stated that the victim was Deanna Dennis Howland, also known by her aliases Deanna Froelich or Deanna Kinnear. Records show that Deanna was married more than once and had multiple aliases, including Deanna Barker, Deanna Kinnear, and Deanna Froelich. She had at least 2 children and was born in Belleville, Illinois in the United States. Despite her struggles and the difficulties she faced in life, Deanna Dennis Howland was a person with hopes and dreams, loved by her family and missed by those who knew her. Her tragic death at the hands of a murderer is a reminder that every person, no matter their struggles, is deserving of justice and respect. Deanna was a woman who lived a troubled life, battling addiction and often living as a transient. She was known to frequent areas of Illinois such as Granite City and East St. Louis and was recognized by many as a prostitute who had problems with the consumption of illegal drugs. Despite her struggles, Deanna was a caring mother to her children. Her daughter Ashley Kinnear remembers her as a loving and devoted parent. Ashley became concerned about her mother's well-being when her mother failed to show up for a school play that she had promised to attend in May 2004, and there was no further contact after that. Deanna's disappearance was out of character, and her daughter knew something was wrong when her mother didn't even call her on her birthday, something she never missed. For all this time, Ashley had been confused and disheartened regarding her mother's disappearance. She had tried to contact every possible person she could think of or knew about, but still she had gotten no information about her mother. The only thing she could do was wait for her mother to show up one day. From this, it is clear that despite her troubles, Deanna was clearly a caring and loving mother who always made an effort to stay in touch with her children. After years of investigation and diligent work, authorities finally made a breakthrough in the case of Deanna Dennis Howland in 2022. The suspect was found with the help of a DNA report. The DNA that investigators got from Deanna's body and from the knife which was found at the crime scene was what finally helped them crack the case. The defendant, whose identity has been released, was linked through his DNA evidence that investigators found on Deanna's body. It took years of testing and analysis through forensic genetics to make the connection, but the evidence was finally conclusive in 2022, which led them to a 63-year-old man. The man was identified as Mike Anthony Clardy, a longtime resident of Maryland Heights, Missouri. The quiet life that Mike Clardy and his wife were leading came to an abrupt end when police arrested Clardy on January 10, 2023 at their Maryland Heights home. This wasn't the first time Clardy's life was disrupted, as he had an accident in 2004 that rendered him legally blind. But this time, it was due to his alleged involvement in this heinous crime. The suspect was able to hide from the police for 2 decades, but was finally identified. Despite these accusations, court records show that Clardy was not linked with any other killings and did not have a criminal record. But now, Clardy is facing second-degree murder charges in relation to the killing of Deanna Howland. The next step was to uncover the whole truth behind the heinous crime. Clardy, who had been compliant with the arrest, was brought in for interrogation. As the detectives probed deeper into the matter, they questioned him about the details of the murder, and more crucially, about the remains that were found. In 2023, after almost 2 decades, justice was finally served for Deanna Dennis Howland as her killer Mike Clardy was charged for her murder. The St. Louis Prosecuting Attorney's Office filed an indictment stating that Clardy confessed to killing Howland in June 2004, as well as scattering her remains across multiple locations. Despite his initial denial of involvement, Clardy reportedly admitted to officers that he murdered Howland after a disagreement in his home, where she had been working as a sex worker. He admitted to spreading the victim's remains throughout the St. Louis and Warren counties. He is currently being held on a bond of $1 million in Warren County as the investigation continues. The announcement of the indictment by the Major Case Squad of Greater St. Louis marked a significant breakthrough in a joint investigation between multiple law enforcement agencies. If found guilty, Clardy may face a lengthy prison sentence of up to 40 years. Finally, the truth is being unveiled and justice may finally be served for Deanna Howland nearly 2 decades later. After the heart-wrenching news of her untimely death, Howland's loved ones never lost hope that the perpetrator of the heinous crime would one day be brought to justice. And finally, after years of tireless investigation, Clardy was apprehended and the veil of mystery surrounding Howland's murder was lifted. As the sheriff's office released details of the case, the community was left in shock and disbelief, learning of the DNA evidence and other gruesome details that had been withheld for years. Though they will never have her back, her friends and family can find solace in the fact that justice has finally been served. At a press conference in St. Louis, Deanna Howland's daughter, Kenier, expressed her gratitude towards everyone who had taken an interest in her mother's story. It was an emotional moment as she thanked the crowd for their support and for not giving up on her mother's case. Kenier revealed how she always knew that something had happened to her mother and that she would never have abandoned her family without a word. She appreciated the fact that people were interested in getting to know who her mother was and the impact she would have had on their lives if she were still alive. It is clear that Deanna was a kind and devoted woman who meant the world to her loved ones. Kenier's words touched the hearts of many, reminding us all of the importance of not forgetting the lives of those lost and the loved ones they leave behind. The case of Deanna Howland is a tragic reminder of the impact that violent crimes can have on individuals, families, and communities. The arrest and confession of Clardy may bring closure to those affected by Howland's murder, but it can never fully undo the harm that was done. Ultimately, it is up to the justice system to hold the perpetrator accountable for their actions. The case of Grant Hendrickson and Michelle Cartagena. Grant Hendrickson, born on September 20th, 1972, in Macon, Georgia, was an outdoor enthusiast who enjoyed fishing, golf, canoeing, and camping. Like his girlfriend, he was also an active volunteer in the community, having worked at the Museum of Arts and Sciences in Macon since the age of 15. Their active lifestyles likely drew them together. According to those who knew them, Grant's girlfriend, Michelle Cartagena, was born on May 2nd, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a well-rounded and talented individual. She played in her school's marching orchestra band, was the top singles tennis player, and led her school's softball team. Additionally, she was a member of the National Honor Society. Outside of school, Michelle volunteered with the Red Cross and an animal welfare association, and she often visited elderly people. Her father remembered her as a caring and driven individual who aimed to pursue a career in medicine to help others and give back to society. January 3rd, 1995, brought a grim discovery to the typically quiet area of Juliet Lake. A passerby reported finding 2 lifeless bodies while walking near the lake. The local sheriff and his deputy responded to the scene, where they were met with a shocking sight. Their office was not accustomed to handling serious crimes, as fights and thefts were the norm. The deputies were not prepared for what they found. A white Honda parked on the lake shore with the body of a man inside and her body lying on the ground nearby. The cause of death was evident even to a non-expert. Both victims had been shot. The car contained the victims' personal belongings, including identification, which revealed the identities of the victims. The male victim was 22-year-old Grant Hendrickson, who was found in the driver's seat. The second victim was 19-year-old Michelle Cartagena. The police were alerted to the incident, and officers from the Major Crimes Unit, along with forensic experts, arrived at the lake. The detectives' attention was immediately drawn to Michelle's body, which was partially exposed with her skirt pulled up, suggesting a possible motive for the crime. An examination of the car revealed bullet holes, leading detectives to believe that the perpetrator had opened fire on them while they were inside. Grant was hit by 3 bullets and had no chance of survival. Michelle was shot twice and likely remained conscious as the perpetrator pulled her from the car. The position of Michelle's body, with her legs spread apart, suggested that the perpetrator may have intended to take advantage of her vulnerable state, but did not do so. Forensic experts found a substance on the inside of her thighs, which was later identified as saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the lab for further analysis. During the crime scene investigation, police discovered important evidence, including bullet casings of 2 different calibers, 13.223 caliber casings and 4.9mm casings. The presence of 2 types of ammunition suggests that there may have been 2 perpetrators, each using a different weapon. The families of Grant and Michelle were shocked and stunned when they learned about the tragedy. They struggled to comprehend who could have committed such a heinous act against their children. As only children, Grant and Michelle were extremely close to their parents. They had been dating for over a year and had already made plans for their future together, including their upcoming wedding. When detectives couldn't identify any enemies or suspects through family and friends, they began investigating further. They visited Mercer University in Macon, where Grant and Michelle were classmates, to gather more information and piece together the events surrounding the tragedy. The police investigation into the deaths of Michelle and Grant was ongoing, but they had not uncovered any significant leads. Both victims were well-liked and respected at the university, with no known conflicts or enemies. Initially, detectives considered the possibility that the killer might have been a man who had romantic feelings for Michelle and was rejected, but this theory was not substantiated and was eventually set aside. The visit to Mercer University did not yield any useful information for the police. However, by reconstructing the events of January 2nd, the detectives learned that Michelle and Grant had gone to a restaurant, followed by a movie. After the film, they headed to a holiday camp at Juliet Lake. The camp was open to the public 24/7 and featured a boat launch, parking area, small dock, and picnic tables. Since it was a free public space, there was no staff or security present on the night of the crime. Other people were in the area, but they did not report anything suspicious. Some individuals did hear loud noises, which they initially dismissed as firecrackers. A witness reported seeing a 1980s Honda CRX speeding out of the parking lot. Meanwhile, investigators found a DNA sample in saliva on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, DNA technology was still in its early stages. The DNA Identification Act, which allowed the FBI to create a national DNA database, was not passed until 1994. As a result, there was no database to compare the DNA sample to, and it could only be matched by directly comparing it to the perpetrator's DNA. The investigation also included questioning staff at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths, but nothing suspicious was found. The authorities considered the possibility that they might have been random victims or had a chance encounter with someone who became violent. The detectives found no evidence of any other motives, as they had good grades, no connections to shady individuals, and did not use illicit substances. The fact that the perpetrator left behind valuables, including money, suggests that the motive behind the crime was not financial gain, but rather something else. Forensic analysis revealed that the likely weapons used in the crime were an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. Despite questioning over 100 individuals and collecting DNA samples from several dozen potential suspects, the investigation had stalled. More than a year and a half after the crime, Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case in the fall of 1996. Randy adopted a new approach, shifting his focus from identifying the perpetrator to locating the weapon used in the crime. He visited the largest gun store in Macon and requested a list of customers who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1995. Investigator Randy started contacting individuals on the list of 108 potential suspects. He explained to them that cooperating by allowing their weapon to be inspected and providing a DNA sample would greatly aid the investigation. Most of the people Randy spoke with agreed to comply, which led to the experts conducting further tests. As a result, the list of suspects began to dwindle. On November 27, 1996, Randy contacted Andrew Allen Cook, a 22-year-old who was on the list. During their conversation, Randy informed Andrew of the purpose of the call and asked permission to examine his rifle. However, Andrew claimed he no longer owned the rifle, stating that he had sold it in April 1994, nearly a year before the victims, Grant and Michelle, died. Nonetheless, gun store records showed that this was not possible as Andrew had actually purchased the rifle in August 1994. Agent Randy became suspicious when Andrew lied to him. When Randy asked Andrew for a DNA sample, Andrew claimed he needed to discuss it with his father simultaneously, an FBI agent, before complying. Instead, Andrew hung up. This evasive behavior made Randy think that Andrew might be the person he was searching for. Investigations revealed that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's murders in 1995, Andrew pawned his rifle at a local gun store. Additionally, in December 1993, someone had bought a Ruger pistol on Andrew's behalf because he was underage at the time. Andrew sold this pistol to a friend in July 1995, shortly after pawning his rifle. This sequence of events suggested that Andrew's decision to get rid of both his rifle and pistol within 6 months of the murders was unlikely to be a coincidence. As the police gathered more information about Andrew, they became increasingly confident that they were on the right track. Further investigation revealed that Andrew had not only disposed of his firearms, but also his 1987 Honda CRX, which matched the description of a car seen near the crime scene. Agent Randy decided to visit the diaper factory where Andrew worked. Although Andrew was absent, Randy spoke with one of his co-workers. A colleague of Andrew's reported that they had recently discussed the worst things they had ever done, and Andrew claimed to have shot someone with a rifle. The colleague was skeptical but asked Andrew why he had done it, and Andrew replied that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also mentioned that Andrew was a frequent user of chewing tobacco. Another friend testified that Andrew had told him in late November 1996 that he needed to leave town because things were getting hot. These coincidences caught the attention of Agent Randy, who began searching for Andrew Cook, who had not lived with his parents for several years. On December 4, 1996, Agent Randy met with Andrew's father, John, who was also an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. Agent Randy explained that he was investigating the crime at Juliet Lake and wanted to speak with Andrew, but couldn't find him. John was familiar with the case of Grant and Michelle from the news, but had not been involved in the investigation. He told Agent Randy that he didn't consider Andrew a suspect. John Cook's world was turned upside down when his son revealed a shocking truth. A detective had been searching for Andrew in connection with a crime at Juliet Lake, and John had asked his son if he knew anything about it. Andrew's response was devastating. "Daddy, I'm not telling you. You're one of them. You're a cop." John's next question was laced with hope that his son would deny any involvement. "Were you the one who did the shooting?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew confirmed his worst fears, saying yes. Andrew explained that he had been fishing at Juliet Lake on the night of the incident. A couple had arrived, and he had gotten into an argument with the driver, Grant. According to Andrew, Grant had threatened him with a pistol, prompting Andrew to grab his rifle and commit an irreversible act. John urged his son to turn himself into the authorities, but Andrew refused, saying he would rather disappear. John was stunned by his son's confession, but he maintained his professional composure. The next day, he visited the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and reported his son's confession. At the time, no one was aware that Andrew had been arrested earlier that morning in a nearby county for illegally hunting deer in Turkey. He had given a false name, but his true identity was quickly discovered by Agent Randy. Randy then traveled to Jones County to speak with Andrew. Unbeknownst to Randy, Andrew had already confessed everything to his father the day before. When Randy arrived at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, he introduced himself and asked Andrew if he would be willing to answer a few questions. Andrew responded, "It's been 2 years and you still don't have any evidence. I used to own a Honda, a rifle, and a Ruger, but now you're just trying to frame me." Andrew told the sheriff that if they helped his father get a lawyer, he would reveal the entire truth. After being transferred to Monroe County, Andrew's father, John, was allowed a private conversation with him. When John hugged his son, both men broke down in tears. Andrew confessed to his father that he wasn't at the lake to fish on the night of the crime. Instead, he claimed to have arrived after the victims, Grant and Michelle, were already there. Andrew's story went that he had fired multiple shots from his rifle, then used his pistol to fire additional shots. He then pulled Michelle's body out of the car in an attempt to mislead the police. As an extra precaution, Andrew spat on Michelle to prevent the police from linking him to the crime through saliva analysis. Andrew was subsequently charged with the murders of Grant Hendrickson and Michelle Cartagena. The police gathered additional evidence to support his confession, including tracing the ownership of the rifle and pistol used in the crime. Forensic examination of the guns confirmed that they were indeed the ones used to kill Michelle and Grant. Andrew Cook's DNA was matched to the saliva found on Michelle's body, further implicating him in the crime. The trial took place in 1998, during which John Andrew, Andrew's father, spoke and apologized to the families of the victims, Grant and Michelle. He acknowledged that his apologies would not bring them peace and expressed regret for not recognizing the evil that had consumed his son. Andrew Cook was found guilty on March 19, 1998, and was sentenced to death. He exhausted all his appeals, and the execution was scheduled for February 22, 2013. However, 3 days before the scheduled execution, Andrew's attorneys filed a clemency appeal, arguing that he was mentally unstable and required treatment. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles considered the appeal but ultimately voted against clemency. On February 22, 2013, Andrew Cook's family visited him in prison to bid their final farewell. Before his execution, he was granted the opportunity to choose his last meal, which consisted of a steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he lay strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, Andrew delivered his final words, expressing remorse for his actions. "I'm sorry," he said. "I won't ask you to forgive me, as I struggle to forgive myself." He then thanked his family for their unwavering support and apologized for the pain he had caused them, stating, "I'm sorry I took so much from you all." At 11:08 p.m., the lethal injection was administered. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Mary Hendrickson, the mother of one of the victims, expressed relief that justice had finally been served after 18 long years. The Blissfield Township in Michigan is a mix of rural and suburban living. With a population of 3,905, it is a close-knit and conservative farming community with acres of surrounding cornfields. It is tucked away between bigger towns, giving residents a sanctuary away from the fast-paced life of the 21st century. It is here the mystery of the John Doe in the cornfield begins. In the early hours of November 19, 1997, a Lenawee County farmer went down to inspect his cornfield as he made preparations to cut the stalks down for the harvest. There had been some light snow the previous evening, but not enough to damage any crops. As he made his way closer to the edge of the field, he noticed a bulge on the ground that was covered by a light dusting of snow. As he drew closer, he realized he was staring down at a dead body. However, the body was missing its head and both hands. Extremely shaken by what he had seen, he contacted the police, who arrived at the farm with haste. When forensic teams arrived, they quickly determined the body had been dumped here a while ago and that it was male. It had already begun decomposing with insect and animal activity, contributing to the further degradation of the body. The area was searched for evidence, but nothing was found. It was becoming clear to investigators that it was a homicide, and a violent one too. It was also clear the crime had occurred in a different place, and the remains were dumped in the cornfield, as there were no traces of blood surrounding the body like there would have been if its limbs had been removed in the field. Also, the Section 22 roadway of Blissfield Township was just 50 yards away from the crime scene, giving people easy access to the space. The body was taken to the coroner's office for further examination. There were no distinguishing marks, such as scars, tattoos, or birthmarks anywhere on the body. The medical examiner estimated that the murder occurred within the last 3 months due to the state of decomposition. Looking closely at the wounds made from the dismemberment, the examiner noted that the victim's body parts had been sawed off. There were saw striations around the neck bones and wrist bones. The examiner believed that it was clearly an attempt to hinder investigators in identifying the victim. The coroner was able to gather some basic information based on tissue samples and estimations. He determined the victim to be light-skinned, of Hispanic descent, and between the ages of 20 to 40. The estimated height of the victim was between 5 feet 8 inches and 5 feet 10 inches with a weight of around 150 pounds. Investigators set out to find answers. Without a head or hands, there was no way to ascertain the identity of the victim. They searched missing persons databases and questioned people from the area. A theory that did take hold was that the victim was a part of a drug deal gone wrong. A few locals alleged that a drug deal had recently occurred nearby in Toledo, Ohio. Investigators followed up on that lead, but it led nowhere. Another tip was received from an anonymous source early during the investigation in 1997. The caller told investigators that the body may have belonged to a man known only as Roberto. Roberto was described as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 to 50 with dark hair and a mustache. According to the source, Roberto was from Texas. He was also married and a father. Roberto was allegedly on a trip to Chicago when he disappeared. They were also told that Roberto had a house somewhere between McAllen and Weslaco in Texas, where he raised chickens. Using this information, investigators entered these details into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Systems known as NAMOS. A composite sketch was developed and circulated to local news outlets, but sadly, this lead ended up going nowhere in the end. The pressure of solving the case started to grow on investigators, but unable to locate the head and hands, they were left chasing shadows. Over the years, they looked into the case, trying to find new leads, but nothing seemed to ever actually go anywhere. Eventually, the body was given the placeholder name of Lenawee County John Doe and buried in a pauper cemetery in 1997. 2 years later, in September 1999, a DNA profile of the victim was developed, but it did not lead investigators anywhere at the time. It was uploaded to the NAMOS database, but there was still no positive identification. For a time, the investigation went cold again, as no one came forward with any new information. In 2016, the case became active once again. Police were investigating drug-related crimes in the area and believed there to be suspected links to the John Doe case. However, nothing panned out at the time. Then, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the John Doe case was put on the back burner for a while. But the development of a new cold case unit in 2022 brought the Lenawee County John Doe case back into the spotlight. The unit was made up of state police detectives as well as criminal justice students and faculty members from Michigan State University. After much investigation and reconstruction of the crime, there finally was a breakthrough in the case. 25 years after the murder in 2023, Michigan authorities announced that 2 Ohio men were arrested in connection with the 1997 John Doe case. An arrest warrant was issued on January 17, 2023, for brothers Ricardo Sepulveda, aged 51 from Cincinnati, and Michael Sepulveda, aged 49 from Toledo. The 2 men were arrested on the same day the arrest warrant was issued by U.S. Marshals, who had been assisting with the investigation. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel thanked the teams for their persistence in following up the leads on the case and making the arrests. Michigan State Police worked with multiple local and federal law enforcement agencies and prosecutors to gather evidence and establish a timeline of events. I am grateful for their persistence in pursuing this case. All crime victims deserve justice, regardless of how long it takes to receive it, said Nessel in a news release. No information has yet been released on how investigators narrowed down the search to both Sepulveda brothers, but it is alleged a possible drug debt incident may have been the contributing factor. Both Ricardo Sepulveda and his brother Michael have been on police radar since early on in the investigation, said Sergeant Larry Rothman, who headed the cold case unit. These guys have been on our radar, so to speak, since early on, based on the dealings that they've had in the Toledo area with narcotics and drugs. That's how they are probably connected to our victim through the drug trade, said Rothman. One of the leads, said Rothman, had come from a woman in the Upper Peninsula who recalled a slaying that had followed a similar pattern. Both men were extradited to Lenawee County, with Michael waiving his right to extradition, while Ricardo underwent a hearing with the Michigan Attorney General. If convicted, they will face several charges that carry life sentences, including first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The other charges include assault with intent to maim, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence, which all carry a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison each. Although the two suspects are in custody, the investigation remains ongoing. Rothman said it was still early in the investigation, but the arrest could be the key to the case. It's still early in the investigation, so there's not a whole lot I can say. But we feel these two guys knew the victim. They were acquaintances at one point. The John Doe still remains unidentified, but investigators are working with crime labs and genealogy databases to find answers. The DNA profile from 1999 has been uploaded to several genealogy websites, with investigators hoping for a positive result. Rothman called genetic genealogy testing a breakthrough in solving crimes. The potential to be able to solve decades-old cases that we didn't have before with genealogy and technology is kind of a breakthrough thing, he said. Sergeant Rothman said there were still a few things out there they were trying to piece together, and there is the possibility that more people could be charged in connection with the murder. We're hoping other people come forward. There's no doubt that other people from the time period know some things, he said. Someone's potentially missing a dad. Someone's potentially missing a husband. There's somebody out there, and we believe this person might be from Texas, and someone's missing their loved one, and they have no clue where they went. They just know they left in 1997 and never returned, said Rothman. With the advancements in technology and the use of genetic genealogy in solving cases that would have otherwise been forgotten, answers to long-lost mysteries are now being found. In highlighting these cases, we hope that we can aid investigations by bringing awareness to a wider audience. Information regarding who to contact in this case will be left in the description box. If you or anyone you know has been missing a loved one, please use the platforms available to contact your local authorities with any information that can help solve a case. The case of Krista Baker Alexander. Krista Ann Baker was born on November 27, 1983, in Laurel and Jones County, Mississippi, to Pastor Winford Baker and Patty Ann Baker. She was the youngest of 3 children with 2 older brothers. When Krista was 8 years old, her family moved to Oboda Springs, Louisiana, where they built a church and actively participated in its activities. Growing up, Krista traveled extensively with Christian missionary organizations to help those in need, particularly children. She was homeschooled and later pursued a degree in Christian education through online courses at the North Tennessee Bible Institute. Krista's passion was serving others, especially children, and she hoped to start her own family one day. However, her faith took priority, and she dreamed of finding a husband who shared her values. Krista adhered to traditional values and chose to save herself for marriage, only dating with the intention of finding a lifelong partner. During this time, she developed close friendships, including one with Cuddy Alexander, a fellow youth pastor who shared her passion for missionary work. Cuddy was a charismatic and well-liked individual in his community. Their families met through the church and maintained a good relationship. Cuddy had been friends with Krista for many years before he asked her father, Winford Baker, for permission to marry her. Her father happily agreed. During their courtship, Cootie and Krista followed church traditions and refrained from intimate contact. Krista had even told her parents that she wanted to save her first kiss with Cootie for their wedding day. While Krista helped her parents at church, Cootie was pursuing a career as a paramedic. A year later, they decided to get married. On March 1st, 2008, they exchanged vows in front of their families and church members. The wedding was a joyful celebration, and Krista was a beautiful bride. However, their happiness was short-lived. Just 4 months after the wedding, tragedy struck. On June 29, 2008, Cootie returned home from a night shift at around 6 a.m. to find Krista lying face down on the floor. She was dead. Cootie immediately called the police. Krista's body was found near the front door with no signs of a struggle. A bullet wound was discovered in the back of her head with burn marks on her skin indicating that the shot was fired at close range. The gunshot wound suggested that the gun was positioned at the back of Krista's head when the shot was fired. A 9mm shell casing was found on the floor next to her body. Initially, investigators thought the crime might have been a botched robbery. It was possible that someone broke into the house, assuming it was empty, and then killed Krista to avoid leaving a witness. Police had thoroughly searched the house. A jewelry box was found on the bed. The gun cabinet had been forced open, and Krista's purse was on the kitchen table, showing signs of having been rummaged through. Additionally, many drawers and cabinets were left open, suggesting that the perpetrator was looking for something of value. After completing their search of the house, police began interviewing individuals who had access to the property. Krista's husband, Cuddy Alexander, was the first person they spoke with. However, he was too distraught to answer questions immediately, and investigators had to wait for him to compose himself. Once he was able to speak, Cuddy reported that everything had seemed normal the previous night before he left for his overnight shift as an emergency medical technician with Cadden Ambulance. He told that he called Krista multiple times throughout the night, but she didn't answer her phone. He also sent her several text messages, which she didn't respond to. Assuming she was just tired and had fallen asleep, he didn't think much of it. However, when he returned home the next morning, he was met with a disturbing scene. The front door was slightly open, and upon entering, he found their belongings scattered everywhere and Krista lying on the floor with a fatal gunshot wound to the head. He immediately checked her pulse and confirmed that she was dead. Panicked, he called 911 right away. The investigators were tasked with determining who could have entered the house while he was at work. It was possible that the perpetrator waited until Krista was alone before striking. They also explored the possibility that Krista may have let the killer into the house herself, as there were no signs of a struggle on her body or in the house. This suggested that she may have known her attacker and didn't feel threatened until it was too late. Cuddy informed the investigators that a rifle and a shotgun were missing from the gun cabinet. What made the situation even more tragic was that Krista was 17 weeks pregnant, meaning that not only had he lost his wife, but also their unborn child. Cuddy was overcome with grief and struggled to come to terms with the loss, unsure of how to move forward with his life. The case involved 2 victims, not one. The crime scene appeared unusual to investigators. The house was messy, but it didn't seem like the result of a typical burglary. Cabinets and drawers were open, but there was no evidence of rummaging or searching for specific items. It was as if the perpetrator wanted to mislead the police. The jewelry box was also open, but the jewelry was still intact, which raised suspicions. Krista's purse was open, yet all its valuable contents remained. The police noted that 2 firearms were missing from the house, but this was unusual because there were more firearms in the house that were not taken. This led investigators to wonder why the perpetrator didn't take all the available firearms. Based on these observations, investigators concluded that the crime scene was staged. It appeared that the perpetrator intended to kill Krista Alexander and then make it look like a robbery. As a result, the police began interviewing their neighbors to gather more information. This led to an unexpected lead in the case. Mathis Rabel, the 69-year-old neighbor and was landlord of the Alexanders, described they as quiet and recently married. They were active members of the Fundamental Baptist Church. Mavis remembered Krista Alexander as a kind and helpful woman who rarely went outside without her husband. Mavis last saw they on Saturday afternoon when Cuddy Alexander was collecting the bodies of turtles he had shot in his backyard pond. This led investigators to discover that Cuddy owned a gun. However, when police searched the Alexanders' home, they did not find a gun. Cuddy claimed that only a rifle and a shotgun had been stolen from the house, but he never mentioned a handgun. Detectives suspected that Cuddy might be hiding something. They searched the pond area and found several 9mm shell casings in the grass. These casings were similar to the one found near Krista's body. The police sent the casings to the state crime lab for analysis. The lab report confirmed that the gun Cuddy used to shoot the turtles was the same gun used to shoot Krista. Investigators summoned Cuddy to the police station for further questioning regarding his wife's death. He maintained that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. Cuddy explained that he had left for work at 5 p.m. on Saturday, June 28, 2008, and returned home the next morning at 6 a.m., providing an alibi that he was working throughout the night. Upon verification, Cuddy's colleagues corroborated his claim, stating that he was indeed present at work all night. When inquired about the firearm, Cuddy revealed that he owned a gun but claimed to have sold it the day prior to the incident to an unknown man named Steve. The alleged buyer had paid $500 in cash, which made verifying this claim difficult. According to Cuddy, Steve was described as a white male in his mid-30s, around 6 feet 1 inch tall, driving an old Toyota pickup truck. Krista's parents shared their concerns with investigators, stating that they didn't believe Cuddy's account of events. Her father, Winford Baker, noted that Cuddy showed little emotional response to Krista's death, a behavior that had started a few months before their wedding. They had been experiencing financial difficulties since moving in together, and the impending arrival of their child was likely to add to their struggles. Krista's parents also suspected that Cuddy was having an affair with a colleague who had even attended their wedding. Krista had confided in friends just weeks before her death that she suspected Cuddy was cheating on her. As investigators dug deeper into the marriage, they became increasingly convinced that Cuddy and Krista had different visions for their future. However, was this enough motive for Cuddy to take Krista's life, especially given that she was carrying their unborn child? The police had one lead, a man named Steve, who Cuddy claimed had bought the gun used to kill Krista. Investigators set out to find Steve using the description provided by Cuddy. Meanwhile, they brought Cuddy in for further questioning, asking him to provide a detailed account of his activities before, during, and after work on the day of Krista's death. This time, his story differed from his initial statement. The investigators found several inconsistencies in Cuddy's story. He failed to mention a man named Steve, who was allegedly at his house, and to whom he had sold a gun. Additionally, while on duty, Cuddy showed no concern for his pregnant wife Krista's well-being when she didn't answer his calls, despite knowing she was home alone. He could have asked a family member to check on her, but didn't. Furthermore, the crime scene appeared to have been staged, which raised suspicions about Cuddy's involvement. As the investigators applied pressure, Cuddy's story began to unravel. After several hours of interrogation, he changed his story entirely. He claimed that he had been sleeping on the couch before his night shift and that his wife had woken him up late. He stated that he wasn't angry with her for waking him up late and that it wasn't an issue. Cuddy then explained that he had been walking around the house with a gun, intending to take it to work because a colleague was interested in buying it. He said he was fooling around, aiming the gun at objects and making click, click noises. He approached Krista from behind, put the gun to the back of her head, and claimed that an accidental shot occurred. He maintained that it was an accident and that he didn't intend to harm her. When he realized Krista was dead, he was scared and didn't know what to do. Cuddy Alexander admitted to staging a crime scene to make it look like a robbery. He took several items from his house, including weapons and a DVD player, and drove to work with the front door left open. His plan was for someone to discover the open door and lights on and then find his wife while he was at work. However, this plan failed. On his way to work, Alexander threw a pistol and other items, including his wife's jewelry, out of the car window. By the time he arrived at work, The only items left in the car were a DVD player and a Sony radio. He gave the DVD player to a colleague, Allison Sharp, with whom he had been having an affair. Alexander and Sharp kissed and held hands before and after his wedding, spending one night at a Baton Rouge hotel. While his wife Krista was at church camp, he took Sharp to a hotel for a jacuzzi evening with fine china plates, meal, and wine amidst supposed financial difficulties with his low salary of $11 per hour and stalled professional certification efforts. County and his pregnant wife, Krista, were struggling financially and unemployed, and on top of that, their washing machine had broken. But Alexander managed to come up with money for a romantic evening at Callaway Inn with his mistress, Sharp. Police later determined that a shocking act unfolded in the home, contradicting Cuddy's initial claim that Krista's death was accidental. Detectives found it difficult to prove direct involvement, but believed Cuddy's explanation was suspicious. Despite the challenges, police were convinced that Krista's death was not an accident, and Cuddy's actions raised more questions than answers. After the police arrested Cuddy Alexander, Krista's parents were able to find the strength to forgive him. The Baker family came together to mourn the loss of their beloved daughter and what would have been their fourth grandchild. Krista's father, Winford Baker, remembered her fondly, saying she was a sweet and lovely person. Krista had made a significant impact on those around her, having completed 17 mission trips during her lifetime. Winford Baker recalled a conversation he had with Cuddy shortly before his arrest. Although it was brief, Baker described the encounter as emotional, saying, "We hugged and cried together." Despite his desire for justice, Baker stated that he had already forgiven Cuddy. "We forgave him even before we knew who was responsible," he said. Baker found comfort in knowing that Krista was now in a better place, saying, "She's with the Lord, in heaven, and at peace." The trial started on August 2, 2009. Prosecutors claimed that Cuddy's behavior after Krista's death implied that he had acted on purpose. They wondered why he didn't call 911 right away if the shooting was truly an accident. Instead, faked a robbery and left Krista's body for 12 hours before going home and calling 911. Prosecutors also questioned Cuddy's story that the shooting was accidental, noting that he was an experienced gun owner who had received proper training from his father. Cuddy Alexander, 24, was charged with second-degree murder for the death of his wife. Krista Cuddy had admitted to being involved in her death, which he claimed was a result of his poor decision-making. After initially going to trial, Cuddy suddenly changed his plea to guilty, ending jury deliberations. This unexpected turn of events came about when Krista's family agreed to a plea deal that had been proposed earlier. Alexander was sentenced to 55 years in prison in August 2009. Today's case will take us to Birmingham, a city in the metropolitan county of the West Midlands in England. With a population of more than 1 million people, it is the second largest city in the United Kingdom. It's also known as the City of 1,000 Trades, due to its status as the world's first manufacturing town. Birmingham is famous not only for its manufacturing routes, but also well known for its heritage in the world of food and cuisine, legendary rock music, and bustling nightlife. Nova was born in 1957 in Jamaica. She was not an only child, but had a younger sister by the name of Valerie. Nova grew up into a carefree and happy child whom everyone in the neighborhood couldn't help but love. Nova was a lovely person, always happy and smiling, said Nova's best friend Lorna Edmond. When Nova was 10 years old, her mother Lorna Welsh decided to move to the United Kingdom in search of greener pastures. It was quite a tough decision as it meant she had to leave behind the people and place they had become so familiar with. However, the desire to give her girls the best in life helped her to remain resolved to leave the country. Not long after making the decision, Lorna and her daughters traveled to the UK and began their lives afresh. Life in the United Kingdom was very different from what they were used to, but as time went on, the family adjusted and settled well into their new environment. When Nova was around the age of 16, she met and fell in love with Osmond Bell, a young boy who was also the same age as her. In no time, they both started a romantic relationship. Perhaps Nova was simply blinded by love, or perhaps she only wanted her independence. But a few months down the line, she made known her intention to leave home. She told her mother that she and Osmond had decided to begin living together. It is not clear if Lorna approved of this decision or not, but regardless, eventually moved and went to live with Osmond. 2 years later, Nova and Osmond welcomes their first child. It was a boy, and they named him Jonathan. 4 years later, they had another son, and he was given the name Lee. Nova was a devoted mother to her young sons and loved them wholeheartedly. To provide for themselves as well as their children, the couple took up different jobs. Nova worked as a part-time cleaner while Osmond was a builder. Life seemed to be going at a pretty good pace, but sadly, things would not stay the same. At some point, the love between Nova and Osmond began to deteriorate. The spark that had been there at the beginning of their relationship gradually faded. The consequence of this was that the couple began to quarrel more frequently. It became common for neighbors to hear the sound of the couple's noisy fights in their apartment located in the Ladywood area. Their disagreements also sometimes escalated into violence, with Osmond hitting her and leaving her with bruises. With each passing day, Nova became increasingly unhappy in her relationship, and she confided in her younger sister Valerie, as well as some close friends, about what she was going through. In the end, she made up her minds to give love a chance with someone else. She told Osmond that she was no longer interested in the relationship, but despite her ending things, Osmond was not ready to let her go. In May 1981, Nova met a man by the name of Wayne Newby, and they both got into a relationship. As their romance progressed, Wayne would sometimes visit her at her home. This did not sit well with Osmond, and it gave him more reasons to fight with Nova. In June 1981, Nova's stepsister, Sonia, visited her for a few days. During this period, Sonia witnessed one of their fights and how ugly it could get. On that particular day, Sonia had been in the living room when she heard a scream from the direction of the kitchen. It was unmistakably Nova's voice, and she quickly ran to the kitchen to find out what was wrong. What she saw alarmed her. Nova was down on the floor, while Osmond stood angrily over her with a dishcloth wrapped around his hands. In the moments that followed, Sonia made it clear that she would call the police, but Osmond tried to stop her from taking this action. When police officers later arrived at the house, they asked what had happened, and Nova was the one who did the explaining. She told them that she and Osmond had been arguing and she wanted him to leave the house. She never told police that the real reason why they had argued was because she had gone out the previous night and Osmond had not been pleased about this. He had confronted her when she got back from her outing, and things had escalated from there, with him grabbing her by the neck and trying to strangle her. After Nova was done talking, officers moved to where Osmond was and spoke to him. He did not argue, but packed his bags and left the house. It was a moment of relief for Nova, and she knew that things would become less heated from that moment. She was right. With Osmond no longer around, she had the freedom to spend more time with her lover, Wayne. There was no longer the worry of having to meet an angry Osmond after getting back from a late-night outing. She also had more reasons to laugh and was generally happier. But as it turned out, Nova's newfound joy would be short-lived. On July 24, 1981, Nova took her 2 sons Jonathan and Lee to stay with their father, Osmond. She had earlier made plans to go dancing with Wayne and some of her friends, and because of this, she did not want to leave her 2 sons all alone in the house. Apart from this, she also felt like taking them over would be a great way for them to bond with their father. After dropping the boys over at Osmond's place, she made for the club, where she and Wayne had agreed to meet. That evening was fun-filled, as she made merry to her heart's content, and with Wayne by her side, she felt once again like a teenager in love. By the time she decided to leave the club, it had already gotten dark. She bade Wayne and their other friends goodbye and left for her apartment. That would be the last time any one of them would see her alive. The following morning, which was July 25, 1981, Nova's neighbors, Carmen and Wendell Turner, who lived in the flat below hers, were awoken by a noise that was coming from Nova's apartment above, and it was the familiar sound of argument that they had heard many times before. This time around, they could only hear Nova crying. On the evening of that same day, another neighbor saw Nova and would later tell the police that she appeared visibly upset about something. Almost 7 hours later, at around 12:30 a.m., Carmen and Wendell heard a loud bang from above. While contemplating what or who could have made such a noise in the middle of the night, a second bang followed. That particular one sounded like somebody kicked a door. Carmen and Wendell listened for more sound, but it never came. Without any further disturbances, they went to sleep and did not think much of the noise they had just heard until much later. July 27, 1981 was a Monday, and the residents of Birmingham went about their daily activities. However, Nova did not turn up for work on that day or the day after that. Nobody saw her and had any idea where she was. Around that time, Nova's mother Lorna and sister Valerie had permanently moved from the United Kingdom to Miami in the United States, and they had hoped that at a later date would also join them with her 2 children. Upon getting to Miami, they called Nova but could not reach her. This made them worried. "We were trying to reach her to confirm that we had arrived safely, but we could never get any answer," said Valerie Welsh. Nova's best friend Lorna was one of the first people to notice that she was missing. Lorna knew that it was unlike her friend to refuse to pick up the phone and not show up for several days. She, however, believed there was a tangible reason for all that was happening. After thinking things through, she made up her minds to pay Nova a visit to see what was wrong. Upon reaching Nova's apartment, she discovered that the door was locked, and no matter how hard she knocked or called Nova's name, she got no response. She found it all very strange and wondered if her friend had left the country without telling anyone. Something else caught her attention and made her realize that not all was well. Some clothes which Nova had washed were hanging on the line. It was unlike Nova to leave her clothes out in the open after they had dried, and this was something Lorna was well aware of. As a last resort and to confirm her fears, she reached out to Osmond to ask if he had seen Nova, but he told her that he had not and that their 2 children were with him. With this, Lorna went to the police station and reported that her friend was missing. This was on August 9, 1981, 2 weeks after Nova disappeared without a trace. Police officers began searching for her immediately. They reached out to her close friends, but none of them had seen her. Osmond was also contacted and asked when he last saw her and why he had not reported her missing earlier. In response, Osmond told them that he thought she had gone off with her new boyfriend or to America with her family. On August 12, 1981, 3 days after Lorna reported Nova missing, she got a letter in her mailbox. At first, she thought it was from her relative. However, after breaking the seal and reading the content, she realized that she was wrong. According to the letter, the boyfriend of whoever had written it had seen Nova fighting with a man she had gone out with around the time of her disappearance. The letter claims that the man had grabbed and hit Nova. Lorna was confused as she had no idea who had written the letter since the person had chosen to remain anonymous. But going by what she had read, she could decipher that the person was a female. Lorna did not waste time in showing the police the letter. After going through the letters, officers focused their attention on Wayne since he was the man Nova had been going out with before she had disappeared. However, when Wayne was questioned, he maintains that he had no idea where Nova was or had gone to. On August 18, 1981, the police were called upon by Nova's neighbor to investigate a foul odor that was all over the house. Nobody knew what exactly was smelling, but it was really bad and made everyone uncomfortable. When police officers arrived at the house, they quickly realized that the smell was much stronger in a certain area, and this was upstairs at Nova's flat. They made their way there, and after discovering that the door was locked, they quickly broke it down. The stench grew more intense as they entered the house, and the officers held their hands to their noses and grimaced in disgust as they began their search for the source. The house was in disarray, and dust had settled on the furniture. Cobwebs were also visible on the ceiling, and this showed that no one had been living in the house for some time. There were stairs in the apartment, and under them was a cupboard. Officers were attracted to this part of the house because they noticed that the smell was especially stronger there. Strangely, the lock on the door of the cupboard looked broken, and a piece of chewing gum had been used to hold it in place. When officers finally opened it, they saw the decaying body of the woman that they had been looking for. She wore a nightgown and was covered by a blanket and some papers. It was a very horrifying sight, and the officers could hardly hide their shock. Nova had been rotting inside her own house all along, while the world was searching for her. An ambulance was called to the scene, and Nova's body was taken away for autopsy. The gum that was found on the cupboard door was collected as evidence by the police and stored away. The news of Nova's death soon spread around the neighborhood like wildfire. Her family in Miami were also contacted and informed about what had happened. They were heartbroken and wept for days. The results of the autopsy that was conducted on Nova's body revealed that she had died as a result of pressure on the neck. Detectives immediately launched an investigation to determine how Nova had met her end. The person at the top of the suspect list was Osmond. Detectives felt that there was something fishy about him, and so he was arrested. In the 4 days that he was held in custody, he was made to undergo a series of interrogations. But despite this, detectives got nothing tangible from him. At some point, he was also shown the mysterious letter that Lorna, Nova's friend, had received and was asked if he knew anything about it. He told them that he knew nothing about the letter. Since there was no further reason to continue holding him at the station, he was allowed to go home. After this, detectives continued the investigation and even went as far as asking the public for information regarding Nova's death. But they got nothing and the case went cold. Nova was soon laid to rest, and life went on. But the pain her death brought stayed on with her family. And for a long time, they wondered who had killed her. Years went by, and the world of forensic science became more sophisticated. Complex DNA techniques that seemed like a pipe dream at the time of Nova's death became possible due to advances in technology. In 2014, detectives decided to take another look at the case. This time, they focused on the chewing gum that had been used to seal the cupboard in which Nova's body was found. The gum had been preserved over the years, and detectives knew it would contain the DNA of whoever had used it to hold the cupboard's door in place. They believed that whoever it turned out to be was likely Nova's murderer. A test was soon run on the gum and DNA was recovered. Upon further analysis, detectives discovered that it was a match to none other than Osmond. The gum wasn't the only detail that was tested for DNA. The seal of the letter Lorna received back in 1981 was also sent to the lab for testing, and Osmond's DNA was also found on it. This meant only one thing. He had written the letter to divert attention away from himself. With the solid evidence, detectives knew that they had finally cornered Osmond. He was soon arrested and charged with the arrest of his Nova. During subsequent interrogations after the arrest, Osmond maintained his innocence and even gave reasons as to why his DNA was on the gum and letter seal. For the gum, he said that he had been running a laundry business in the past, and he occasionally used the cupboard where Nova's body was found. At some point, long before Nova died, the cupboard lock had been broken and he had used the gum to hold it in place. For the letter, he claimed that he had come into contact with it back in 1981 when he was being interrogated for the murder. What I do remember is being left in a room with a letter and envelope on the table for several minutes. I remember thinking at the time, perhaps I am being observed, and they only came back in after I took the letter up and had a look at it. I read it and left it on the table. Osmond had explained as regards to how his DNA had gotten on the letter. Since Osmond kept insisting that he had no hand in Nova's death, the case eventually went to trial. After 6 weeks of trial, he was cleared of murder, since there was no evidence to show that the killing had been premeditated. However, he was convicted of manslaughter and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. This sentencing was on March 22, 2017. Nova's family were satisfied with the outcome of the trial. Finally, after 36 long years, Nova can rest in peace. The family can now have closure, knowing the person who took Nova's life has been brought to justice, Nova's mother Lorna said. Nova's sister Valerie also said the family had forgiven Osmond for what he did. "We forgive him, but he still needs to pay for what he's done. He never admitted to that," said Valerie. Lorna, Nova's best friend, was also relieved that her killer had been brought to justice. "I often think about the old times and the things we used to do. I still miss Nova and only hope that her family can now find peace. Nova can rest in peace knowing that justice has been done. I'll never forget her. Till we meet again, Nova. Love, your friend, Lorna." Nova's case is indeed a sad one, as she never got to see her children grow into adults. There is the relief that her killer has been finally brought to justice despite how long it took. Case of Anu Singh. A man named Sam, who lived with his wife and son in Melbourne, Australia, came to his home in the state of Kerala, India to visit his parents in October 2015. However, before returning to Melbourne, he told his parents and some relatives, "Maybe the next time I come to India, it will be in a coffin." Surprisingly, 3 days later, news arrived that Sam had died. Everyone wonders how someone could predict their own death. But when the true story came to light, 2 major cities in different countries were shaken. So what was the full story behind this case? Let's dive into the details. In 2015, a 34-year-old man named Sam Abraham lived with his wife Sophia and their 7-year-old son in Epping, a suburb of Melbourne, Australia. The family had previously lived in Oman, a country in West Asia, but they moved to Melbourne because it is considered the most livable city in Australia. Both Sam and Sophia were employed, and the small family of 3 was happily residing in Australia. Every year, Sam would visit his home in India with his family. In October 2015, Sam and Sophia took some days off from work and came to India. One day, Sam told his father, "I feel like I won't live for much longer. Maybe I will die soon." After hearing this, Sam's father gets angry and says, "You are so young. Why are you saying such strange things?" Despite this, one day Sam tells some of his relatives, "Maybe the next time I come to India, it will be in a coffin." This remark also seemed strange to them, but everyone brushed it off as a joke. Sam had a flight back to Australia on October 11, 2015, as he and his wife had taken only a few days off from work to visit India. After this, Sam returns to Australia with his wife and son. However, just 2 days later, on the morning of October 15, 2015, Sam's father, Abraham, receives a call on the other end of the line from his daughter-in-law, Sophia, who delivers devastating news that shocked the entire Abraham family. Through tears, Sophia explains that Sam had passed away that morning due to a heart attack. Sophia, left alone in Australia, handles all the paperwork and finally gets permission to send Sam's body back to India. This process takes 2 to 3 days. And on October 18th, Sam's body arrives in Kerala, India. Along with Sam's dead body Sophia, their 7-year-old son, and Sophia's sister Sonia, also come to India. However, some of Sam's relatives, especially his father, are deeply shocked because everything Sam had said came true. The house is engulfed in grief. Sam's wife is now a widow, and their 7-year-old son has lost his father. With a heavy heart and deep sorrow, Sam's body was buried and his last rites were performed. Everyone at home was very sad, especially Sophia, whose life had taken a huge blow. Despite this, she had to return to Australia after 5 days, because they had come to India on leave from their respective jobs. If Sophia had stayed in India longer, she could have lost her job. Therefore, on October 23rd, went back to Australia with her sister Sonia and her son. However, after returning to Australia, Sophia called her in-laws every Saturday to check on how they were doing. Time passed slowly, but there wasn't a single Saturday when Sophia didn't call her in-laws. But then, suddenly, in the last week of July or the first week of August 2016, there were no calls from Sophia to India. Seeing this, Sam's family became very worried, so they called some acquaintances in Australia to get information about Sophia. What Sam's family found out was shocking. They learned that Sophia had been in the custody of the Victoria Police for the past 15 to 20 days. Additionally, Sam's family found out that Sophia was charged with murder because the police suspected that she had killed her own husband, Sam Abraham. After this revelation, Sam's family is left stunned. However, the name of another man, Aaron Compilation, comes up in the story. Sam's family heard this name for the first time, and it was then that they learned whether the accusations against Sophia were true or false. On the other hand, the Victoria Police presented some evidence to Sophia and Aaron, after which both confessed to murdering Sam. Following this confession, Sophia tells the police a story that leaves them astonished. The story goes like this. In the Kollam district of the state of Kerala, there is a small village named Kavalar, where Sophia and Sam lived. In this vast state of Kerala, Kavalar is just a small village where Sam and Sophia's houses were close to each other. They knew each other since childhood, because they went to school together and were in the same class. Additionally, they both had a bit of interest in music, so they sang together in the church's choir group. Not only that, but after completing high school, they also joined college together. Eventually, they fell in love during their college days and started spending their time together like a normal college couple. However, in their relationship, Sophia fell in love with another guy named Oren. Sophia neither let Sam know about Oren, nor let Oren know about Sam. But in the end, Sophia decided to marry Sam. After that, Sam first informed his family that he liked Sophia and wanted to marry her. However, Sam was standing shocked when his father said that he couldn't marry Sophia. Although Sophia's father was a retired defense officer and Sophia's family was respectable in society, Sam's father still refused the marriage for some unknown reason. When Sophia found out, she threatened both Sam and her family that she would take her own life if she couldn't marry Sam. When Sam's family learned of this, they took the matter seriously and decided to let Sam and Sophia get married. Afterward, both Sam and Sophia were very happy and their wedding was celebrated with great enthusiasm. They got married in 2008, and in 2009, Sam moved to Oman with his wife Sophia because he had gotten a job at a money exchange company. However, when Sophia became pregnant, she returned to India because she needed her family's support. At that time, she gave birth to a son in India, and while staying in India, she was in constant contact with her sister. After some time, Sophia decided to move to Australia for a better life. Sophia had an MSc degree in electronics, so her sister also encouraged her, saying she should come to Australia, as she would get a great job. After seeing Sophia's resume, a company in Melbourne offered her a job, and she left for Australia with her son. Sophia arrived in Melbourne in the early months of 2012. Soon after, Sam also decided that he would move to Australia after some time. He talked to his company and got his transfer to Australia. Sam reached Australia in 2013, and their small family of 3 now lives under the same roof. The plus point of living here was that their son had grown up, and both husband and wife were working in different companies, so everything was going well in their lives. However, there was a different story behind this. Before Sophia moved to Australia, Oren had already gone there to Melbourne. Oren started working as an instrumentation engineer at a company. Oren got married there and also had a child by then. Sophia was also married and Oren had his own family, so they should not have been in contact with each other. But despite being married, Sophia and Oren continued to talk through chatting apps and calls. In fact, Sophia's main reason for moving to Australia was that Oren was there and they could meet in person. But when Sam joined his family in Australia, it became difficult for Sophia and Oren to meet. Despite this, Sophia continued to talk to Oren secretly. One day, Sophia had the idea that if Sam were to die somehow, she could be with Oren. She shared this idea with Oren, and he liked it because he loved Sophia deeply. After that, Oren started looking for an opportunity to kill Sam. During this time, he kept a close watch on Sam's every activity, and Sophia helped him with this. Then, in February 2015, Oren finally got the chance he was waiting for. One day in February, Sam was sitting in his car, parked outside a metro station. During this time, a masked Oren approached him and attacked him with a knife, slashing his throat and cheek. However, Sam survived the attack. Unfortunately for Oren, he was not identified by the police and therefore was not caught. When Sam came home after surviving the knife attack, Sophia told Oren about it. The two then began to think of another way to kill Sam easily. They came up with many ideas on how to kill Sam, but they finally decided to use cyanide. They then started looking for cyanide, and on October 14th, Sophia mixed cyanide into Sam's orange juice and gave it to him. Sam, thinking it was just normal orange juice, drank it. Later, he lay down on his bed, but the poor Sam never got up again. Then, Sophia immediately messaged Aaron and called him to her house. The first thing Aaron checked was whether Sam was alive or dead. To make sure, Aaron forcibly poured the remaining juice from the glass into Sam's mouth. After doing this and seeing Sam, Aaron realized he was dead and left Sophia's house. Afterward, Sophia slept the whole night on the same bed with her son, where her husband's dead body was lying. As soon as morning came, she started crying loudly, and hearing Sophia's cries, some neighbors came to her house. Sam was then taken to the hospital, but upon arrival, the doctor declared him dead. On hearing this, Sophia started crying a lot, but it was all an act. During this time, Sophia called Sam's father and told him that Sam had died of a heart attack. Whenever anyone asked Sophia the cause of Sam's death, she would say they all went to sleep after dinner. But when she tried to wake Sam up in the morning, he wouldn't get up. Maybe he had a silent attack. After this, no one suspected anything, and Sophia quickly began arranging to take Sam's dead body to India. She likely knew that if an autopsy was conducted here, the cause of death would be clearly determined. Therefore, the doctors believed Sophia's story and recorded the cause of death as a heart attack in their report. And within 3 days, Sam's dead body reached India. Now, in India, no one in Sam's family suspected Sophia because she was crying a lot at Sam's funeral, which made everyone think that she was very sad about Sam's passing. There is a team of 5 people who work hard to bring you the best quality content through thorough research. If you appreciate our efforts, you can support us according to your preference by visiting the link provided in the description. Your small support will motivate us to work effectively on the channel. Thank you. Now let's continue with the story. Sam's toxicology report revealed that there was cyanide in his blood and liver causing his death. About 10 months after Sam's death. On August 12, 2016, the Victoria police arrived at Sophia and Aaron's house to arrest them. However, during the search of Sophia's house, the police found a diary. But the diary was written in Malayalam, a language spoken and written in Kerala, so the police sent it to be translated. Afterward, the trial of this case began, and then the police presented Sophia and Aaron's call recordings. Some of their chats, Sophia's diary translated into English, Aaron's recording before the judge. This was the same recording in which Aaron had told the detective that he had committed a murder by poisoning a man. According to a Melbourne-based newspaper, the diary found at Sophia's house sometimes belonged to Sophia and sometimes to both of them, and they used to write their feelings in this diary. One entry in this diary by Sophia says, "Can you hold me tight? I want to drift away in your love." In addition, Aaron had also written, "She is the best match for me, but what to do? I am sure that one day she will be mine." After this, the Supreme Court of Victoria delivered its verdict. Aaron is sentenced to 24 years, during which he will not be eligible for parole before 21 years. On the other hand, Sophia is sentenced to 22 years, during which she cannot be paroled before 18 years. However, during this trial, Sophia broke down in court and said, "I have a small son, so please reduce my sentence." But then the judge remarked, "The unfortunate part is that the biggest victim in this crime is your son, because you killed his father and now you are also going to be sentenced." After that, the court awarded custody of the child to Sophia's sister, Sonia. But later, Sam's family demanded to keep their grandson with them, and now Sam's son lives with his grandparents' family. However, there is no information about Aaron's wife and his child in this case, so we cannot say anything about them. During this time, neither Aaron's family nor Sophia's parents seem to have any hint that they know each other. So with that, the Sam Abraham murder case comes to an end. Today's case will take us to Spokane, a city located in the state of Washington in the United States. It is known for its rich cultural heritage and natural beauty, making it a popular destination for outdoor enthusiasts. With the Spokane River running through its center, the city offers a thriving downtown area with a plethora of shopping, dining, and entertainment options. The city is also famous for being the birthplace of Father's Day, and for hosting the annual Lilac Festival, which celebrates the blooming of the city's signature flower. Candy was born in the year 1950 to parents Elaine and Carl Rogers. Since she was an only child, her parents greatly cherished her. At some point, Elaine and Carl's marriage came crashing down for unknown reasons, and this caused them to get divorced and go their separate ways. However, Candy remained in the care of her mother, who was a schoolteacher at the time. Elaine ensures that she provided for her daughter as best she could. Candy was a popular face in her community, and those who knew her described her as a pleasant and friendly little girl who loved to laugh. By 1959, Candy was 9 years old and was a 4th grader at Holmes Elementary School. Like most girls within her age range, Candy also joined a youth organization known as the Bluebirds. The Bluebirds were younger members of the Camp Fire Girls, and the organization aims to provide girls with education and recreational activities so as to encourage personal growth, self-reliance, and a connection to nature. Candy got actively involved in the activities of the group, which included camping trips, community services, hiking, and a host of others. She enjoyed every moment and took on every activity with enthusiasm. Candy was growing into a smart and happy girl with a future that looked very bright, and everyone around her could see that. However, no one was expecting that a heartbreaking tragedy would soon take her away and shake the entire community to its core. On March 6, 1959, Candy returned from school to the home she shared with her mother. It was a Friday, and she looked forward to spending time with her friends the following day. However, she also had something else she wanted to do first. The Bluebirds were trying to raise funds for one of their upcoming activities, and as part of the efforts to do so, members were required to sell a variety of chocolates in their neighborhood. Candy had 7 boxes of campfire mints that she planned to sell that day. She asked her mother, Elaine, if she could leave home to do this. She was given approval. However, Elaine reminded her to not spend too much time outdoors and to return home before dark. It was a rule that Candy had always followed, but Elaine still made sure to remind her of it every time she left home. Had Elaine known that particular day would be different, she would have never let her daughter leave the house. Candy ate a quick snack of an oatmeal cookie and also played with their family dog briefly. Then she grabs the boxes of campfire mints and made her way out of the house. The time was around 4 p.m. There were several girls of her age selling chocolate from door to door that fateful afternoon, and she joins them. Nobody knows what exactly happened afterwards, but Candy never returned home. At around 5:30 p.m., Elaine began to get worried. She knew it was unlike Candy to remain outside this late. As the minutes slowly dragged by, it seemed like hours to Elaine, and she kept listening for the familiar sound of Candy's footsteps approaching the house. But they never came. At around 6 p.m., her anxiety had skyrocketed, and she was sure that something had gone wrong. She quickly informed Candy's grandfather, Stanley Newton, about the situation. Other relatives, friends, and neighbors were also informed that Candy had not returned home, and by 6:30 p.m., a small group of people were out looking for her. They began by asking people around the neighborhood if they knew where she was, and some people confirmed that they had seen her walking around earlier, clutching the boxes of campfire mints she was selling. But nobody seemed to know where exactly she could now be. Around 7 p.m., Candy's grandfather Newton and his friends were almost hit by a speeding car but managed to jump out of harm's way. The close call left them shaken, but their attention quickly returned to finding Candy as the sky darkened. Despite the difficulties of searching in the fading light, the men held on to hope that Candy would be found safe and sound before nightfall. At some point, the authorities were also notified about the missing girl, and soon police officers and sheriff's deputies also joined in the search. At around 9 p.m. that same day, a group of searchers came across some boxes of campfire mints. They were found lying across Paddock Drive, and many believed that they had been the same boxes Candy had been selling. 6 campfire mint boxes were found that night, but Candy had left home with 7. That night's search proved to be futile. There was no sign of Candy anywhere. Elaine could hardly sleep a wink throughout the night. Many thoughts raced through her mind, and she wondered if her daughter was okay. The uncertainty was just too much to bear, and she silently cried and prayed that Candy would return home safely to her. The following morning was a Saturday, and by then almost everyone in the city had gotten the news that Candy was missing. Well-meaning individuals trooped out in large numbers to begin the search for the day. Officers rode on horseback, as well as in vehicles to conduct the search. They looked through the woods and along major roads. The Air Force also assisted in the search by providing a helicopter. The aircraft was boarded by 4 trained personnel as well as 1 pilot, and they took it to the air. While flying over Spokane River, the pilot failed to see a high-tension wire until the last moment and ended up flying into it. The effect was immediate. The helicopter spiraled out of control and crashed into the Spokane River, instantly killing 3 of the 5 men on board. Airman Merles D. Ray, Sergeant William A. MacDonald, and Lieutenant Kenneth G. Fautek were the three men who tragically lost their lives on that day. Everyone who had joined in the search for Candy was saddened by the tragic event, but it did little to discourage them from searching for her. They remained determined, and therefore intensified their efforts. None of them wanted the death of the three heroes to be in vain. But despite everyone's best efforts, they had no luck locating Candy for several days. It was as if she had simply vanished without a trace. With each passing day that Candy remained missing, Elaine began to look like a shadow of herself. She refused to touch her meals and would constantly stare into space, not knowing the whereabouts of her only daughter was slowly driving her insane. The burden on her heart was just too much to bear. March 22nd, 1956 made it 16 days that Candy had been missing, and it was the day she was found. That afternoon, two airmen named Howard Lawrence and Richard Bergen were out hunting woodchucks in a wooded area about 7 miles away from Candy's home. Upon getting to a small clearing in the forest, they noticed a small pair of blue suede shoes. The delicate craftsmanship of the shoes and the small size indicated that they belonged to a child. They were baffled and wondered how the shoes had gotten there, so far away from town. After looking around and waiting a while to see if anyone would come out to lay claim to the shoes, they picked them up and made their way back to base. The two men could not stop talking about the discovery they made in the woods, and the news soon spread like wildfire. The shoes were handed over to the police, who contacted Candy's grandfather to see if he could identify them. They had a strong suspicion that the shoes belonged to the little girl they had spent several days searching for. When Candy's grandfather saw the shoes, he told the police officers that they indeed looked similar to the ones she had worn in the past. With this confirmation, officers decided to focus their search on the area where the shoes had been found. Since it had grown dark, conducting a search would be difficult that night, and so they agreed to wait until the next morning. The following day was a Sunday, and by dawn, a team of officers and volunteers had arrived at the clearing where the shoes had been found. They immediately began looking through the area, but initially found nothing. After some time went by, one of the officers suddenly came across a small mound made up of brush and pine needles. He found it strange and decided to take a closer look. To his horror, it did not take him long to see a knee sticking out from under the pile, and he carefully brushed away the leaves to reveal the decomposing body of a child. He instantly recognized her as the little girl they had been looking for. The clothes she was wearing were torn in places, and when the officer looked at her feet, he noticed that they were bound. A torn strip of cloth had been used to do this. Also wrapped around her neck was another strip of clothing. The officer quickly alerted the other searchers, and soon after, the body was taken out of the area for an autopsy. Candy's relatives were immediately contacted and informed about the state in which she was found. Upon hearing that her daughter was dead, Elaine lost consciousness and had to be placed under sedation. More than 1,000 searchers who had volunteered their time, resources, and energy to look for Candy were shocked by the news. There was a general feeling of dread in the air, and from that moment, many people began to fear for their safety as well as their children's. The result of the autopsy that was conducted on Candy's body revealed that she had been abused and then strangled to death. Detectives from the Spokane Police Department immediately began an investigation to find out who the culprit was. "We'll put every available man on the case and keep them there till the thing is solved," Police Chief Clifford Payne had told the media at the time. "We know what we're looking for now. We're looking for a maniac," he added. A lot of individuals were questioned, but detectives were unable to get any helpful information. The first person the authorities suspected of committing the crime was an imprisoned serial killer by the name of Hugh Byron Morse, and they had good reason for believing that he had something to do with it. When the autopsy was conducted on Candy's body, a strange purple smear that smells like grape gum had been noticed on her clothes, and Morse was known for having a special liking for grape gum. But when he was asked about Candy's murder, he denied any involvement in it. Since there was no evidence to show that he was the killer they were looking for, charges could not be brought up against him. However, he remained a prime suspect in the case for a long time. Apart from him, detectives also investigated several tips that poured in after Candy's death, but none of them proved to be of any use. Candy was eventually laid to rest, and her devastated family members hoped that her killer would be brought to justice sooner than later. But several months went by after this, and the case remained a tough one for detectives to crack. In June 1963, 4 years after Candy's death, her father, Carl, sadly took his own life, unable to cope with losing his daughter. At the time, he had been living in a hotel in Walla Walla. Years went by, and Candy began to fade from the memories of many. But her family and the detectives of Spokane Police Department never forgot. This is the kind of case that's been the giant logjam for cold cases. And in Spokane, I keep saying it's the Mount Everest of our cold cases, the one that we could never seem to overcome. But at the same time, nobody ever forgot, said Detective Zach Stormont of the Spokane Police Department Major Crimes. By 2001, there had been a significant advancement in DNA technology compared to the 1950s, when it was non-existent. Candy's clothes from when her body was found have been carefully stored by the authorities as evidence. These clothes were now submitted to the lab with the hopes that the killer's DNA could be identified. Forensic investigators quickly got to work, and they were able to determine that Candy's underwear had on it. They were able to isolate DNA from this, and it was used to create a DNA profile. It was an exciting period for detectives as they felt closer than ever to solving the case. The newly developed DNA profile was then uploaded to the database. But unfortunately, no match was found. In 2002, detectives compared the DNA profile to that of Morse, who had remained on their radar for a long time. However, to their disappointment, they discovered that he was not the man they were looking for. Nothing of interest would surface for a long time. In September 2006, Candy's heartbroken mother quietly passed away in her home at the age of 82. She died not knowing who had killed her precious daughter. Around 2017, forensic genetic genealogy came to the limelight as a new scientific method being used to solve several cold cases. The method uses DNA analysis and traditional genealogical methods to solve crimes and identify missing persons. In other words, it combines science with family history research to piece together clues and bring justice to victims and their loved ones. With the method gaining popularity, detectives decided to give it a try and use it in helping them solve Candy's murder. Brittany Wright, a forensic scientist with the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory Division, got assigned to the case around the time. She was able to get her hands on a DNA sample that had been stored in the crime lab freezer since 2001. The next thing she did was reanalyze the sample to confirm that it matched the original perpetrator's DNA profile from 2001. Upon confirming this, she followed up with a diagnostic analysis to determine if it could be used for forensic genetic genealogy. The sample was then sent to a private forensic lab. However, this turned out to be a futile effort as, according to the lab, the DNA sample was too degraded to work with. Detectives' hopes were completely dashed when they were given the news, and they could hardly hide their disappointment. A year would go by after this before detectives caught a lucky break. They learned about a particular laboratory that could efficiently work with degraded DNA like the one in Candy's case. The laboratory was known as Othram, and it was located in Texas. Brittany reached out to them to inquire if Candy's case was eligible. Upon receiving a positive response, she then sent off a small amount of the remaining DNA sample for testing. 6 months later, the lab came back with a result. 3 brothers had been identified as the possible suspects. Their names were John, Andrew, and Terry Hoff. As it turned out, all 3 were long dead. Upon further investigation, detectives discovered that one of the men, John, had a daughter named Kathy. They decided to contact her to let her know that they were investigating her dead father. By that point, I had already looked up. A little girl murdered in 1959. So I knew who it was, Kathy said. She provided detectives with a DNA sample which was then analyzed, and the result was astonishing. It revealed that it was 2.9 million times more likely that Kathy's DNA was related to the suspect DNA profile than the general population. With this, detectives became more certain that John was the killer they had spent decades looking for. They did a background check on him and discovered that in addition to growing up in Spokane, he lived about a mile from Candy's home at the time of her murder. He also had a troubled past. In 1956, at the age of 17, enlisted in the Army. However, In 1961, 2 years after Candy's death, he was arrested for assaulting a woman. According to reports, he had approached the woman and used force to remove her clothes while she struggled and screamed for help. He then used the clothes to tie her up before trying to strangle her. Luckily, the woman survived the ordeal. For the crime, John spent 6 months in prison. And when he got out, the army labeled him a deserter and discharged him from service. After this, John led a pretty normal life. He worked as a door-to-door salesman and also in a lumber yard to make ends meet. However, at the young age of 31, he ended up taking his own life. Apart from this, detectives also uncovered a possible connection between John and Candy. Hoff's stepsister was a 10-year-old campfire girl at the time of Candy's murder and had taken on the role of Candy's big sister in the program. Detectives believed that this was how John might have known Candy. When detectives uncovered all this about John, they decided to take one final step to confirm that he was Candy's killer. With Kathy's permission as well as a search warrant, they traveled to the cemetery where John was buried and exhumed his corpse. A DNA sample was taken from his remains and was then sent to the lab for testing. The result was what detectives expected. John was Candy's killer. "We got extremely lucky in that we got DNA from 1959, said former Spokane police detectives Brian Hammond, who worked tirelessly on the case till he retired in 2021. They had no concept of that at the time, and that's obviously what cracks the case. Otherwise, I don't believe it would have ever been solved." Hammond added, "Some of Candy's surviving relatives were contacted and informed about the breakthrough in the case. It's not closure, but at least there's some form of satisfaction knowing that the person that did it is at least named. He may be in a grave, but he's named," said 77 Joan Posse, a cousin of Candy. Candy's relatives, however, remained saddened by the fact that her grandparents and parents never got to know who killed her. They never saw him pay or die for it or whatever. They went to their grave not knowing, and that was hard, Joan said. As for Kathy, the revelation that her father was the murderer shook her to the bones. "It's just really sad to find out that someone, not even just your dad, but someone in your family, could do something like that," Kathy said. "John passed away when she was only 9, and she grew up believing that he had done it out of depression. And now I think, no, he was evil," she said. "It wasn't an escape and away from it, but he got to die with people thinking he was an upstanding man and he wasn't." Kathy also rendered a public apology for her father's crime and the pain it caused the murdered girl's family. "I'm very, very sorry for what my dad did, that he took her life horribly," she said. "I hope that it gives peace knowing that even though it's not really justice because he doesn't get any punishment, his name has this on it now, and they can know it's solved." Through the act of one man, a family was plunged into misery and remained in the dark for more than 60 years. However, the determination and perseverance of several generations of detectives helped to reveal his identity and bring the bereaved family much-needed closure. The case of Jessica Bardwell. A team of detectives and FBI agents visited a remote ranch in Farmersville, North Texas, in the evening, and they immediately began searching the wooded area. They soon found a piece of metal covering something, and nearby there was an overwhelming smell of decay. Although the smell was unbearable, the officers were prepared for what they might find. When they removed the metal, they found a female body wrapped in a blue sheet, covered with a blanket and 2 red and gold towels stained with blood. A pile of trash mixed with dirt served as a makeshift grave for the victim. It was clear that the perpetrator was inexperienced, as their attempts to hide the body only made it more noticeable. The condition of the body was terrible, having decomposed significantly under the scorching sun for a week. It took experts 7 days to officially identify the victim, and they did so by requesting dental records of the presumed victim. The investigation suggested that the discovered body belonged to 27-year-old Jessica Bardwell. The examination revealed that her death was the result of a crime, but the exact cause could not be determined due to the body's advanced decomposition. Notably, an anonymous informant provided crucial information that led to the discovery of the body, but their identity was not disclosed. Jessica Bardwell, a beloved daughter and friend, had seemingly vanished from the home she shared with her boyfriend, Jason Lowe. Her father, Gary, sensed trouble and set out from Mississippi to Texas to search for her, following his instincts that she was in danger. Let's start from the beginning. Gary had an exceptionally strong bond with his daughter Jessica. He recalled being deeply moved when she was born on September 10, 1988, in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Gary and Carla Bardwell were wonderful parents to Jessica and her older brother Brandon. The siblings got along well, with Brandon always protecting his little sister from bullies. Their grandmother Kitty, who adored her grandchildren, would often visit and engage in fun activities with them, such as reading books, sharing life stories, and playing games. In short, they were a quintessential American family. Jessica was a happy and kind girl with a unique style. She dreamed of working in the beauty industry and opening her own salon. When she was 14, her parents got divorced and she chose to live with her father, Gary, with whom she had a warm and trusting relationship. Gary, a firefighter, remarried Gina, who was an excellent homemaker and took good care of Jessica. As Jessica grew up, she wanted to be independent and moved to Orange Beach, Alabama, where she worked as a waitress at Cobalt Restaurant. She kept in touch with her father, who would visit her and take her boating and fishing. Jessica's friend and restaurant manager, Kimberly, admired the strong bond between Jessica and her father. At Cobalt, Jessica met Terry and they started dating. However, she soon fell for Jason, a friend of Terry's, and left him for Jason. This new relationship turned her life around, and Jason promised to help her achieve her dreams. He got a job in Dallas, Texas, and Jessica followed him without telling her father, afraid of disappointing him. In Dallas, Jessica searched for a new job and looked for a location for her salon. She and Jason planned to get married and buy a house. However, her relationship with her father suffered, and she stopped answering his calls. Gary was worried and eventually found out about Jason and Jessica's move. He tried to reestablish contact, but discovered that Jason controlled all communications. Months later, Jessica contacted her father, and he met Jason when they visited Pascagoula. Gary disliked Jason and tried to convince Jessica not to return to Texas, but she insisted on following her dreams. Despite Gary's concerns, Jessica seemed happy and didn't show any signs of distress. Gary's fatherly instincts kicked in after meeting his daughter's boyfriend, Jason, prompting him to write a song titled "Taken for his daughter." Unfortunately, his concerns proved justified. For months after Jessica moved to Texas, she suddenly stopped responding to her family's calls. The final straw came on May 8th, when she failed to wish her mother and stepmother a happy Mother's Day, a gesture uncharacteristic of her. Gary sensed something was terribly wrong, especially since she missed a cherished family holiday. He immediately called Jason, who claimed he didn't know Jessica's whereabouts, citing their open relationship as the reason. However, Gary knew this was a lie, as Jason controlled every aspect of Jessica's life. The next morning, Gary drove to Texas, suspecting Jason's involvement in his daughter's disappearance. He messaged Jason, warning him that he would face consequences if Jessica wasn't home when he arrived. Upon reaching their apartment, Gary found no trace of Jessica or her belongings, but Jason continued to feign ignorance. Later, Kimberly shared disturbing details about Jessica's relationship with Jason. He had wasted money on drugs and entertainment, and his promises to help Jessica achieve her dreams had vanished. In private, Jason was rude and aggressive, leading to frequent conflicts with Jessica. With Jessica still missing, Gary filed a missing person report with the Richardson police. Detective Huron Hall, a father of 3 daughters, led the investigation into her disappearance. The police spoke with Jason several times, inspecting the house, but found no trace of Jessica. Jason claimed he last saw Jessica on May 8th, leaving without explanation, possibly to visit her parents. However, investigators discovered that Jessica had actually sold her car 3 weeks earlier, a fact Jason knew about since he was present at the sale. This raised suspicions, prompting the police to interrogate him again on May 12th. During the investigation, police found cocaine in Jason's kitchen and a suspicious substance in his garage. The Audi car inside the garage had mud stains and a detached bumper. Although the car was empty, the police suspected Jessica might be inside. The smell of decomposition led them to examine the trunk, where they found blood stains. Jason claimed he got stuck in the mud while searching for Jessica, but he couldn't explain the blood in the car or the cocaine in his home. Given the circumstances, the case was reclassified as a homicide to prevent Jason from fleeing. Despite the lack of a body, police charged Jason with homicide and the search for Jessica continued. Eventually, her body was found and the autopsy report revealed that she had been brutally discarded. A year later, Jason claimed the incident was an accident and hoped for the jury's understanding. However, the prosecution faced challenges in building their case and the defense staged a mock trial that resulted in a not guilty verdict. After Jason revealed the location of Jessica's body, he received a shorter prison sentence, allowing her family to give her a dignified burial. Jessica's father, Gary, was consumed by grief and anger, seeking justice in a unique way. He took a photo of Jason, placed it on a stump, and hit it with a 12-pound sledgehammer, finding some small comfort in this form of emotional release. Gary struggled to cope with his loss, feeling guilty for not persuading Jessica to stay away from her controlling boyfriend, Jason. He had hoped she would break up with him, but she had chosen to give him another chance instead. During the trial, Gary replayed their last conversations in his mind, including a call from Jessica when she admitted he was right about Jason after an argument. Although she had briefly found shelter with a friend, she had returned to Jason the next day. Gary had reluctantly accepted her decision, a choice he would later regret deeply. When Mr. Bardwell arrived in Texas, he was determined to seek justice. During her opening statement, prosecutor Cynthia Walker described Jason as a complex person who few people wanted to associate with due to his history of substance abuse, which often triggered violent outbursts. It's possible that Jessica was a victim of one such episode. Prosecutor Wes, when called upon Jason's former girlfriends to testify, they corroborated the prosecution's claims, sharing their own fears of Jason's aggression, which was fueled by jealousy. Like Jessica, Jason had isolated them from their loved ones and exhibited manipulative and deceitful behavior. These traits ultimately led each of them to end their relationships with him, which required careful planning and caution. However, Jason was able to present himself as a superior individual to many people, deceiving them about his true nature. In response to the allegations, Jason revealed that he had started using drugs at the age of 13, influenced by his friends, which led to addiction. Despite his struggles, he managed to earn multiple degrees and secure a job with a well-known global company, demonstrating his determination to not let his addiction define him. Jason admitted to planning to fulfill Jessica's dream of building a family together, motivated by his love for her. However, the prosecution presented a different image of Jason, contradicting his claims. The investigation revealed that Jessica died between May 1st and May 3rd, likely on the day she argued with her neighbors, the Jordans, and was last seen alive. After the argument, Jason moved Jessica's body to the garage and placed it in the trunk of his car, where it stayed for several days. Forensic evidence confirmed that the blood found in the Audi belonged to Jessica. Jason then transported her body to a remote farm and hid it in the nearby woods. The sheet used to wrap the body was later found to be part of Jessica's bedding set, which Jason still had in his home, despite Jessica's death and her body decomposing in the car. After Jessica's death, the accused continued to see multiple women, and his phone contained evidence of this, including flirtatious messages and intimate photos that he had sent to them before meeting them at his apartment. Jason claimed that he was trying to distract himself from his emotional pain and guilty feelings by using substances, which he believed made dealing with reality easier. The investigation discovered Jason's presence at Jessica's time of death through a clever tactic. Because Jason had consistently denied any involvement, detectives asked Tommy Jordan, someone who knew Jason, to have a conversation with him while being monitored. During this conversation, Jason finally admitted to making a terrible mistake with Jessica, expressing guilt and remorse, although he only acknowledged culpability for criminal negligence. Jason's statement to the police was seen as a confession, and they realized they had caught him. Jason made a deal with the prosecution and revealed the location of Jessica's body. At the trial, he finally told his side of the story. According to Jason, he and Jessica had taken libido-enhancing pills that evening and got intimate in the shower. During the shower, Jason slipped and Jessica fell, hitting her head on the bathtub. She complained of feeling hot and dizzy and sat down. Jason claimed he offered to call an ambulance, but Jessica refused, saying she just needed to rest and sleep. However, the next morning, Jason found her lying on his chest, unconscious and not breathing. Despite his attempts to revive her, Jessica was dead. Scared of being accused of murder, Jason hesitated to call the police and decided to take matters into his own hands. He initially left the body in his car and later hid it on a remote farm, carelessly dumping her in a pile of trash without a proper burial. However, Jason's story was not believable due to his questionable character and the medical examination findings. The autopsy revealed that Jessica had suffered severe head injuries that couldn't have resulted from just falling in the shower, indicating that Jason had attempted to cover up evidence of physical abuse. As a result, his entire story was proven to be a fabrication. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Jason guilty. Judge Scott Becker sentenced Jason Lowe to 50 years in prison, a reduced term due to a plea deal with the prosecution. Jason won't be eligible for parole until at least 2041. At the sentencing, Gary, Jessica's father, felt relieved that justice had been served, but was disturbed by Jason's lack of remorse. 2 of Jason's ex-girlfriends, including Chrissy Chambers, were present at the sentencing. Chambers expressed sympathy for Jessica, warning her to get out of the relationship if she could. Even now, Jason maintains his innocence, claiming the homicide was an accident. Unfortunately, Jessica didn't recognize Jason's true nature until it was too late. She had grown up with a positive male role model in her father, Gary, and didn't realize that some men can be deceitful and violent. This tragic story serves as a warning to women to prioritize their own safety, freedom, and well-being, lest they suffer a devastating fate, not just for themselves, but for their loved ones. Nels Van Duren, a 38-year-old woman from Belgium, was married to a jewelry craftsman named Jan de Wilde. They had 2 children, Vincent de Wilde and Carol de Wilde. Although she worked in the family's jewelry store, Van Doren's real passion was skydiving. She started skydiving with her husband in 1994, and her enthusiasm for the sport grew over time. With 2,300 jumps to her name, she became an experienced skydiver. Every weekend and on holidays, she dedicated her time to skydiving. In 1998, Van Doren started formation jumping and joined an all-female skydiving team, the Divas, in 2001. They even competed in the World Skydiving Championships in 2003. Unfortunately, Van Doren had to leave the group in 2004 because of health problems related to a hernia. After she got better, she decided to skydive for fun. Instead of competition, she became a member of the Swartberg Parachute Club, and by 2006 she had completed over 2,300 successful jumps. It was in this club where she became close friends with another skydiver, a 26-year-old school teacher named Van Doren Klottermans. Because they both had the same first name, Van Doren later came up with the nickname Babs for her younger friend to avoid any confusion. Another member of the club, a man named Marcel Summers, was also friends with both women. The 3 of them became good friends and started diving together during their skydiving tricks. Over time, Van Doren grew closer to Marcel, despite being married. Their friendship turned into a romantic involvement. Van Doren's family was accustomed to her spending weekends at the skydiving club, which unknowingly helped her conceal her relationship with Marcel from her husband. They would often visit Marcel's apartment, spending their weekends together without any worry. Van Doren was unaware that she and Klotmans not only shared a first name, but also the same man. Without either woman knowing, Marcel had been secretly involved with both of them intimately to juggle both relationships. He created a schedule assigning specific days for each woman. Fridays were for Klottermans, while Saturdays were for Van Doren. This setup worked well for Marcel for a while, but it wouldn't last long as an unexpected turn of events was on the horizon. On a particular weekend, on the evening of Friday, November 10th, 2006, Klottermans went to Marcel's place as they usually did every week. Little did she know, Els Van Doren had decided to surprise Marcel by showing up unexpectedly that same night. Kloopmans and Marcel were having dinner together when they returned to Marcel's apartment and found Van Doren waiting outside his door. The details of their subsequent conversation are unknown, but what is certain is that on that night Kloopmans did not share Marcel's bed. Instead, she ended up sleeping in a sleeping bag on the living room floor while Van Doren and Marcel went to the bedroom there. In the living room, Kloopmans noticed Van Doren's parachute and other skydiving gear in close proximity. Feeling wounded and betrayed after being deceived and replaced by her friend, Kloopmans resorted to an unthinkable action, which led to a tragic outcome. Later on November 18, 2006, 12 members of the skydiving club, including Van Doren, Kloopmans, and Marcel, embarked on a flight over Flanders. The plan involved Van Doren, Kloopmans, Marcel, and another skydiver named Tom executing a 4-person formation jump at 13,000 feet. During this formation, they would interlock hands before releasing and deploying their parachutes as they prepared for the jump. Marcel and Tom leaped from the plane as intended. However, it seemed that Kloopmans, perhaps due to a delay or intentionally, jumped slightly later than the others. During the freefall, Kloopmans was not able to catch up with the group, and at 9,000 feet, Marcel, Van Doren, and Tom broke the formation, preparing to safely open their parachutes. At this point, it became clear that a serious problem had arisen. As Van Doren tried to activate her parachute by pulling the cords, it failed to open. Striving to stay calm, she recalled the emergency procedures from her training, and having dealt with a malfunctioning parachute before, she had successfully deployed the reserve parachute on that previous occasion. However, in this situation, plummeting through the air at around 200 kilometers per hour, she had only 20 seconds or less to perform a life-saving maneuver for a successful landing. Despite her efforts, pulling the reserve cord proved futile, as the parachute remained unresponsive. With her desperation escalating, she persisted in tugging at both the main parachute and reserve cords. Yet no response ensued. Marcel, who was 800 meters above, observed Van Doren, who was a mere 500 meters from the ground, and sensed that something was wrong as her parachute had still not been deployed. But he could do nothing but witness the unfolding horror. In the second desperate attempt, Van Doren tried to undo the cords of the parachute, hoping to activate it, but her fate had already been sealed. At the same time, in the town of Upabik, as these events were unfolding, a woman was outside doing laundry in her garden. A loud noise alerted her to what had happened, and looking up, she saw a person descending from the sky with a parachute towards her garden. This spectacle wasn't unfamiliar, given that her residence was merely a few kilometers from the skydiving club and its landing field. While turning to resume her laundry task, the woman spotted a white fabric entangled on top of her shrubs. Drawing closer, she saw a person lying amidst the bushes. Swiftly, she called her husband, who was also in the garden attending to maintenance duties, and they promptly contacted emergency services. That person was Elle Van Doren. They assumed she was one of the skydivers, but unfortunately, she showed no signs of life. Meanwhile, Marcel found a safe landing spot and ran through the streets, desperately calling out for Van Doren and trying to locate her. Marcel spotted an ambulance and followed it to the nearby site where Van Doren had landed. He rushed towards her, but had to be restrained to allow the emergency crew to approach. Upon the arrival of emergency services, resuscitation efforts were initiated but proved futile. Els Van Doren had succumbed. Marcel vehemently insisted on preserving Van Doren's parachute untouched, asserting the abnormality of both the main and reserve parachutes failing to open. He then contacted her husband, Jan, and delivered the devastating news. Jan hurried to his wife's side, while Tom and Kloopmans returned to the parachute club to relay the tragic news of Van Doren's demise to the other members. The club members were deeply affected by the news. Kloopmans, feeling overwhelmed, knelt down and let out a sorrowful cry. Elsa's husband, Jan, came to the club to collect her things and found Kloopmans there. She offered to get the items, and he noticed her standing still with a strange smile. Kloopmans then went towards the changing rooms with Jan following behind. But when they reached there, she suddenly closed the door, locking Jan outside. Jan later mentioned that Klopmans took quite a while before finally coming out with Van Doren's belongings. Meanwhile, at the accident site, the police had gathered Van Doren's parachute and helmet, the latter equipped with a video camera capturing her ill-fated jump. An autopsy conducted to ascertain her state revealed no traces of alcohol or drugs that might have impaired her. Her death was classified as either a murder or a suicide, attributed to multiple fractures and internal bleeding, resulting from the impact of the fall. Suspicions arose within Van Doren's family, pointing toward the possibility of her being murdered by someone within her skydiving club, an individual knowledgeable about how parachutes work. Subsequently, the club members were advised not to attend her funeral, a request that some members, including Van Doren Klopmans, ignored. Jan, in particular, felt deeply hurt, learning that fellow club members were aware of the affair, some of whom he considered friends from his own club membership. To make things worse, Van Doren had falsely told her club friends that she was separated from her husband. Her funeral took place just a day before her daughter Carol's 15th birthday. During this sad occasion, Carol talked to her mother with a heartfelt statement. She mentioned how the family had asked her mother many times to stop skydiving, and expressed how much they wanted her to stay with them. After the concerns about Van Doren's reserve parachute failing, the police started investigating shortly after the funeral. They brought in a parachuting specialist who knew a lot about parachutes to examine Van Doren's parachute and look for any problems. The expert quickly noticed a major issue. A crucial part of her parachute, the pilot chute, was missing. This small extra parachute is important for deploying either the main or reserve parachute. Its intentional removal seemed to be on purpose. Also, there were clear signs of tampering, such as the cut drawing to the pilot chute that activates the main parachute, and one of the straps connected to the emergency parachute. After reviewing the latest body camera footage from Van Doren's failed jump, investigators noticed an unidentified red fabric in front of her face that did not belong to her skydiving equipment. They are still trying to determine where this fabric came from and have asked the residents to search their gardens and surrounding areas for the red item. If found, they stressed the importance of handling it carefully as it could contain DNA from the person who tampered with Van Doren's parachute. Sadly, no one has been able to find this key piece of evidence. On the Monday following Van Doren's tragic demise, a remarkable discovery came to light as the pilot chute was mysteriously found by Klopmans. She claimed that on her way back from Marcel's apartment, she spotted the chute hanging from a tree during her journey between Oplab and Genk. Instead of contacting the police directly, Klopmans decided to inform Marcel of her find. Upon learning of the discovery, Marcel called the police, who promptly went to the site of the tree. Upon their arrival, the police encountered a nervous, troubled, and visibly emotional Klopmans. However, their suspicions were aroused regarding Klopmans' miraculous discovery of the pilot chute. She claimed that it was purely coincidental, attributing it to her decision to take a different route home that day compared to her usual journey, being stuck behind a slow-moving tractor that led her to glance upward, where she spotted the chute dangling around 20 meters above. The police, however, remained skeptical, as the fact that the pilot chute was missing was known only to the investigators at that point. At this point, the primary suspects implicated in the presumed murder of Van Doren were her husband Jan, her lover Marcel, and her friend Klopmans. Police conducted searches at Marcel's residence and later cleared him as a suspect. Van Doren's husband, Jan, was also later cleared as a suspect by the authorities. The investigative efforts extended to Klopmans' home, where the police confiscated items such as her phone, laptop, and a diary documenting her emotions, as per her psychiatrist's recommendation. Klopmans was later called in for questioning at the police station, in an attempt to gather more information about her relationships with Marcel Van Doren and the circumstances surrounding Van Doren's death. Throughout the interrogation, Klopmans firmly denied any involvement in tampering with Van Doren's parachute, and instead tried to shift the blame either onto Marcel, suggesting he had kept Van Doren's equipment during her weekend visits, or onto her husband Jan, with whom she allegedly stored her own equipment during the weekdays. After initial questioning, Klopmans was released and went home. She failed to appear for a second interview scheduled for December 20th, 2006. It was later discovered that she had tried to take her own life that morning by overdosing on sleeping pills and antidepressants. Her mother, Cloetmans, found her unresponsive and rushed her to the hospital for emergency treatment. Cloetmans wrote to her loved ones about her struggles with grief after losing her close friend, and the immense stress of being a murder suspect. After her recovery, she spent 15 days in a psychiatric facility where she was closely monitored. She had previously been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and depression. This was not Cloetmans' first attempt to harm herself. Marcel, who had distanced himself from her, believed her actions were a ploy to get attention and not a genuine attempt to end her life. Marcel thought she had deliberately taken the pills just before her mother was due to return, suggesting that her main aim was to shift the focus away from her possible involvement in Van Doren's death. Marcel assumed the police were closing in on her and catching her in her own lies. After receiving psychiatric care, Cloetmans was arrested on January 11, 2007, on suspicion of murdering Els Van Doren. During her court appearance on January 19, 2007, the judge decided to keep her in custody while the investigation continued. Although asked to take a polygraph test, Cloetmans refused and the test was never administered. Further investigation into Els Van Doren's skydiving equipment revealed that someone had deliberately cut the parachute cords using scissors, likely with their right hand. By March 2007, Cloetmans had spent 3 months in prison, undergoing intense questioning without confessing. However, she did admit to sending an anonymous letter to Van Doren, criticizing her for neglecting her family due to her frequent skydiving. Van Doren's partner, Jan, had found the letter but dismissed it as a criticism of Van Doren's absence from her family. It later became clear that Cloetmans intended the letter as a warning to Van Doren to end her involvement with Marcel. Cloetmans confessed to making anonymous calls to Marcel, timing them when she knew he was with Van Doren, in an attempt to intimidate them. Upon examining Cloetmans' automatic activation device, investigators found that she had jumped later than the rest of the team and opened her parachute earlier. They speculated that this gave her a better view of the events unfolding from above. In September 2008, Claude's lawyer managed to get her released on bail, and despite the ongoing investigation, she went back to working at a school. The trial for murder started on September 24, 2010, with the prosecution being very confident that they had enough evidence to convict Cloetmans of murder. The reason for the murder, according to the prosecution, was that Cloetmans was jealous because she found out her lover, Marcel, was in a relationship with her close friend Van Doren. Earlier, Cloetmans had told investigators that she knew she came second to Van Doren in Marcel's eyes. She admitted that Marcel clearly preferred Van Doren over her. The prosecution argued that this led to a strong motive for the alleged murder, as Cloetmans desperately wanted to get rid of her romantic rival, Van Doren. Cloetmans' defense attorney argued that the prosecution's case relied entirely on circumstantial evidence and unproven accusations. During her testimony, Cloetmans claimed she had no long-term plans with Marcel and only got intimately involved with him because of her low self-esteem. At one point, she even tried to shift the blame to Carol Van Doren's daughter, suggesting that she might have wanted revenge against her mother for being away most weekends. Despite her attempts to sway the jury and deflect blame, they ultimately found her guilty of murdering her friend, Els Van Doren, on October 20, 2010, and she was sentenced to 30 years in prison. During her trial, Cloetmans consistently maintained her claim of innocence. To prevent her from harming herself again, she was closely monitored. Later, she filed an appeal, arguing that the police had questioned her, without her lawyer present in May 2011. However, her appeal was denied. Nevertheless, after serving 12.5 years in prison, Cloetmans was granted conditional release in June 2022, following a third appeal, and is now a free woman. We feel deeply sorry for what happened to Els Van Doren and her family, who had to endure so much after the truth was revealed. Our heartfelt condolences go to her loved ones, who are grieving the loss of her life. Today's video is centered around Resorts World Manila, which opened in 2009, an integrated resort licensed by the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation. Inside it holds 7 hotels, a huge casino operating over 3 floors, theaters, bars, clubs, and restaurants. This case begins in the afternoon of June 1st, 2017. 42-year-old Jesse Javier Carlos was a former tax specialist with the Department of Finance. He and his wife, his high school sweetheart Jen, lived on 1663 Felix Huerta Street with their 3 children. The Carlos family were described as pleasant, polite, their children were well-mannered and well-behaved, and Jesse and Jen were a quiet couple that kept to themselves. Jesse Carlos had come from very little. His mother Teodora used to make and sell baked goods on her knees for hours just to send her children to school. When Jesse was a young boy, his family spent several years fighting eviction notices. As he got older, he started working odd jobs until he decided to study custom brokerage. His cousin said that although Jesse wasn't the sort of person to get awards in school, he was determined to do well, and before long, Jesse Carlos found himself working for the Department of Finance. Between the years of 2000 and 2010, his wealth had seemingly grown by a substantial amount. The family had a personal driver that drove the children to private schools each day, and a rotating series of nice cars were parked outside the home. As well as presents every Christmas, Jesse would give envelopes lined with 1,000 pesos for each of his relatives. However, no one in the neighborhood really knew how Jesse Carlos made his money. Carlos would eventually find himself let go from the Department of Finance for misdeclaring his statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth. At the time of his employment was making around 15,000 pesos a month, but had declared assets of more than 9 million pesos. In 2012, the Office of the Ombudsman found him unable to reasonably explain the huge disparity between his income and his properties. Following this was dismissed in 2014. His retirement benefits were forfeited as a result, and he was disqualified for any post in government service. This is when people in the neighborhood said everything started to change for the Carlos family. The car slowly started disappearing. The private driver stopped receiving calls to come to work, and it was rumored that Jesse and Jen wanted to sell their house. It was no secret that Jesse Carlos was a gambling addict. He was a high roller, usually placing a minimum bet of 40,000 pesos. He had been banned from several casinos at the request of his family, and this had also led to his wife Jen eventually separating from him. Jesse Carlos was around 4 million pesos in debt with the banks alone. He was continuing to sell various assets to fund his ever-growing gambling habits. One of his neighbors, Cecilia, had a son that grew up with Jesse. She said Jesse began gambling and betting early on, playing caracross in the street with the boys, and later started cockfighting, betting vast amounts of money on this too. On June 1st, Jesse Carlos attended a hearing that involved the government's attempts to seize 6 million pesos worth of his assets. He tried to settle the case for 1.2 million, but the government rejected the offer. At around 4 p.m. on June 1st, 3 men entered Resorts World Manila: Elmer Mitra Jr., Elvin Cruzan, and also Jesse Javier Carlos. They stayed for a couple of hours and had coffee at the Maxim Hotel before leaving and getting into a gray BMW. As the evening rolled around and the nightlife of Resorts World Manila kicked in, Alma Mitra Jr., Alvin Cruzan, and Jesse Javier Carlos were still driving around talking. Alma Mitra Jr. worked at the Philippine National Construction Corporation and was also a lawyer. Alvin Cruzan was a retired police officer and was now working as a casino financier. The conversations that took place in the car that night can never be known. But people speculated that Jesse Carlos may have been getting pressured by Elmer and Alvin to repay his debts. Just before 10 p.m., Carlos pulled a gun out and shot Elmer. Witnesses described hearing more gunshots from inside the car, before the car crashed and overturned. Carlos crawled out from the back seat and stumbled off into the night. When police arrived on scene, they recovered 4 9mm casings, 6 bullets, and a 9mm pistol in the car. Both Alma and Alvin were dead from gunshot wounds to the heads. As officers were dealing with the crash and shooting, just before 11 p.m., Jesse Carlos returned home. He changed his clothes and left his house again, heading for the casino in Resorts World, Manila. At 11:19, he stopped at a local refueling station where he bought 3 liters of gasoline. At 12:07 a.m., Carlos arrived at the entertainment complex by taxi. He was wearing plain black clothes and carrying a large bag. He exited the taxi, limping slightly as he did so. Unbeknownst to anyone around, inside his bag was a rifle and the container of gasoline. He got in an elevator with two women and headed to the parking areas, getting out on the second floor. As he left the elevator, he put on a mask and an ammunition vest, promptly walked into the casino, avoiding the metal detectors and the security guard, took out his rifle and started shooting. Everyone started running for their lives. Security did their best to contain the situation and started trying to evacuate more than 12,000 people from the complex. But the fear and panic proved too much. Stampedes of people crammed into the exits, with some even jumping out of windows. Many people crowded into various cupboards and rooms around the casino, barricading themselves in. At this time, it was unclear how many shooters there were because of the amount of shots that were being fired. Some guests recalled hearing the word terrorists being shouted throughout the building, causing even more panic and uncertainty. In one of the rooms, Carlos took out the gasoline, poured it over one of the gambling tables and set it to light, before throwing his bag containing the ammunition into the flames. He continued moving around the area, setting it on fire as he went. Carlos then entered one of the rooms containing the safes. He shot at the locks on the door before gaining entry to the room with the casino chips in. He spent some time stuffing casino chips into a bag. These chips totaled at just over 113 million pesos, which was the equivalent of just over $2 million at the time. At 1:30 a.m., the building's security and armed police were inside the resort looking for the shooter or shooters, as it remained unclear how many perpetrators there were. Fear was spreading rapidly, and it wasn't long before the main gates of the 4 terminals at the international airport shut, and only passengers and airport personnel already inside were able to move around. Was now wandering around, slowly and aimlessly, seemingly unclear as to where to go and what to do next. More suddenly, a security personnel looked behind a door and saw Carlos. Quickly backed off before attempting to shoot him. They both fired at each other for a few seconds, and Carlos was hit in the process. He then shut the door and slowly headed up the stairs. He entered the Maxim Hotel in the resort, shooting as he went. At 1:46 a.m., he shot into room number 510, grabbed some towels and set them on fire outside in the hallway, before entering the room himself. Before long, police and security cautiously entered the hallway before approaching room 510. Inside the room on the bed was the body of Jesse Javier Carlos. He had covered himself with a thick blanket before setting himself on fire and shooting himself in the head. He was burned beyond any recognition. People were gathered outside of the burning building waiting for news of their loved ones who were trapped inside. It was a truly terrifying and heart-wrenching ordeal for the community. It was confirmed that nobody died from a gunshot, aside from Carlos himself. But the fires he had set had spread quickly, and tragically, many people had suffocated to death inside the building. A few people also died when a ceiling collapsed on them. The number of people that lost their lives that day totaled 38, including Carlos. A further 70 people were left injured due to the stampedes when leaving the building. Police speculate that when Carlos threw his bag of ammunition onto the burning casino table, this only added to the idea that there was more than one shooter in the building and amplified people's fears about leaving the rooms they had barricaded themselves into, and tragically, this meant they had suffocated to death as a result. All the initial suspicions pointed towards an act of terror, with affiliates of Daesh, known more commonly as ISIS, claiming responsibility for the attack. But representatives of the Philippine National Police consistently maintained that the motive was likely a robbery. The shooter was working alone and it was not a terrorist attack. Steve Cutler, chairman of the Overseas Security Advisory Council, also agreed the incident was a robbery and not an act of terrorism. However, the Speaker of the Philippine House of Representatives disagreed with the police and hinted at the possibility of it being a lone wolf terrorist attack. Soon after the incident, Philippine National Police Director General Ronald de la Rosa issued a statement in which he described the attack as being perpetrated by a single shooter, refuting any prior eyewitnesses' statements that believed there was more than one person involved. Rumors and speculation were still running rife, and the shooter's identity was still unknown to the police and public. But an autopsy was carried out as well as using samples of blood that had been left around the casino. And with this, Jesse Javier Carlos' identity was finally revealed. Later that month, the senior inspector of the Manila Police District Homicide Division also confirmed that Carlos was the only person of interest in the shooting of Elmer Mitra Jr. and Alvin Cruzan. This followed forensic testing that was done on the car. Clothing found around Carlos' house also matched the clothes he was seen wearing after the crash in various bits of CCTV footage. On the 7th of June, the House of Representatives Committee on Public Order and Safety and the Committee on Games and Amusement started an investigation into the tragic events. The management of Resorts World Manila admitted there was a lapse in security on that day, and the casino's CEO said upon reviewing the CCTV footage, they realized that some security personnel were not in their assigned areas when Carlos entered the casino. The Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, also known as PAGCOR, regulates casinos and issues the licenses and authority for casinos to operate. On June 9th, suspended the operating license of Resorts World Manila until it deemed that it had rectified its serious security lapses and deficiencies. Armin Gomez, the head of security for Resorts World Manila, saw his credentials severely scrutinized. It came to light that he only had a short stint in training, despite him previously stating he had 10 years of experience as a security practitioner. The House Majority Leader, Rodolfo Farinas, said that the casino's personnel should have been adequately trained. At the time of the attack, Gomez was already on his way home. It came to light that management of the resort were given a heads up to boost their security a matter of days before the attack happened. But for some reason this wasn't followed up on. Senators urged establishments, particularly tourism facilities, to tighten up on security, and in response to the attack, police also increased their presence in shopping centers in Metro Manila. The chief operating officer of Resorts World Manila said the company was going to give 1 million pesos to each of the families of those who died in the attack. The license suspension that had been imposed by PAGCOR was lifted on June 29th, and Resorts World Manila resumed its gambling operations. The casino also hired a private security consultant to tighten up their security procedures. It's been reported that the gambling area on the second floor that was affected by the attack will be converted to be part of the shopping mall. Although robbery seemed like the only motive, the true reasoning behind Jesse Carlos' actions that night can never be fully known. Jesse's cousin has his own theory. He wonders if maybe, even though Jesse knew he couldn't cash the chips in, he took them anyway, so that he could feel, even if just for a moment, that he had won back what he once lost. The chaos and devastation caused early that morning was widespread and felt by everyone. Although Resorts World Manila is back, seemingly in full swing, the events that transpired that day have had a lasting impact, and the community will likely continue to feel the weight and impact of what happened for many years to come. Case of Sony Millbrook. Sony Millbrook was born in Memphis, Tennessee, USA on February 15, 1981. She grew up in a close-knit family with 2 sisters, 3 brothers, and a large extended family, which allowed her to form a strong bond with her cousin Jenny during her teenage years. In 1998, at the age of 17, Sony became a popular student at her high school. The same year, she met Lelth Moody, a man in his 20s, and began a romantic relationship with him. Unfortunately, the relationship turned out to be abusive, and Eltha's violent behavior left visible marks on Sony's body. Despite this, they had 4 children together, 3 girls and a boy named after Elth. A year later, in 1999, Sony's mother noticed a bruise on her chest. Sony confessed that the bruise was caused by her friend, Leith, who was controlling and often tried to isolate her from her friends and family. In the same year, Sony moved into an apartment in the Fraser neighborhood of Memphis. However, her new home was soon vandalized, with furniture slashed, clothes missing, the television destroyed, food smeared on the walls, and personal hygiene products scattered everywhere, including down the stairs. On the mirror, someone had written, "Kiki loves you" in red nail polish, with Kiki being Leith's nickname. On October 31st, 2000, Sony, her cousin Pamela, and Leith went to a bar called Mirage. While they were there, Leith slapped Sony and threw a drink in her face. Sony and Pamela left the bar and sat in the car, where Sony was visibly shaken and trembling. She asked Pamela to take her home before Leith arrived. Once home, Sony locked and chained the door. An hour later, Leith showed up, yelling and banging on the door. Pamela finally got Leith to leave by threatening to call the police. After Sony calmed down, her cousin left her alone at home. However, later that evening, Pamela got a call saying that Sony was in the hospital. Somehow, Leith had managed to get into the house, and when Sony tried to end the relationship, he violently retaliated. He tore her clothes, beat her on the head, face, chest, arms, and thighs, leaving her with bruises all over her body, a loose tooth, and even temporarily losing consciousness after being choked until she passed out by Leith Moody. Not long after, Sony discovered Elf Moody's birth control pills in her apartment, and he assaulted her again. By late 2008, when Sony was 27, she was working at a Christian academy. She was a reliable employee who always arrived on time, so when she missed work or requested time off, it was usually for significant reasons. One day, she called her employer to say she couldn't come in because her face was badly bruised, and she didn't want the children to see her like that. The director allowed her to wear sunglasses inside the academy, and Sony confided in her boss about how her boyfriend had once chased her in his car, trying to force her off the road. Leith Moody's violence wasn't limited to Sony and their children. In April 2008, he was found parked in an SUV with a firearm, despite being prohibited from possessing one as a convicted felon. He had already served 2 years in prison for theft and another 3 for drug possession with intent to sell. On October 6, 2008, the situation between Sony and her boyfriend Leith reached a crisis point. After failing to show up at the academy, Sony sent a distressing text message to her boss at 5 p.m., stating that Leith was holding her hostage in her own home and had been beating her all day. She provided her address, prompting her boss to alert the police. 2 officers responded to the call and arrived at the residence. When they knocked on the door, it was locked from the inside, and there was no response. The fire department was called to break down the door, and upon entering the apartment, the officers saw Leith jumping out of an open window at the back of the apartment. Sony stood in the hallway, visibly distraught and unable to speak. Her 4 children were with her, creating a heart-wrenching scene. Her face and neck were covered in bruises and scratches. Once she calmed down, Sony recounted the events that had unfolded. She and Leith had started arguing, and he had refused to let her leave the house. Sony explained that they had not answered the door earlier because Leith had forbidden her or the children from approaching it or the windows. He had even hurt one of their children by grabbing him and had prevented her from taking him to the hospital. Sony detailed the physical and verbal abuse she had suffered at Leith's hands, including being choked with a baby blanket until she lost consciousness. When the police arrived, Leith had threatened to suffocate her again, vowing to kill her next time. Although the officers searched the area, they were unable to find Leith. Sony and her children eventually left the house in her car. 3 days after the incident, Sony applied for a restraining order against Leith, fearing for her life and wanting to prevent any further contact with him. However, she failed to attend the court hearing on October 23rd, which meant the protection order was never granted. 6 months later, on March 10, 2009, Sony and Leith were still in contact. On that day, Leith was supposed to pick up the children for a doctor's appointment, but instead, he started a fight with Sony, accusing her of having a new boyfriend. The argument quickly escalated, with Leith slapping her, pulling her hair, and yelling death threats as she tried to escape. Sony managed to break free and ran out of the apartment, with Leith chasing after her. He didn't catch her, but instead grabbed their youngest child, an infant, and drove off at high speed. A police patrol, responding to the domestic disturbance, arrived just as Leith was fleeing. The officers attempted to stop him, but he evaded them and escaped. By early 2010, Sony, then 28 years old, was studying at Southeast Tennessee Community College. Her 5th child was 9 weeks old and in fragile health, requiring her to stay home and care for him. In January, Sony and their children moved into the Budget Lodge Motel in Memphis. On the very day they moved in, their arguments were so loud that the motel staff intervened, as they were disturbing other guests. Unfortunately, peace remained elusive, as their fights continued to disturb the neighbors and the management with excessive noise. On January 22nd, a hotel security guard witnessed Leith in a highly agitated state when he arrived at high speed in Sony's car. He began shouting at her while she stood on the second-floor balcony with their children. During the heated argument, Leith threw a bag of groceries at her. The security guard intervened, telling Leith that he needed to keep the noise down and refrain from throwing objects, and that the argument should be continued inside their room. However, Leith responded by telling the guard to mind his own business, locked the car and walked away, with the guard following him to a third-floor room that was not registered under anyone's name. When the guard asked Leith to hand over any hotel keys he had, Leith surprisingly produced keys to 3 different rooms. Despite not being registered as a guest, the following day Leith, Sony, and their children moved to room 222. That evening, the night manager asked Leith to leave, which he did, but he soon returned. The confrontations persisted for a few more days until the same security guard, who had repeatedly warned them, finally asked Leith to vacate the property permanently. As Leith went to the parking lot, the receptionist attempted to calm him down, and the guard warned him not to return that night. Leith got into the car and drove away. On January 26th, Sony privately shared with Pamela that a lot was going on in her life and that she was currently staying at a motel. She hinted that she had something important to confide in Pamela and promised to get in touch if she ended up leaving the motel or if her boyfriend did. The next day began like any other, with Sony taking her younger kids to daycare and dropping off her oldest at school around 11 a.m. However, things took a turn when the housekeeping manager knocked on Sony's door, speaking to her through the window, to inform her that they needed to settle their bill or leave the hotel room. He returned several times that day, looking for a response. At around 2:30 p.m., Leith answered the door, telling the manager that his mother would be back soon with the money they owed. But when the hotel security guard checked room 222, he found it empty, with children's clothes, bags, and various items scattered all over the floor. One of the beds was neatly made, which seemed out of place given the state of the room. Later that day, Sony failed to pick up her eldest daughter from school, which was unusual. The school secretary called Christine, the child's maternal grandmother, to come and get her. Christine tried calling Sony, but there was no answer. Growing worried, she discovered that her other grandchildren were still at daycare. Convinced something was wrong, Christine asked her husband to pick up the younger kids while she went to the school. They eventually contacted the police, who arrived at the house around 10:30 p.m. and filed a missing persons report. On January 28th, the housekeeping manager re-entered room 222, which was now vacant, to collect and label the personal belongings that the previous tenants had left behind, apparently to avoid paying their bill. The room contained piles of clothing and a large trash bag, which were both taken to the storage area. After emptying the room, it was thoroughly cleaned and readied for new guests. The following day, on January 29th, James and Rhonda Sargent moved into room 222. Upon moving in, the new tenants immediately noticed a strong, unpleasant odor in the room. They attempted to mask it by burning incense, but this effort was unsuccessful. During their search for the source of the smell, they discovered that the previous tenants had also tried to hide it, as evidenced by the scented tissues they found stuck in the tiles and ceiling vents. The smell was most pronounced when someone sat on the bed. On January 29th, the Memphis Police Department's Missing Persons Unit visited the hotel to ask about Sony's whereabouts, as it was the last place she was seen. However, the officers did not search room 222. Leith was found on February 2nd at around 7 p.m. in Sony's car, which was parked at a shopping center. He was arrested for stealing the vehicle and held in police custody for 48 hours. During that time, he was questioned about Sony's disappearance. Leith said the last time he saw her was on January 26th, when they met at 7 a.m. in the hotel parking lot, went to the room, were intimate, and then went back outside. According to Leith, Sony let him take her car keys because she planned to use her social benefits and a school loan to buy a new car. However, investigators discovered that Leith had actually been staying at a different hotel, making it unlikely that he spent nights in the car, especially considering the snow during that period. On February 3rd, police found a debit card with Sony's name, along with several recent purchase receipts inside the car. On the same day, police examined the clothes that had been stored at the hotel, searching for DNA or other evidence, but they found nothing. This lack of progress added to their frustrations, and as a result, Lath had to be released due to insufficient evidence linking him to Sony's disappearance. Meanwhile, Sony's cousin and her mother had the painful task of going to the hotel to collect Sony's belongings. Sony's cousin had a terrible premonition, but unfortunately, she did not find anything to support her feelings. On February 4th, the police went to Moody's uncle's house, where they found a DVD player that had been taken from the hotel room in Sony's wallet. Moody had given these items to his cousin, who told the police that Leith had borrowed the DVD player on January 24th, saying he wanted to watch a movie. Leith was seen driving a red car that day. Later, when the cousin asked Leith why he hadn't picked up the children on January 27th, Leith avoided the question. When asked about Sony, Leith left the DVD player and wallet in a bag and quickly left the house. James and Rhonda Sargent asked to be moved from room 222 because of the constant bad smell. Since no other rooms were available, they had to move to a different hotel. However, even after the room was cleaned and the carpet was washed in early February, subsequent guests in room 222 still complained about the foul smell, which only slightly improved for a few days. Sony's family, especially her kids, were devastated by her disappearance. Their only hope was for her safe return. On February 4th, homicide detectives visited the hotel where Sony was last seen. By then, her room had been occupied and cleaned at least 3 times. The detectives didn't enter the room, but asked the staff if they had noticed anything unusual, and all said no. On February 7th, James and Rhonda, probably relatives or friends of Sony, returned to the hotel and changed rooms 3 times, including one night in room 222, which was the same room Sony had stayed in. They told the management that the rooms still smelled bad. In March, a deeper cleaning of room 222 was carried out, including the carpets, bedding, bathroom curtains, and window drapes. But to everyone's surprise, the smell didn't go away, it got stronger. The manager talked to the security guard about the issue, and during their conversation, they remembered that Sony had vanished at the end of January. The guard recalled the events from that time and suggested that the manager check room 222 for signs of blood or cleaning products. 10 minutes later, the manager returned and asked the guard to come with him. What they found was horrifying. The 2 men walked into the room to find that the manager had removed the mattress from one bed, leaving only the frame behind. The lower part of the bed frame had a built-in enclosure, which prevented the space underneath from being used as a storage area. However, when they lifted the box spring, they discovered a large empty space that could conceal anything. As they peered through the solid edges of the frame, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, a decomposing body. They immediately called the police, who arrived at the scene shortly after. Upon inspection, the bed frame was found to have marks all over it, with 2 broken wooden areas near the headboard. A towel and a cloth bag were discovered between the legs of the body, which was dressed in a shirt, but was naked from the waist down. The autopsy conducted by the forensic team revealed that the cause of death was strangulation using a coaxial cable. The cable was wrapped around the victim's neck, under one arm, around the chest, and ended at the back. According to the forensic examiner, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 minutes of continuous pressure to cause death. DNA analysis matched Sony's genetic profile, which included female markers. Additionally, male genetic material was found on 5 parts of the cable. The main theory was that Sony was already dead when she was reported missing, and that Leith had used the coaxial cable from the DVD player he had borrowed from his cousin, suggesting premeditation. Leith was detained by the police shortly after, although not for the discovery of Sony's body. He was arrested on a separate charge of possessing a firearm, despite a prior felony conviction. Despite this, he was considered a person of interest at the time of his arrest, as he was the last person seen with Sony alive. Furthermore, he was found in Sony's car when he was arrested and taken to the detention facility in Mason on March 18th. Police have launched an internal investigation to find out why the case took such an unusual turn. They acknowledged that the family deserved answers and explained that despite their eagerness to solve the case, the officers had taken a wrong turn that led them away from the room. The police also stated that they had never dealt with a situation like this before, saying that the discovery was more astonishing than fiction, and highlighted the tragedy of domestic violence. However, they regretted that the room had been cleaned and rented out multiple times since Sony's death, which made it difficult for them to collect evidence. Rhonda, one of the first tenants to occupy the room where Sony's body was found, expressed skepticism about the police explanation when she spoke to the media. She pointed out that if the officers had asked to enter the room during their January visit, she and her husband would have let them in. Rhonda argued that unlike her and her husband, the officers should have been able to recognize the smell of a decomposing body and found Sony much sooner. Finally, the time arrived to bid a loving and dignified farewell to Sony. On March 24th, her funeral took place. Following her death, Sony's children were placed in the care of her sister and brother-in-law. By April 1st, they had begun the process of obtaining legal guardianship of the children. She acknowledged that while the children were the primary victims of the tragedy, the lives of all family members were severely disrupted. She vowed that although she couldn't bring her sister back, she was resolute in providing for Sony's children, ensuring they received the necessities like food, clothing, and toys, and keeping them together as a family unit. Sony had benefited from a social program that refilled her debit card for grocery purchases on a regular basis. Shortly before her disappearance, the card was replenished as part of her tax refund. The police were able to track the card's movements, which led them to Leith, who was found with the card. Their investigation showed that the card was used on February 1st, for days after Sony went missing. At a convenience store she regularly visited on the 1st of each month to withdraw cash using her electronic benefit transfer card. The police visited the store and asked the owner to share the footage from the 16 security cameras. The surveillance system had captured footage of a man wearing yellow clothing using Sony's card at 11:38 a.m. on February 1st. He bought a bottle of orange juice, withdrew some cash, and purchased a cigar. After making the purchases, the man returned to a car driven by another person. In February 2014, nearly 4.5 years after the crime, Leith's trial finally began. By this time, the Budget Lodge hotel where the couple had stayed had closed down. Leith maintained his innocence, while the prosecutor described the events as a tragic and ugly culmination of a tumultuous relationship. In contrast, the defense attorney highlighted the lack of concrete evidence, including witnesses and physical proof, and disputed the prosecution's speculations. The defense attorney brought to attention a crucial piece of evidence, a fingerprint found on the bed frame that did not belong to Leith, suggesting the possibility of an alternate perpetrator. He also mentioned that Sony had been involved with other men in the past, which could have led to her murder. The attorney emphasized that Leith had no prior arrests for domestic violence against Sony. Furthermore, he revealed that Sony had moved back in with Leith due to a rat infestation at a relative's house where she was previously staying. On February 6th, a video was shown in court, which captured Leith using a prepaid Sony card just 4 days after the murder. While the defense team suggested that Leith's calm behavior during the transaction suggested he was innocent, the prosecution saw it as a sign of a cold-blooded and ruthless individual who was unbothered by the crime he had allegedly committed. On February 7th, 2014, Leith was found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. 3 days later, on February 10th, Leith appealed the sentence, arguing that the court had made an error by considering his past history of domestic violence, and that the evidence presented was insufficient. However, on July 7, 2015, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction, confirming the sentence. Today's case takes us to the small village of Alve Church in northeast Worcestershire, England. In December 1996, the media was dominated by the story of a disturbing road rage incident, with the ferocity of the attack leaving many people in shock. 25-year-old Lee Harvey worked as a bus driver, and his mom Maureen said all he wanted in life was to be a husband and a good father. His parents described him as cheeky and funny, always bringing so much good energy to everything. Lee had a young daughter, Danielle, whom he doted on, and Maureen said they were like two peas in a pod. He was separated from Danielle's mother, but the pair remained friendly and supportive of each other in raising their daughter together. 27-year-old Tracy Andrews had dreams of becoming a model and was working as a bartender when she met Lee in a club in 1994. Tracy also had a daughter 1 year apart in age from Lee's. She gave birth to her baby girl, Carla, when she was 21. But the relationship with her then partner was tumultuous, and less than a year later, the relationship ended. As soon as she and Lee met, the couple's connection was instant. They had a passionate and fast-moving relationship, and friends and family said they were inseparable from the get-go. It was said that Tracy was always incredibly possessive over her partners, and the relationships were always volatile. Lee was also a jealous person, and fights would often break out between the pair over the attention the other might get. Ex-partners said that Tracy had a vicious temper, often getting violent with them. Arguments between her and Lee would escalate and get out of control quickly, and violent outbursts would often ensue. Despite this, Lee moved into Tracy's flat after just 3 months, but he would often return to his parents' house as Tracy would frequently kick him out, throwing his belongings into bin bags. Despite everyone around the pair seeing how toxic the relationship was, Lee would always move back in and the pair would try and work things out. Lee's mom Maureen said that everyone felt the relationship was bad news from the beginning. She said she could tell straight away that Tracy was controlling, paranoid, and extremely insecure. Tracy revealed to Maureen that she had had a difficult childhood and had never recovered from her dad walking out of the family home when she was 6 years old. The more time that passed, the more the relationship continued to grow toxic, dangerously unhealthy and codependent. Maureen said the arguments became the only predictable thing about the pair. Neighbors would often hear the couple shouting at each other for hours at a time, and police were called on numerous occasions to the flat to break up the fights. Maureen was starting to notice some changes in her son that she didn't like. After finding out that Tracy had bitten Lee on the neck during a vicious fight, she called Tracy, telling her the relationship couldn't continue and that it was unhealthy for the pair to carry on seeing each other. But hers and everyone else's words fell on deaf ears and the couple carried on. Tracy soon fell pregnant, and although a shock, everyone hoped this might help the couple stop fighting and focus on what was now the most important thing. Lee was over the moon at the prospect of becoming a father for a second time, but just a short time later, Tracy announced that she had suffered a miscarriage when she fell down some steps as she was out shopping. After 6 months, and much to everyone's concern, Lee proposed to Tracy and the pair set about planning their wedding. After another day of explosive rows, Tracy and Lee went to the Mulbrook pub in an attempt to calm things down and patch things up. They left late into the evening and began the short drive back to the flat they shared in the Bexalve Church in Worcestershire. Car pulled up outside the Harvey house. As Lee would often return to his parents' home during fights with Tracy, Maureen didn't think too much of it, listening out for him to walk through the door and explain what had happened this time. But Lee wasn't there, and his parents instead opened the curtains to see police officers walking up the driveway. The police explained that Lee and Tracy had been involved in a serious road rage attack as they were driving home from the pub, and tragically, Lee hadn't survived. He had been stabbed over 40 times, and a pathologist later described the attack as frenzied. Lee's fiancée Tracy had survived, and she was at the Royal Alexandra Hospital being treated for her injuries. A man staying in one of the cottages alongside the road the attack happened on had come out of the house that night and found Tracy standing by Lee's car while Lee lay motionless in the road, covered in blood. The neighbors helped Tracy phone the police, and officers quickly arrived on scene. But by the time the police got there, Lee was already dead. Tracy told police that she and Lee had left the pub in Lee's car just before 10 p.m. Shortly into the journey, Lee overtook a dark-colored Ford Sierra. This had started what Tracy called a cat and mouse chase. The car began tailgating them, flashing the lights, and both cars began driving at high speeds down the narrow lane. Tracy said that she had shouted at Lee to slow down and ignore the car, but he didn't listen. The Ford Sierra eventually overtook them, and Lee got out before an altercation took place between the driver and Lee. The passenger in the other car also exited the vehicle, and a physical fight broke out. Lee and Tracy were both hit, and Tracy was knocked to the floor. When she got up, she realized Lee had been stabbed during the fight. The people in the other car fled the scene and Tracy cradled Lee with him dying in her arms. Lee's parents, Maureen and Ray, straight away had some questions. Why on earth would someone stab their son to death, leave his fiancée alive, seemingly unharmed, and now a key witness in the case? Why didn't she phone us? Ray asked. Maureen and Ray were distraught, but they needed Tracy to talk to them about what had happened that night. They both continuously tried and failed to get hold of Tracy after she was discharged from hospital. They finally got through to Tracy's stepfather, who said she hadn't rung them from the hospital as she'd forgotten their number, something that Ray and Maureen found impossible to believe, given the amount of time she had called their home looking for Lee after a fight. Tracy's avoidance of Lee's family was concerning, and her story and reaction to the event after the fact was raising even more questions than answers. Maureen said despite the strange and seemingly far-fetched reason behind her not talking to them after Lee was killed, she was still determined to believe in Tracy's story and support her. She said, "The police had told us she'd been attacked as well, so how could she have been involved? She might have been the last woman in the world I'd wanted Lee to end up with, but for all her faults, I was convinced she loved him." With uncertainty and doubt about what had happened that night, and with rumors still swirling, on December 3rd, Tracy took part in a press appeal and the police asked the public for something, anything that might help them catch the two men in question. As she held Maureen's hand, she recounted her version of events, giving descriptions of the men and talking about the same cat and mouse story that had led to the attack. Tracy then said that she urged the driver of the car to come forward, saying he was not in trouble and had done nothing wrong. The media had already been given one version of events by the police, but Tracy suddenly gave a totally different set of times. At this point, detectives stepped in to stop Tracy from talking, and the press conference was abruptly brought to an end. Tracy's appeal raised eyebrows with the media and people wondered why she was not holding the driver responsible when the driver had, according to Tracy, been the one to initiate the fight. Police were shocked as this was not anything they had agreed upon. They were definitely looking for the driver as he was an accessory to murder, possibly even a co-conspirator in the case. As the room started to empty, amongst the reporters began. Tracy's imitation of what she called the starry-eyed attacker was enough to convince many people that she was capable of that kind of rage and anger she described the attackers as having. One reporter in particular made a bold claim and outright said he believed they had all just in fact interviewed the real killer. Although it was a devastating thought, Lee's family were questioning Tracy even more. Her story just didn't make any sense and more holes were starting to appear in it. Fortunately, the press conference did generate something for the police. Two witnesses came forward and said they had seen Lee's white Ford Escort that night and he was driving past them on a junction about to turn onto the lane he was killed on. But out of nowhere, Lee's car suddenly braked and stopped in the road. The witnesses said no other cars were following them, and there seemed to be no reason for the car braking, and with this they carried on driving. A day after the press appeal, Tracy attempted suicide by taking an overdose of around 200 pills. She left notes saying she couldn't carry on without Lee. She was taken to hospital where her stomach was pumped and she spent the following 2 days recovering. Maureen and Ray visited Tracy in hospital and while they were there, Tracy grabbed Maureen's hand and said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I've done." After this, she went quiet and turned her head away and Maureen and Ray left. Ray said to his wife, "That's the closest thing we're going to get to a confession." Tracy's story just wasn't adding up, and the police could find no evidence that a road rage incident had taken place at all. Investigators had thoroughly checked over the road the car chased in the attack allegedly happened on. It was a narrow, single country lane, and if two cars had been speeding and overtaking each other, there would likely be tire marks or something that pointed towards a high-speed chase. But the road and grass along the side were completely clear. The location of the blood in the road in relation to where Tracy had said the attack had happened also didn't match up. And despite Tracy saying the attack had happened outside the vehicle, Lee's blood was found in the back seat of his car. No witnesses could attest to seeing the same dark car Tracy spoke about, and there was a substantial amount of time after Lee had been stabbed before Tracy raised the alarm. Nobody living near or driving along the road at the same time saw or heard anything apart from one person, a child living in one of the cottages near the lane. The 9-year-old said she had heard an argument that night, but only remembered hearing 2 voices, not 4, and it sounded like the car was stationary and parked. Examination of Lee's body found almost 100 strands of Tracy's hair in his hand, which pathologists later determined had to have been taken from Tracy's head with considerable force, possibly during a physical fight. As well as wounds from a blade, some marks on Lee's body indicated that scissors may have been used. This pointed towards a Swiss Army knife being the murder weapon. Blood on her clothing showed a splash pattern rather than a transfer of blood from holding Lee as he lay dying, as Tracy had claimed. Testing was done on all of Tracy's clothing that she had been wearing that night, which confirmed there was a blood stain on the inside of her boot. Forensic experts found the outline of the shape of a penknife imprinted on the inside of her boot. During her stay at the hospital, she visited the bathroom 6 times in 3 hours, and it was later revealed that she must have disposed of the knife somewhere in the toilets of the hospital. The same day Tracy was discharged following her overdose, police arrested her in connection with the murder of Lee, and on December 19th, she was formally charged. She vehemently denied any involvement and adamantly stuck to her story. To everyone's surprise, including the police, the judge made a decision that no one was expecting. Tracy was granted bail while she was awaiting trial and moved in with her mother and stepfather. It was another blow for Lee's family, and it was a highly unusual and controversial decision. Bail on a murder charge is not granted unless the court is absolutely satisfied that there is no significant risk that the person would commit an offense that would likely cause physical or mental injury to another person. In February 1997, was finally laid to rest, with hundreds turning out to pay their respects and show their love and support for the Harvey family. In July that year, 7 months after Lee's murder, Tracy's trial began at Birmingham Crown Court. While on the stand, Tracy's defense team asked her about her relationship with Lee, as well as her version of events. Tracy stuck to her story and maintained that although the couple fought a lot, she would never go as far as to kill him. She said they broke up all the time, but they truly loved each other and always came back together stronger than before. But a particular revelation Tracy used to highlight an example of this left Lee's family shocked. Tracy revealed that the miscarriage she had told everyone she'd had was actually an abortion that she had got after another fight with Lee. Maureen was devastated and called Tracy a lying bitch, to which Tracy angrily responded by shouting, pointing and demanding Maureen be removed from the courtroom. The judge let Maureen stay, but this outburst gave the prosecution the perfect lead into their cross-examination of Tracy. After a few short weeks on trial, Tracy Andrews was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 14 years to serve. The judge said, "Only you know precisely what went on that night, but we have all seen the awful consequences." A year into her sentence, she filed an appeal claiming she was the victim of a miscarriage of justice because of damaging publicity surrounding her case. This appeal was denied. A year after this, in 1999, Tracy wrote a letter to her lawyer, finally admitting she did stab Lee to death, but maintained that it was self-defense. She said it happened in slow motion after a fight between the pair had escalated and Lee pulled a knife on her. They struggled for a while and she said she had lost control and stabbed him. She claimed she felt sick and ashamed and hated herself for doing that to Lee and his family. The self-defense claim was disputed by many as most of the stab wounds were to Lee's back, and people suspected this came when he was trying to retreat and escape to his car to get away from the attack. A woman that Tracy had had a relationship with while in prison said that Tracy had attacked and strangled her for talking to an ex-girlfriend. She said she was opposed to Tracy ever being released and believed she would kill again if she was let out. Tracy Andrews served the recommended time of 14 years before being released from prison in 2011. She was ordered not to go within 25 miles of Lee's family. Tracy has since married, had reconstructive surgery to alter her appearance, and changed her name multiple times. For Lee's family and friends, the pain of knowing that Tracy is out of prison weighs heavily on them. Maureen wrote a book about the case and hers and her family's experiences. She said whenever she looks over old newspaper articles or letters from the case, it feels as if she is looking at someone else's family. Lee Harvey was charming and funny, honest and caring, and his parents often expect him to come walking through the door to see them, His family cherished the good memories and will always remember Lee for the great son and father he was. The case of Natalee Holloway, 18-year-old Natalee Holloway, who disappeared while on a trip to Aruba, an island in the southern Caribbean Sea near Venezuela. In May 2005, a group of 124 students from Mountain Brook High School, accompanied by 7 chaperones, traveled to Aruba to celebrate the start of their adult lives. The students stayed at the Holiday Inn and had access to beaches, palm trees, restaurants, and local entertainment venues. They spent 5 unforgettable days on the island, enjoying themselves with swimming, sunbathing, dancing, and partying. However, on the day of their return, Natalee Holloway was nowhere to be found. Her belongings, phone, and passport were still in the hotel, but she had vanished. Her mother, Elizabeth Twitty, was the first to raise the alarm and reported her concerns to one of the chaperones. Elizabeth recalled that at that moment her heart sensed something was wrong as her daughter was obedient and always stayed in touch. Natalee's mother and stepfather immediately flew to Aruba to search for her. Upon arriving, Elizabeth was able to find out more information than the police did as the authorities seemed uninterested in starting a search. The police told Elizabeth that cases like this are not rare, and that people often miss their planes or get lost in bars or with new acquaintances. However, Elizabeth knew her daughter and was convinced that something was seriously wrong. Natalee Holloway was last seen leaving Carlos and Charlie's nightclub with 17-year-old Jan, a local regular who had offered her a drink. They left with 2 other young men in a silver Honda car. For hours later, Natalee's mother, Elizabeth, contacted the police again with concerning information, leading to the detention of the trio. Initially, Vandersloot denied knowing Natalee, but later admitted to leaving the bar with her. They drove around, visited the beach, and then dropped her off near the hotel. His friends Deepak and Ses Kalpo confirmed his account. Natalee was born on October 21, 1986, in Clinton, Mississippi, to Elizabeth and David Edward Holloway. Her parents loved each other dearly, but divorced after 13 years. Natalee and her brother stayed with their mother, but their father remained supportive emotionally and financially. In 2000, Elizabeth remarried to George Twitty, and Natalee moved to Mountain Brook. The move was smooth, and she made new friends easily due to her sociable nature. Her family was devout, attending church every Sunday, which influenced Natalee's upbringing. Relatives remembered her as kind, modest, and beautiful with a radiant smile. Natalee was an excellent student, engaged in dance and participated in various clubs. She dreamed of pursuing a career in medicine and had chosen a local university for a substantial scholarship. At the time, she had promising life prospects and was excited about an upcoming trip. Elizabeth believed her daughter was unlikely to trust a stranger or get into a car with him. Surveillance footage from the bar confirmed her suspicions, showing Natalee's behavior changed after drinking a beverage offered by Jan, suggesting she was under the influence of some substance. The staff at Carlos and Charlie spoke well of Natalee, but Vandersloot had a questionable reputation, often behaving poorly, indulging in gambling and consuming forbidden substances. He had previously recorded and uploaded videos of his exploits to the internet, but was never held accountable due to his father's influence as a well-known lawyer aiming for a judgeship. The disappearance of Natalee sparked a nationwide search, with the island authorities launching an extensive operation to find her. Volunteers, divers, and specially trained dogs were deployed to cover a vast area. The government even declared a public holiday, and 50 Marines combed the coastline. An airplane equipped with thermal imaging scanned over 40 kilometers of terrain, but Natalee seemed to have vanished into thin air. On June 30th, investigators discovered that there was no footage of Natalee entering a building, which contradicted the statements of Jan and the Kalpo brothers. The police brought them in for questioning again, and this time the younger Wanda Slut unexpectedly changed his story. He claimed to have dropped Natalee off at a location without surveillance, not near the hotel, and added that he saw a figure in black moving towards her. Hotel security staff who were on duty that night were detained, with investigators suspecting they might have intercepted Natalee on her way. On June 9th, Detectives arrested the suspicious trio, and one of the security guards shared a cell with the Kalpoe brothers. The guard learned a crucial detail. Suddish confessed that he and Deepak had lied to cover for their friend, leaving Jan alone with Natalie on the beach. The security guards were released on June 13th, and on June 17th, another suspect, Steve Gregory Cruz, a DJ, was detained. The police suspected his involvement in Natalie's disappearance. On June 22nd, Paulus Vandersloot was brought in for questioning and detained, but he was released on June 26th due to insufficient evidence. Jan offered a third explanation of the events, trying to shift the blame onto the Kalpoe brothers, claiming he parted ways with Natalie near his home, and she left with them. However, his story was not taken seriously. A lawyer defended Suddish and Deepak, and on July 4th, after a brief trial, the Kalpoe brothers were released. Jan Vandersloot, born on August 6, 1987, in Arnhem, Netherlands, was one of 3 brothers in a large family. He was a good student, excelled in sports, and planned to attend St. Leo University in Florida. Jan's childhood was marked by a strained relationship with his mother Anita, an art teacher, who considered him an incubator liar. He grew up rebellious, often ran away from home, and fell in with a bad crowd, developing a penchant for gambling. Despite this, he presented himself as cool and fearless to his friends. Locals were suspicious of Jan's lenient attitude, fearing it would lead to trouble. However, he was popular among girls and often took advantage of them. As the investigation into the suspects continued, the search for Natalie persisted. U.S. authorities closely monitored the progress and provided substantial financial support. Despite the scrutiny, the Holloway family was desperate to find their daughter alive and announced a monetary reward, which initially started at $50,000. As hope dwindled, the reward increased to $1 million. Additionally, $100,000 was offered for information leading to the location of her remains, which later increased to $250,000. During this time, the investigation hit several dead ends. However, after the reward announcement, new witnesses emerged. One claimed to have seen Jan with the Kalpoe brothers at a local night spot between 2:30 and 3 a.m. Another witness claimed to have seen several suspicious men hiding a woman's body at a dump on the afternoon of May 30th. However, these statements led the investigation astray, and after numerous checks, their claims were not corroborated. On August 26th, the police detained the Kalpoe brothers and another young man. But these actions were unrelated to the case. The arrest was more about intimidation and an attempt to get them to talk. Ultimately, on September 3, 2005, all 4 were released on bail. A week and a half later, the court removed all restrictions and prohibitions, as none provided any substantial leads to the investigation. Jan Vandersloot was detained for 3 months, but after his release, he sought to capitalize on his notoriety by giving interviews and appearing on TV shows. In these appearances, he claimed that Natalie Holloway had flirted with him and offered to have sex, but he declined because he didn't have a condom. However, during one show he became aggressive and threw a glass at the interviewer. A journalist who was targeted by Jan's glass-throwing incident held a grudge against him and worked with authorities to place a bug in a friend's car. The bug captured Jan confessing to witnessing Natalie's death. He claimed that they had sex on the beach, but afterward she began shaking, lost consciousness, and eventually died. Jan and a friend then disposed of her body at sea. Despite this confession, Jan managed to avoid consequences by denying the statement on another TV show, claiming he had only told his friend what he wanted to hear. In 2007, Jan released a book, The Case of Natalie Holloway, My Own Account of Her Disappearance in Aruba, in which he presented his side of the story, and apologized to Natalie's family. By this time, the official investigation had largely stalled. In 2008, 2 new witnesses came forward. The first reported seeing Jan and his father on the beach around 4 a.m. on the night Natalie went missing. The younger Vandersloot appeared disheveled, and the witness saw him arguing with his father in a car before they drove away. However, Paulus Vandersloot had an alibi for the night in question. The second witness was Jan's former girlfriend, who recalled that Jan had once made a suspicious comment about being able to dispose of someone's body. However, this was not considered a strong lead, given Jan's history of lying and exaggeration. Jan and the Kalpoe brothers were detained multiple times, but released due to lack of evidence. The Holloway family hired a private investigator who, along with Natalie's father, conducted their own investigation, interviewing locals and searching the landfill. During this time, they uncovered several oversights by the local police, including failure to interview Natalie's classmates or hotel room neighbors. It was also discovered that someone had used Natalie's hotel keys several times on the night of her disappearance, and that her mobile phone and toothbrush had been left behind. A male DNA was found on her toothbrush. The investigation ultimately revealed that the Aruban authorities had been negligent in their handling of the case. Jan's father, Paulus, died of a heart attack in 2010, reportedly due to the stress and shame of his son's actions. After his father's death, Jan attempted to blackmail the Holloway family, offering to reveal the truth for $250,000. The family agreed to meet with him and paid in advance of $25,000. During the meeting, provided yet another version of events, claiming that Natalie had resisted his advances, which enraged him, and that he had pushed her, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. He then buried her body in a building foundation. However, the police investigation revealed that Jan's claims were false, as the house he pointed to had long been built, and its foundation was fully set at the time of Natalie's disappearance. Jan fled to Peru with the money, but unfortunately, the consequences did not catch up with him immediately. On June 1, 2010, the body of 21-year-old Stephanie Flores Ramirez was discovered in a hotel room in Lima, Peru. She had been severely beaten, and the cause of her death was determined to be a neck fracture. Surveillance cameras quickly helped identify the criminal, and soon after, Jan was arrested and taken to the police station. He explained that he had met Stephanie at a casino, and after playing poker, they decided to continue their acquaintance in his hotel room. However, when Stephanie accessed his laptop and discovered his connection to Natalie Holloway's death, she became frightened and wanted to leave, realized what had alarmed her, became enraged and struck her until she died. Jan was captured on his way to Chile and confessed to the crime on the 4th day of his arrest. The news shocked residents in the U.S., especially as it occurred exactly 5 years after Natalie's disappearance. Elizabeth Twitty expressed her grief, noting that justice had finally been served, albeit at the cost of another life. Jan was sentenced to 28 years in prison on January 11, 2012, for the premeditated crime against Stephanie Flores Ramirez. He was also ordered to pay $75,000 in compensation to the Ramirez family. In 2014, Jan was transferred from Pedres Gordas prison to Calakpala prison, where he met a Peruvian woman who visited another inmate in 2010. They got married, but it turned out Jan was using her for his own purposes. He showed no signs of remorse or guilt for his actions. Meanwhile, in June 2011, David Holloway filed a petition in an Alabama court to have his daughter Natalie, who had gone missing in 2005, declared legally deceased. Natalie's mother opposed this, hoping that Jan would confess to the crime and face trial. After a hearing, Judge Alan King ruled in favor of the declaration on January 12, 2012. On June 8, 2023, Jan was extradited to the United States and placed in Hoover City Jail in Alabama. The next day, he was charged with extortion and wire fraud, but he pleaded not guilty. However, on October 18, 2023, he entered a plea agreement admitting to murdering Natalie Holloway. He confessed to fatally bludgeoning her with a cinder block on May 30, 2005, and disposing of her body in the ocean for sharks to consume. Unfortunately, the confession made as part of the plea deal could not be used in court. Jan was sentenced to 20 years, which would run concurrently with his prison term in Peru. Natalie Holloway's disappearance remains one of the most notorious missing person cases in the U.S., and it is still an open case in Aruba. A series of cover-ups, corrupt deals, and bureaucratic delays effectively allowed the murder of an innocent young woman to go unpunished, despite global attention to the investigation. Christmas Eve, 1991. Sue and Clive welcomed their daughter Alice into the world. Described by friends and family as a loving and empathetic person, outgoing, quick-witted and fun 24-year-old Alice Ruggles was adored by those in her life. People that knew her said she had the ability to cheer anyone up and was a natural entertainer. She was mischievous, funny, and loved socializing. Alice was from a close-knit family and was the third of 4 children. She and her siblings grew up in the quiet, rural Leicestershire village of Turlington. She attended Leicester High School for Girls and from there went on to Northumbria University to study product design. Alice discovered fencing at the age of 11 and the sport quickly became a big part of her life. She went on to represent her home county of Leicestershire and the East Midlands region numerous times. At Northumbria University, became the fencing club captain and went on to win the women's EPPE at the Leeds Open in 2012. Alice fell in love with the city of Newcastle and carried on living there after she graduated. She got a job at Sky's Newcastle hub and it wasn't long before her hard-working attitude paid off and she was promoted to site coordinator. In October 2015, Alice started talking to Trayman Dillon. Trayman, known to everyone as Harry, was a lance corporal based at Glencoe Barracks in Edinburgh, Scotland, and was training to join the Special Reconnaissance Regiment. At the time he and Alice connected, he was serving in Afghanistan, and the pair started talking over Facebook. In January 2016, the couple met in person for the first time, and initially the relationship appeared to be going well. 26-year-old Dillon was caring, attentive, and considerate, and friends said Alice seemed besotted. He and Alice spent a couple of weeks together in Newcastle and then in Edinburgh before he returned to Afghanistan for his final 2-month tour of duty. Dillon returned to the UK in April and in July, Alice invited him on the family's annual holiday where the pair were inseparable. However, this would not last and it wasn't long before the cracks began appearing in the couple's short relationship. People in Alice's life started to notice some concerning changes in her. Once outgoing and someone that loved any chance to socialize, Alice was becoming distant and withdrawn. Dillon was becoming more and more critical of her in every way, so much so that it drove Alice further into an isolated state. She began losing a lot of weight and started falling out with friends she was once so close to. After a fight with her housemates, she moved out and into the ground floor flat on Rawling Road in Gateshead, where she lived with one of her work friends, Maxine. The women started contacting Alice, saying they had also been seeing Dillon at the same time she was. Following these claims, she ended the relationship for good in August. But Dillon was not prepared to accept no for an answer, and Alice's mental and physical health began to deteriorate even more over the following months. He bombarded her with calls, texts, and emails. While some messages were apologetic and begging for her to give him another chance, others were threatening and aggressive. He started contacting her family and friends, even texting Sue, referring to her as Mom, and begging her to convince Alice to take him back. He then went on to tell her what a horrible person her daughter was. He was completely obsessed and would stop at nothing to get Alice's attention. Alice initially tried to be sympathetic and kind, feeling bad that he was so affected by the end of relationship. But she soon was left with no choice but to cut him off as the tirade of messages and calls proved too much. He hacked into her social media accounts and threatened to release photos he had secretly taken of her. At the beginning of September, he gained access to Alice's Facebook account and found out that she had started a new relationship with an army officer called Mike. Dillon was completely enraged and contacted Mike, lying and telling him that Alice was still seeing him at the same time. On September 30th, Dillon drove to Alice's flat, repeatedly ringing the doorbell and then hiding when she looked outside. She knew in her gut it was him and didn't open the door. A few hours later, Dillon climbed the fence into the back garden and knocked on Alice's window as she was in her bedroom. When she opened the curtains, she saw flowers and chocolates on the windowsill, and Dillon slowly backing away with his arms in the air. As he drove back to Edinburgh, he left a sinister voicemail on her phone that said in part, "I just wanted to give you flowers and chocolates to prove that no, I don't want to kill you. I'm not intending to kill you. That's all I wanted to say." Desperate for help and with the situation getting worse, Alice contacted the non-emergency police number 101 for advice. They logged the incident as harassment and issued a police information notice, also known as a PIN. A PIN is issued as a caution where there are allegations of harassment made, but it is not a court order, nor does it give you a criminal record, and signing it does not admit to any wrongdoing on the perpetrator's part. On October 3rd, this warning was communicated to Dylan in his barracks. It was arranged for his major at the Edinburgh barracks to issue the police information notice, although national guidance stated this should be done by a police officer in person unless exceptional circumstances prevented them. Despite the PIN being issued, he sent Alice a parcel containing a letter and some other items. In the letter, he told her he knew she'd the police, and he was now in a lot of trouble for it. He told her they had taken his laptop and phone away from him, but this was another lie. In the letter, he also said, "I'm in a lot of shit now, but hope you feel happy now. I'm sending you everything I have that reminds me of you as you belong to another man. Wishing you two a happy life. I will never come in your life again." Alice contacted the police for a second time. She told people she felt palmed off at the response from the police and was distraught and defeated, feeling nothing could or would be done to stop Dylan. She chillingly said to her sister Emma she felt the police would only respond when he stabs me. The 24-year-old was living in a state of fear, constantly looking over her shoulder. She asked to be driven home to her front door each day by a colleague, and once inside she would immediately double lock it. During the evening of October 10th, Dylan drove down to her flat again. He climbed into the back garden and took a photo of the back window and bathroom before driving back to Edinburgh. Her supervisor Paul gave her a lift home, dropping her straight at her door at 5:30 p.m. She messaged some friends, showing them an outfit she had bought, and briefly chatted to her boyfriend Mike. The messages then abruptly stopped. Alice's flatmate Maxine returned home just before 6:30. Alice Ruggles was pronounced dead at 7:30 p.m. Her throat had been slit at least 6 times and she had suffered 24 injuries in total. The coroner concluded that Alice had died from catastrophic blood loss. The police quickly identified Dylan as their only suspect. Officers started running his car number plate through the automated number plate recognition system. They quickly got a hit when his car was clearly picked up traveling from Edinburgh down to Newcastle earlier that day. Just before midnight, Dylan was arrested in his barracks on suspicion of murder. At 3:24 a.m., Dylan arrived at Gateshead Police Station for questioning. During an interview, he admitted he had traveled to Newcastle that day, but said it was because he wanted answers and closure about why the relationship had ended. He denied entering her flat, claiming that Alice was the one that came out and approached him. He told officers that she said she had heard stories about men killing their girlfriends, and she was scared he would do the same to her. Dylan said he reached out to hold her hands, and she scratched him across the face. After this, he drove away, he said. But what had actually happened was Dylan drove down and parked near Alice's flat, waiting for her to return from work. While waiting, he started messaging a girl on Tinder, making plans to meet up later that night. Around 6 p.m., he climbed over the back wall and forced his way in through the window. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and cornered Alice as she went into the bathroom. He knelt on her back to pin her down and slit her throat, cutting through to her spine. While Dylan was in custody, police discovered Alice's blood on his steering wheel and on his Help for Heroes wristband. Analysis of her phone records placed the phone en route to Edinburgh too. A few hours later, Dylan was charged with the murder of Alice Ruggles. His trial began in April 2017 at Newcastle Crown Court, and he was still pleading not guilty to murder, but the overwhelming amount of evidence meant he and his defense team had no choice but to change his story. Dylan claimed that he showed up at Alice's flat with the intention of getting his belongings when a violent argument ensued. Alice attacked him with a knife, and in the process of trying to hurt him, she had inflicted the injuries upon herself. He then said that as Alice lay dying, she spoke of how much she hated her family. Dylan was asked what was going through his head as he looked down at Alice, and his response was that he felt terrible for her father Clive, as he had been unable to protect his daughter in her last moments. The court also heard that a restraining order had been taken out against Dylan by an ex-girlfriend 3 years earlier. After his ex had broken up with him, he tracked her down and spat in her face in the streets while hurling abuse at her and her new boyfriend. Sadly, at the time of Alice's phone calls, Northumbria police had no knowledge about the earlier restraining order. After an 11-day trial and just 2 hours of deliberations, Dillon was found guilty of the murder of Alice Ruggles and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. Carrying the knife to the flat would have given a 25-year starting point for Dillon to serve in prison, but as he didn't arrive armed with the weapon and had picked it up while he was in the flat, he was sentenced to a 22-year minimum term instead. During his sentencing, Judge Paul Sloan described the murder as utter barbarism and said, "When giving evidence, you forgot to even shed a crocodile tear." The police's handling of the case received huge backlash. After the trial, Northumbria police conducted an internal review and identified potential misconduct by officers, which was referred to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. 2 officers then faced disciplinary action over the handling of the case. Northumbria police said they did refer their actions to the Independent Police Complaints Commission, but said no one at the time knew the true threat that Dillon posed. The force have since apologized after the Independent Police Complaints Commission ruled that the officers failed to properly investigate Alice's claims. Gateshead Community Safety Board also carried out a domestic homicide review. The review concluded that Alice had been subject to significant stalking and agreed upon a series of 20 recommendations to help prevent similar incidents from happening again. Her parents Sue and Clive said, "We believe that her death was preventable. We find it difficult to comprehend that although Alice described in her first phone call to the police that she was being stalked and provided ample evidence, the police and the army were unable to support and protect her." Sue and Clive set up the Alice Ruggles Trust, which raises awareness about stalking and coercive control. They work to ensure that stalking offenses result in immediate action, both to protect the victim and to deal effectively with the alleged stalker. He also aims to provide education and training and campaigns for improved legal measures. They also launched the Alice Ruggles Trust Relationship Safety Resource, which is teaching materials and lesson plans that focus on stalking and coercive control. These are freely available to secondary school teachers throughout the UK. In 2020, stalking protection orders were announced by the government. This means that suspected stalkers could be given court orders, blocking them from contacting or approaching their alleged victims, while the police investigate the claims thoroughly. Sue said that new figures show an increase in the number of stalking incidents that were now being recorded by police, and she said this showed that officers were now correctly identifying the crime. Alice Ruggles' spirited, fun, and affectionate personality continues to live on through those that knew her. She made a huge impact in a short space of time. Her family and friends vow to keep her memory alive and hope that her story will continue to help and educate by supporting those that may have experienced similar things and by challenging the law and the handling of similar cases. Most importantly, they vow that Alice's name will not be forgotten and her voice will continue to be heard. The case of Celeste Mano was born on November 30th, 1997, in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. She was the youngest of 2 children to parents Aggie Darrow and Tony Mano and grew up with her older brother Alessandro. Although her parents separated when she was young, her father remained involved in her life, providing financial support and maintaining a relationship with his children. Celeste was a sociable and active student who enjoyed sports, dance. Initially, she wanted to become a lawyer and enrolled at the University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law. However, she later lost interest in law and switched to studying advertising and marketing. In 2018, she landed a job at a rapidly growing e-commerce company, rapidly advanced in her career, rising from a call center worker to the head of a department in just a few years. She was considered one of the company's most promising employees. Celeste has always been the center of attention, especially among men. However, she is very picky about her partners. Meanwhile, one of her colleagues, Lua Isiko, has had his eye on her since she started working at the company. He is almost 16 years older than her and has shown no signs of career ambition, remaining in the same subordinate position for many years. Despite his reserved nature, Luis Secco was friendly and polite. He often asked Celeste out, but she consistently declined. Instead of taking the hint, Luis Secco chose to view her rejections as a challenge or a game. He believed that Celeste was playing hard to get and was determined to win her over. Despite her clear lack of interest, Lua Isiko continued to try and draw her attention through various means. Celeste finds Lua Isiko's attention annoying, but she tries to keep her cool, hoping that he will eventually lose interest or focus on someone else. However, Lua Isiko's infatuation with Celeste grows stronger over time, becoming an obsession that everyone around him notices. Celeste confided in a close friend and colleague that she would never consider a romantic relationship with Louis Secco due to several reasons. Firstly, she found him odd and unpredictable. Secondly, she was not attracted to men lacking ambition and life goals. Lastly, their significant age difference was also a factor. Despite feeling pity for Louis Secco, she knew he had no chance with her. Louis Isiko's relentless pursuit of Celeste led to a critical mistake. He neglected his work duties. As a result, his productivity plummeted, which did not go unnoticed by senior management. Louis Isiko received 3 reprimands and warnings before being dismissed in early autumn 2019. As he gathered his belongings in the office, he appeared on a verge of tears, clearly devastated by the outcome. Celeste is relieved when Louis Secco finally leaves her alone, but she also feels guilty, thinking that her actions contributed to his firing. Manel, as a department manager, thanked Louis Secco for his years of service and escorted Louis Secco out of the building. As they parted, he patted Louis Secco on the back and sincerely wished him luck. The dismissed employee, Louis Secco, came to a surprising realization. He thought Celeste was hesitant to pursue an office romance because she was his superior and it might harm her career. Now, Lua Isiko believed that there were no obstacles to their happiness and they could be together. Overcome with emotion, Lua Isiko suddenly kissed Celeste on the cheek. Shocked by his bold move, Celeste was speechless. She quickly turned around and fled back into the office without saying a word. Lua Isiko misinterpreted her reaction, thinking that Celeste had feelings for him and that he shouldn't give up on pursuing her. After being fired, Lua Isiko created a social media account and sent Celeste a friend request, which she initially accepted. However, when he began asking her to meet up and go out, she politely declined and eventually blocked him. Undeterred, Lua Isiko created a new profile and sent her another friend request the next day. Celeste tried to ignore him, but he continued to comment on her photos, complimenting her appearance and suggesting they would make a great couple. To limit Louis's Seiko contact, Celeste adjusted her profile settings to restrict messages, comments, and posts to only her friends. Despite this, a week later, she started receiving romantic messages from an unknown number, which she suspected were from Louis Seiko. The messages included poems he had written, admiring her beauty and trying to persuade her to go out with him. This was particularly concerning since Lua Isiko had never had her personal phone number during their time working together, and she had only communicated with him through work channels. Celeste initially tried to address the stalker by answering one of his calls. Celeste explained to him that there was no possibility of a relationship and urged him to stop contacting her. Unfortunately, Lua Isiko was not receptive to her message and instead continued to focus on how much he enjoyed hearing her voice. Despite Celeste's attempts to block him, Lua Isiko managed to circumvent this by calling from different numbers each time. Feeling harassed, Celeste eventually changed her phone number. But to her surprise, Lua Isiko was able to obtain her new number within a week. Celeste had been trying to protect herself from Lua Isiko, a crazed fan, for about 6 months. Despite blocking Louis Secco's phone number and fake social media accounts and ignoring his messages, the harassment continued. The messages escalated from romantic to bold and threatening, followed by demands to meet Celeste. Celeste had no idea that Louis Secco had begun following her from work to her home, knowing her address. At first, she caught glimpses of Lua Isiko near her home, but Celeste assumed it was because she was too nervous. However, when she realized that Lua Isiko was actually following her, she knew she needed help. Celeste decided to seek police protection, hoping to obtain a restraining order that would prohibit the stalker from approaching her or her home. The police officers were unresponsive to Celeste's concerns, seeming to mock her request for help. They claimed that Lua Isiko had not done anything illegal, as writing explicit poems or fantasies in text messages is not against the law. Without evidence of Lua Isiko following or lurking near her home, Celeste was told to leave the police station. Celeste continued to be harassed by Lua Isiko on a regular basis. During the day, she would see his car parked across the street from her office, and at night would drive past her house several times. This constant presence made her feel uneasy. In August 2020, Celeste returned to the police station, this time providing photo and video evidence on her phone that showed Luis Secco was indeed stalking her. A different officer took her statement and was more serious about the situation, expressing surprise at his colleague's previous indifference. He advised Celeste to go to court immediately, where a restraining order was issued against Luis Secco, prohibiting him from contacting or approaching her in any way. Luis Secco's sudden disappearance brought Celeste a sense of relief and freedom. However, that feeling did not last long. Less than a month later, she began receiving text messages from unknown numbers. The messages were from Luis Secco, who initially begged her to retract his statement and dropped the restraining order, arguing that it was interfering with their romantic relationship. Over time, his tone shifted from pleading to demanding. Celeste immediately reported the messages to the police, as Luis Secco's actions were a clear violation of the restraining order. As a result, he was fined and warned that further violations would lead to severe consequences, including the possibility of jail time, if he continued to harass her. After this incident, Lua Isiko remained silent for almost 2 months, leading Celeste to believe that he had finally left her alone. Celeste met Chris Reedsdale in September 2020, and they quickly discovered they shared many common interests, life views and goals, which led to a romantic relationship. She confides in Chris about her harassment by Lua Isiko, who has been silent for over a month but still worries her. Chris made a conscious effort to make Celeste feel safe and supported, showering her with care and attention. A month later, in early November, Celeste decided it was time to introduce Chris to her family over dinner. Her family welcomed Chris warmly. The next few weeks passed peacefully, and Lua Isiko made no further attempts to contact Celeste. She was happy, spending all her free time with Chris, and it seemed that she had finally forgotten about worrying about Luis Iko. On November 15, 2020, they went on a date to a cafe where they sat together, enjoying each other's company. Celeste offered to take a selfie to capture the moment. Celeste loved the photo so much that she decided to use it as her profile picture on social media. By doing so, she also wanted to share the news of her new relationship and make it clear that things were getting serious. Chris also posted the photo on his page, along with a heartfelt caption expressing his love for Celeste. Sadly, this date turned out to be their last. After dropping Celeste off at home, Chris said goodbye, planning to see her again the next day. Celeste spent about an hour in the kitchen with her mother Eggy, before going to bed early to get ready for work the next morning. On November 16, 2020, Eggy was suddenly awakened around 4 a.m. by the sound of breaking glass. At first, she thought the noise was coming from outside, but then she heard more suspicious sounds, including banging, screams, and commotion, which seemed to be coming from within her house. Eggy quickly got out of bed, put on her robe, and rushed to her daughter Celeste's room. As she opened the door, she saw someone jumping away from Celeste's bed and escaping through a broken window. When Eggy turned on the light, she was shocked to see her daughter lying in a pool of blood, covered in cuts and small shards of glass. Celeste was struggling to breathe, her eyes wide open and looking up. Eggy immediately called an ambulance and tried to stem the bleeding from her daughter's deep wounds while she waited for help to arrive. Tragically, despite their best efforts, Celeste passed away before police and paramedics arrived. The medical examiners found over 20 stab wounds on the victim's body, with the fatal blow being a wound to her heart. After investigating the scene and comparing it to Eggy's testimony, the police concluded that the attacker broke into the Celeste's room through the window and carried out the attack in under 3 minutes before the Celeste's mother entered the room. The attacker used a large butcher's knife, striking randomly, and the Celeste tried to defend herself, as evidenced by the numerous cuts on her arms. When asked if the Celeste had any enemies, Eggy mentioned Luis Secco, who had been harassing the victim with calls and threatening messages for over a year. This information was confirmed by other family members, friends, and colleagues. The suspect left behind a large number of bloody fingerprints at the scene, as well as DNA on a fence he jumped over while fleeing, which was likely due to an injury to his hand. As a result, it was crucial to detain and interrogate Luis Seco immediately, as he was the prime suspect in the case, and to verify and compare all the evidence and witness statements. Luis Seco was immediately taken into custody, but initially claimed to be innocent, professing his love for Celeste and insisting he could never hurt her. However, forensic analysis quickly proved him wrong. His bloody fingerprints were found both in Celeste's room and on the fence surrounding her property, tying him to the crime scene. Investigation revealed a prior restraining order, which prohibited Luis Seco from approaching Celeste. Notably, the night before the crime, he bought a hammer and large knife at a local hardware store. The store's security cameras caught him purchasing the tools at checkout. It later emerged that he used these tools to carry out the violent crime, smashing through a window to enter Celeste's house and fatally stabbing her with the knife. The case against Luis Seco was overwhelming, with evidence showing he had been watching his victim for a long time and knew everything about her. The final straw was when she posted a photo of her new boyfriend on social media. After that, Luis Seco bought a knife and hammer and snuck into the victim's home at night to harm her. His actions seemed deliberate and planned. Luis Seco's personal life was marked by instability. At 39, he had never married, still lived with his parents, had few friends, and had trouble holding down a job. He also had a family history of mental health issues, with a brother serving a long prison sentence for a serious crime. Luis Seco's lawyer arguing that he needed specialized treatment rather than imprisonment. However, this claim outraged the victim's family, who feared that Luis Seco would escape punishment. The psychiatric experts ultimately concluded that while Luis Seco did have mental health issues, he was fully aware of his actions when he committed the crime. He had planned the details in advance, which meant he would have to stand trial. The murder trial is set for the fall of 2023, 3 years after Celeste's tragic death. In the years leading up to the trial, Luis Seco attempted to argue that he was mentally ill and not responsible for his actions. He spent much of that time in a psychiatric ward. During the trial, Luis Seco remained calm and detached, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings. He admitted to his guilt but claimed that his intention was not to take Celeste's life, but rather to win her love. However, the jury unanimously found him guilty on all counts. As a result, he was sentenced to 36 years in prison, with the possibility of parole only after serving 30 years. The Celeste's parents drew attention to the fact that their daughter had reported the perpetrator to the police as early as 2020, seeking protection from him. However, her complaint was not accepted due to a loophole in the existing legislation. This led to calls for a change in the law, which would later be referred to as Celeste's Law. Today's story takes us to Springfield, Colorado. Located in Colorado's southeast corner, Springfield is the home to a population of over 1,000 people. Known as a farming and ranching community, this statutory town is the most populated town situated on the county seat of Baca County. But Springfield had no clue that a mystery on its land in 1988 would take the next 34 years to get solved. On June 3, 1988, Baca County Sheriff's Office responded to a call from a Colorado farm. A local farmer reported to the Baca County Sheriff's Office that he had found what he believed to be human remains on his farm, located approximately 20 miles southeast of the town of Springfield, Baca County, Colorado. The open field was passed by truck drivers on a regular basis. When then Sheriff Willard Goff and then Coroner Robert Morrow, along with other deputies, searched the scene, they confirmed the remains as human remains. On the property, they found scattered human remains which were in a degraded skeletal condition. The remains consisted of what was most of the human skeleton. The bones were not all there, and what was there was white and bleached, with part of the spine still connected. The remains were then sent to the coroner's office for an autopsy, while the investigators scanned the area for clues. Unfortunately, they could not find any evidence that could lead them to unmask the victim's identity. People from the Baca County Coroner's Office, as well as the Sheriff's Office, spent several days searching the farm with the assistance of the farm operator. They documented several items found on the property and screened the soil in the area of the search of potential evidence. However, nothing was found to be able to identify the remains or to assist in determining how or why the person had died or how they could have ended up in the farmer's field. The remains were unrecognizable, and authorities tried in vain to come up with any significant information that could lead them to unmask the identity of the individual. Forensic examination concluded the remains belonged to a female victim who was believed to be between the ages of 19 and 24. She stood between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 4 inches and weighed around 130 pounds. Her hair was brown, but her eye color could not be determined due to the remains being in a degraded condition. She was wearing gray corduroy Levi jeans with the leg cuffs hemmed up to 27.5-inch inseam, a beige-colored winter coat with a white synthetic fur collar and 4-inch fur cuffs, and a 34B bra. A single quarter dating to 1986 was found in her pocket. Forensics could not confirm the ancestry of the victim. She bore traits of Hispanic or Latino people, Native American and European people. She had extensive dental work including 2 silver cast crowns, 1 upper and 1 lower on the left side, which indicated that she might be from Mexico or had lived along the border of Mexico. The internals of her body suggest that she might have never given birth. It was also concluded that she had died approximately 1 to 3 years before her remains were discovered, and the nature of her death was ruled as suspicious, most likely a homicide. As the victims remained unidentified, authorities at the same time were unable to track down any of her relatives to hand down her remains to her family. With the unavailability of a name, the victim was named as the Baca County Jane Doe. In 2005, Jane Doe, along with copies of case information, was buried in the Springfield Cemetery, while all the original records of her death were kept at the sheriff's and coroner's office. Despite not having any significant evidence about the death of the Baca County Jane Doe, authorities did not give up in their attempts to solve the case. Over the years, multiple attempts were made to identify her. Dental impressions were made and dental records of the victim were submitted to the National Crime Information Center to try to obtain a match within the missing persons database. DNA samples were also taken and submitted for analysis, even though DNA was in its infancy at the time when it came to identifying victims. An anthropological study was conducted on the remains to gather information about any possible evidence on the body that could lead to its identification. Investigators also developed a facial reconstruction to get an idea of what the person might have looked like. Even the filings in her teeth were analyzed in an attempt to determine the previous location of the deceased before her death. Many possible matches, including potential dental matches, were received. But as the investigation progressed, each potential match was ruled out after comparison with the remains. Investigators also held press conferences sharing details about this case and urging the public to come forward with any knowledge they might have about the victim. But nothing was drawn from that and no one came forward. Despite the diligent efforts of the investigators, the deceased remained unidentified and the case turned cold. After remaining unsolved for over 3 decades, finally in 2021, the case got unexpected assistance and was sent in a new direction. In May 2021, the Baca County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office were contacted by an investigative intern working for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. The person asked for permission to submit the data from the 1988 Baca County Jane Doe case and to name us, a national database of missing and unidentified persons, as well as a resource center for families to find their missing relatives, which was launched in 2007. It did not bring an immediate result, but the case got renewed attention, which also brought up other resources. Combining their resources with the Baca County Coroner's Office, Baca County Sheriff Aaron Shiplett hoped to get a breakthrough in the case of this Jane Doe. Multiple people from the Sheriff's Office and Coroner's Office spent time combining the relevant case information from both agencies' case files into the Sheriff's Office database using the original documents, which were almost 34 years old. After uploading all the information, several detectives were appointed to analyze it. On the other hand, Shiplett was also trying to contact a genetic genealogy lab, as he was hopeful that advances in technology could potentially identify Jane Doe. In July 2021, the Baca County Coroner's Office made contact with Solved by DNA, which is a Castle Rock-based genetic genealogy company, in an attempt to identify the Baca County Jane Doe. This company possesses expertise in investigative genetic genealogy and advanced DNA testing of crime scene DNA or DNA from unidentified human remains. After developing a DNA profile from the unidentified DNA, they use traditional genealogical research to predict whether a suspect or an unidentified person may fit into a family tree based on numerous DNA databases. However, an obstruction was already on its way to solving the case. Although Jane Doe had her DNA records in the original files of investigations, due to the limitations in technology available at the time, those records were not adequate to do a familial DNA study, and new DNA samples were needed to conduct the investigation. On December 13, 2021, an investigative team of the Baca County Sheriff's Office led by Shiplet exhumed the remains of Jane Doe from the Springfield Cemetery and obtained new samples of familial DNA testing and research before reburying remains. The samples were then delivered to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in Pueblo for analysis. After a brief analysis, the CBI entered the new DNA profile into NAMAS. In August of 2022, the Baca County Sheriff's Office and Baca County Coroner's Office learned about a possible familial DNA match. Solved by DNA notified the Sheriff's Office that they had been able to locate a person through their DNA research that could be a possible family member of Jane Doe. The Baca County Sheriff's Office soon began their process of tracking down and contacting several other possible family members of the match, and was able to get them in touch with Solved by DNA. Solved by DNA then requested them to submit their own DNA for analysis, which was necessary to determine if the Baca County Jane Doe was related to them. As family members agreed, Solved by DNA initiated the process of obtaining their DNA for the necessary research. A month later, on September 26, 2022, the Baca County Sheriff's Office was notified by NAMAS regarding their discovery of a separate familial DNA match for Jane Doe. The match was linked to a person who lived in Texas and had submitted their DNA to the McAllen Police Department in Texas in 2004 in an attempt to search for missing mother, Nora Alia Castillo. Nora's daughter, Josie Castillo, was the one who submitted her DNA to the McAllen Police Department in the process of locating her missing mother. The missing person report of Nora Castillo was filed in 1996, even though she had been missing since 1986 or 1987. According to the report of the McAllen Police Department, the last contact with Nora Castillo was a collect call from somewhere in Colorado shortly before her disappearance. After further DNA testing and analysis, the identity of Baca County Jane Doe was finally confirmed as Nora Castillo. Josie Castillo could not spend much time with her mom while growing up since she lived with her dad. Despite that, she remembered her being an outgoing person who loved to laugh and smile. But Josie also remembered how social services got involved when she was 6 and her sister Crystal was 3. At a time when Nora was going through some issues, Nora attempted to get them while they lived in New Mexico with their dad. But getting into some trouble led her to the jail in Hobbs, New Mexico. From there, it said that she went to a mental institution and that was the last time anyone ever saw from her. 4 years after their mother's mysterious disappearance, the daughters wondered about Nora's whereabouts and how she could be found. The Baca County Sheriff's Office stated, almost 36 years, the family of Nora Alia Castillo finally knows where she is. Along with Josie, her sister Crystal was also notified about their mother's final fate. Although their hope of ever getting their mother alive was shattered, they were happy to have a sense of closure after all these years of waiting. All this came out of absolutely nowhere, and it's a lot, Crystal stated. Despite seeking answers regarding what led to her mother's untimely demise, Josie said she can now go to sleep at night knowing where her mom is thanks to genetic genealogy. My heart is healing. There's a healing process now, Josie stated. Nora's family has since been able to visit Nora's last resting place and even the location where she was discovered. However, authorities are still unaware of what happened to lead to Castillo's death. The details of how Nora Alia Castillo died or why she was in Colorado are still under investigation. For now, this case is still being investigated as a potential homicide. Baca County Deputy Coroner Everett Brissendine said, "We're hoping we would get some kind of tip that would lead us to knowing more about why and how she died." After 3 decades of remaining as a Jane Doe, Nora finally reunited with her family, but even in death, she is still deprived of justice. If anyone out there knows anything, do not hesitate to come forward, as your information could be invaluable to unmask the murderer. Do you think Nora's daughters would have ever known the fate of their mother without the miracle of genetic genealogy? Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.